This is a world of beast taming filled with both crises and opportunities. Outside, ancient gods from other realms are eyeing the world, while inside, evil organizations are ambitious. Chen Ye has crossed over and obtained a unique golden finger that allows him to see the talent information of wolf-type beasts. From then on, powerful wolf beasts such as the Blackflame Hellwolf, the underworld white wolf, the green spirit vine wolf, and the thunderblaze wolf are born under Chen Ye's command, while his classmates are still troubled by breaking through to the third rank of beast tamers. Chen Ye has already driven thousands of wolves to charge forward, ruthlessly crushing evil demon gods. Chapter 1. 2 for 600. Qinglu Town, Beast Market. At 6 in the morning, the place is already bustling with people, and the sounds of chatter and haggling fill the air. Good morning, boss. The tree fruits today look quite fresh. In front of a stall filled with tree fruits, a handsome young man stops in his tracks. He is dressed in a light blue long shirt, standing tall with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of righteousness, while the faint smile at the corner of his mouth adds a touch of playfulness. This young man is Chen Ye. Today is an incredibly special day for Chen Ye, as it marks the 18th year since he crossed over to this magical beast-taming world, and it is also the day he can legally contract a beast according to the laws of Longhua as he turns 18. After diligently studying beast knowledge for 18 years, he can finally have his own beast. Thus, as soon as dawn breaks, Chen Ye eagerly heads out to the town's beast market, hoping to find a suitable beast as his partner. Of course, preparations like buying some fruits are essential. That's right. These tree fruits just arrived, and it took a lot of effort to get them here. They still have plenty of spiritual energy. The stall owner, recognizing Chen Ye as a regular, smiles cheerfully. How about it, young man? Same as usual? 2 dark pear tree fruits? Yes, 2. Chen Ye nods. All right, that'll be 600. The stall owner quickly picks out 2 plump dark pear tree fruits and packs them up. Just then, a crisp woof woof sound suddenly comes from nearby. The stall owner turns around to see a scruffy little black dog timidly peeking out from the corner of the wall. This little black dog looks somewhat disheveled. Its originally black fur now covered in dirt and grass, making it look quite pitiful. Upon seeing the little black dog, the stall owner's face immediately shows a look of disgust, as if encountering something revolting, not hiding his aversion to the little black dog. The little black dog clearly senses the stall owner's disdain. Its ears droop, and its eyes reveal a timid expression, trembling slightly and involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. Fortunately, the stall owner does not take further action. The stall owner knows that this handsome customer comes here every week to buy dark pear tree fruits to feed this inconspicuous drank little black dog. Although he thinks the young man is a bit foolish, customers are gods, so the stall owner does not chase away the little black dog, merely glancing at Chen Ye and muttering under his breath, "Young man, only you would treat such a worthless black flame dog as a treasure." Indeed, when Chen Ye sees the little black dog, his reaction is completely different from the stall owner's. A bright smile instantly appears on his face. Little one, why are you out here? Are you looking for me? Chen Ye excitedly walks over and picks up the little black dog without hesitation. Tea first. When the little black dog sees Chen Ye approaching, it hesitates in fear, its body stiff and curled up. But after sensing the warmth in Chen Ye's eyes, it gradually relaxes and ultimately allows Chen Ye to hold it. Looking down at the little black dog in his arms, Chen Ye notices that compared to last week, there are now several varying depths of claw marks on its body. These claw marks are crisscrossed across the little black dog's back and legs, looking quite alarming. Clearly, these are marks left by other beasts bullying the little black dog. Chen Ye feels a pang of heartache. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. Here, I'll give you something tasty. As he speaks, Chen Ye gently pats the little black dog's head and takes out the dark pear tree fruits he just bought, offering them to the little black dog. Watching the little black dog sniff and then nibble on the fruit, Chen Ye smiles. Yes, this little black dog is the contract target Chen Ye has been eyeing for a long time. While ordinary people only know that the little black dog belongs to the drank black flame dog breed with very low growth potential, in Chen Ye's eyes, he can see something different. Species, black flame dog. Attribute, dark fire. Quality, D. Talent, strong S. Flame D. This is the little black dog's information, and is also Chen Ye's golden finger. That is, he can see the data of beasts. However, after repeated confirmations, Chen Ye discovers that this golden finger has a drawback. He can only see the data of canine and wolf-type beasts, and it does not work on other species, but this is enough for him. Chen Ye names this golden finger wolf master, which also indicates that he will choose wolf-type and canine-type beasts for contracts in the future, maximizing the ability of the golden finger. Having a strength talent beast is considered top tier in this world. Thinking of this, Chen Ye's eyes shine as he looks at the little black dog in his arms, and a strong desire suddenly wells up in his heart. Without hesitation, he asks, "Little one, I've known you for 2 months now. Would you like to become my beast?" Upon hearing this, the stall owner's mouth drops open in shock. "Why, you're serious?" In this beast taming world, drank beasts are the weakest and most inferior among all contracted beasts. Contracting with such a low-level beast would have minimal impact on the beast tamer's own abilities. Typically, those with a bit of skill or foresight would choose to save money and purchase crank or higher beasts as their partners. After all, only higher-rank beasts can provide sufficient support during battles and in the growth process for beast tamers. Even the little black dog shows an expression of disbelief. Its drooping ears perk up instantly, and its eyes shine brightly, but then quickly dim again, whimpering a few times. It seems to feel that it is a very weak beast, not worthy of being contracted. But Chen Ye's gaze is firm, and the soul power within him quickly mobilizes. He focuses intently, gathering this soul power in one place, and gradually, a ball of white light condenses in his hand. The light gradually transforms into a crystal-clear blank soul card. Soul cards are humanity's unique talent. As the name suggests, soul cards can be used to contract with wild beasts. If the contract is successful, one becomes a glorious beast tamer, commanding beasts and mastering their powerful abilities. As the beast tamer's level increases, the number of soul cards they can condense also increases. However, Chen Ye has just graduated from high school, so he can only condense one soul card. He places the soul card on the broad forehead of the little black dog. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly shines, enveloping the little black dog. Good. I will follow you. Seeing this, the little black dog shows no signs of panic or resistance. It's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Eventually, as the light gradually recedes, the little black dog's image fully appears on the soul card, signifying that the contract has officially been established. Great. Chen Ye's face suddenly showed a look of joy as he said loudly, "From today on, you are my pet beast. Please take care of me in the future." Bark, bark. The little black dog barked excitedly, its round eyes sparkling with excitement, constantly blinking, and its tail wagging like it had a motor, happily creating afterimages. Only the stall owner secretly shook his head and let out a sigh. Alas, what a good young man. Wasted. Chapter 2. The Winterbird of the Level. Chen Ye knew that although the little black flame dog had a strong level talent, it had been wandering for years. Not only unable to eat enough or sleep well, but also bullied by wild pet beasts over the years, so its potential had not been realized at all. The urgent task now was to help it regain its health. Chen Ye's home was on the outskirts of Qinglu town, in a remote little mountain village. Although it was not prosperous, it had its own small courtyard. His parents made a living by planting spiritual rice. The family was poor, but still warm. Returning to the courtyard, Chen Ye saw his father using a large comb to groom his pet, the explosive fire pig, while his mother was picking plump grains from the spiritual rice and feeding them to her pet, the gentle water buffalo. Haha, it's it. Chen Ye laughed and proudly picked up the black flame dog to show his parents. But he didn't want to mention for now that the black flame dog had a strong level talent. He wanted to surprise them later. Of course, although the black flame dog appeared to be a level pet, Chen Ye knew that his parents would not look down on it because of its background, as this was a lesson taught to him by his parents since childhood. Moreover, his parents' explosive fire pig and gentle water buffalo were also level pets. It's a little black flame dog. You can tell it trusts you very much. Sure enough, Chen Ye's father recognized the species of the black flame dog at a glance, and a moment of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a nod of approval. Oh, how did this little guy get such serious injuries? Chen Ye's mother also came over and, seeing the black flame dog covered in scars, immediately felt heartbroken. She hurriedly patted the gentle water buffalo's horns and asked it to treat the black flame dog. Gentle water buffalo, quickly heal its wounds. Moo. The gentle water buffalo responded and lowered its head to greet the black flame dog. Then, its horns released a faint blue light that covered the black flame dog's wounds, quickly healing many of its injuries, with immediate effect. Woof woof. The body felt cool, and there was someone caring for it. And the black flame dog suddenly felt extremely happy, joyfully sticking out its tongue and jumping down from Chen Ye's hands to run to his mother and the gentle water buffalo, happily circling around them as if memorizing their scents. This little guy is really cute. Chen Ye's mother smiled as she picked up the black flame dog. Chen Ye's father also watched this scene with a cheerful expression, but he seemed to think of something. and a fleeting worry appeared in his eyes. However, Chen Ye did not notice this and looked up at his mother. "Mom, what are we having for lunch?" Just then, a harsh car horn suddenly sounded at the door. Chen Ye frowned and looked over, only to see a luxury car slowly stopping. "Who is it?" Chen Ye was puzzled. He didn't know he had relatives with a luxury car. Behind him, Chen Ye's father's and mother's faces instantly darkened. Even the explosive fire pig, which had been sleeping soundly, opened its eyes. Soon, a man in a suit stepped out of the luxury car. "You must be Chen Ye. I'm sorry, but your parents can't have lunch with you." Before Chen Ye could question him, the man recklessly surveyed the surroundings of the courtyard, then sneered without concealment, his pride evident in his eyes. When he saw the black flame dog at the protagonist's feet, his expression became even more uncontrollable. "Ah, what is this? Am I seeing things? A level black flame dog? TSK, poor my nephew Chen Ye, you've been ruined by your father. Your dad has contracted a level explosive fire pig, and you, even better, have contracted a level useless black flame dog." "Ha ha." The harsh laughter rang out. Chen Ye was furious. However, this was not a reason to insult his family in front of him. Chen Ye stepped forward, his gaze cold. "Who is your nephew? No matter who you are, it's wrong to act wild here. You have no right to judge me and my pet. Get out." At the same time, sensing its owner's anger, the black flame dog actively jumped in front of Chen Ye, showing a fierce expression towards the man, growling lowly, with two black flames igniting on its body. Having survived by scavenging in the pet beast market, it had long understood that one must resist when faced with bullying. In response, Chun Hung snorted disdainfully, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "You little brat, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'm here on family orders, and today I'm taking your parents away. Let's see if they choose you or me." "Family? What family?" Chen Ye was shocked and turned to look at his parents, only to see their faces full of guilt. However, just as they were about to speak, they were immediately interrupted by Chun Heng's voice. "Brother, there's no point in saying more. You understand the family rules better than I do. Let's go?" Chun Hung said disdainfully, and in an instant, he condensed an orange spirit card in his hand. As the light flashed, a chilling aura filled the courtyard, and a loud cry rang out. A gigantic bird-like pet beast appeared. Its wings spread out to an astonishing length of over 10 meters. It was actually a level winter bird. In front of the winter bird, the black flame dog's small body was like dust. Chun Hung then unceremoniously threw a white letter at Chen Ye. "Chen Ye, if you want to see your parents again, then go to the address on this letter and defeat all the candidates to become the strongest of your generation. Only then can you have the right to control your parents' freedom. This is the family tradition." Chen Ye desperately grabbed the letter, but his mind was filled with confusion. Just as he was about to rush forward, he heard the winter bird let out a cry, and suddenly its wings flapped, causing the sky to seem to change color as a terrifying white storm swept through the clear sky. Boom! Chen Ye and the black flame dog had no time to react before they were violently knocked to the ground by this powerful force, dazed. At the same time, his parents, along with the explosive fire pig and gentle water buffalo, had completely disappeared without a trace. "Damn, that hurts." Chen Ye barely propped himself up against the wall, blood streaming from 2 wounds caused by the impact. The black flame dog, indeed possessing a strong level talent, demonstrated incredible recovery abilities. Seeing Chen Ye injured, it immediately rushed over, carefully licking the wounds on Chen Ye's leg. "I'm fine, Black Flame." Coughing, Chen Ye patted the black flame dog's head and took a deep breath, saying fiercely, "Damn it, Chen Hung, right? I remember you." Woof woof. The black flame dog also nodded fiercely, its black flames igniting again, indicating that it remembered that damn bird as well. Chen Ye looked down and saw that the letter in his hand was prominently stamped with the words, Maga Beast University Admission Invitation. Chapter 3, Air Turbulence. Little Fatty Guisiaole. Attention passengers, Flight 1278 to Mega Beast University is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts. That night, Chen Ye boarded a plane heading to Mega Beast University. The ticket cost 500 yuan, which added to the burden of his meager savings. The little black flame dog did not enter the spirit card and was sleeping on Chen Ye's lap, after leaving the life of the pet beast market. In just half a day's time, the black flame dog's condition had changed dramatically. Not only did its fur become smooth and shiny, but its size also slightly increased. Obviously, this was due to the little black flame dog receiving enough nutritional energy and rest, and its strong level talent was slowly beginning to manifest. "Is this a black flame dog?" Just then, a middle-aged man sitting next to him glanced over and scoffed. "Young man, pets like this have long been eliminated by society. It can't even spit out fireballs, and you still contract it as your pet?" Chen Ye ignored him and simply pulled the little black flame dog closer to him. He could feel the little guy trembling slightly, obviously still frightened by the malice of the stranger. Woo-woo. The black flame dog let out a pitiful whimper, burrowing deeper into Chen Ye's arms. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted in the cabin. Chen Ye looked up to see a young man in a custom white suit walking into the first-class cabin, guided by a flight attendant. The young man was about 20 years old, round and chubby, with a very amusing appearance. The most eye-catching thing was that he was holding a pure white fox in his arms, its tail tip glowing with faint purple lightning, clearly indicating that it was a rare lightning-type pet beast. That was the purple-tailed thunder fox? A middle-aged man gasped in surprise. This was an extremely rare-level pet beast, and it was a lightning type. He must be Guixiaolei, the direct heir of the Guo family, one of the 4 major families in Tiandu town. As reported in the news, Chen Ye listened, appearing indifferent on the surface, but secretly pondering. The purple-tailed thunder fox was a level higher than Chun Heng's pet, the winter sky bird. Since Guixiaolei was a direct descendant of a big family, it could be inferred that Chun Heng's identity couldn't be too shabby either. Damn it. What else was his cheap father hiding from him? Could it be that he was actually a hidden rich second generation? Chen Ye's thoughts ran wild as the plane took off smoothly. Half an hour later, he was preparing to close his eyes and rest when he suddenly felt a violent jolt. At the same time, the cabin lights flickered on and off, and oxygen masks fell down, causing the passengers to scream in panic. Attention all passengers, we are encountering severe turbulence. The flight attendant's voice was abruptly cut off, replaced by a piercing alarm. Chen Ye quickly hugged Xiaohei, feeling the little guy trembling violently. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the entire cabin as it streaked across the sky. Chen Ye clearly saw dozens of giant flying-type pet beasts weaving through the clouds. With every flap of their wings, they created a violent airflow. It was a level group of storm giant eagles. Someone shouted in terror. How did they appear here? Instantly, the cabin fell into further chaos. Chen Ye noticed that Guixiaolei in first class had already stood up, and the purple-tailed thunder fox in his arms was emitting a dark lightning glow, clearly using its skill to combat the storm giant eagles. However, at that moment, Chen Ye suddenly noticed that He Yan's nose twitched, and the little guy opened its eyes warily, fixating on a corner of the cabin at the back. Following its gaze, Chen Ye saw an inconspicuous gray rodent-type pet beast sneaking toward the cockpit. That was. Chen Ye was taken aback, an electromagnetic mouse. He felt that something was seriously wrong. The electromagnetic mouse was a level pet beast capable of releasing electromagnetic pulses, feeding on metal, and was a type of mechanical pest that could cause significant damage to electronic devices. It was common knowledge that mechanical pests were prohibited on airplanes. Although he didn't know how this electromagnetic mouse got on the plane, it was undoubtedly a huge safety hazard now. Chen Ye gently patted He Yan. He knew that He Yan had lived alone in the pet market for a long time and often relied on catching such level rodent-type pet beasts to survive, with full skill points. So having He Yan catch the electromagnetic mouse was definitely not a reckless act. Soon, little He Yan understood, quietly jumping off the seat and chasing after the electromagnetic mouse, while everyone else remained in panic. Meanwhile, Guixiaolei had already instructed the purple-tailed thunder fox to activate the lightning shield, trying to fend off the storm giant eagle's attacks. Unfortunately, there were too many storm giant eagles, and the lightning shield was wavering in the violent airflow, clearly unable to hold out for long. Damn, Guixiaolei's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. They had to hold on a bit longer. Just then, the plane shook violently again but miraculously stabilized. The cabin lights came back on, and the captain's voice came over the intercom, sounding relieved. Attention all passengers, the engine malfunction has been resolved, and we are exiting the storm area. Guixiaolei was stunned. So it was an engine malfunction, not the storm giant eagles causing havoc. No wonder the purple-tailed thunder fox could hold on for so long. The storm giant eagles were just passing by and ignored him. The little guy looked a bit tired, but its eyes sparkled with pride. Guixiaolei noticed that there were some metal shavings on He Yan's front paws. Hey, buddy, Guixiaolei leaned over. Was your little black dog just? Its name is He Yan, Chen Ye replied. It discovered an electromagnetic mouse just in time to stop it from damaging the engine. No way. Guixiaolei's eyes widened. Really? It's that powerful? Chen Ye smiled but didn't respond. After all, as long as safety was restored, that was good enough. However, Guixiaolei, feeling familiar, moved the middle-aged man sitting next to Chen Ye away and sat down next to him. Seeing Chen Ye so calm, he couldn't help but take a strong interest in him. I say, buddy, your He Yan is something else. I thought it was just for show, but it turns out to be so clever. Chen Ye nodded and gently rubbed He Yan's head. By the way, I'm Guixiaolei, a freshman reporting to Maga University. Guixiaolei extended his hand. Thanks to your He Yan just now, otherwise we might have been done for. Chen Ye, I'm also here to report. Chen Ye shook his hand. Hey, Chen Ye, let me tell you. Guixiaolei lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. I heard that this year's freshmen at Maga University have a super amazing person who has contracted a level eternal deer. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. Level? Yeah. She's the young lady of the Chun family in Kyoto, Chen Yuqing. Guixiaolei smirked. I heard she's particularly beautiful, but her personality is as cold as ice. I saw her from a distance at the last banquet, and she didn't even look at anyone. Chen Ye noticed a hint of resentment in Guixiaolei's tone as he said this. Hee. Guixiaolei suddenly lowered his voice. Actually, my purple-tailed thunder fox is not level. It's peak level, but my family promoted it as level for the sake of face. Chen Ye looked at him in surprise. Don't look at me like that. Guixiaolei scratched his head. I'm only saying this because I want to be friends with you. Besides, he sighed, thinking about the school competition. I feel a bit anxious. After all, Chen Yuqing's eternal deer is a genuine level beast. And I heard that there are actually 9 big shots who have contracted level pet beasts this year. I wonder if I can make it into the top 20. Chapter 4, Initial Brilliance. Chen Ye was somewhat surprised. According to what Chun Heng said, what candidates did he need to defeat to see his parents? Was it possible that among the 9 level pet beasts Guixiaolei mentioned, there were candidates who would become his competitors? It seemed that the urgent task was to quickly develop He Yan's potential. Soon, the next day arrived. The plane slowly landed at Maga University Airport, and Chen Ye walked down the stairs holding He Yan. The September sun was blazing, and the air was filled with the scent of various powerful pet beasts. Not far away, the flag of Maga University fluttered in the breeze, and a group of teachers in uniforms was welcoming the new students. Chen Ye and Guixiaolei approached and handed over their letters. Hello. Chen Ye, Guixiaolei, right? A tall and thin middle-aged male teacher came over. I am Teacher Li, in charge of new student reception at Maga University, and I will also be your homeroom teacher. Welcome to Maga Beast University. Chen Ye nodded politely. Chen Ye, look over there, that's Chen Yuqing. Guixiaolei suddenly whispered, his gaze drawn to a figure not far away. Chen Ye turned to look. Among the new students, there was a girl in a white dress. An elegant eternal deer stood beside her, its antlers reflecting a soft glow. Like brilliant stars. Yes, she is Chen Yuqing. Teacher Li followed Chen Ye's gaze and said with a smile, she is one of the most notable freshmen this year. Having contracted the level pet beast, eternal deer. The contract process even triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth, and even the principal personally visited her home. She's also a classmate of ours. Oh my, we're in the same class as her. Guixiaolei felt like crying. The surrounding freshmen whispered to each other. Their eyes filled with envy and awe as they looked at Chen Yuqing. That's amazing, she's a level pet. You should know that failing to contract a level pet can lead to death. I heard her family is a super prestigious family, and she has received the most professional training since she was young. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great figure. She's simply the pride of heaven. This classmate, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Your beast is a Blackflame dog? Chen Ye turned his head, somewhat speechless, and saw a crew-cut boy sizing up the Blackflame dog with a disdainful look. Beside him was a majestic shadow leopard, a peak quality level pet, drawing the attention of those around them. What? Someone actually contracted a useless pet like the Blackflame dog? The crew-cut boy laughed exaggeratedly. I can't be mistaken. And this is Mega Beast Master University. Who here doesn't at least have a level pet to start with? You? Buddy, did you walk into the wrong set? Laughter erupted around them. Chen Ye could clearly feel the Black Flame's body trembling slightly, but it wasn't out of fear, it was out of anger. Chen Ye's expression turned cold as he patted the Black Flame's head, signaling it to calm down. Then, he looked directly at the crew-cut boy. His tone calm, but with a hint of sharpness. There are no useless pets, only useless beast masters. If you think the Black Flame dog is weak, why not let your strength do the talking and have a match? The crew-cut boy was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Ye to retaliate so straightforwardly. He glanced at the ordinary little black dog in Chen Ye's arms, then at his own imposing shadow leopard, but suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Wang Hao. Teacher Li frowned and said, mind your words. Teacher Li, I'm just stating the facts, Wang Hao insisted. How can this trash pet be worthy of being with us? Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness approaching. Everyone froze, only to see that Chen Yuqing had walked over at some point, her eternal deer coldly staring at Wang Hao. Classmate Chen, Wang Hao, he instinctively took a step back. However, Chen Yuqing ignored him and turned to Chen Ye, a sweet smile blooming on her cold face. Chen Ye, brother. The entire place fell into silence. We'll talk about our matters later. Chen Ye nodded at Chen Yuqing, then stepped in front of Wang Hao, his gaze icy. How about this? Since you were so confident, why don't we have a beast duel? Let me see how powerful your shadow leopard is. Chen Yuqing was taken aback. Originally, she wanted to help Chen Ye out, considering that the news of him choosing to contract a level Black Flame dog had already spread throughout the Chen family. If Chen Ye were bullied outside, it would be a scandal for the Chen family. However, unexpectedly, Chen Ye dared to proactively challenge Wang Hao. It seemed her cousin was not ordinary. Chen Yuqing crossed her arms and couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The surrounding freshmen also became enthusiastic, cheering. Yeah, let us have a match. Wang Hao's shadow leopard is a pseudo-level pet. It will definitely win easily. Come on. Let us see the strength of the level Black Flame Dog. Haraha. Wang Hao felt a tremor in his heart under Chen Ye's cold gaze and imposing aura, but he couldn't withstand the crowd's cheers. Hearing that the Black Flame Dog was just a level pet, while his Shadow Leopard was a peak level, a pseudo-level pet. He regained his confidence and puffed out his chest. Of course I dare. Let's have the match right here. Whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Alright. Chen Ye gently set down the Black Flame, and the little fellow instantly perked up. Although it looked at Chen Ye with some confusion, as if confirming, wait, I'm fighting a Shadow Leopard? After receiving Chen Ye's affirmation, it showed no fear, its dark eyes shimmering with a captivating light. Go, Shadow Leopard. Wang Hao waved his hand, and the Shadow Leopard immediately leaped in front of him, letting out a low growl at the Black Flame Dog. Teacher Li frowned, but, seeing the eager expressions of the surrounding freshmen, finally nodded. Just keep it light. Chen Ye crouched down and gently patted the little Black Flame's head. Go. You have the strength. The little Black Flame had no doubts about Chen Ye's command, letting out a low growl. Black flames igniting on its body as it walked towards the center of the arena. Start. Teacher Li commanded. The Shadow Leopard immediately launched an attack, moving so fast that its figure was almost invisible. However, the Black Flame remained motionless. Just as the Shadow Leopard was about to pounce, it suddenly sidestepped and charged towards the Shadow Leopard. The two collided violently, producing a muffled sound. The Shadow Leopard's claws instantly tore into the Black Flame Dog's shoulder, blood staining its fur. Yet, the Black Flame Dog seemed to feel no pain, biting fiercely at the Shadow Leopard's forelimb. The black flames on its body seeped into the Shadow Leopard's wound, bringing a wave of intense burning sensation. What? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Take advantage of its weakness. The Black Flame did not give its opponent a chance to breathe. It leaped up and bit towards the Shadow Leopard's neck. Although it was smaller, its astonishing bite force made the Shadow Leopard howl in pain. Damn it! Wang Hao hurriedly commanded the Shadow Leopard to use its skill, Shadow Claw. The Shadow Leopard's claws glowed with a black sheen as they slashed at the Black Flame. However, the Black Flame agilely dodged all attacks, its movements incredibly swift, as if it could predict every move of its opponent. This is impossible. Wang Hao's forehead broke out in cold sweat. How could the Black Flame Dog possess such a powerful physique? Chen Ye's lips curled up slightly. Only he knew that this was the effect of the Black Flame's level-strong physique talent, granting it incredible strength, speed, and recovery ability. Coupled with the Black Flame's innate combat instincts that far surpassed its peers, with such a significant information gap, it was very likely to defeat the Shadow Leopard. Sure enough, the battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Although the Shadow Leopard was of a higher level, under the reckless fighting style of the Black Flame, it began to lose ground as its blood loss became excessive. Eventually, the Black Flame seized the opportunity and pounced, pinning the Shadow Leopard to the ground. The entire arena fell silent. Wang Hao's face turned pale, unable to believe his pet was defeated by a Black Flame Dog. This is impossible, he muttered. Chen Ye stepped forward, gently picking up the battered but proudly held high little Black Flame. Now, do you still think my Black Flame Dog is a trash pet? Wang Hao opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Chapter 5. The Proud Younger Sister. Brother Yi, you are so powerful. Xiaolei was stunned. Awesome. He never expected that a level Black Flame Dog could really defeat a peak-level Shadow Leopard. This life-and-death fighting style could even be used for teaching cross-level combat demonstrations. The surrounding freshmen were dumbfounded, the previously lively discussions silenced. Those who mocked the Black Flame Dog as a trash pet now closed their mouths, their faces filled with shock. Am I seeing things? The Black Flame Dog won against the Shadow Leopard? This Black Flame Dog must be mutated, right? How else could it be so strong? It's not even salt. Chen Ye ignored the discussions around him. For him, the goal had been achieved, and he believed that from now on, there wouldn't be so many annoying voices buzzing around like flies to mock He Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao He Yan gradually built up confidence, wagging its tail proudly. Although it was injured, its eyes remained bright and spirited. Chen Yuqing watched this scene, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She stepped forward and said softly, Brother, I didn't expect your strength to be. Chen Yuqing paused. I have something to discuss with you, about your parents. Chen Ye's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stared at Chen Yuqing, remaining silent for a moment before finally nodding. The two of them went to a secluded bench on campus. Chen Yuqing got straight to the point. The 9th-generation patriarch of the Chen family, our grandfather, is getting worse. So the family has decided to start a competition for the 10th-generation candidates to select the next patriarch. Only someone who defeats all the candidates will have the power to decide the fate of the other family members, including your parents. Chen Ye clenched his fists. The situation was similar to what he had thought. However, he never expected that he actually had a grandfather because his father had never mentioned it since he was little, leading Chen Ye to believe he no longer had a grandfather. So, if I participate in this competition and win, I can free my parents? Chen Yuqing was taken aback, then nodded. That being said, however, She hesitated. The competition among the candidates is very fierce. As far as I know, there are currently 3 strong candidates, each of whom has contracted high-level beasts, and they have complex power relations behind them. I know your He Yin is quite strong, probably at the level, but the meaning of Chen Yuqing was quite simple. Brother, your He Yin has only defeated a level shadow leopard, while the top candidates are all at the level. How can you say you will defeat all the candidates? He Yin is also at the level, Chen Ye said calmly. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing was stunned, blinking in disbelief. What? I said, He Yin is also at the level, Chen Ye repeated. Although it is a He Yin dog, it indeed has the potential of the level. Since it involved competition among beasts, revealing He Yin's level talent was a result of Chen Ye's careful consideration. After all, the Wolf Master was Chen Ye's core trump card, although he could only check the information of wolf-type beasts for now. Chen Ye firmly believed that the Wolf Master's abilities were definitely not limited to this. Chen Yuqing was indeed taken aback by Chen Ye's words. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she looked at the He Yin dog, which was resting at Chen Ye's feet and showed no signs of being a high-level beast. How is this possible? Chen Yuqing murmured. Chen Ye did not explain but continued. So, I plan to participate in this competition and defeat everyone. Moreover, I want to find that Chun Hing guy and give him a beating. However, Chen Yuqing still felt that Chen Ye's idea was unrealistic. Brother, I think you may not fully understand the situation. They not only have high-level beasts, but have also received the most professional training since childhood, mastering various beast control techniques. Their strength is. I know, Chen Ye interrupted her, but I still want to give it a try. Chen Yuqing sighed. All right, I understand your thoughts. However, if you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. We can cooperate and fight against the other candidates together. Once we succeed, I can guarantee the freedom of Uncle and the others. Chen Ye shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. But I want to rely on my own strength. Chen Yuqing smiled helplessly. Okay, since you insist, I won't force you. However, if you need resources to enhance your strength, you can go to the mission hall at Maga University to take on missions. There are many tasks suitable for beginners, and the rewards are pretty good. Chen Ye nodded. Thank you. By the way, the 3 strongest candidates are my third uncle's son Chen Jinan, the current chief of the enforcement hall Long Tianxiang, and the strongest battle genius in the history of the Chen family, me. Chen Yuqing said proudly, condensing her soul card and summoning her eternal deer. Furthermore, she did not stop there. With a slight smile on her lips and a glint of cunning in her eyes, her soul power surged. In an instant, the colorful glow on the eternal deer began to ripple and gradually transformed from a rainbow of colors to a deep blue. After the glow faded, the originally colorful eternal deer had turned into a completely azure eternal deer, exuding a rich water attribute aura, making the air feel much more humid. Did you see that? Chen Yuqing turned around, her gaze fixed on Chen Ye, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This is the ability of my eternal deer's attribute transformation. It can freely change its own attributes, no matter what attribute the opponent has. The eternal deer can transform into an attribute that counters them. Chen Yuqing lifted her chin, her smile deepening. In terms of combat, I have never lost. Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, then laughed silently. He knew that this was because he had repeatedly rejected this proud younger sister, making her feel unsatisfied and throwing a little tantrum. She even made the eternal deer turn into a water attribute that countered Xiao He Yan. Interesting. Watching Chen Yuqing's departing figure, Chen Ye gently rubbed He Yan's head. Did you hear that? The opponents are top tier. Oh whoa. Xiao He Yan immediately let out a crisp howl, saying it wasn't afraid at all, feeling that after defeating the shadow leopard, it could take on 10 more and would help Chen Ye drive away all the enemies. Chapter 6, Mega Evolution. Following Chen Yuqing's suggestion, Chen Ye soon met Xiaolei, who was still waiting for him, and they went together to the school's mission hall. Upon entering the hall, as expected, Chen Ye saw all kinds of diverse tasks. The rewards so rich that one couldn't help but want to take them immediately. Many senior students were gathered there, making the scene as lively as a marketplace. You might not believe it, but a friend of mine found an ancient beast egg. One senior sister excitedly said, her eyes sparkling. I heard someone discovered rare spirit herbs in the otherworld battlefield. Another senior sister chimed in. Moreover, a boy with dyed red hair was speaking passionately. My brother's flame lion devoured a heart of molten fire last week in the otherworld battlefield, and guess what? It evolved on the spot and grew 3 super majestic lion heads, its quality evolving from level to level. The conversations among the listeners revolved around the term otherworld battlefield. Chen Ye understood that going to the otherworld battlefield to complete tasks was the fastest way to make money, though it certainly came with high risks. Brother Yi, it seems like the otherworld battlefield is filled with treasures, Guo Xiaolei said excitedly, pointing to the bulletin board in the mission hall, his eyes shining like searchlights. Look at what this announcement says. Someone found a void crystal in the otherworld battlefield and sold it for 5 million. That's really impressive. Chen Ye held He Yin and looked up at the most eye-catching blood-red task board on the wall, where a task list glowing with a ghostly blue light was posted. Resource collection in the otherworld battlefield. Task level, and above. Warning, space rifts may appear randomly. With an 87% chance of beast riots. Reward, resources retained. 100 points for every kilogram of otherworld ore. Chen Ye browsed the task seriously. Meanwhile, He Yin, feeling bored, suddenly sneezed in Chen Ye's arms, its nose brushing against a rather inconspicuous gray task list. Don't mess around. Just as Chen Ye was about to shift his gaze away, he was somewhat stunned by the content of the gray task list. Clean up abandoned training grounds. Task level. Task, eliminate 10 mutated groundhogs. Reward, you can receive 5 specified attribute level tree fruits. Uft. Guixiaole saw Chen Ye in a daze. Curiously leaned over to take a look, and almost burst out laughing. Brother Ye, you don't really want to take this task, do you? The reward can't even buy food for my purple-tailed thunder fox. However, Chen Ye didn't pay much attention to Guixiaole's words. Catching mice, this one should do. So Chen Ye tore off the task list and walked towards the registration desk under the expectant gaze of Blackflame, leaving Guixiaole dumbfounded behind him. Are you sure, classmate? The senior at the registration desk pushed up her glasses. Last week, a sophomore from the mechanical engineering department took on this task. And his level rock crab had half its backside chewed off by mutated groundhogs. It's still being treated at the pet hospital. We're internally assessing whether to raise the level of this task, especially since you're just a Blackflame dog. Upon hearing this, Blackflame immediately became unhappy, stood up suddenly, placed its front paws on the counter, and let out a threatening growl. Haha, my dog is angry. Chen Ye laughed and scratched Little Black's chin. Could you please help me register? The abandoned training ground is about 20 kilometers away from Maga University. This place is desolate, with a strong and pungent smell of rust in the air, making one feel nauseous. The originally flat cement floor has now become unrecognizable, covered with numerous holes resembling a beehive, clearly indicating that something has turned this place into a playground. Chen Ye didn't expect that as soon as he and Little Black arrived at the edge of the abandoned training ground, they would immediately be attacked by mutated groundhogs. Crack! Several yellowish figures suddenly burst out from the ground. Chen Ye focused his eyes and saw that it was indeed a group of abnormally large groundhogs, each about knee-high. They bared their teeth, revealing sharp, crimson fangs, and their claws glinted menacingly, appearing very fierce and terrifying. Be careful, Blackflame. Chen Ye quickly prepared for battle, ready to retreat at any moment. However, Little Black was extremely excited upon seeing them. Its body ignited with black flames, and without hesitation, it charged forward like a black lightning bolt, pouncing on the nearest groundhog. To everyone's surprise, the battle turned out to be one-sided. Relying on its powerful biting force and speed, Blackflame cleverly used a hit-and-run tactic, biting once, and then running away, effectively exhausting the mutated groundhogs. The other groundhogs, seeing the situation was unfavorable, burrowed back into their holes, and it took a while to complete the task. The task was completed by Blackflame. At 2 p.m., Chen Ye arrived at the classroom on time, with Little Black in his arms. The classroom was already filled with unfamiliar faces. Chen Yuqing was sitting in the front row, surrounded by a group of classmates. Her eternal deer lay gracefully beside her, radiating a faint, colorful glow. Soon, the tall and thin teacher Lu, who was responsible for welcoming new students in the morning, walked into the classroom. Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be your homeroom teacher. Teacher Lu adjusted his glasses. This year, we will be studying Maga evolution. This is a newly discovered type of evolution method that allows a bond between beast tamers and their pets, combined with the mysterious Maga stones, to enable pets to achieve temporary form evolution during battles, greatly enhancing their combat power. A wave of amazement echoed in the classroom. Chen Yuqing. Teacher Lu suddenly called out. Could you demonstrate Maga evolution for everyone? Chen Yuqing stood up gracefully, smiling slightly. Of course. She walked to the center of the classroom, holding a piece of Maga stone. The eternal deer stood up, and its colorful glow gradually became dazzling. Maga evolution, Chen Yuqing softly commanded. In an instant, a white light of evolution was released from the small Maga stone, and the form of the eternal deer rapidly changed. Its antlers became sharp and protruding, its body grew taller, and the colorful glow gradually retracted, turning into a pure white light. In just a few seconds, the form and aura of the eternal deer became significantly stronger. Wow! The classroom erupted into a chorus of awe. That's amazing. Is this Maga evolution? Level pets can become even stronger. Chen Yuqing glanced proudly at Chen Ye, only to find him indifferent, which made her feel a pang of disappointment. Teacher Lu nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Chen Yuqing. This is the effect of Maga evolution, and it is also our learning direction for this year. However, everyone should not be anxious. Next, Please go to the course selection system to choose your elective courses. Remember to select based on your pet's characteristics. And it's best not to exceed 2 courses. Understand that overextending can lead to poor results. So Chen Ye opened the course selection system and carefully browsed through the course list. The courses available were diverse and plentiful, with even more than a dozen level courses, such as elemental control, mind shield, particle beam, etc. After some thought, Chen Ye had an idea. Fireball technique, lower level difficulty, suitable for fire attribute pets. Shadow claw, lower level difficulty, suitable for dark attribute pets. Without hesitation, Chen Ye chose these 2 courses for Little Black. The difficulty was not high and was just right for Little Black's current level of learning. Brother Yi, Guxiaolei leaned over. Why don't you choose some advanced courses? With Little Black's ability, level courses should be no problem, right? Chen Ye shook his head. No rush. Blackflame needs to build a solid foundation first. Although Blackflame was only a few months old, its foundation was too poor compared to advanced skills. Chen Ye felt it was better to let it learn some basic skills first and proceed steadily. Chapter 7. High-level exotic beasts in the mine. After finishing the course selection, they took a half-hour break. Teacher Lu continued the lesson and led everyone to a mine located north of the school. The mine was brightly lit, with glowing ores embedded in the walls, and the air was filled with a rich energy fluctuation. Students, Teacher Lu stood in front of everyone, adjusting his glasses. This is the Maga mine, where you can collect Mega Stones, which are an important resource for our school's survival. Usually, teachers and students need to pay a hefty fee to enter, but during class, you can experience it for free. Everyone was instantly thrilled. Chen Yuqing stood beside Teacher Lu, wearing a subtle smile, clearly having become his little assistant. Mega Stones are a magical energy mineral, Teacher Lu continued, that can resonate with beast tamers and their pets. They are the key medium for Mega evolution. Your final task today is to find the Mega Stones that can generate a strong reaction from both you and your pets. He pointed to Chen Yuqing. And Chen Yuqing has already mastered Mega evolution to a certain extent. She will assist everyone. Chen Yuqing nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally lingering on Chen Ye for a moment before moving away. Chen Ye ignored her gaze, and upon hearing Teacher Lu announce the separation for activities, he took Blackflame to a secluded corner. This should be the right place, Chen Ye whispered, then took out a mining pick from the bucket. These tools were provided by the school, not particularly sharp, but sufficient for general Mega Stone excavation activities. He took a deep breath, grasped the pick handle, and swung it down forcefully. The pick struck the mine wall with a loud clang, causing his hands to tingle. The wall was much harder than he had imagined. The first swing left only a shallow mark. Looks like I'll need to put in some effort. Chen Ye shook his wrist, adjusted his posture, and swung the pick again. This time, he intensified his efforts, with the hoe deeply embedded in the mine wall, bringing up a cloud of rubble. Little Blackflame squatted seriously nearby, ears perked up high, eyes fixed on the mine wall without blinking. Every time Chen Ye dug out a stone, it would immediately lean over to sniff, as if confirming whether it was the thing it wanted. Time passed minute by minute, and beads of sweat began to cover Chen Ye's forehead. His arms started to feel sore, but his movements did not stop. The holes in the mine wall grew deeper, and the rubble piled up into a considerable heap. Clang! Another swing down. This time the hoe seemed to hit something hard. Chen Ye's eyes lit up, quickly squatting down to clear the rubble with his hands. Sure enough, a fist-sized golden Mega Stone emerged. Found it! Chen Ye felt a rush of joy in his heart and reached out to take the Mega Stone. The golden light shimmered on the surface of the ore, looking very dazzling. He eagerly handed the golden Mega Stone to Blackflame. Here, give it a try. Little Blackflame leaned over and gently touched the Mega Stone with its nose. However, the expected energy fluctuation did not appear. Little Blackflame tilted its head, seemingly puzzled. No reaction? Chen Ye frowned, holding the Mega Stone in his palm, and tried to sense it himself. Indeed, aside from the energy fluctuations of the ore itself, there was no feeling of resonance with him or Little Blackflame. It seems this isn't it. Chen Ye felt a bit disappointed, but carefully put the golden Mega Stone into his backpack. Let's keep digging. Chen Ye rubbed his sore arms and picked up the hoe again. Woof woof. At that moment, Little Blackflame's nose suddenly twitched, turning and running deeper into another direction of the mine. Chen Ye quickly followed and found Little Blackflame frantically digging at a certain rock wall. Little guy, what did you find? Woof woof. So Chen Ye immediately squatted down to start digging. This time, he dug even more carefully. Time passed unknowingly, and the light in the mine seemed to dim a bit. Chen Ye's clothes were soaked with sweat, and the muscles in his arms began to tremble slightly. But he did not stop, instead gritting his teeth and continuing to swing the hoe. Clang! Another muffled sound. The hoe seemed to hit something hard again. Chen Ye's heart tightened, quickly squatting down to clear the rubble. This time, what he saw was not a golden glow, but a dark red sheen. This is... Chen Ye's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He carefully dug away the surrounding rubble, and a fist-sized dark red mega stone gradually revealed itself. The moment his fingers touched the mega stone, a strong wave of energy surged up and enveloped Chen Ye's entire body. That feeling was marvelous, as if a warm current spread from his fingertips throughout his body, invigorating him entirely. Black Flame, Chen Ye shouted. Little Black Flame immediately leaned over and gently touched the mega stone with its nose. The next second, its body also began to tremble slightly, excitement shining in its eyes. This is it. Chen Ye was thrilled. I'm exhausted, after digging all afternoon. I can finally take a break. However, just as he was about to put away the dark red mega stone, he suddenly noticed another purple crystal at the very bottom. Chen Ye's pupils constricted. That was a soul power crystal. Damn, I'm rich. He immediately exploded with the speed of a single man after years of solitude. Swiftly putting away the two ores, his heart racing. He knew all too well the value of the soul power crystal. One piece was worth 50,000 points in the task hall, something he and Black Flame would need to save for a long time. Not far away, Chen Ye noticed the uncontrollable smile on Chen Ye's face and couldn't help but curl her lips. She had just seen Chen Ye's little actions and couldn't help but mutter to herself, is one soul power crystal worth being this happy? The pocket money given at home each month is worth several soul power crystals. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from deep within the mine, and the ground began to shake violently. Not good. Lu Laosher's expression changed. A high-level alien beast is awakening. Before the words left his mouth, a gigantic rock giant beast roared out from deep within the mine. It was covered in hard rock, and each step it took made the ground tremble. Everyone back away. Lu Laosher shouted loudly. Chen Ye was closest and saw that a classmate was about to be attacked by the rock giant beast. She quickly stepped forward, and the eternal deer beside her instantly transformed into a steel attribute, shimmering with a metallic luster. I'll block it. Chen Ye gritted her teeth. Her voice was crisp but carried an undeniable determination. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as she waved her slender fingers, completing the attribute transformation of the eternal deer, which leaped out beside her. Moreover, Chen Ye did not stop her actions. She also took out the mega stone. Instantly, the running eternal deer was enveloped in evolution light, undergoing mega evolution. At the same time, a silver-white metallic sheen covered its entire body, as if it had donned an impenetrable armor. The hooves of the eternal deer lightly stomped, producing a crisp metallic clashing sound. Mega evolution, now transformed into steel attribute. Use steel blade impact. The eternal deer let out a low cry, its momentum astonishing, charging fiercely at the rock giant beast. Boom. A loud sound. The eternal deer's double horns, under the dual enhancement of the steel attribute and mega evolution power, transformed into two sharp blades, aimed directly at the rock giant beast. However, something shocking happened. The rock giant beast merely swayed slightly under the full force of the eternal deer's attack and was not harmed at all. On the contrary, the eternal deer's attack only angered it. The rock giant beast let out an angry roar, and its massive rocky arms swung violently, grabbing the eternal deer as if it were a light falling leaf. Then it was brutally flung away, crashing heavily against the mine wall. In just one encounter, the eternal deer was sent flying by the rock giant beast. Damn it! Chen Ye's face turned pale, clearly not expecting such a large gap. If the eternal deer was like this, let alone the other classmates' pets attacking, they wouldn't even make a splash against the rock giant beast. Fortunately, just as the rock giant beast was about to launch another attack, Lu Laosher finally arrived to intervene. He summoned a 3-meter-tall fighting panda, covered in black and white energy patterns, exuding an intimidating aura. Fighting panda, use mountain-crushing fist. Lu Laosher shouted loudly. The fighting panda threw a punch, and the powerful energy actually forced the rock giant beast back several meters. The rock giant beast let out a painful, muffled roar, trying to counterattack. But the fighting panda was faster. In a flash, the fighting panda appeared behind the rock giant beast. Its fists rained down like dense raindrops on the rock giant beast, each punch carrying powerful energy fluctuations, focusing on the same spot on the rock giant beast's body. Soon, the rock giant beast's rocky shell began to crack under the continuous heavy blows, making a crunching sound. Sky slashing blade. Lu Laosher shouted. The fighting panda leaped high, claws coming together, concentrating all its energy into one point. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck down towards the top of the rock giant beast's head. Boom. A loud bang. The rock giant beast stiffened as if struck by lightning, then collapsed, breaking into countless stones of varying sizes. The fighting panda landed steadily, and the energy patterns on its body gradually dissipated. Phew. Lu Laosher let out a sigh of relief. Is everyone okay? Chapter 8, Breakthrough. Second Tier Beastmaster. After Chen Ye put away the eternal deer, her expression was somewhat grim. She originally thought that with her own strength, she could easily handle the danger. But in the end, it was still Teacher Lu who solved the problem. Teacher Lu patted Chen Yuqing's shoulder and explained to everyone that they should not be discouraged. The rock giant beast already possessed star-level strength, so it was normal that they couldn't defeat it for now. However, I believe that after 4 years of study at university, many of our classmates will also step into the ranks of star-level powerhouses. After Teacher Lu said this, everyone's expressions improved significantly. According to the classification of pet strength levels, it goes from level to level, and only then can one unlock the star level. Most of them were in a similar situation to Chen Ye, having just reached the legally required contract age, and their contracted pets had not been around for long, so there was still a lot of room for future development. In the evening after class, Chen Ye and Guo went to the cafeteria and sat down in a corner to eat. Guo, while eating braised pork, casually said, "Brother Yi, in 7 days, the freshman competition is going to start." Chen Ye picked up a piece of green vegetable and asked, "Oh, is there any special news?" "Of course there is." Guo put down his chopsticks and lowered his voice. "The threshold for this competition is not low. You need to have a pet at level or above, or be a second-level beastmaster to participate. However, even so, I've heard that there are as many as 200 or 300 people in our cohort who meet the eligibility requirements." Chen Ye's chopsticks paused slightly, and his brows furrowed. Level pets, or above, or second-level beastmasters. It seemed his strength was insufficient, as he hadn't received any information regarding this. "Yes," Guo nodded. "The rewards are plenty. The first place not only gets a piece of level Maga stone that fits their own needs, but also a chance to enter the ancient relics. The evolution of Maga consumes the energy contained in the Maga stone, so the Maga stone is a high-level consumable. The ancient relics are also famous. They are a special area formed after the end of the interdimensional battlefield, where the dangers are far lower than those in the ongoing interdimensional battlefield. Yet one can find many good things." Chen Ye's heart sank. These rewards were indeed very tempting, but he also knew that with his current strength, it was still far from enough. Although Haiyan had great potential, it had only just started to grow for a few days, and it would take a considerable amount of time to fully mature. As for himself, he was just a first-level beastmaster. It seemed he needed to hurry. Chen Ye said softly, "In 7 days, I must strive to break through to a second-level beastmaster." "What?" Guo almost spat out his food upon hearing this. "Brother Yi, you're not joking, right? Breaking through to second level in 7 days? How is that possible?" At that moment, Chen Yuqing walked over with a tray and sat down opposite Chen Ye, giving him an annoyed glance. Clearly having overheard what he just said, "You want to break through to second level in 7 days? Chen Ye raised his head, his expression calm. "Yes." Chen Yuqing couldn't believe it. She suspected her brother had gone mad. "Do you know what being a second-level beastmaster really means? It requires accumulation over time, not just brute force to break through." "I know." Chen Ye put down his chopsticks, "But I can try." Chen Yuqing shook her head. "Why are you so stubborn? I can provide you with resources to help you improve your strength in the shortest time possible." Chen Ye looked her in the eye. "No need. I can rely on my own strength." Chen Yuqing's face turned red with anger. "You." She clenched her teeth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. She turned to look at little Haiyan and reached out to rub its little head, although little Haiyan leaned back warily. Chen Yuqing's movements were quicker, gently rubbing its ears. "You little guy, you're quite cute." Chen Yuqing's tone carried a hint of happiness, but soon she huffed in dissatisfaction. "It's a pity you followed such a stubborn master." Little Haiyan let out a few dissatisfied whines, but did not back away. Chen Ye ignored her, finished his meal, and left. Back in his single dormitory, Chen Ye immediately took out the soul power crystal. He knew that the only way to break through to the second level in 7 days was to absorb the energy from the soul power crystal. "Haiyan, I'm about to start." Chen Ye sat cross-legged, holding the soul power crystal in his hand. Haiyan obediently squatted beside him, but its eyes were filled with rare worry. It clearly knew what its master was trying to do. Chen Ye then closed his eyes and began to guide the energy from the soul power crystal into his body. However, in an instant, an incredibly violent energy surged into his body, as if countless small knives were wreaking havoc in his meridians. "Ah!" Chen Ye couldn't help but let out a low roar, his forehead bulging with veins. His body began to tremble violently, and sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Haiyan was anxiously pacing, but it knew it couldn't disturb Chen Ye at this time. Seconds turned into minutes, and Chen Ye's face grew increasingly pale. His lips were already bleeding from being bitten, but he persisted. It wasn't until his body could no longer hold on that he finally lost consciousness. For 6 consecutive days, Chen Ye studied the theory of Maga evolution during the day, and at night, he absorbed the soul power crystal with all his might. However, even so, on the last night before the freshman competition, Chen Ye reached his limit. His body felt as if it had been emptied, and even breathing became difficult. Just a little more. Chen Ye gritted his teeth, trying to absorb the last bit of energy for a final push. However, due to exerting too much force, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, and his consciousness instantly became blurred. Bang! Chen Ye finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Woo-woo! Little Hyan cried out anxiously, using its paws to push Chen Ye repeatedly, but he showed no response. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and it was Chun Yuqing who walked in quickly. She saw Chen Ye lying on the ground, and her expression changed instantly. Self-righteous brat, can't hold on anymore, huh? She muttered under her breath, then took out a bottle of light green potion from her pocket, opened the cap, and carefully fed it to Chen Ye. This is the fountain of life I've treasured for a long time. What a bargain for you. Chen Yuqing said irritably, but the concern in her eyes was undeniable. After a while, seeing that Chen Ye's breathing gradually stabilized, Chen Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Little Hyan. Little guy, don't tell him I came, okay? Otherwise, selling you won't be enough to compensate for my fountain of life. Little Hyan tilted its head, a bit confused, but still obediently nodded. Chen Yuqing rubbed Little Hyan's head and softly said, take good care of him. After saying that, she turned and left the room. The next morning, Chen Ye slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on the floor. He sat up and felt that the energy within him was much stronger than before. Did I break through? Chen Ye frowned. Woo-woo. Little Hyan excitedly pounced into his arms, rubbing its head against his chest. Chen Ye smiled and patted Little Hyan's head. Haha, I'm fine now. Just then, Little Hyan suddenly jumped up and started scratching the ground with its little paws. Chen Ye looked down and saw a crooked drawing on the ground, which seemed to be a human figure, next to which was a small bottle. Chen Ye was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. Someone came by? Chen Yuqing? He asked softly. Little Hyan nodded, blinking its big eyes, full of cunning. It certainly wasn't he lying. This was what its master guessed. Chen Ye was silent for a moment and said softly, it seems I owe her a favor. Chapter 9. The competition begins, the Phantom Forest. After waking up, Chen Ye rushed directly to the freshman competition registration area. At 10 in the morning, in the teleportation square, Chen Ye stood at the front, conjuring 2 light green soul cards in his hand. One of the soul cards already bore the image of a black flame dog, while the other was blank. The ability to conjure 2 soul cards indicated that Chen Ye had successfully advanced to the 2nd-tier Beastmaster. 2nd-tier Beastmaster. The senior in charge of registration looked at him in surprise. Congratulations, you have successfully registered for the freshman competition. Chen Ye put away the soul cards and scanned the crowd, just in time to meet Chen Yuqing's gaze. Chen Ye slightly nodded to her, but Chen Yuqing immediately turned her face away, pretending not to see. Humph, what's with the attitude? The life spring water still needs to be returned to me. Chen Yuqing muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. She stole a glance in Chen Ye's direction. Noticing he was playing with the little black flame dog, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips, but she quickly composed her expression. At this moment, all the freshmen participating in the competition had gathered in the teleportation square. Everyone was dressed neatly and appeared spirited. Soon, a group of school leaders, accompanied by Teacher Lu, arrived at the playground. Students. The vice principal's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, spreading across the entire square. Welcome to this year's freshman competition. All eyes were focused on the podium. The vice principal adjusted his glasses and continued. The competition will take place in the Phantom Forest Secret Realm. You need to collect as much Phantom Sand as possible within 7 days to determine your rankings. Remember, Phantom Sand can only be obtained by defeating Phantom monsters. He raised a silver hand ring. In addition, no other items can be brought into the secret realm. Furthermore, the vice principal's gaze swept across the crowd. I want to remind everyone that participants in this Phantom Forest Secret Realm competition are not just from our school, but from a total of 17 top universities, both domestically and internationally. So, stay vigilant at all times in the secret realm. He continued, I know that there are 9 powerful experts among this year's freshmen. I hope that if you see a classmate in danger, you will step in to help. Chen Ye's attention was focused on the 2 names the principal had just mentioned, Chun Jianan and Long Tianxiang. These 2 were exactly the strong candidates Chen Yuqing had mentioned to him earlier. Yigo, Wu Xiaolei squeezed over. I found out that Chun Jianan's beast is a blade griffin at the 1st tier, with the talent of blade feathers, boasting extremely strong attack and penetration power. Long Tianxiang's pet is a fiery sky dragon. His talent is actually controlling airflow, which can accelerate himself while slowing down his opponents. It's really overpowered, you need to be careful. Chen Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 2 figures on the stage. Chen Jianan was dressed in white sportswear, looking cold and indifferent. Long Tianxiang wore a fiery red battle robe, with a confident smile on his face. Defeating them will end the farce. Students. At this moment, Teacher Lu walked over, specifically reminding the students in the class, once you enter the forest, if you encounter classmates, Remember to look out for each other and definitely do not do anything reckless. Chen Ye nodded seriously. Got it, teacher. Soon. When the vice principal announced the start of the freshman competition, the entire teleportation square suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The teleportation array activated. Chen Ye felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next second, he found himself in an incredibly eerie and strange forest. It was exceptionally quiet here. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility, with dead black trees twisted into bizarre and exaggerated shapes, and a decaying odor permeating the air, making one shiver. Black flame. Be careful, Chen Ye said softly. Wong wong. The little black flame perked up its ears, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and its gaze locked onto something behind a dead tree. Hiss. In the next moment, a semi-transparent phantom monster suddenly floated out from behind the tree. Its body was made of mist, with ghostly white light flickering in its eyes. Here it comes. It's a first-tier phantom monster. This will be a good practice. Chen Ye immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the school's competition requirements were for first-tier pets or second-tier beast masters, fortunately, not all the phantom monsters in the secret realm were high-level, or else he would have a headache. Chen Ye's eyes sharpened. Black flame. Finish it quickly. Wong wong. The little black flame, fully energized by Chen Ye's command, transformed into a black lightning bolt, charging at the phantom monster. Its claws igniting with black flames as it fiercely slashed at the monster's body. Hiss. The phantom monster let out a piercing scream as its body was torn apart by the black flames. Moments later, it dissipated into a cloud of mist, leaving behind a gleaming piece of phantom sand. Well done. Chen Ye picked up the phantom sand and placed it into the hand ring, watching the display change from 0 to 1. Just then, he heard a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from a distance. Looking up, he saw a sword light cutting through the sky, followed by a deafening griffin roar. Is that Chen Jianan? The intense energy fluctuation clearly indicated that Chen Jianan had encountered a powerful phantom monster. Chen Ye couldn't help but squint. However, since the sound was coming from far away, he didn't take it to heart. Subsequently, Chen Ye did not immediately begin hunting phantom monsters. The priority was to find food to ensure survival for 7 days. To accumulate phantom sand for ranking, filling his stomach was the most important thing. Black flame. See if there's anything edible around. Chen Ye whispered.
The little black flame immediately perked up its ears, sniffing the air, and then ran in a certain direction.
Chen Ye followed closely behind and soon discovered a few dark purple fruits hanging from an old dead tree. These fruits emitted an enticing fragrance, but their surfaces were covered in strange backward thorns. These fruits. Chen Ye frowned. They looked flashy but seemed suspicious. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Chen Ye immediately hid behind a large tree, and the little black flame crouched alertly at his feet. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand what the two people were mumbling about. One of them suddenly pointed at the tree fruits and exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, that person summoned their pet and knocked all the fruits off the tree, then couldn't resist picking one up and taking a big bite. Chen Ye frowned at once. Because there were not many fruits on the tree, only 5 or 6, and now all had been knocked down by that person. But Chen Ye didn't know the strength of the two in front of him, so he didn't rashly reveal himself to stop them. Suddenly, the student's expression twisted. He covered his throat and let out a painful groan. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he knelt on the ground, starting to cough and vomit violently. Damn, eel. The other student stepped back in terror. I told you not to eat it. Just then, the surrounding air began to turn cold. Chen Ye suddenly felt numerous eerie auras closing in on them, and he immediately held his breath. Even the little black flame was tense and dared not move. Hiss. Sure enough, several phantom monsters emerged from the mist, their bodies semi-transparent, with ghostly green light flickering in their eyes. One of them was massive, a first-tier existence. The student who had not been poisoned turned and ran, completely disregarding his companion's life or death. The poisoned student collapsed on the ground, writhing in pain as he cursed in his native language, his voice growing weaker. The ghostly monsters were attracted by the smell of blood and began to approach the student. Struggling was futile. A look of resentment and hatred flashed in the foreign student's eyes as he ultimately chose to activate his wristband. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared from the spot, teleported out of the ghost forest secret realm. Little did he know, this was just the beginning, and someone had already withdrawn from the competition. Chapter 10, Coordinated Hunt. The ghostly monsters chased after the fleeing foreigner and vanished into the mist. Chen Ye waited another 5 minutes, ensuring the area was completely quiet before he and Xiaohei emerged from their hiding spot. He crouched down to carefully examine the scattered poisonous tree fruits on the ground. The strange patterns on the fruit's skin shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, emitting a sweet and cloying fragrance. Although poisonous, it might still come in handy. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ye picked up 2 and stored them carefully. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's ears perked up, sniffing the air excitedly before sprinting off in one direction. Chen Ye followed closely behind, and soon discovered clusters of purplish-red berries in a thicket. His eyes lit up. These were amethyst fruits. Although they were just ordinary tree fruits, they were sufficient to replenish stamina. He picked one and tasted it, the sweet and sour juice bursting in his mouth. Xiao Hei eagerly picked one up as well, its tail wagging like a propeller. Chen Ye gathered the fruits and walked along the stream for about half an hour until a gigantic ancient tree stood before him. The trunk was covered in moss, and its branches were lush, just perfect for sheltering from the wind and rain. This would do. Chen Ye patted the trunk, and a rustling sound came from the tree hollow. Soon, two ghostly monsters flew out, but they were relatively weak. Woof! Xiao Hei immediately pounced, its black flames tracing an arc in the air as it relied on its superior physical abilities to withstand damage, quickly taking down these native creatures. Chen Ye collected the ghost sand, and the number on his wristband changed to 3. He then crawled into the tree hollow and found it surprisingly spacious. After thinking for a moment, he decided to start a fire to boil water, as clean and hygienic water resources were extremely important in the wild. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Who? He cautiously poked his head out. To his surprise, he saw Chen Ye, who was leaning against the tree trunk, her face pale. The eternal deer followed closely behind her, its colorful glow noticeably dimmed. She had likely been through more than one battle. You. Chen Ye paused, surprised at her disheveled state. Why do you look so ragged? Chen Ye turned her face away, her ears slightly reddening as she recalled being frightened by the monsters, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mind your own business. Chen Ye sighed and pulled out 2 amethyst fruits from the tree hollow, offering them to her. Here. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, but still accepted them. Let's team up, Chen Ye suggested, having formed this idea the moment he saw her. Although Chen Ye had claimed she had never lost a fight, Chen Ye didn't believe her, but he had to admit that the eternal deer was quite powerful. You handle the fighting, and I'll look for food and serve as bait. Chen Ye lifted her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Bait? Yes. Chen Ye shrugged. As he spoke, he went to the water's edge, took out 3 portions of ghost sand from his wristband, and sprinkled them into a hollow on a rock by the water. The crystalline sand particles refracted mesmerizing light in the sunlight. Oh, Chen Ye understood Chen Ye's plan. Remembering that she had read a guide on the Ghost Forest Secret Realm, which mentioned that ghost sand could be used to lure ghostly monsters. She kicked a stone at her feet. How did you know ghost sand could attract monsters? While spreading dry vines around the ghost sand, Chen Ye didn't look up. Ghost sand is their core, don't you think? Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, the eternal deer suddenly became restless, eagerly pawing the ground. Chen Ye's expression changed slightly. They're really coming. The first wave of ghostly monsters appeared. There were 7 level 1, 3 level 2, and 1 level 3. Chen Ye and Chen Ye quickly climbed the tree. As the ghostly monsters stepped into the area, the timing was perfect, and Chen Ye immediately commanded Xiao Hei to unleash flames, accurately igniting the previously arranged dry vines. At the moment the flames erupted, Chen Ye decisively took action, and the eternal deer was enveloped in a deep red glow. Fire attribute, shoot flames. The fierce flames shot out, forming a cage with no escape, incinerating the trapped, ghostly monsters. Ghost sand scattered everywhere, with a few landing on Chen Ye. So dirty, she complained, brushing it off, yet her lips curled up slightly. Once the dry vine fire attack was used up, Chen Ye switched to a water attack. Ice attribute, freezing beam. The freezing beam struck the stream, freezing the ghostly monsters into ice blocks, while Xiao Hei unleashed flames that exploded on the icy surface, causing the monsters to convulse wildly in a state of ice and fire. The efficiency of their harvest was incredible. 300 meters southeast, Chen Ye suddenly pointed toward the swirling mist. Xiao Hei says there's a big guy over there. The two crouched behind a pile of rotten wood, watching a ghostly giant nearly 20 meters tall greedily chewing on the remains of other ghostly monsters. A super heart composed of ghost sand, the size of a basketball, pulsated with terrifying energy in the giant's chest. This was a level 3 ghostly monster. I want that core. Chen Ye licked her rosy lips. The usual deal, 50-50. Chen Ye nodded without question, then pulled out a large handful of ghost sand. You stay here and ambush Xiao Hei and I will lure it over. Before long, the ghostly giant was attracted by Chen Ye and Xiao Hei. Of course, successfully luring it while being pursued by a level 3 monster was no easy task. Chen Ye faced numerous close calls, scattering ghost sand behind him to divert the giant's attention, managing to narrowly escape danger. Seeing the ghostly giant's back was turned to Chen Ye's hiding spot, Chen Ye shouted, now. In the next moment, the eternal deer skillfully leapt from the branch, transforming into a dark attribute mid-air, gathering terrifying dark light to strike the giant's core in its chest. Boom. A one-hit kill. as the ghostly giant vanished. The number on Chen Ye's wristband had already reached 46. After consecutively killing dozens of monsters, Chen Yuqing's confidence soared, and in Chen Ye's moment of rest, she playfully nudged him with her small shoulder and mischievously said, "Bro, what do you say we go cause some trouble for Chen Jianan?" Chen Ye paused in chewing the tree fruit, glancing helplessly at Chen Yuqing. "Don't mess around." In the following days, the two worked seamlessly together. Chen Ye attracted ghostly monsters using the ghost sand, while Chen Yuqing directed the eternal deer for efficient harvesting. In just a few days, they had collected a large amount of ghost sand. As night fell, the two sat by the campfire. Chen Yuqing hugged her knees, the firelight casting flickering shadows on her face. "Bro, do you know what happened in the Ghost Forest secret realm 3 years ago?" she suddenly asked. Chen Ye shook his head. There was a foreign student whose pet beast had a very special talent. It could control ghostly monsters. Chen Yuqing's voice grew serious. He discovered that ghostly monsters could devour each other to grow, and then, she paused. He created a super terrifying ghost troll, surpassing the level. However, the monster's growth rate was astonishingly fast, soon becoming so powerful that it was uncontrollable, wandering in the ghost forest and killing indiscriminately. Many students didn't even have time to teleport and were taken out. Chen Yi frowned. What happened next? Later, many experts intervened and dealt with the ghost troll, and that student, along with his family, was also leveled by several powerful individuals. Chen Yuqing's voice was soft. It is said that not a single ant survived. The campfire crackled, and Chen Yi subconsciously glanced into the tree hole where a few poisonous fruit from the toxic tree were left behind, prepared for ambush. Chapter 11. Level Little White Wolf. On the morning of the 5th day, mist swirled by the stream as Chen Yi scattered a small handful of ghost sand into the water. The ghost sand slowly sank, refracting a mesmerizing purple light. Little black flame lay by the shore, its tail rhythmically splashing the water's surface, sending up tiny droplets. Suddenly, a silver-scaled fish leapt out of the water, and little black flame quickly pounced, tightly grabbing the fish in its mouth. Well done. Chen Yi took the struggling fish and skillfully scraped off the scales and entrails with a stone. He purposely chose a wind-sheltered pile of rocks to set up a simple grill with dry branches. The aroma of grilled fish soon wafted through the air, and Chen Yuqing rubbed her eyes as she crawled out of the tree hole. Her hair was disheveled, and her collar was askew, looking completely different from her usual aloof demeanor. "It smells so good," she instinctively said, then realizing her slip, quickly put on a serious face. "Brother, has Uncle only taught you life skills? With such weak strength, how can you compete with the other candidates?" Chen Yi casually turned the fish over. "Little black flame has just reached level peak. Wait until it reaches level, you'll see." Chen Yuqing pouted, not believing that little black flame truly had level strength. After observing little black flame these days, she believed its strength surpassed that of an ordinary level black flame dog, probably around level, but it was still far from level. Taking the grilled fish, she began to eat while analyzing. Now it's the 5th day, only 2 days left. I currently have 203 units of ghost sand. I wonder how much Qin Jianan and Long Tianxiang have collected. If it doesn't work out, I could buy your ghost sand with money later, good brother. Chen Yi was speechless and didn't want to respond to her. After finishing breakfast, the two continued hunting ghost monsters. Strangely, he crouched down to examine closely, discovering that the bone fracture was neat, as if bitten off by something sharp. There were also a few shallow paw prints resembling plum blossoms on the muddy ground. Chen Yi frowned, but didn't make a fuss. He tidied up casually while secretly keeping an eye on the surroundings. As night fell, Chen Yi deliberately grilled a few more fish for dinner. At the same time, he quietly sprinkled some ghost sand on one of the grilled fish, then pretended to fall asleep, observing in secret. Under the bright moonlight, Chen Yi closed his eyes but had his ears perked up. Little black flame lay by his feet, its ears twitching slightly. A faint rustling sound approached, and Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, using the moonlight to see a small white figure sneaking into the camp. It was a pure white little wolf, its eyes like 2 blue sapphires, sparkling with intelligence in the darkness. What shocked Chen Yi even more was that he could see the little white wolf's attributes. Race, ghost white wolf. Attributes, ghost superpower, quality, talent, spirit body. Invisibility. Chen Ye's heart raced, greatly stunned. It was just like little black flame, a pet beast with level talent. He had to contract it. However, the little white wolf was unaware that someone with bad intentions was lurking in the dark, wanting to possess it. It cautiously approached the grilled fish, its nose twitching lightly, then glanced cautiously in Chen Ye's direction to ensure safety, before quickly grabbing a grilled fish and running off. Before leaving, it looked back longingly at the bracelet on Chen Ye's wrist, then shook its head and left. The wild little white wolf had high intelligence. Was it a native of the ghost forest? In an environment filled with mindless ghost monsters, the existence of the little white wolf was extremely rare. Chen Yi didn't want to alert it and already had a plan in mind. The next night, Chen Ye carefully grilled a fish, adding more ghost sand to it. Soon enough, the little white wolf came again, completely drawn in by the aroma and the ghost sand, and began to eat on the spot. Now, Chen Ye whispered sharply. In the darkness, the long-buried eternal deer and little black flame struck simultaneously, cornering the panicked little white wolf. Upon seeing its appearance, Chen Yuqing immediately expressed disappointment. Is this it? A level little wild wolf? Chen Yuqing shook her head. Brother, don't contract it. After the competition ends, I'll help you apply for a level pet beast from the family. A level pet beast is really too shabby. It's better to cultivate one first. Chen Ye ignored Chen Yuqing's words, gently squatting down, quietly observing the little white wolf, placing a small handful of ghost sand in his palm, and slowly extending it towards the little white wolf. He wanted to touch the little white wolf with love and sincerity. However, the little white wolf's eyes were full of suspicion, immediately stepping back 2 paces, growling a threatening low growl from its throat. Don't be afraid, Chen Ye said softly. It's all yours. He slowly extended his hand forward, but the little white wolf suddenly sprang up, its sharp claws grazing his wrist. Woof woof. Little Black Flame immediately became furious, pouncing on the little white wolf and giving it a paw, letting out a threatening low growl. However, the little white wolf struggled even more fiercely. Black Flame, let it go. Seeing this, Chen Ye felt a sense of helplessness. Tomorrow was the last day in the ghost forest, and it was indeed not easy to encounter a wolf beast with level talent. But the little white wolf's fierce resistance made Chen Ye understand that a forced contract would not be sweet, and it was better to let it go. Brother. Chen Yuqing rushed over. It even scratched you. Chen Ye shook his head, still placing the ghost sand in front of the little white wolf. It's fine, just go. Chen Yuqing was so angry she stomped her feet. Really, it's a waste of effort. The next morning, today was the last time, and at 10 o'clock, everyone would be teleported out of the ghost forest. So Chen Ye and Chen Yuqing got up early, hoping to take down more ghost monsters while there was still time. They had just taken down a ghost monster when they heard a commotion in the distance. Look, this little thing can even play dead. Ha ha ha, kick it. Chen Ye frowned. He saw 5 foreigners walking out from the depths of the ghost forest, chatting and laughing. While the little white wolf that had appeared last night was tied up with vines, being kicked around, its body covered in wounds. What a coincidence. Stop. Chen Ye rushed over. Let go of that little white wolf. The leading boy raised an eyebrow, saying mockingly, Oh, why should we? He kicked the little white wolf. Want it? Trade all your ghost sand for it. Is there such a good thing? Hearing this, Chen Ye immediately took out his bracelet without hesitation and dumped all his ghost sand onto the ground. Chen Yuqing tried to stop him, but he blocked her. Are you crazy? She was so angry she couldn't find words. Seeing this, the group of foreigners quickly gathered the ghost sand, afraid that Chen Ye would change his mind, and left with smiles on their faces. The little white wolf regained its freedom, standing not far away, tilting its head to look at Chen Ye for a while, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes. Get lost already, Chen Yuqing said impatiently, picking up a stone and throwing it at the little white wolf. A whoop! The little white wolf hurriedly scampered away, disappearing into the dense forest. Brother, you really are. Chen Yuqing stomped her feet in anger, having given away all the ghost sand for that useless little wild wolf. Are you stupid? Chen Ye looked in the direction where the little white wolf had vanished and said softly, It's worth it. This is called desire to capture by letting go. Back then, little Black Flame did the same with me. Don't worry, I still have some ghost sand left. I only used part of it to exchange for the little white wolf's feigned injury tactic. This is totally worth it, little Black Flame. Oh, so you're that kind of master. Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes, feeling a pang of anger in her chest. Chapter 12, Danger. Terrifying Ghost Giant. However, despite saying that, Chen Ye felt a vague unease as he watched the little white wolf leave. He thought that group of foreigners was too sinister, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. Their behavior was also very unusual. With little time left before the new student competition, they were still wandering in groups in the ghost forest. No matter how he thought about it, something felt off. Let's go. Chen Yuqing patted his shoulder. We need to hurry and collect ghost sand. However, in less than an hour, Chen Ye and the others encountered that group of foreigners again. When the foreigners reappeared, Chen Ye noticed that they had a metal device with strange runes engraved on it hanging from their waists. Hello, we've discovered a super strong ghost monster. Its strength is likely at the peak level, possibly even reaching level. The blonde leader smiled kindly at Chen Yuqing. If we kill that monster, we estimate we can obtain thousands of units of ghost sand, but we lack the strength and would like to ask Miss Jun for help. Sure enough, the foreigner's words made Chen Yuqing's eyes light up. Where is it? Wait. Chen Ye grabbed her. Don't you think this is too coincidental? What are you afraid of? Chen Yuqing shook off his hand. With my eternal deer, even if we encounter any ghost monsters, I can still fight back. If it really gets bad, I can teleport away. Chen Ye wanted to dissuade her, but Chen Yuqing had already followed the group. He could only helplessly follow, secretly letting little black flames stay alert. When they arrived at an abandoned altar, Chen Ye's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Why would there be an abandoned altar here? The runes on the altar were even identical to the metal device worn by that foreigner. This is the place. The blonde man suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Attack. As soon as the blonde man's voice fell, the runes on the altar suddenly lit up. In an instant, a terrifying ghost giant appeared in the void, leaning down to stare at them. The chaotic and violent fluctuations radiating from the giant's single eye made Chen Ye and Chen Yuqing feel suffocated at once, even causing a sense of mental disorder. What is that? Chen Yuqing was stunned in fear. Retreat. Fortunately, Chen Ye had been cautious the moment the ghost giant appeared. He quickly pulled Chen Yuqing back as far as possible. At the same time, little black flame also entered a state of alert, staring fixedly at the ghost giant. Looking at the ghost giant, Chen Yuqing seemed to recall something, her hands and feet going cold. It's the ghost giant I told you about. Created by foreign students a few years ago, and it went on a killing spree in the ghost forest. The ghost giant was an advanced monster. Just like the rock beast in the Maga mine, her eternal deer was not a match at all. It's over. Hee, as expected of the Chun family's genius. The blonde man laughed wildly, but the laughter only deepened Chen Yuqing's despair. How many people have you harmed? Chen Yuqing's voice trembled. The blonde leader toyed with a bloodstained badge, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not many, just 37 this time. Oh, by the way, one of them was a level contestant from your Dragon Kingdom. Chen Ye's pupils shrank. He never expected that the new student competition would turn into someone else's harvesting ground. Why are you doing this? Chen Ye asked in a deep voice. Chen Yuqing felt a chill run down her spine. This is a conspiracy that has been maintained for years. No wonder people always go missing every time the secret realm opens. Clever. The leader clapped his hands. It's a pity that you found out too late. Meanwhile, Chen Ye noticed that the teleportation ring had lost its luster. This is bad. Chen Yuqing's expression changed drastically. They've blocked the teleportation array. At this point, they could only fight desperately. Little black flame ignited with black flames, charging at the ghost giant. Chen Yuqing's eternal deer also actively launched an attack, its attributes transforming into a pink fairy type. The deer's antlers erupted with dazzling fairy attribute holy light, striking toward the ghost giant. However, when these attacks collided with the ghost giant's translucent body, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had fallen into the ocean. Crack! The ghost giant retaliated, its 8 or 9 meter long bone claws easily piercing through the abdomen of the eternal deer, blood spraying onto the altar's runes. Chen Yuqing stumbled to her knees, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. Little black flame pounced frantically at the ghost giant's wrist, but the next moment, it was casually swatted away by the ghost giant, crashing heavily into the stone wall and leaving spiderweb-like cracks. Brother, I'll hold it off, you run. Chen Yuqing coughed up blood, her eternal deer struggling to stand up. However, this action was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The thousand-eyed crystal core embedded in the ghost giant's chest began to charge. A beam of deathly aura was coalescing, ready to annihilate Chen Ye and the others in the next moment. The blonde man stood at the edge of the altar, grinning with malice, his device showing a countdown. Once it absorbs your soul power, the ghost giant will completely materialize. However, just as the ghost giant's death beam was about to erupt, a white shadow suddenly emerged from beneath the altar. It was the little white wolf. The little white wolf's body was in a semi-transparent spiritual state, directly passing through the dense array of runes under the ghost king's feet, where a metal device engraved with inverted pentagrams was buried. Not good. Stop that beast. The blonde man's roar changed pitch. His subordinates immediately summoned their pet beasts to attack the little white wolf. However, the little white wolf was faster, ignoring the attacks behind it, its sharp teeth biting down on the core of the metal device. Crack! The brittle sound of the mechanical gears breaking caused everyone's hearts to stop. The next moment, the ghost giant in midair let out a painful shriek, and cracks appeared in the crystal core on its chest. Oh well, having destroyed the metal device, the little white wolf was also hit from behind, letting out a cry of pain and crashing heavily to the ground. If they left the little white wolf alone, it was likely to die at the hands of that group. At the critical moment, Chen Ye thought of throwing out a blank soul card and contracting with the little white wolf, using the power of the contract to save it. The instant the contract was completed, Chen Ye felt a powerful force surge within him, but there was no time to check. He immediately picked up the little white wolf and shouted loudly to Chen Yuqing. The teleportation array has been restored. Let's go. As the light of teleportation illuminated, Chen Ye looked down at the little white wolf in his arms and softly said, "Thank you for saving us." The little white wolf weakly licked his hand, a sly glimmer flashing in its eyes. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned. He then realized that the little white wolf not only helped them destroy the metal device that was blocking the teleportation, but had also managed to swipe the bag of ghost sand from the blonde man. On the other side, at the teleportation square, the faces of the school leaders on the podium were not looking good. The vice principal stared at the holographic projection, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It had been 10 minutes since the secret realm ended, and logically, the students should have been forcibly teleported out by now. However, Teacher Lu reported that student Chen Ye still had not appeared. What was going on? How many people had not yet come out of the secret realm? He asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the technical staff quickly pulled up the data, but their faces were grave. Vice Principal. We detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the ghost forest, suspected to be caused by someone forcibly interfering with the teleportation array. Chen Ye's life fluctuation is extremely unstable. There are also 7 other students, 6 of whom have already lost their fluctuation characteristics. Before the words fell, an alarm suddenly rang out. The technicians' pupils contracted as they saw the fluctuation data representing Chen Ye suddenly become flat. Immediately activate the emergency plan. The vice principal stood up abruptly, quickly notifying all the star-level mentors to stand by at the teleportation square. The vice principal's heart sank to the bottom. He knew all too well what this meant. The ghost giant incident from a few years ago had started with a blocked teleportation array. Immediately seal off the news, the vice principal said in a low voice, issuing a notice to prepare for a forced entry into the ghost forest, instructing all tiered teachers to get ready to enter. The atmosphere in the stands grew increasingly tense, and everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Chen Ye was not only a genius, but also the apple of the Chen family's eye. If something happened to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. The vice principal looked at the overcast sky in the distance and murmured, I hope it's not too late. Chapter 13. The unexpected new champion? Just as the vice principal and the other school leaders were anxiously waiting, the teleportation array in front of them suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. As the light faded, Chen Ye and Chen Ye appeared in the center of the square. The teachers immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the vice principal quickly stepped forward. Are you both okay? Vice principal, I have something to report. Chen Ye immediately recounted her experiences in the ghost forest in detail. When the vice principal heard about the involvement of foreign forces that had been plotting for years, his face darkened, and recalling the major countries supporting the secret realm activities, he quickly deduced which country was likely involved. Rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. Just then, Teacher Lu suddenly exclaimed, Chen Ye, your wristband. Hearing this, everyone's gaze instantly focused on the wristband on Chen Ye's wrist, where the number 1230 stood out in the sunlight. This number was particularly striking. The first-place winner, Chen Jian, had only 391 units of ghost sand. Everyone was stunned. It seemed that there had been a new development in the selection of the new student competition's first-place winner. Even Chen Ye was a bit dazed, suddenly remembering the bag that the little white wolf had brought back, which contained the ghost sand collected by those foreigners, all of which had been stolen by the little white wolf. The school leaders immediately convened an emergency meeting. In the conference room, the vice principal reviewed Chen Ye's information and was surprised. Chen Ye is actually a candidate from the Chen family and the eldest grandson. The vice principal couldn't help but look over Chen Ye's information more carefully. When he saw that Chen Ye had been raised in poverty by his father without any major power support, he felt a surge of joy. If Maga University could help Chen Ye become the next head of the Chen family, the future would undoubtedly be filled with benefits. Yes. Then it's nothing. Upon hearing this, the vice principal was momentarily stunned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. In that case, this matter should wait until the official principal returned from the otherworldly battlefield before he considered whether to take a side. Let's discuss Chen Ye's performance in this competition instead. Ultimately, after discussion, the school recognized Chen Ye as the first-place winner in the new student competition, awarding him the deserved prize of a tier-quality Maga stone and an opportunity to enter ancient ruins to obtain rare treasures. Once the news broke, it immediately sparked a heated discussion on the campus forum. The forum was in an uproar. The top trending post featured a picture of Chen Ye holding the little white wolf, titled Surprise Counterattack. A look at the most lame champions in history. With the number of comments reaching 3,000, many anonymous users left messages. I heard his sister is the real big shot, a top-tier expert. The champion who won by luck. 2-tier pets, what future can they have? Rumor has it that Chen Ye became first by stealing ghost sand. Chen Ye looked at the mockery on the forum, but a smile appeared on his face. He sat cross-legged on the dorm floor, feeling the surging energy within him. After contracting the little white wolf, he was astonished to find that his cultivation speed had increased by a full 3 times. This miraculous change came from the new ability Wolf Spirit unlocked by the Golden Finger Wolf Spirit. So that's how it is. Chen Ye opened his eyes and watched as Blackflame and the little white wolf were playfully wrestling. The more wolf pets he contracted, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Because it was the little white wolf that saved everyone. Blackflame did not bully the newcomer, but was instead using its paw to operate the remote control, trying to teach the little white wolf how to watch television. The little white wolf tilted its head, staring wide-eyed at the screen where the male and female leads were kissing. Oh, seeing the climax. The little white wolf suddenly yelped excitedly, scratching at the screen. It instantly loved watching dramas. Seeing this, Blackflame shook its head helplessly and ran to fetch a bag of chips. The little white wolf imitated Blackflame, tearing open the package with its paw, but ended up with chip crumbs all over its face. Uffed. Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. The little white wolf looked at him with a pitiful expression. Chen Ye quickly comforted. It's okay. It's okay. Take your time to learn. When the chef on screen seared a steak that sizzled and emitted a mouth-watering aroma, a clear tear unexpectedly rolled down from the corner of the little white wolf's mouth. Do you want to eat it? Chen Ye asked with a smile. Oh. The little white wolf nodded vigorously, imitating the female lead from the drama, trying to act cute. Chen Ye got up and walked towards the kitchen, and the little black immediately followed, skillfully opening the refrigerator door. You're getting more and more like a person, Chen Ye teased. Blackflame proudly wagged its tail and brought out a piece of steak to help Chen Ye. As Chen Ye heated the pan and poured in oil to fry the steak, the aroma soon filled the room, and the little white wolf lay at the kitchen door, watching eagerly. Just then, Chen Ye's phone rang. It was a message from Chun Yuqing. Brother, don't pay attention to those comments on the forum. They don't know the real situation. Chen Ye chuckled, not taking it to heart. What? In the picture, the little white wolf was adorably using its paw to fork a piece of medium-rare steak, slowly chewing and savoring it like in the drama. Chen Yuqing was dumbfounded. This is too abstract. Isn't it cute? Chen Ye said proudly. Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes. You're going to spoil it sooner or later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ye looked at the two little ones playfully wrestling together, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. After a short rest, Chen Ye skillfully opened his phone browser, secretly pondering. Since the wolf spirit has such powerful cultivation abilities, I should search for more information on wolf-type pets and pick out a third wolf-type pet in advance. With this thought, he began typing keywords into the search engine, and soon, the browser interface popped up with a lot of information. Tier Lightning Wolf Cub, price, 350,000. Level Ice Wolf Cub, price 220,000. Level Gale Wolf Cub, price 160,000. Chapter 14, The Old Man Who Loves Fishing. Hiss, a bit expensive. Chen Ye counted his savings, about 30,000 yuan. But definitely not enough to buy a level wolf beast. He could only work hard to cultivate and break through to a tier 3 beast master as soon as possible. The next day in class, as Chen Ye pushed the door open, he felt countless gazes shooting towards him. Guosiale rushed forward. Brother Yi, over here, over here. He eagerly pulled out a chair and even took out a wet wipe to clean it. Wang Hao sat in the back row, seeing this scene. Rolled his eyes, but surprisingly didn't he mock him. He recalled the scene of his shadow leopard fighting Chen Ye's black flame dog. Losing to the first place in the freshman competition wasn't he so bad after all. Classmates, Teacher Lu smiled as he entered the classroom. Today we will learn about the advanced application of Margastone energy. His gaze lingered on Chen Ye for a moment, and his smile deepened. Throughout the morning, Chen Ye clearly felt the change in the attitudes of his classmates and teachers. During the lunch break, Chen Ye, Chen Yuqing, and Guosiale sat in a corner of the cafeteria. The black flame and the little white wolf lay on the chair, with a special steak set in front of them. The little white wolf clumsily grabbed the steak with its paws, multitasking while watching a romance drama on its phone. Brother. Chen Yuqing stirred her juice. I have something to tell you. I want to exchange your spot for the ancient ruins. Chen Ye paused. He hadn't thought about using the first place prize from the competition to exchange for resources, and now he was indeed lacking resources. Chen Yuqing's words opened a new idea for him. He swallowed the food in his mouth. Sure, but I want double the resources. All soul power crystals. Deal. Chen Yuqing's eyes brightened. I'll deliver the resources to you tonight. Seeing this, Guosiale hesitated, poking at the food on his plate. Chen Ye glanced at him. Speak up if you have something to say. Brother Yi, Guosiale's face turned red. He stammered out a request to exchange for the level Margastone. Speaking of which, Guosiale hadn't found a suitable Margastone for the purple-tailed thunder fox yet. Chen Ye put down his chopsticks. Okay, but I only want resources for dark-type and ghost-type beasts, and it's the same, also double. Really? Guosiale was so excited he almost knocked over his plate. I'll go have my dad prepare the resources right now. He took out his phone and started frantically operating, afraid Chen Ye would back out. The little white wolf finished the steak, licked its little tongue, still wanting more. Suddenly stretched out its paw towards Guosiale's plate. Guosiale immediately understood. Here, all for you. Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes. You guys are really going to spoil it like this. Soon, the afternoon classes ended. The agreed resources were to be delivered at night. So Chen Ye didn't waste his free time and went to the task hall to take a task. Whispers erupted around him. Look, ISNT that the Wulong champion? ISNT it? I heard he got it by stealing someone else's ghost sand. Chen Ye ignored them and took a fishing daily task, focusing on filling out the task form. Mud catfish whisker collection. Task level. Requirements. Collect 10 mud catfish whiskers. Rewards. Can receive 5 level tree fruits of specified attributes. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Is the candidate's ambition really to be a fisherman? Chun Jianan looked down at Chen Ye, and the sword feather griffin followed behind him, exuding a powerful level aura. Yes, earn some more money. So when your parents are arranged by me to guard the mine, it'll be convenient for you to take a taxi home every day. Chen Ye frowned. He didn't expect to see Chun Jianan for the first time in such a scenario. Chun Jianan was the son of Chen Hong, and logically he should call Chen Ye big brother, just like Chen Yuqing. Woof. The black flame let out a low growl, sensing hostility. Chen Ye pressed down its restless head, but no one noticed that under the chair, the tip of the little white wolf's tail suddenly became transparent. And then its body gradually became transparent and disappeared. I heard you're collecting resources? Chun Jianan suddenly lowered his voice. You wouldn't really think a toad could eat swan meat, relying on a useless level beast, could you? Chun Jianan's provocation was quite strong. Clearly, Chen Ye unexpectedly winning first place in the freshman competition had dealt him a significant blow. This classmate. At this moment, the supervising teacher sitting at the front slammed down his teacup, adjusted his glasses, and looked sternly at Chun Jianan. The task hall prohibits provoking others. Upon hearing this, Chun Jianan snorted coldly, disdainfully flicked his collar, and turned to leave, but was completely unaware that the button on his waist had loosened half an inch. Chen Ye watched him leave with a cold gaze, not saying a word. 10 minutes later, Chen Ye brought the two little ones to the Emerald Lake for the fishing task. Emerald Lake was located to the east of Maga University. The lake surfaced like a mirror, reflecting the distant rolling hills. The evening mist floated over the water, and occasionally a few large water birds flew by, creating ripples. The little white wolf hopped around, holding an amber engraved with lightning patterns, containing a drop of golden red liquid. Chen Ye examined the amber against the light, vaguely sensing the surging bloodline power within it. This was stolen from Chun Jianan, right? Oh woo. The little white wolf tilted its head, and then jumped high, looking extremely proud. Chen Ye couldn't bear to blame this mischievous little creature, smiling as he rubbed its head and put the amber in his pocket. He walked along the bluestone path to the lakeside, where the air was filled with moist water vapor. On the bank, a few foraging large water birds were startled by the little black flame, making crisp calls. In the center of the lake, an ancient stone tower stood tall, its body covered in moss. This place is really nice. Chen Ye took a deep breath. The air here invigorated him. The black flame excitedly ran to the water's edge, gently tapping the surface with its paw, startling a school of small fish. Meanwhile, the little white wolf curiously sniffed the unfamiliar wildflowers on the shore, sneezing from time to time. Chen Ye chose a flat rock to sit on, taking out his fishing gear from his backpack. Young man, new here? An old voice came. Chen Ye looked up to see a white-haired old man sitting under a nearby willow tree. Next to the old man was a bamboo basket, empty, presumably also a fisherman. Yes, old man. Chen Ye greeted with a smile. Are you here to fish too? The old man squinted his eyes and pointed to the center of the lake. Do you see that stone tower in the center of the lake? Legend has it that beneath the tower lives a 1,000-year-old catfish king, but the old man has fished for 30 years and hasn't caught it. Chen Ye followed his finger and looked. The water in the center of the lake was noticeably deeper than other places, with huge shadows occasionally passing by, creating splashes. If someone with deep-sea phobia saw this, they might just lose their legs. Haha, I'm just here to catch mud catfish. Chen Ye didn't mind, taking out the bait for fishing from his backpack. Emerald Lake is near the school, and the fishing task was also issued by the task hall. This old man's alarmist talk obviously meant there was no danger here. However, after half a day of fishing, there was no movement. Old man, Chen Ye leaned closer. You've been fishing here for many years. Can you teach me some skills for catching mud catfish? When it comes to catching beasts, Chen Ye really didn't know much. The old man looked at him sideways. What, you want to learn too? Of course. Chen Ye exaggeratedly gestured. And I could tell at a glance that the old man must be a master in the fishing world. The old man, flattered, began to chatter away with Chen Ye about fishing techniques. Wow. As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but twitch his nostrils and said with emotion, young man, you even brought amber spirit stone liquid to fish. You really are quite the spendthrift. However, he squinted his eyes, thinking that using this thing to fish was indeed interesting. Chen Ye was slightly taken aback, then realized that the old man was referring to the stone that the little white wolf had stolen from Chen Jianan, which turned out to be amber spirit stone liquid and was used for fishing. Chen Ye suddenly understood. He then not only added amber spirit stone liquid directly into the bait, but also mixed in a few ghost sands before casting the rod again, according to the old man's guidance. At this moment, the old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Such a powerful bait, fishing for otherworldly sharks, huh? Half an hour later, the calm lake surface suddenly rippled, and Chen Ye's face lit up with joy. He quickly swung the rod, and the fishing line drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then a golden catfish nearly half a meter long was flung onto the shore, thrashing energetically on the ground. Hei Yin and the little white wolf curiously poked at the fish's whiskers with their paws. Meanwhile, the old man, holding the specially made fishing rod, was trembling slightly. Damn it, I've been fishing for 2 weeks and haven't seen a golden mud catfish, yet this kid. This fish is a gift for you, Chen Ye said, cutting off a strand of golden whiskers and smiling at the old man. I only need the catfish whiskers. You old manly. You remind me of someone. Chen Ye turned his head curiously. Who? He is one of my students. The old man looked towards the dark center of the lake. Also likes to use some strange things to fish. Chen Ye felt a sense of awe and continued casting the rod. As the moon hung high above, Chen Ye finally completed the task of collecting 10 catfish whiskers. That's it for today, old man. Don't stay out too late, he said as he began to pack up his fishing gear. Then left with the increasingly spirited 2 little ones. Watching Chen Ye's departing figure, a complex look flashed in the old man's eyes as if he recalled something, murmuring, so similar, just like his father when he was young. The old man whispered, then turned and disappeared into the night. Chapter 15, Wolf Soul, Crazy Strengthening. These are the resources that Xun Yuqing mentioned at noon for exchanging ancient relic qualifications, a full 11 boxes of soul power crystals. Beside them were a few boxes of dark attribute and ghost attribute resources from Guixiale. Let's get started. Chen Ye sat cross-legged, the power of the wolf soul circulating within him. Since contracting the little white wolf, his cultivation speed had reached 3 times the original rate. Chen Ye picked up a piece of soul power crystal, feeling the familiar wave of soul energy. However, unlike the intense pain in his meridians when he absorbed it for the first time, this time he only felt warm all over, as if soaking in warm spring water, and he even felt it wasn't enough. For hours later, the crystal turned to powder. The power of the wolf soul was evident. Chen Ye opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling. I'm taking off. At this rate, I can break through to the 3rd level in 2 months. Hei Yin held a piece of shadow stone in its arms, its eyes filled with anticipation. The little white wolf was also actively carrying things, but it was holding a tablet, engrossed in a good show, occasionally letting out a howl. You two need to work hard too. Chen Ye smiled and patted the heads of the 2 little ones. In the days that followed, Chen Ye's room was always filled with the continuous waves of soul power. Hei Yan's figure grew stronger, now half a meter tall, and its shadow claws could leave deep marks on the wall. The little white wolf also grew a bit. But instead of focusing on serious cultivation, it learned how to subscribe to streaming services. On a morning 2 months later, Chen Ye absorbed the last of the resources and woke from his cultivation state. The surging soul power within him told him that he had reached the 3rd level. A brand new blue blank soul card appeared in his hand. Woof woof. Hei Yin excitedly jumped up. Its size had already increased significantly. It opened its mouth, and a black fireball condensed in its mouth, hitting the specially made training target in the corner. Not bad, Chen Ye praised. Now it can smoothly use both shadow claws and fireball techniques, and it already has level strength. Oh woo. The little white wolf also eagerly jumped out from the tablet to welcome its master, reluctantly still holding half a bag of potato chips in its mouth. It elegantly wagged its tail, indicating that it had also been working hard to binge-watch the recently popular The CEO's Love for Me. Chen Ye thought fiercely, first, let's go to the training ground to practice. He stood up, and the 2 little ones, one black and one white, immediately followed. The sunlight at the training ground was a bit glaring. As Chen Ye and Guixiale walked in with drinks, they immediately heard a few piercing mocking voices. Hey, isn't that our oolong champion? A boy with dyed red hair walked up, arms crossed, wearing an annoying expression, followed by a large pet beast, a water cannon turtle. What brings the oolong champion to the training ground? Do you dare to play with my water cannon turtle? The surrounding students immediately erupted. Look, it's that Chen Ye who won the championship by stealing ghost sands. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. The crowd began to cheer, and some even started betting. I bet the water cannon turtle will finish the fight in 3 moves. I bet 5 minutes. I bet the oolong champion won't dare to accept the challenge. The betting is open. Chen Ye ignored them, calmly adjusting his sleeves. Guixiale was anxious, stomping his feet. Brother Yi, the water cannon turtle is a level pet beast. Let me handle it. No need. Chen Ye waved his hand, just wanting to move his muscles. He patted Guixiale's shoulder, signaling him to step back. Hei Yin stepped forward from behind him. Its size was now approaching that of a large dog, with black flames dancing between its claws. Let's begin, Chen Ye said calmly. The crowd was surprised. feeling that the Oolong champion seemed to have a different aura. Start. The referee called out. The red-haired boy took the first shot, immediately ordering the water cannon turtle to spray a high-pressure water column. He Yin agilely sidestepped. The water column hit the ground, splashing everywhere. Is that all you can do? The red-haired boy taunted. Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in He Yan's eyes, suddenly accelerating towards the water cannon turtle. Its figure flickering as its shadow claws drew 3 black arcs in the air. Sensing the energy fluctuations within, the water cannon turtle was startled and hurriedly retreated into its shell, trying to defend with its thick shell. Bang! The shadow claws were incredibly powerful, leaving 3 deep claw marks on the water cannon turtle's shell upon impact. It painfully extended its head and sprayed another water column. This time, He Yin didn't dodge but opened its mouth and released a fireball to meet it. Boom! Water and fire clashed, creating a large cloud of steam. He Yin took the opportunity to slip through the steam and struck the water cannon turtle's back with a shadow claw. The water cannon turtle was immediately flipped over, crashing against the edge of the training ground. How is that possible? The red-haired boy exclaimed. Your He Yin dog is clearly at a disadvantage due to the attribute. Chen Ye smiled slightly. In these 2 months, He Yin has been attending elective classes daily, learning new skills, and at night it devoured energy to strengthen its physique. The current He Yin is not something an ordinary level pet beast can compare to. The red-haired boy's face turned red. Water cannon turtle, use continuous water cannon. The water cannon turtle struggled to stand up, blue blood oozing from the wounds on its shell. Hearing its master's command, it angrily unleashed a barrage of water cannons, the dense columns of water raining down like raindrops. Woof woof. However, the black flame danced like it was waltzing, nimbly weaving through the attacks. Chen Ye even took out his phone and started scrolling through Douyin short videos. Blackflame, he said without looking up, stop playing. The watching students erupted in excitement. This is too pretentious. I can't believe this guy is watching videos of beautiful girls dancing. Wow, I give this operation full marks. A fierce light flashed in Blackflame's eyes, and the shadow claw drew 3 black trajectories in the air. The water cannon turtle hurriedly shrank back into its shell. But the shadow claw accurately struck the turtle's original wound, penetrating its shell. Crack! A gap opened in the turtle's shell, and the water cannon turtle painfully extended its head, wanting to spray water in retaliation, but Black Flame had already pounced, dark energy coalescing between its claws to form another shadow claw. Wait! The red-haired boy panicked. I give up. Only then did Chen Ye put away his phone and take the drink from Guixiale's hand. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. The training ground fell into a dead silence until Chen Ye and the adoring Guixiale walked out the door, at which point it erupted into thunderous cheers. This is too cool. How many skills has he used? Is this Black Flame even legal? 666. This guy is hacking. Chapter 16. Chun Jinan comes knocking 9 a.m. After leaving the training ground, Chen Ye went to class in the teaching building. Teacher Lu stood on the podium, pushing up his glasses. As of now, 37 students in the school have broken through to the 2nd tier, and 75 have mastered the Maga evolution. The school has decided to hold the first comprehensive assessment at the end of this month, which will be a challenge trial tower. Please prepare in advance. Chen Ye twirled a pen, listening attentively. He knew that with his 3rd tier strength, it shouldn't be difficult to make it onto the list. However, for some reason, even though Chen Ye took notes very seriously in class, he still couldn't grasp the Maga evolution. It always felt like he was missing that final step, which was quite frustrating. Was this what they called if you can't, you can't? Chen Ye felt a bit depressed. Yigu, did you hear that? Teacher Lu said only 75 people in the whole school have mastered the Maga evolution. Guixiale said smugly in a low voice. I'm one of those 75. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye felt even more heartbroken. At noon, because his training resources were exhausted, pure hard training was not worth it. So as soon as the class bell rang, Chen Ye grabbed his fishing gear and headed straight for the Emerald Lake. At the very least, completing the fishing task could exchange the tree fruit reward for money, preparing for the purchase of a 3rd wolf beast. From afar, he saw the old man sitting in his usual spot, next to an empty bamboo basket. Old man, are you fishing empty-handed again? Chen Ye greeted with a smile. The old man glared at him unhappily. You little brat, don't get too proud. Today, I'm going to catch a big Chaozue Linglian. Hee. Chen Ye skillfully set up his fishing gear and took out 2 roasted chickens from his backpack. Black Flame and the little white wolf immediately gathered around, looking eagerly. Here. Chen Ye tore off 2 large drumsticks and handed them to them. Eat slowly. The old man swallowed. You little brat. Don't you know to show some respect to your elders? Hee, of course I have some for you. Chen Ye smiled and then divided half of the roasted chicken to give to the old man. The old man was not modest, taking it and starting to eat. Chen Ye then began to fish quietly. Ever since the old man taught Chen Ye fishing techniques last time, his skills had progressed by leaps and bounds. In just half an hour, he had caught a bumper harvest, including 7 mud catfish whiskers. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew across the clear sky, rustling the reeds and scaring away the birds. Caw! With a clear and powerful cry, a shadow descended from the sky, revealing Chen Ye riding his sword feather griffin. Chen Ye, Chen Ye said coldly, give up the competition, and I can set your parents free. Chen Ye frowned, not expecting Chen Ye to approach him to say this. It seemed that his black flame defeating the water cannon turtle this morning had made Chen Ye feel a sense of crisis. Don't be ungrateful. Chen Ye was furious, not expecting Chen Ye to dare to refuse him, just based on your 2 useless beasts. Before he finished speaking, Chen Ye commanded the sword feather griffin beneath him, and with a flap of its wings, a violent wind rushed towards Chen Ye. Just as Chen Ye was about to retaliate, he heard an angry shout. How dare you? It was the old man who saw this scene, stood up, and his murky eyes suddenly became sharp. He then waved the bamboo pole in his hand lightly, and the sword feather griffin was overturned by an invisible force. What is this? Chen Ye's face turned pale instantly, just with soul power. He could shake his tears sword feather griffin. This old man was definitely a beast master with a tier beast. But Chen Ye was still unwilling to back down. Bringing up the Chen family name. This old gentleman, I am from the Chen family. Still not leaving? The old man snorted coldly, not buying it. Chen Ye was frightened and hurriedly left in embarrassment with the sword feather griffin. Coming quickly, leaving quickly. Chen Ye stared in amazement at this scene. I am the principal of Maga University. The old man, no, Li Chongqing, the principal of Maga University, took off his straw hat and raised his head proudly. How dare you bully my students on my territory? Humph, your guts are really not small. Li Chongqing exuded dominance. Chen Ye was dumbfounded. He never expected that this old man who fished by the lake every day was actually the legendary real principal. Li Chongqing then sat back down and picked up the roasted chicken that Chen Ye had brought. This drumstick is good. Bring more next time. Chen Ye was at a loss for words. Principal, you held it in for so long just to say this? You were just pretending to fish all this time, right? Nonsense. Li Chongqing said, I just really can't catch any. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's face turned red with anger, and he snatched the roasted chicken from Chen Ye's hand, deciding not to talk to Chen Ye anymore. After saying that, Li Chongqing pretended to start fishing again, letting the fishing line sink into the lake. The water surfaced calm without a ripple. He occasionally glanced at Chen Ye beside him, and when he saw that Chen Ye was silent, he finally couldn't help but speak. You little brat, why don't you take me seriously? With my support, Maga University can fully support you to become the head of the Chen family. This is the opportunity that many people dream of. Chen Ye continued to stare at the lake, his expression indifferent, clearly showing that Li Chongqing's words did not interest him in the slightest. Chen Ye gently shook his head, his tone calm but firm. Thank you for your kindness, principal, but I'm not interested in the position of head of the family. I can pave my own way. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing was taken aback for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Interesting, you little brat. You really make me see you in a new light. In the afternoon, Chen Ye attended class as usual. Strangely, he didn't see Guo in the afternoon. Instead, it was his sister Chen Yuqing, whom he hadn't seen for over 2 months, who walked into the classroom with a faint smile on her face. Chen Ye felt relieved. It seemed that Chen Yuqing's exploration of the ancient ruins had ended, and it looked like she had gained quite a bit. Chen Yuqing came to Chen Ye's side, happily patted him on the shoulder. Go, the ancient ruins are over, and I, your sister, have not disgraced my mission. I accidentally picked up a tier pet egg, hee. Chen Ye nodded, feeling happy upon hearing Chen Yuqing's words. He could sense that Chen Yuqing truly regarded him as family, unlike Chen Jianan, who only had interest in his eyes. By the way, Chen Yuqing suddenly said seriously, I heard that although that group of foreigners in the ghost forest has been eliminated by the bosses, a few small leaders managed to escape. Be careful lately. I'm afraid they might come looking for revenge in their desperation. Chen Ye nodded, about to say something, when he saw Guo stumble in, his face bruised. Brother Ye. Guo wanted to say more, but he was already out of strength, and his body suddenly softened as he leaned forward. The purple-tailed thunder fox he was holding was also badly injured. Chen Ye reacted quickly, catching him, but immediately felt warmth spreading from his palm. It was the blood seeping from Guo back wound. The class was alarmed. However, everyone reacted quickly, and someone immediately ordered their healing-type pet to treat Guo. When Guo woke up, he weakly recounted the events to Chen Ye. The timing was roughly after Chen Jianan was scolded by the principal at the Emerald Lake. After listening, Chen Ye fell silent. Clearly, this was Chen Jianan targeting him, and Guo was just an innocent victim. Chen Yuqing stood by, keenly sensing the heart-stopping anger radiating from Chen Ye, which even made her eternal deer, recovering in her soul card, feel restless, as if a bloodthirsty beast was about to awaken. Seeing this, Chen Yuqing quickly changed the subject, saying to Guixiaole, "You're silly. I told you to record a video. And you should have just recorded it. A real man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. You got beaten for no reason. That won't do, haha." Guixiaole scratched his head a bit foolishly and then said, "I'm tough, so I'm fine. Everyone, sit tight. Old Lu will come to teach soon." But Chen Ye couldn't focus on class. He seized the opportunity to leave the classroom and went straight to the training ground to confront Chen Jinan. The wings of the sword feather griffin stirred up a fierce wind, but Chen Ye remained motionless. "So what if I did it?" Chen Jinan sneered. "Waiting for your parents to guard the mine." Again with this line, "What else can you do other than threaten my parents?" Chen Ye interrupted him, his eyes cold. "You really are useless." Chen Jianan's face turned ashen at this. No one had ever dared to say that to him since childhood. And he immediately ordered the sword feather griffin to roar and attack. Woof woof. Just as the black flame was about to engage, a sudden ice wall appeared, blocking the attack between the black flame and the sword feather griffin. It turned out that Chun Yuqing had sent out the eternal deer to intercept their attacks. Chen Ye glanced at Chun Yuqing, signaling her to remain silent, and then looked directly into Chun Jinan's eyes, saying directly, "Chun Jinan, stop with those petty tricks. In a month's midterm assessment, we'll determine the winner based on our respective scores. The loser will exit the competition directly. Do you dare?" The students watching instantly erupted. "Has he gone mad?" Challenging Chen Jinan. Chen Jinan is a top student. Chen Jinan burst into laughter. "All right, you said it." Chapter 17. Are you risking your life? Participate in the third-year students' trial. The next day, the campus was buzzing like a pot boiling over. The news of Chen Ye challenging Chen Jinan quickly spread to every corner of the school, even as people passed by the teaching building, playground, cafeteria, and other places. They were fervently discussing this matter. "Did you hear? Chen Ye is actually going to challenge Chen Jinan." One student exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Has he lost his mind? Chen Jinan is a genius at our school. What gives Chen Ye the courage to challenge him?" Another student shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. "Exactly. With Chen Ye's level of strength, he isn't even worthy of holding Chen Jianan's shoes." Others chimed in, their tones clearly mocking. Yet the protagonist in their discussions had arrived at the Emerald Lake. From a distance, Chen Ye saw the old principal sitting by the lake, holding a fishing rod, intently staring at the water's surface. Of course, the principal's basket was still empty. "Principal, how was the catch today?" Chen Ye walked over with a smile, a teasing tone in his voice. Li Changqing looked up, snorted coldly, and shot Chen Ye a displeased glance. "Humph. I don't know what's wrong with the fish today. They just one bite." Chen Ye secretly laughed, but maintained a poker face. He sat down beside Li Changqing, taking out 2 prepared chickens from his backpack, ready to roast chicken and fish on site. "Principal, how about we eat something first?" Chen Ye said while roasting the chicken. Li Changqing caught the scent of the roasted chicken, and his eyes instantly lit up. Not bad, not bad." Chen Ye deliberately took out the amber spirit stone liquid he had stolen from Chen Jianan and smeared it on the roasted chicken. The principal took a bite and revealed a satisfied smile. "This flavor is simply amazing." Seeing Li Changqing's satisfied expression, Chen Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the time had come. "Principal, I have a request." Chen Ye put down the roasted chicken and became serious. "Oh, what is it?" Li Changqing looked up, smiling at Chen Ye. In fact, Li Changqing had already known about what happened yesterday. It was normal for young people to have conflicts, and he thought Chen Ye was coming to him for a mediation. Observing the principal's demeanor, Chen Ye spoke. "Principal, I have an idea. I want to enter the third-year secret realm." "What? Are you crazy?" When Li Changqing heard this, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, nearly spitting out the food in his mouth. He never expected that Chen Ye was aiming for this. You must know that the secret realm of third-year students is no joke. In the first-year secret realm, there are still level monsters to fight. But in the third-year secret realm, the monsters are at least level. In such a place, Chen Ye's black flame dog would simply be going to its death. It probably wouldn't even fill the gaps between the monster's teeth. However, when Li Changqing took a closer look, it was astonishing. The black flame dog was faintly radiating an aura that even surprised him. Li Changqing's eyes nearly popped out, muttering, "Damn, this year is really bizarre. How did this dog suddenly become level?" Seeing the principal still hesitating, Chen Ye felt very anxious and quickly used his silver tongue to assure him repeatedly that he would be careful and wouldn't recklessly charge in. Li Changqing didn't hear a single word and muttered to himself, "How did this kid do it? Does he have some secret?" Finally, Li Changqing sighed and nodded. "All right. I agree to let you try. However, you must be careful and not push yourself too hard." Chen Ye was overjoyed, quickly nodding. "Thank you, principal. I will definitely be careful." Li Changqing watched Chen Ye's departing figure, but he didn't have high hopes for him. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "This kid will probably come back covered in dust within an hour." The next day, Chen Ye successfully mingled among the third-year students at the teleportation square. He wore the bracelet given to him by the principal, deliberately lowering the brim of his hat to make himself look less conspicuous. The square was bustling with people, and the vice principal stood on a high platform to begin speaking. Fellow students, the Evil Eye Nest is your first important trial after entering the 3rd year. You will pass the assessment by surviving for 3 days. This place is full of dangers, but it also contains immense resources and opportunities. Remember, teamwork is the key to survival. Don't be reckless. If you encounter situations you can't handle, immediately use the bracelet to evacuate. Your safety is always the most important thing. It seems that the vice president knows that junior students dislike unnecessary speeches from leaders. So after a brief statement, he announced the start. As the teleportation array lit up, Chen Ye instantly disappeared into the light curtain. However, just as he left, Chen Yuqing arrived. When she saw the light of the teleportation array slowly dimming, she realized that Chen Ye had already entered and stomped her foot in anger. This stupid brother, really? Even though the seniors in their 3rd year had spent 2 years honing their skills, most were 2nd or even 3rd-tier beastmasters, qualified to enter the Evil Eye Nest for challenges only after mastering the Maga evolution. Chen Ye didn't even know how to use Maga. So how could he challenge the 3rd-year dungeon in advance? It was simply reckless. Chen Yuqing knew in her heart that the danger level of the Evil Eye Nest far exceeded expectations. The monsters inside were all dark and poisonous creatures. Attacks from the dark element would harm the mind, while poisonous attacks would cause continuous damage to the body. Even if there was a bracelet to teleport away, it was still very dangerous. On the other side, Chen Ye had already entered the Evil Eye Nest. The light inside was extremely dim, almost completely obscuring his vision, and the air was filled with a nauseating, foul odor that made it hard to breathe. The sudden transition from the sunlit, free campus to this dead silence was quite unsettling. Chen Ye took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. 2 little wolves closely followed him. He Yin was in the lead, sniffing the air, his eyes glinting with vigilance, while the little white wolf appeared somewhat anxious, its ears twitching, clearly disliking the environment. A dripping sound was heard ahead, perhaps indicating a water source. Chen Ye cautiously moved forward in the darkness. However, his luck was not good. Just after he turned a corner in the dim, enclosed passage, he encountered the first monster of the Evil Eye Nest, a dark attribute Evil Eye Mother Tree. This monster looked extremely bizarre, with its trunk covered in countless eyeballs, each one spinning continuously and emitting a chilling red glow. Crazy. Chen Ye had done his homework. The Evil Eye Mother Tree moved slowly but had immense strength, and all of its vertical eyes could emit red light, a chaos beam that could confuse living beings. Once hit, the target would lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Everyone, be careful. Before Chen Ye could finish speaking, he saw the little white wolf attempting to use its invisibility to ambush the Evil Eye Mother Tree, but before it could get close, it was hit by the chaotic light that swept over. The red light swept across the little white wolf's tail, instantly making it dizzy, even starting to snarl at He Yin beside it, its little paws waving around and letting out a low growl. This is bad. The little white wolf is in a chaotic state. The next moment, the Evil Eye Mother Tree's branch slammed down hard on where the little white wolf had been, the force creating a deep pit. Chen Ye felt a chill run down his spine and silently thanked himself for reacting quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Woof woof. Seeing this, He Yin growled lowly and immediately spat out a ball of intense fire to counterattack, striking the Evil Eye Mother Tree's trunk. The Evil Eye Mother Tree moved slowly, and the fireball hit easily, exploding and charring a large area of eyeballs on the trunk. In pain, the Evil Eye Mother Tree let out a piercing scream and frantically waved its tendrils. He Yin was not deterred and continued the assault. It skillfully dodged the tendrils and then delivered a powerful shadow claw to the trunk, making a cracking sound as it injured the Evil Eye Mother Tree. In the end, using its agility, He Yin managed to wear down the Evil Eye Mother Tree after injuring it multiple times and finally killed it. The Evil Eye Mother Tree let out a mournful wail, its massive body crashing to the ground, turning into a pool of stinking, rotten slime. Chen Ye stepped forward and found an Evil Eye core emitting a ghostly light within. Woof woof. He Yin saw the core and wagged its tail excitedly. Looking at Chen Ye understood its meaning and gently patted its head, softly asking, He Yin, are you sure you want to swallow it? It might be dangerous. He Yin nodded excitedly, panting with its tongue out, its eyes full of desire. Chen Ye took a deep breath. All right, let's give it a try. After receiving Chen Ye's confirmation, He Yin swallowed the Evil Eye core in one bite, and with a gulp, the core slid down its throat. After swallowing the core, its body trembled slightly, as if a new power was surging within, its gaze becoming sharper, and the black flames on its body burning more fiercely. Seeing the changes in He Yin, Chen Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with He Yin around. At least they had a chance to develop in this extremely dangerous Evil Eye Nest. Chapter 18. Senior Lin Mian of the Dual Sword. After defeating the evil eye mother tree, Chen Ye became even more cautious. Any random monster could be of a high level, and a slight mistake could lead to disaster. Fortunately, after this battle, He Yin remembered the smell of the evil eye mother tree, and relying on its keen sense of smell, Chen Ye managed to avoid several groups of evil eye mothers or those above a certain level, barely allowing him to move within the evil eye nest. Whoa! The little white wolf also regained its senses and began to fuss in its soul card, gently scratching the card's wall with its paw, pleading with Chen Ye to let it out. Chen Ye sighed helplessly and reminded softly, "You can come out, but you must stay by my side and not run around." The little white wolf nodded excitedly, its silvery tail wagging in the air. With a thought, Chen Ye released it. "Whoa, master, you're the best." Once free, the little white wolf happily bounced to Chen Ye's side, rubbing its wet nose against his pant leg, and then obediently followed him. Chen Ye continued to delve deeper into the exploration. During this time, he avoided 3 evil eye mothers of a high level and twice encountered stacked high-level evil eye mothers, ultimately encountering a lone high-level evil eye mother that had fallen asleep. Its eyeballs on the tree tumors were slightly closed, and its vine-like tendrils swayed slowly in the air. It was noon, and still asleep, so Chen Ye decided to launch a sneak attack. The little white wolf nodded obediently, then swiftly disappeared, stealthily circling around to the back of the evil eye mother tree. It deliberately stepped on a dry branch, producing a slight crack, successfully attracting the evil eye mother tree's attention. Startled awake, the evil eye opened its eyes and turned its fierce head. Just then, after gathering power for a long time, He Yin decisively rushed out from the shadowy corner, launching 2 fireballs first, followed by sharp claws aimed directly at the core of the tree mother. The battle ended within 2 minutes. He Yin once again swallowed a walnut-sized evil eye core, its body growing slightly larger, and the fur at its brow even began to faintly turn golden. Chen Ye conservatively estimated that after eating a dozen more evil eye cores, He Yin might just break through to a higher level. Soon, as noon approached, Chen Ye's stamina began to wane, and hunger surged like a tide. If he couldn't find food or a water source soon, he might not last much longer. At this moment, He Yin suddenly perked up its ears and quietly told Chen Ye, "Woof woof. Master, there are humans and the scent of water ahead." Chen Ye's spirit lifted, and he cautiously moved in that direction. As he got closer, he could hear sounds of fighting ahead. Chen Ye held his breath and pressed against the cave wall, slowly moving to a corner to stop. He carefully peeked out to observe, and the scene before him made his pupils contract involuntarily. Both sides were locked in a stalemate. Immediately, Chen Ye saw the high ponytail girl suddenly let out a delicate shout, and the large sword bee immediately responded, its insect body transforming into a long, sharp sword. This is a mirage martial technique. Chen Ye was shocked and quickly concluded that this girl was likely a student from Mirage Martial University, which is renowned alongside Maga University. Students from Mirage Martial University learn the ability to weaponize their pet beasts, significantly enhancing their combat power in a short time. Sure enough, the girl did not pause and continued her fierce attack. With a thud, the high attack and low defense resulted in the girl crashing into the wall, blood mixed with shattered internal organs spewing from her mouth, and her complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, losing her combat capability in one blow. Damn, I was too careless. At that moment, the high ponytail girl spotted Chen Ye not far away, her eyes lighting up. She gritted her teeth against the pain and called out in a clear yet urgent voice, "I am Lin Mian from Mirage Martial University. Classmate, could you please help me?" Her gaze was filled with expectation, clearly placing her hopes on Chen Ye's assistance. Seeing that Chen Ye remained motionless, Lin Mian couldn't help but bite her lip, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She glanced at the teleportation bracelet on her wrist, already prepared to teleport away. Just as she was about to activate the bracelet, Chen Ye suddenly moved. But in the next moment, a large number of evil eyes were scorched black by the fireballs that came flying in. Eventually, the battle ended. Woof woof. Ow ow. The little white wolf trotted over, happily seeking credit from Chen Ye. Her movements became slow, as if bound by some invisible force. "This is bad," Lin Mian whispered, her voice laced with a slight moan and tremor. Fine purple lines began to appear on her skin, rapidly spreading like a spider web from her neck down to her arms. Her breathing became rapid, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and she appeared to be in extreme pain. "My body is so hot." Chapter 19. What does he want to do to me? Seeing Lin Mian's body burning up and looking weak, Chen Ye immediately thought something was wrong. Lin Mian's breathing gradually became frantic, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes sometimes dazed and sometimes clear, clearly struggling against something. Ow ow. The little white wolf tilted her head, seeing this scene. And recalling the plot from a TV show, she shyly covered her eyes, her tail twitching anxiously, making whimpering sounds as if to say, "I'm too familiar with this plot." However, Even though Lin Miyin's face was flushed, her main consciousness was still very clear. She watched as her body uncontrollably began to tug at her collar, revealing her fair collarbone. She felt a mix of shame and anger, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. As she saw Chen Ye start to walk towards her quickly, Lin Miyin's heart raced faster, her mind running wild. What is he going to do? Is he really going to take advantage of me? No, I am a genius girl from Mirage Martial University. How can I? However, just as Lin Miyin's thoughts became chaotic, both expectant and anxious, Chen Ye simply squatted down calmly and quickly operated the teleportation device on Lin Miyin's bracelet. With a flash of white light, does that guy really find me completely unappealing? She looked down at herself, clearly having a good figure and looks. Yet that despicable guy didn't even spare her a glance and directly teleported her away. How could he be worse than a beast? At that moment, Lin Miyin suddenly remembered the Mega Stone hanging around Chen Ye's neck, which was the emblematic token of Mega University. She squinted her eyes, a cold smile forming at the corners of her mouth. A student in the 3rd year of Mega University. Huh? Very well, just wait for me. Next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay. Lin Miyin clenched her fists, silently vowing, I will remember this grudge. On the other side, Chen Ye watched Lin Miyin being teleported away. Feeling a bit regretful, he thought, if that senior sister hadn't been injured and hadn't been caught in that strange chaotic light, perhaps we could have teamed up to farm monsters. The efficiency would definitely be much higher than if I were alone. After all, Lin Miyin's strength was considerable, and her pet beast, the large sword bee, was a rare combat-type insect pet. After using Mirage martial technique, it could even battle opponents of a higher level. If we could cooperate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, this regret was soon replaced by another emotion. The black flame devoured the level evil eye core, and the energy within was explosively increasing. Chen Ye could sense that the aura of the black flame was undergoing subtle changes. It seemed that the breakthrough to level was not far off. A slight smile appeared on Chen Ye's lips. Thinking of this, his mood lightened considerably. Perhaps there will be something to eat in this black pond? Chen Ye's mind stirred. Deciding to carefully search the edge of the pond, he cautiously tapped the water's surface with a branch, confirming that there were no other dangerous creatures before slowly stepping into the water. Of course, he only dared to explore the edge area since no one knew what lay deep within the black pond. The 2 little wolves closely followed him. The black flame vigilantly observed the surroundings, while the little white wolf curiously pawed at the water's surface, splashing a series of droplets. Better than nothing, Chen Ye comforted himself. He first had the black flame lightly roast a black medicinal lotus with its flames, then pinched his nose and directly stuffed the black medicinal lotus into his mouth. The bitter taste instantly spread in his mouth, and Chen Ye endured it and swallowed. Chen Ye turned to the 2 little wolves. Do you want to try? The black flame and the little white wolf both shook their heads in unison, their eyes showing a hint of disdain. Master, you eat it. We aren't hungry. Chen Ye smiled and didn't press the matter. After all, it didn't affect anything if the pet beasts didn't eat. Beast tamers could use soul power to nourish them. So he continued stuffing the remaining black medicinal lotus into his mouth, already starting to plan his next steps. This afternoon, I will do the same, hunt a few isolated level monsters, and once the black flame breaks through to level, I will see if there are any opportunities. After finishing the black medicinal lotus, Chen Ye felt that his spirit and stamina had recovered a bit. So he began to continue searching for isolated level evil eye tree mothers according to his plan. Soon, the black flame skillfully took down 2 level evil eye tree mothers. After devouring their evil eye cores, the energy contained within the black flame saw a significant increase, and the fur in the middle of its brow had completely turned golden. Chen Ye believed that as long as he made it through tonight, the black flame would be able to break through to level. However, just as he continued forward, something shocking happened. Chen Ye discovered that the passage where he had killed the first evil eye tree mother was actually blocked by an invisible force. And no matter how he tried, it was like hitting an air wall, and he couldn't pass through. Chen Ye frowned, a vague guess forming in his mind. He recalled the vice principal's words, as long as you survive for 3 days in the evil eye nest secret realm, it's considered a pass. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed that this statement had a deeper meaning. Could it be that the area of this secret realm will gradually shrink? A hint of seriousness flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. If that's the case, then as time goes on, the space will only get smaller and smaller, and eventually, everyone and the monsters will gather together. The 3rd day is the final circle. As if to validate Chen Ye's thoughts, the subsequent encounters made him even more certain of this. He had just avoided a level evil eye centipede when, not long after, the black flame issued another alert, saying that there were swarms of evil eye tree mothers ahead. Chen Ye had to change his route, but no matter which direction he went, the frequency of encountering monsters was increasing, as if the entire secret realm was compressing, pushing everything towards the central area. Indeed, it was like that. Chen Ye frowned. Now he could only race against time. Chapter 20. Terrifying. Level Evil Eye Poison Spider. As Chen Ye had anticipated, starting from the afternoon, the density of monsters in the Evil Eye nest increased, as if they were shrouded in shadows everywhere. Chen Ye was walking on the edge, and any misstep could lead him to a point of no return. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Ye and the Blackflame encountered only 3 lone Evil Eye Tree mothers, and every battle was nerve-wracking, fearing the arrival of other monsters, keeping their spirits highly tense. One of the battles was particularly perilous. When Blackflame lunged at the Evil Eye Tree mother, it accidentally got hit by a chaotic light, causing its gaze to instantly scatter and its movements to slow down. Seizing the opportunity, the Evil Eye Tree mother swung its thick vines fiercely toward Blackflame. The vines sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, about to turn Blackflame into pieces in the next second. At that moment, Chen Ye felt his heart leap to his throat. In a critical moment, seeing its prey attempting to escape, the Evil Eye Tree mother let out a low roar, and countless vines danced in the air like venomous snakes. As it moved its massive body, relentlessly pursuing. He ran, it chased. Chen Ye ran desperately, but it was clear that he was about to be caught by the Evil Eye Tree mother. Resolutely, he jumped into the black pool he had encountered earlier. The water in the black pool was icy cold, as if it could freeze a person's soul, but its murky aura perfectly concealed Chen Ye's scent. The Evil Eye Tree mother lingered by the pool for a moment before reluctantly leaving. After a long time, Chen Ye crawled out of the black pool, soaked and shivering from the cold, his face pale, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the risks, Blackflame ultimately succeeded in taking down the 3 Evil Eye Tree mothers, obtaining 3 precious Evil Eye cores. When Blackflame consumed the last Evil Eye core, its body underwent a tremendous transformation, rapidly expanding in size, reaching a shoulder height of 1 meter, muscle lines becoming more defined, and its fur deepening, covered with a layer of faint black flame. The eyes of Blackflame revealed an unprecedented brightness and confidence, letting out a low growl filled with power and intimidation. The little white wolf stood beside, filled with envy upon seeing this. Although the little white wolf would also grow stronger, it lacked the innate strength of Blackflame and couldn't absorb energy to grow rapidly, making its growth speed incomparable to that of Blackflame. Chen Ye gently patted the little white wolf's head and softly comforted, "Don't worry, you will also become stronger." However, Chen Ye didn't have much time to revel in Blackflame's breakthrough. Soon, as night fell, the environment within the Evil Eye nest became even more harsh. The already dim space was now completely engulfed in darkness, and he couldn't see his fingers in front of him. Worse, the monsters in the nest seemed to be stimulated by something and began to go wild. Their low roars echoed, as if announcing the beginning of a hunt. At the same time, the nest was gradually shrinking. The originally spacious passage was becoming narrow, and the walls were slowly pressing inward, as if they wanted to trap them completely here. Chen Ye knew that apart from teleporting away, there was no way out, and they could only be pushed deeper into the nest. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the darkness in the Evil Eye nest grew ever more intense, as if it could swallow everything. Chen Ye's spirit was somewhat fatigued, if it weren't for just having advanced to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. Greatly improving his physical quality and mental strength, he would have already collapsed in exhaustion. He needed to hold on a little longer. He had to find a place with other people. Chen Ye silently encouraged himself, because when the secret realm began to shrink and the frequency of monster appearances increased, it also meant that the probability of encountering others participating in the Evil Eye nest secret realm would gradually increase. Now, if he wanted to survive in this secret realm, he could only band together with others. Blackflame and the little white wolf followed closely by Chen Ye's side, their alertness heightened, with wolf-like eyes always watching for movements around them. Just then, Blackflame suddenly growled lowly, conveying a message to Chen Ye. "There's movement ahead, people and monsters." Chen Ye's heart tightened, and he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching. As he got closer, a terrifying shriek echoed. The sound was incredibly sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate a person's soul, causing Chen Ye to feel a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Such terrifying power could only belong to a high-level creature. He remembered that the strategy guide mentioned that the only high-level monster in the Evil Eye nest was the Evil Eye Poison Spider. But that was not something they could deal with now. They would have to wait until the 3rd year to fight it. Chen Ye's internal alarm went off, and he was about to turn and leave. However, just as he prepared to make a run for it, he heard a human voice. Someone was fighting with a high-level monster? Chen Ye paused for a moment, then stopped, filled with confusion and shock. He carefully peeked out, using the red glow from the battle to see the scene ahead clearly. There were 3 people, 2 males and 1 female. Judging by their clothing and the Maga stones they carried, Chen Ye guessed they were likely seniors from Maga University in their 3rd year. They had 6 pet beasts, including 2 high-level gale wolves, 2 high-level mud cicadas, 1 high-level flame bird, and 1 high-level ice bird. Flame Bird, aim at its eyes and use Fireball Barrage. Gale Wolves, evolve with Maga. Mud Cicadas, use Earth Wall to block the chaotic light from the Evil Eye Poison Spider. The scene was extremely chaotic. The Evil Eye Poison Spider was enormous, 10 meters tall, occupying a significant portion of the space, with 8 eyes flashing with crimson light, each capable of releasing large blasts of chaotic light. Moreover, the Evil Eye Poison Spider did not move slowly like other Evil Eye monsters. On the contrary, its movements were swift and ferocious, each attack akin to a storm, carrying destructive power. Although the seniors coordinated well, they still found it somewhat overwhelming under the pressure of the Evil Eye Poison Spider. Chen Ye hid in the shadows, carefully observing the battle. He noticed that the seniors' pet beasts had received a cross-dire enhancement from their Maga evolutions, but they still couldn't inflict effective damage on the Evil Eye Poison Spider. In contrast, every counterattack from the Evil Eye Poison Spider put them in danger. If this continued, they wouldn't last much longer, Chen Ye thought to himself. He hesitated, unsure if he should intervene. After all, besides the threat of the Evil Eye Poison Spider itself being too great, he was also unfamiliar with the seniors' coordination. Recklessly joining could put both sides in danger. At that moment, one of the seniors suddenly spoke up. No way, the Gale Wolves are almost out of stamina. Why don't we teleport out? Let's go, or we won't have another chance. Seeing that someone was starting to struggle, Chen Ye made up his mind to join the fray. Blackflame, be careful. Owl. Following Chen Ye's command, Blackflame's eyes instantly sharpened, leaping up and launching a fireball at the Evil Eye Poison Spider, quickly drawing its attention. The seniors, seeing this, immediately showed expressions of joy. One senior loudly exclaimed, "Thank you, brother, for your help." However, there was no time for joy. Blackflame faced pressures from the Evil Eye Poison Spider far beyond expectations. Hiss! The Evil Eye Poison Spider locked onto Blackflame, its 8 legs swiftly moving across the ground, each step creating large holes, showcasing its immense power, ferociously pouncing toward Blackflame. Although Blackflame was agile, dodging under the frenzied assault of the Evil Eye Poison Spider was extremely difficult, and it narrowly avoided being hit by venom several times. Blackflame, be careful. Chen Ye shouted nervously, his palms already sweating. Relying solely on Blackflame would not be enough to hold the Evil Eye Poison Spider for long. Just then, the senior brothers and sisters quickly reacted. They decided to take Blackflame as the core and actively cooperate with it to counterattack, adjusting their tactics. 2 Gale Wolves immediately charged from the flanks to help Blackflame share the pressure in the front line. The Gale Wolves are slender and not large. Even when they evolve into Maga level, they are still less than 1 meter tall at the shoulder. However, their talent is wind manipulation, allowing them to burst out with extreme speed. With their help, Blackflame could divert the attention of the Evil Eye Venom Spider, which was the best kind of support. At the same time, the remote attack pets immediately launched their attacks. After evolving into Maga, both the Flame Bird and Ice Bird had reached level output. The Flame Bird circled in the air, spitting scorching flames at the Evil Eye Venom Spider's eyes, while the Ice Bird released a chilling aura, trying to slow down the spider's movement speed. Although these attacks couldn't inflict fatal damage on the Evil Eye Venom Spider, they at least prevented it from concentrating fire on Blackflame. Hiss! The Evil Eye Venom Spider was enraged. Its 8 eyes flashed with a ghostly green light as it brewed a thick stream of venom and spat it fiercely at Blackflame. However, just as the venom hit Blackflame, a heavy earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Blackflame. The venom struck the earthen wall, emitting a hissing corrosive sound and easily corroding it, but because of the wall's obstruction, the venom did not harm Blackflame in the slightest. Well done, Mud Chanchan! A senior sister exclaimed excitedly. Mud Chanchan is a relatively small Earth-type pet capable of manipulating soil to form defensive or offensive walls. The wall that blocked the venom was the masterpiece of Mud Chanchan. The 2 Mud Chanchan pets of this senior sister were the key to everyone being able to withstand the Evil Eye Venom Spider's attacks for so long. Mud Chanchan's wall ability was very effective against the Evil Eye Venom Spider. At this moment, they played the role of saviors. And upon seeing the Evil Eye Venom Spider launch an attack, Mud Chanchan was responsible for providing wall support. A woo! Blackflame dodged a disaster and immediately let out a low growl towards Mud Chanchan to express its gratitude. Then, Blackflame launched a fierce counterattack, spitting out 2 scorching black fireballs straight at the Evil Eye Venom Spider. The black fireballs shot through the air in 2 fiery lines, accurately hitting the Evil Eye Venom Spider's body and erupting into intense flames. Hiss! The Evil Eye Venom Spider screamed in pain as the flames burned it, its body writhing violently in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Good opportunity. A glint flashed in Chen Ye's eyes as he immediately commanded, Blackflame, keep suppressing. Everyone, concentrate your fire on its leftmost eye. Okay. The senior brothers and sisters quickly responded, commanding their pets to launch full-force attacks. The flames from the Flame Bird, The ice storm from the iceberg, the wind blades from the gale wolves, and the mud spit from Mud Chan all converged on the evil eye venom spider's eye. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The leftmost eye of the evil eye venom spider had lost its light, green blood flowing down its head. Hiss. However, the evil eye venom spider did not fall. Instead, it became enraged. Its remaining 7 eyes suddenly emitted chaotic red light, enveloping the entire cave in an instant. This red light not only interfered with vision but also had a strong mental attack effect, causing both people and pets to feel dizzy. Be careful. It's the Chaos Ray. A senior brother shouted loudly. Mud Chan quickly used the earthen wall. Seeing this, the senior sister, despite the intense dizziness in her head, immediately ordered Mud Chan to release the earthen wall, creating a barrier for everyone to avoid the attack. Mud. Upon hearing this, the two Mud Chan immediately released their earth-type energy. Instantly, earthen walls rose from the ground. Blackflame and the other pets quickly hid behind the thick earthen walls, avoiding the direct impact of the Chaos Ray. Stay steady. Don't panic. Chen Ye calmly commanded. Mud Chan, keep maintaining the earthen wall. Everyone, this time attack the rightmost eye of the evil eye venom spider. Although one gale wolf had temporarily lost its fighting ability, the overall situation was still under control. The senior brothers and sisters quickly issued commands to their pets to continue the assault on the evil eye venom spider. Boom. Another loud bang echoed as the second eye of the evil eye venom spider was injured, blood gushing out. The evil eye venom spider clearly sensed the danger and began to attempt to flee. Its 8 long legs moved rapidly across the ground as it scurried deeper into the cave. We can't let it escape. Everyone shouted, commanding their pets to pursue. Blackflame reacted first, quickly chasing after it and continuously shooting fireballs to block the evil eye venom spider's escape route. The gale wolves also flanked from the side, restraining the evil eye venom spider. With everyone's combined efforts, the evil eye venom spider's escape plan was completely thwarted. Keep your distance. Wait for it to bleed out and weaken, Chen Ye shouted. His suggestion brightened everyone's eyes. So they all ordered their pets to maintain distance from the evil eye venom spider, keeping it within a range where they could effectively use attacks to restrain it. Thus, about 20 minutes later, under Chen Ye's strategy of encircling without attacking, the evil eye venom spider's wounds gradually widened, blood flowing continuously until it could no longer hold on. With a reluctant and furious hiss, its body collapsed and lost its life. We finally succeeded. The senior brothers and sisters breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing excitement and joy. They all walked up to Chen Ye to express their gratitude. Yes. Chen Ye smiled and said, it's our collective effort that allowed us to defeat this evil eye venom spider. It's not my contribution alone. As for the fact that he was also a freshman at Maga University, Chen Ye thought about it, but didn't mention it, as he had entered with a ring given by the principal, which could be seen as a bit of favoritism. Woof woof. Blackflame returned to its dog-like form, wagging its tail as it walked over to Mud Chan, gently nudging its forehead against Mud Chan to express its friendship and gratitude for just now. Mud Chan immediately turned a bit shy, creating a round little mud ball with its earth-type ability and offering it to Blackflame, as if saying it was a gift for Blackflame. Haha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Chapter 22. Completely crazy. After the battle ended, fatigue washed over everyone, and they slumped to the ground to rest. At this moment, the uneven ground was scattered with the remains of the evil eye venom spider and countless broken rocks, the air filled with a burnt and pungent smell, mixed with a hint of blood. Of course, the most important thing was that in the center of the evil eye venom spider's remains, a level evil eye core lay quietly on the ground, the only and most valuable trophy from this battle. Everyone fell silent, thinking about how to distribute this level core. Just then, a senior stood up, his face already etched with fatigue. He walked up to Chen Ye and said solemnly, Chen Ye, your contribution in this battle was the greatest. Everyone's seen Blackflame's performance. The majority of the spoils should go to you. Others were silent for a moment before nodding in agreement, with no one raising objections. After all, it was Blackflame's appearance that had given them the advantage. This was beyond doubt. The senior continued, 1 level core is worth 40 level cores. Let's say you take 50, and we 3 will split the remaining 50. How about we gather 20 level cores to give you? What do you think? Chen Ye was slightly taken aback. Dozens of evil eye cores emitted a faint glow in the darkness, which was somewhat shocking. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, realizing that it was not the time to be indecisive. He took the evil eye cores, a trace of emotion flashing in his eyes, and then nodded and said in a deep voice, Thank you, everyone. The senior smiled and patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. We still have 2 days left. If we work together, we can earn even more. Yes. The others agreed upon seeing this. At that moment, Hei Yan's ears twitched slightly as if it had caught some sound. Its sharp gaze swept toward the direction of the sound, and it let out a low growl from its throat. He Yin stood up alertly and immediately reported this discovery to Chen Ye. Dozens of level evil eye tree mothers are approaching. We must leave. We can't stay here. Chen Ye decisively ordered, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Although the evil eye tree mothers moved slowly, if there were dozens of them, the threat level would definitely exceed that of the evil eye poisonous spiders. Everyone quickly retreated. During the retreat, Chen Ye fed all the evil eye cores to He Yin. He Yin opened its mouth and swallowed the evil eye cores one by one, its energy rapidly increasing, and black flames unconsciously ignited on its body. Its eyes sparkling with excitement as it gently wagged its tail. Chen Ye, your pet is so strong, it can digest level evil eye cores? The senior said in shock, a hint of envy in his tone. The evil eye cores contain chaotic dark attribute energy, which is valuable, but for them to use, they could only take them out and hand them to a teacher to refine into dark attribute resources before they could be sold or absorbed. It was unheard of for someone like He Yin to chew them up like this. Chen Ye smiled, but did not explain. The senior nodded, took out a few tree fruits from his backpack, and handed them to Chen Ye. The surface of the tree fruit shimmered with a faint golden glow, emitting a refreshing fragrance. This is the earth potato fruit I dug up. It can replenish stamina. You should eat one. Chen Ye took the tree fruit, thanked him, and shared it with He Yin and the little white wolf. A woo. He Yin and the little white wolf sniffed the earth potato fruit, and then swallowed it in one bite, licking their lips in satisfaction. Chen Ye twitched his mouth. It seemed they were still a bit hungry. The four of them replenished their stamina while hurrying along. But no one expected that the real Evil Eye Lair's secret realm had just begun. At 1 a.m., the temperature in the Evil Eye Lair suddenly dropped. The extreme cold greedily invaded everyone's bodies, and with their already tense spirits, no one spoke anymore. Moreover, the monsters in the Evil Eye Lair seemed to have been stimulated, starting to go on a rampage, with wave after wave of monsters flooding in from all directions. The few monsters they had seen were now replaced by groups of dozens, or even more. Fortunately, after some twists and turns, Chen Ye and the others finally encountered another team. This was a group of about 10 people. What was even more exciting was that there was a level expert among them, Lin Yuza, a junior from the illusory Martial University. His pet was a level golden spear beetle, which could transform into a spear and a sturdy shield, excelling in both offense and defense. Joining Lin Yuza's team, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel emotional. It turned out that the efficiency of eliminating evil eye monsters could be this high. Holding a transformed weapon, Lin Yuza's strength far exceeded that of level, making it effortless to eliminate level and level evil eye monsters. With a sweep of his spear, large groups of monsters were cut apart. They finally endured through the night until the sun came up, and the dark light reappeared in the Evil Eye Lair. However, the good times didn't last long. Just as everyone had worked together to eliminate a dozen level Evil Eye monsters and took a break, Lin Yuza gradually revealed his true colors. He suddenly made a request. All the Evil Eye cores must be concentrated with me first, and I will distribute them. This demand immediately sparked discontent among many in the team. After all, everyone fought hard for their lives, yet the spoils would be handed over to one person to distribute, which was obviously unreasonable. A senior stood up first, clearly questioning. Lin Yuza, we are all teammates fighting side by side. Your ability is strong, and I can understand if you take a little more, but why should everyone's spoils be at your mercy? Lin Yuza sneered, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He slowly walked in front of that senior and said from a high position, why? Because I am level, and you are just a bunch of waste. If anyone is unconvinced, I don't mind throwing them directly into the monster pile to let them fend for themselves. His threat sent a chill through everyone present. He really didn't care about losing face. The senior wanted to argue further, but in the next moment, he was met with the spear that Lin Yuza's golden spear beetle had transformed into, pressed directly against his throat. Lin Yuza's voice was cold and cruel. Say one more word, and I won't mind making you permanently silent. Chapter 23. Keep an eye on him and strip him of everything. Faced with Lin Yuza's strong threat, everyone could only choose silence. After all, the difficulty of the Evil Eye Lair's secret realm was extremely high, and without a team, they might not even last half an hour. Soon, the second day of intense battles finally came to an end. Lin Yuza began to distribute the spoils. However, the distribution results instantly made everyone furious. He Yan's fireball mouth was smoking, but Chen Ye only received one level Evil Eye core, and the others were no exception, almost all receiving the bare minimum of spoils. However, Lin Yuza's several teammates received resources far exceeding those of others, directly taking more than a dozen level Evil Eye cores. This blatant favoritism caused the discontent within the team to erupt completely. A teammate couldn't help but stand up to question Lin Yuza. Why do we only get this little while your friends get so much? Are you kidding me? Lin Yuza sneered, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Haha, in this world, strength is fairness. You waste can already get something. That's my mercy. That teammate clenched his fists in anger and wanted to argue further, but Lin Yuza suddenly struck. The spear formed from the golden spear beetle swung violently, directly sending that teammate flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. That teammate stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it for a moment. Lin Yuza looked down at him from above, his tone filled with mockery. Unconvinced? Then get lost. However, I suggest you think clearly, without me. How long do you waste think you can last in this evil eye secret realm? Everyone fell silent, choosing to remain quiet. That teammate ultimately had no choice but to opt for an early exit from the evil eye secret realm and teleport away. That night, 3 senior students found Chen Ye and whispered to him, Chen Ye, we plan to teleport away. Someone like Lin Yuza is not worth risking our lives for. If we stay any longer, we'll only be drained of all our value and then discarded. Chen Ye nodded, I understand. You go ahead. I'll see how it goes. The senior side patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. If there's a chance, let us have a meal together and talk properly. Enough said, this evil eye secret realm is really disheartening. After finishing, the seniors activated their wristbands to teleport away from the secret realm. Chen Ye stood in place, watching them leave. Soon, it was the 3rd day, the last day of the evil eye secret realm. Everyone could clearly feel that the difficulty of the secret realm had suddenly skyrocketed, with monsters flooding in like a tide, leaving almost no room for a break. The group was forced to fight continuously, utterly exhausted. However, Lin Yuza still stood at the back, coldly supervising everyone, with no intention of intervening. Hold on. No one can take a break. Lin Yuza's voice was cold and merciless, as if commanding a group of slaves. His golden spear and giant bug transformed into a long spear and a sturdy shield, shining with dazzling light in his hands, yet he did not engage in battle, but aimed it at everyone. Ow! He Yin was already exhausted, breathing heavily. The fireballs he expelled were much weaker than before, and the continuous firing of fireballs even caused black smoke to emanate from his mouth. This won't he do? A teammate whispered in complaint, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the monster's roar, even with the evil eye cores scattered all over the ground. Everyone didn't even have time to pick them up. Monsters surged in waves, seemingly endless. After another 2 hours, a teammate finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Lin Yuza? Several level evil eye poison spiders have appeared. Why haven't you made a move? We can't hold on any longer. Lin Yuza coldly glanced at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You want me to make a move? You worthless trash can't even handle this little pressure, yet you think you are worthy to fight alongside me? As soon as Lin Yuza's words fell, he swung the spear in his hand. A golden light directly knocked that teammate away. Who dares to question me? This is the consequence. Lin Yuza was extremely arrogant. Unable to bear it any longer, everyone became furious. Screw you, Lin Yuza, I'm done playing, remember this. Someone suddenly shouted, his voice filled with intense anger. His face was pale, cold sweat covering his forehead, and he quickly activated the teleportation bracelet, disappearing from the spot. This person's departure triggered a chain reaction, and several others chose to withdraw one after another. In an instant, the remaining people felt the pressure double, facing the ferocious and fearless monsters. It was difficult to form an effective resistance, and everyone could only be forced into a corner, struggling to hold on. A group of trash. Seeing that everyone's value had been squeezed to the limit, Lin Yuza cursed loudly and finally chose to intervene at this moment, wielding his spear directly against 3-level evil eye poison spiders. The scene became increasingly chaotic. The monsters roared one after another, various violent energies collided, causing mud and rocks to fly, and the cave trembled continuously. A good opportunity. However, seeing Lin Yuza finally engage in battle, not only was he unconcerned about others, but he also attracted the firepower of most monsters. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Ye's eyes, knowing that the opportunity had finally come. He said to the little white wolf beside him, Little Bai, it's your turn to perform. Saying this, Chen Ye quickly scanned ahead, his target very clear. The evil eye cores glowing on the ground. Those cores looked particularly tempting under the bright red chaotic light, but at this moment, no one dared to risk being attacked by the monsters to run outside the defensive circle to collect them. However, the little white wolf with level spirit body and level invisibility talent had this opportunity. Little Bai's ears twitched slightly, immediately understanding Chen Ye's meaning. A glimmer of cunning light flashed in its lively big eyes. Oh, my master understands me so well. This is my specialty. Ow. It nodded. Its figure quickly became blurry, blending into the surrounding environment, and finally disappeared. Once the invisibility ability was activated, Little Bai moved like an invisible shadow, quietly sneaking towards the backs of the monsters, using the collapsed earthen walls and scattered stones as cover, inching closer to those evil eye cores on the ground. Not far away, there was a level core glowing faintly. Little Bai quickly approached, then lowered its head and gently picked up the core with its mouth. With one in hand, Little Bai did not pause at all, swiftly turned around and approached the next target. Soon, it found 2 level evil eye cores, one lodged in a crevice of rock, and the other pressed under a fallen monstrous body. Little Bai gently pushed aside the rocks with its paw, picked up that core, and then carefully dragged the other core out from under the monstrous body. 20 seconds, 3 level cores for free. Almost there, Little Bai. Chen Ye's voice sounded again, a hint of tension in his tone. The little white wolf nodded, quickly turned around, and dashed towards Chen Ye, its figure still maintaining its invisible state, but gradually revealing its outline as it approached Chen Ye. When the little white wolf spat out the 3 evil eye cores into Chen Ye's hand, it bounced around, its eyes filled with pride. Am I awesome, master? Yes, yes. You did very well. You are a great contributor. Chen Ye praised softly, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Ow. The little white wolf gently wagged its tail, looking particularly satisfied. It rubbed its head against Chen Ye's hand, as if seeking praise. Chen Ye patted its head, then decisively tossed the cores to He Yin. He Yin, catch. Ow. He Yin swallowed the core in one bite. Feeling the energy surging within, its spirit lifted, flames blazing on its body, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. The little white wolf looked up at He Yin's transformation, a hint of pride flashing in its big eyes. Haha, I'm also very impressive, not like the delicate queen on TV. Ow. Don't worry, master, watch me. The little white wolf nodded, silently slipping into the battlefield. Chapter 24, Return. Thus, the chaotic battlefield suddenly had a strange atmosphere. Chen Ye and a few of the remaining teammates stubbornly held on in the corner of the passage, using the terrain to maneuver against the continuously surging evil eye monsters. Everyone's pets cast their respective skills, barely managing to withstand the monster's assault. At the forefront, Lin Yuzo was like a war god, wielding the golden spear transformed from the giant bug, slashing down the evil eye monsters in grand strokes. His strength was indeed formidable. Each attack contained earth-shattering power, and the evil eye monsters fell one after another under his onslaught, turning into a ground filled with cores. Behind the monsters, what was strange was that, although Chen Ye's teammates quickly noticed the little white wolf's actions, their expressions flashed with surprise. They did not make a sound. Instead, they exchanged glances and tacitly chose to cooperate. Some even commanded their earth attribute pets to construct walls of earth, specifically to provide cover for the little white wolf, allowing it to continue picking up cores. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly unanimous at this moment. Since Lin Yuza treats people like this, he must pay a heavy price. Thus, the tide of monsters continued until noon before it finally ended. Phew. Lin Yuza couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this battle had lasted another half hour, his spear would have been deformed and dulled. In just this battle, he had taken down 8 evil eye poison spiders, and the number of level monsters was countless. After the battle ended, Lin Yuza looked around and found that only Chen Ye and a few others remained, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He then pointed his hand and unceremoniously threatened, "You few worthless trash. Hurry up and collect the evil eye cores on the ground and hand them over to me, and make sure your hands are clean. I remember exactly how many cores there are. Missing one is unacceptable." Lin Yuza's tone was extremely domineering, looking down on Chen Ye and the others. In his view, the remaining people were merely seeking his protection, wanting to continue gaining some resources in the secret realm, and had no right to bargain with him. However, in the face of Lin Yuza's threats, Chen Ye and the others still stood their ground. Everyone remained incredibly calm and did not collect the core as Lin Yuza had said, but instead looked at him with a smirk, quietly watching him like he was a clown. What? Lin Yuza was enraged by the crowd's reaction, his expression darkening instantly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand and coldly said, "It seems you are refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you seek death, I will fulfill your wish." Wait a minute. However, just as Lin Yuza raised his spear, ready to strike as a warning, several teammates suddenly spoke up. Each of them chimed in one after another, as if they had discussed it beforehand, every word causing Lin Yuza's expression to change repeatedly. "Lin Yuza, what do you think you are? Just a lowly fool relying on family resources to show off at Huanyu University," one teammate said, his face full of disdain. "Exactly, you're just a selfish idiot. I'm eating lemons." Finally, Chen Ye made a brief summary. In an instant, Lin Yuza was stunned by this sudden barrage of insults, standing there dumbfounded, even forgetting to swing the long spear in his hand. Lin Yuza never imagined that these existences he viewed as ants would dare to mock him so openly. His face changed from green to red, then from red to black, as if he had been publicly slapped several times, filled with shame and anger. However, what shocked him even more was that after finishing their insults, They unhesitatingly activated the teleportation function of their wristbands. One by one, their figures disappeared from the spot, leaving Lin Yuza standing there, dumbfounded. You guys, how dare you? He looked around and suddenly realized, in shock, that all the high-level Evil Eye cores on the battlefield had vanished, leaving only worthless low-level cores scattered on the ground. Like trash that no one wanted. How is this possible? Lin Yuza's face instantly turned ashen as he suddenly realized that he had been played by Chen Ye and the others. You bunch of bastards. I, Lin Yuza, will remember you. On the other side, Chen Ye's figure successfully appeared at the teleportation square. The bright sunlight instantly illuminated the oppressive atmosphere brought by the Evil Eye Nest secret realm, making Chen Ye feel comfortable and at ease. He stretched his body, looked around, and found the square bustling with people, as other students were also teleported out of the secret realm one after another. A teacher saw Chen Ye and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, which class are you from? Not bad, lasted 2.5 days. Ha ha ha, not too bad." Chen Ye didn't know what to say in response to the teacher's praise, only smiling slightly. After all, if he hadn't encountered someone like Lin Yuza, but instead met other powerful allies, everyone could have worked together to last the full 3 days. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. Meeting Lin Yuza allowed Chen Ye to directly pack money without any psychological burden, letting He Yin swallow a total of 8 high-level and dozens of mid-level Evil Eye cores. In fact, due to absorbing too much energy, He Yan's high-level talent couldn't quite handle it, and had to enter the soul card space to focus on digesting it. After returning to his room, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the little white wolf in his arms, affectionately rubbed its head, and whispered, "Thanks to you this time, little guy, otherwise we wouldn't have such a high yield." Allah! The little white wolf was overjoyed upon hearing this. Stretched out its head to give Chen Ye a kiss, and proudly wagged its little tail, reminding Chen Ye not to forget to activate the video membership for it. Haha, I haven't forgotten. Chen Ye chuckled and activated a year-long video membership for the little white wolf. Now all he had to do was wait for He Yin to finish digesting the energy. Thinking this, he watched the little white wolf eagerly pick up the remote control and turn on a drama. His eyelids grew heavier, and he unknowingly fell asleep on the sofa. Chapter 25, The Principal. I thought you were dead. The next morning, Chen Ye slowly woke up from his slumber. The sunlight streamed through the window into the room, making it feel incredibly comfortable. Chen Ye sat up and stretched, feeling a bit tired, but his mental state had improved significantly. He looked up and saw the little white wolf curled up on the edge of the sofa, holding a bag of potato chips. Its little paws skillfully grabbing chips and putting them into its mouth, its big watery eyes fixed on the TV screen, clearly engrossed. You little guy? How long have you been watching? Chen Ye smiled helplessly and walked over to the little white wolf, rubbing its fluffy head. Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. He walked to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water, poured a cup, and slowly drank it, feeling warm flow down his throat into his stomach, making him feel much better. Then, he focused his thoughts and summoned He Yin from the soul card. As soon as He Yin appeared, Chen Ye felt a powerful aura rush towards him. Its size had grown significantly, now standing an impressive 5 meters tall, with thick black fur that shimmered like metal under the sunlight. Species, He Yin dog. Attribute, dark fire. Level, talent, strong, fireball. He Yin, you've reached the high level. Chen Ye exclaimed excitedly, walking up and reaching out to stroke He Yan's head. Wong Wong. He Yin nodded in response, excitedly rubbing its head against Chen Ye's palm, panting with enthusiasm, and its powerful tail swished, creating a whooshing sound. Chen Ye patted He Yan's broad shoulders, finding it truly large and sturdy, even suitable to be a mount. So, he tried to climb onto He Yan's back. He Yin stood up steadily, its steps strong and powerful, feeling like it could carry Chen Ye at high speed at any moment. The little white wolf saw this and immediately jumped down from the sofa, running to He Yan's feet, looking up excitedly and saying, I want to ride too. Chen Ye laughed heartily, bent down to pick up the little white wolf, and placed it on He Yan's back. The little white wolf immediately grasped He Yan's fur tightly with its paws, its face full of admiration and excitement. After playing for a while, Chen Ye jumped down from He Yan's back. All right, I have things to do today. Then, Chen Ye had a simple breakfast, packed his fishing gear, and prepared to head out. It was the weekend, and he planned to go to Emerald Lake to thank the principal and return the wristband to him. Before long, Chen Ye arrived at Emerald Lake with He Yin and the little white wolf, and from a distance, he saw the principal sitting on a large rock by the lake, holding a fishing rod and leisurely fishing. The fish basket was empty, and unsurprisingly, it was another day of catching nothing. However, Principal Li Chongqing squinted slightly, seemingly lost in thought, and it was unclear what he was pondering. Principal, good morning. Chen Ye approached and greeted him. Li Chongqing instinctively turned his head, and upon seeing Chen Ye walking towards him, his eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a ghost, almost dropping his fishing rod into the lake. Chen, Chen Ye, you're still alive? Li Chongqing suddenly stood up, rubbing his eyes and pinching his thigh hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Weren't you in the secret realm? That place is tough enough to be in the top 10 of the whole school. You haven't come out for so long. I thought you were dead. Before Li Chongqing could finish, his gaze suddenly fell on He Yin, and he froze again. Wait, this dog isn't right. How did it become high level? Li Chongqing's voice rose again, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, his expression shifting from shock to skepticism, then to confusion, and finally to numbness, a truly spectacular transformation. Impossible. I remember just 2 or 3 days ago, it was still at the mid-level. Li Chongqing was starting to doubt himself. Was it him that had a problem, or was it the world? How could this dog go from rank to rank in just 2 or 3 days? In response, Chen Ye was somewhat speechless. It turned out that this old principal didn't think much of him. He smiled and patiently explained, Principal, I'm still alive. The black flame dog was able to break through so quickly because it inherently has the talent for rank. And with our efforts in the secret realm to acquire many Evil Eye core resources, it was able to grow to this extent in a short time. However, it has already reached its limit, and it will be hard to achieve further breakthroughs in the short term. Oh, so that's how it is, Li Chongqing said, suddenly enlightened. His shock gradually faded, returning to his usual calm demeanor, reminiscent of a fisherman's ease. He stroked his chin, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes, as if he were pondering something. I see, it seems I underestimated your strength before. You really are the Chun family's eldest grandson, secretly receiving plenty of resource support, right? Li Chongqing said meaningfully. Ah, what a pity. This little white wolf must be a genuine rank pet beast. So playful and seemingly foolish. It's such a waste of a beast position, lowering the overall potential rating. Let's forget about it. Without sufficient value, Maga University can't just pick sides. Chen Ye was unaware that Li Chongqing's thoughts had already made several turns. He walked aside, skillfully setting up the fishing spot and barbecue area. Then, in the face of Li Chongqing's incredulous gaze, he quickly caught a 2-pound Xiaozueling fish, grilling it while chatting with the dazed Li Chongqing. As they chatted, Chen Ye suddenly sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Principal, I've encountered a difficult problem recently. My Marga evolution hasn't made any progress, and the bet with Chun Jianan at the end of the month is to compete in the trial tower. Without mastering the Marga evolution, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to win against him. As the principal of Marga University, Li Chongqing naturally knew about the bet between Chun Ye and Chun Jianan. Initially, he was not optimistic about Chen Ye. But now that the black flame dog had transformed into a rank, perhaps Chen Ye really had a chance? So, Li Chongqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Marga evolution doesn't require much knowledge, and it's quite dependent on luck. Some people grasp it in a week, while others won't even manage it after graduating from college. How's your current progress? Chen Ye shook his head, handing the grilled Xiaozueling fish to Li Chongqing with a wry smile. I'm at a loss. I've mastered the knowledge and principles, but I can't find a breakthrough. Li Chongqing took a bite of the grilled fish, his eyes lighting up. After pondering for a moment, he decided to guide this hard-working young man in a direction. He said slowly, perhaps you could seek out Professor Li Qingqing from the Research Institute. She studies Marga energy and might be able to help you. Chapter 26, Professor Li Qingqing. Professor Li Qingqing? Okay. Chen Ye nodded, his eyes brightening. With the principal's guidance, at least he wouldn't have to stumble around like a headless fly. In the afternoon, Chen Ye took the 2 little ones to the research building at the school. His gaze swept around the hall and landed at the reception desk. Hello. May I ask where Professor Li Qingqing's office is? Chen Ye politely inquired at the front desk. Professor Li is in room 502. You can take the elevator directly up. Thank you. Soon, Chen Ye took the elevator and found room 502 along the corridor. He stood at the door, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock. Come in. A clear female voice came from inside. Chen Ye pushed the door open, and what came into view was a spacious and bright office. Several scenic pictures of willow trees hung on the walls, and thick academic books and journals filled the bookshelves. At a square desk sat a young and beautiful woman, about 25 years old, dressed in a crisp white shirt, busily working at her computer. Are you Professor Li Qingqing? Chen Ye asked politely. The woman looked up, revealing a fair and delicate face, her gaze sharp. She nodded and spoke. I am Li Qingqing. May I ask who you are? My name is Chen Ye, and I'm here at the recommendation of Principal Li Chongqing. Chen Ye replied, showing the wristband identification. Principal? Li Qingqing was slightly taken aback, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Internally, she thought, is it Grandpa? I need to go check out the Emerald Lake. However, Li Qingqing's face showed no unusual expression. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, stood up, and said, please take a seat and tell me what problem you're encountering. Chen Ye sat down on the sofa, holding the little white wolf, while Black Flame lay quietly at his feet. He organized his thoughts and said, Professor Li, I and Black Flame have encountered a bottleneck in Marga evolution and have been unable to find a breakthrough. The principal said you're an expert in this area, so I wanted to consult you. When Li Qingqing heard the words Black Flame Dog, her brows furrowed slightly. She stood up and walked over to Chen Ye, her gaze landing on Black Flame. Although Black Flame was several times larger than an ordinary Black Flame dog, Li Qingqing had seen many large pets, so she was not surprised, though she wasn't optimistic about it. After all, a Black Flame dog was only rank, and no matter how large it was hard to change its essence. Black Flame Dog, Li Qingqing murmured softly, her tone tinged with helplessness. She looked at Chen Ye and said, although your Black Flame Dog is somewhat exceptional in size, the quality of the pet itself is limited. While Maga evolution isn't complicated, it does have certain requirements for the pet itself, and the Black Flame Dog doesn't have advantages in this regard. In other words, it was actually normal for the Maga evolution not to succeed. Chen Ye had already anticipated Li Qingqing's statement. He firmly said, Professor Li, I understand what you're saying. But my Black Flame is not an ordinary Black Flame dog. Its quality has reached rank. You can test it. Li Qingqing looked at Chen Ye with a skeptical gaze. A rank Black Flame dog? Is that possible? She had seen too many blindly arrogant beast masters, convinced that their pets were different from others, believing that emotions could spark miracles, but all of them ended up being brutally defeated by harsh reality. Nevertheless, Li Qingqing nodded and calmly said, all right, since you're so confident, let's first test its data and see if we can find any breakthroughs. After saying that, Li Qingqing led Chen Ye and Black Flame to a huge machine in the research building. This machine was specifically designed to test various data of pets, including their quality, potential, and talent. Li Qingqing skillfully operated the machine, instructing Chen Ye to place Black Flame on the testing platform. Black Flame stood on the testing circular platform, watching as Li Qingqing connected several transparent energy tubes to its head and body, showing no reaction and remaining calm. Chen Ye patted Black Flame, and the test quickly concluded. Then, Li Qingqing stood at the control panel, quickly typing on the keyboard. The machine started up, emitting a high-tech humming sound, and a blue light band lit up at the top of the machine, slowly flashing like flowing water, illuminating the entire testing area. Beep, beep, beep. Various data indicators began to appear on the large screen in front of Chen Ye. The moment the data was displayed, Li Qingqing naturally looked at the screen. The next second, her pupils slightly dilated, and a look of shock appeared on her face that she couldn't conceal. Then, her fingers quickly tapped the keyboard, repeatedly confirming the values displayed on the screen, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. How is this possible? Li Qingqing was shocked and opened her mouth wide, her tone filled with disbelief. Talent, quality, energy. The talent was close to the peak level. Li Qingqing's voice trembled a bit as she turned to Chen Ye, seeing him smiling silently. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and her face turned pink. She realized that Chen Ye was not exaggerating. She had misunderstood him. Chen Ye, your Black Flame is not simple. Li Qingqing took a deep breath, knowing that the potential of Black Flame far exceeded her expectations. Its talent and potential could fully support the Maga evolution, and it might even go further. Since the potential of Black Flame is so great, we cannot waste this opportunity. Follow me. I will take you to a place. After saying that, she led Chen Ye, Black Flame, and the little white wolf through the corridor of the research building to a more secret laboratory. In the center of the laboratory stood a huge machine, over 10 meters tall, covered with complex circuits and energy pipelines, looking full of technology and mystery. Chen Ye raised his head, looking at the supergiant machine, his face filled with shock. What is this? Li Qingqing smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of pride. This is the latest Maga evolution simulator developed by our school. It can simulate the energy fluctuations during Maga evolution, allowing the pet to adapt to the feeling of Maga evolution in advance, thus preparing for the real Maga evolution. However, starting this machine requires a large amount of resources, especially a lot of Maga stones, making the cost very high. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye became a bit anxious. If the cost is so high, then what about the expenses for this test? Li Qingqing smiled slightly and said casually, don't worry. Since you were recommended by the principal, then just put the expenses under his name. He shouldn't mind. Chen Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanking Professor Li and the principal, Li Qingqing didn't say much more, but walked to the machine and began to debug the equipment. She turned to Black Flame and said, it might be a bit painful later, so be prepared. Woof woof. Black Flame, upon hearing this, not only did not show fear but instead excitedly wagged its tail, its eyes bright, and lowly growled to indicate it was not afraid. Chen Ye looked at Black Flame's reaction, feeling both proud and a bit worried. He walked over to Black Flame and gently patted its head, saying, Black Flame, if it gets too uncomfortable, you must tell me. You absolutely cannot hold on. Woof woof. Black Flame rubbed its head against Chen Ye's hand, indicating it understood. Soon, the super machine gradually started up, emitting a fierce buzzing sound. Above the machine, the black and red energy tubes began to light up, releasing strong energy fluctuations. Li Qingqing explained, these Maga energy tubes are adjusted according to the proportion of Blackflame's dark attribute and fire attribute, maximizing the potential of its body. However, the process might be a bit painful, so be ready. Chen Ye nodded, his eyes fixed tightly on Blackflame on the testing platform. Soon, the super machine began to fully activate, and massive amounts of Maga energy poured out from the black and red energy tubes, enveloping Blackflame completely. Chapter 27, Evil Eye Blackflame. Out of control Maga evolution. Amid the energy glow, Blackflame's form was changing at a visible speed. Its size gradually increased, reaching 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Resembling an ancient giant wolf, 3 black flames suddenly erupted from its forehead and shoulders, burning fiercely and increasingly vigorously, with bright golden halos appearing at the edges of the flames, releasing a chilling, mysterious pressure. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. But Blackflame's transformation was not over. Li Qingqing stared at the data on the screen, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. She murmured, how is this possible? The current infusion amount is enough for 2-level pets to complete Maga evolution, but Blackflame's absorption has not reached the limit? After a moment of thought, she increased the intensity of the energy infusion by 1 level. As the energy infusion accelerated, Blackflame's changes became more apparent. Its size expanded further, and its limbs became even sturdier. However, at that moment, Blackflame began to feel an overwhelming pressure. Its body started to tremble slightly, and a look of pain flashed in its eyes. But Blackflame did not immediately convey this feeling to Chen Ye. Instead, it gritted its teeth, wanting to hold on a little longer. Chen Ye frowned. Although he could not see the slight tremors of Blackflame in the glow, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A woo! Blackflame suddenly let out a painful howl, and then with a tearing sound, countless wounds appeared on its body, blood spraying out from these wounds, which was terrifying. Even more chillingly, from those numerous wounds, countless vertical eyes suddenly opened. Each vertical eye was rapidly rotating, as if observing everything around it, sending chills down one's spine. Beep, beep, beep. The super machine also emitted a piercing alarm. Not good. Li Qingqing's face changed dramatically as she immediately operated the machine to pull up detailed data. However, the result left her in disbelief. This is Evil Eye energy. Blackflame's body actually contained such a massive amount of Evil Eye energy, and now the Evil Eye energy was clashing violently with the dark attribute energy of Maga, causing the two energies to devour each other and leading to uncontrollable results. Chen Ye. Li Qingqing suddenly turned her head, her tone urgent as she asked, why does Blackflame have so much Evil Eye energy in its body? What exactly did you do before this? Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and explained, Blackflame absorbed a lot of Evil Eye cores in the Evil Eye secret realm. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's face darkened, and she regretfully slapped her forehead. It was my oversight. I didn't carefully check the energy distribution of Blackflame, mistakenly believing this was its energy structure in a normal state, which led to the energy conflict. However, Li Qingqing quickly thought of a solution to the problem, to forcibly balance the energy conflict within Blackflame by strengthening the infusion of fire attribute Maga energy. Yet, just as Li Qingqing was about to operate immediately, Blackflame's once bright eyes suddenly became murky and dazed. It then let out a deafening roar, breaking free from the energy tubes binding it and completely losing control. Those countless eyes released chaotic red light, which surprisingly fused with the dark attribute, hitting the laboratory walls and instantly penetrating them, creating huge holes. Not good. Blackflame has gone berserk. Li Qingqing's face turned pale, but she quickly grabbed Chen Ye and said sternly, don't go over. Now that Blackflame has completely lost its reason, its attacks are indiscriminate. You going over will only lead to your own death. She took a deep breath, made a decision in her heart, and knew she had to hold Blackflame as much as possible before the school support arrived. I'll handle this. You all step back. She quickly gathered her soul card and summoned her pet, a level Maga crown tree. The crown tree completed its Maga evolution the moment it was summoned under Li Qingqing's command, its size swelling to 3 meters tall, with a sturdy trunk exuding powerful life energy. Maga crown tree, block Blackflame. Li Qingqing ordered. The Maga crown tree immediately released dozens of thick branches, pressing towards Blackflame. However, Blackflame's power far exceeded Li Qingqing's expectations. It didn't move at all, effortlessly blocking all of the Crown King tree's attacks, while the countless rays released from its numerous evil eyes pierced and burned through the branches of the Crown King tree. Li Qingqing's expression turned ugly. She felt the painful feedback from the Crown King tree and was shocked. How could this be? The defense of Blackflame is so powerful. The Crown King tree already has the strength of a level, yet it still cannot inflict even a bit of damage on Blackflame. Soon, Li Qingqing weakly shook her head, her voice tinged with despair. No, Black Flame is too strong. I am simply no match for it. At that moment, Black Flame's hollow eyes locked onto the direction of Li Qingqing and Chen Ye, slowly approaching them. There was no emotion in its eyes, only pure desire for destruction. As Li Qingqing watched Black Flame getting closer, her eyes filled with despair. She never expected that one mistake could lead to such serious consequences. Black Flame's strength had surpassed the level, and they had no chance of escape at all. Just then, a determined look flashed in Chen Ye's eyes, and he stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Li Qingqing, looking steadfastly at Black Flame. Black Flame, if you want to destroy, then step over me first. I won't give up on you, nor will I let you harm anyone. Black Flame's footsteps paused slightly, the red light in its eyes flickering for a moment. But soon it returned to its frenzied state and advanced forward. I believe you won't harm me, Chen Ye said firmly. It seemed Black Flame heard Chen Ye's words. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, the chaotic red light in its eyes flickering intermittently. Its movements stopped, obviously struggling against the chaos within. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Ye's heart. Then, under Li Qingqing's incredulous and even disbelieving gaze, Chen Ye actually walked toward Black Flame, arms wide open, allowing the chaotic light to pierce through his body, enduring the excruciating pain, gently embracing the trembling Black Flame. It's okay, everything's okay. Oh woo. Black Flame let out a whimper, two streams of tears slowly falling from the corners of its hollow eyes. Its body shook violently. Those densely packed eyes began to gradually close, and the raging energy within it slowly diminished. Finally, it emitted a low roar, the red light in its eyes completely dissipated, and its body slowly fell down. Chapter 28, Seed of Hellfire. This is truly insane. Li Qingqing stood by, witnessing Chen Ye rush toward the out-of-control Black Flame without hesitation. Her heart stirred with waves of shock, her pupils slightly constricted, and her brows involuntarily furrowed. Chen Ye, what kind of person are you? To dare approach a rampaging beast at such a time without a care for anything? Fortunately, Black Flame did not betray Chen Ye's trust and exited its frenzy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Black Flame fell into a coma, but its breathing was still relatively stable, and the energy fluctuations returned to stability. So its condition wasn't too dire. However, Chen Ye's situation was not optimistic. His body was severely pierced by the chaotic light released by Black Flame, leaving 3 holes. The flesh inside charred black, and blood continuously oozing out, staining his clothes red. Li Qingqing was greatly shaken and carefully examined Chen Ye's wounds. Then she was astonished to find that although Chen Ye was seriously injured, with one hole dangerously close to his heart, one more shift and his life would be at risk, there was actually blue soul power flowing out from within him, nourishing his wounds. Blue soul power. Chen Ye is actually a 3rd-tier beast master. No wonder he could resist the chaotic effects of the chaotic light. Li Qingqing looked at Chen Ye's currently unconscious face, which was tightly furrowed, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. The more she understood, the more surprised she became. As if this seemingly ordinary young man harbored countless secrets that sparked her curiosity, making her want to explore further. Professor Li, are you okay? At that moment, the security team rushed over. I'm fine. There was an accident during the experiment. Hurry and take him and Black Flame to the infirmary for treatment. Li Qingqing quickly explained the situation, her eyes filled with concern, and then she and the security team urgently sent Chen Ye and Black Flame to the school's infirmary. Soon, in the infirmary, 3-level life flowers were urgently treating Chen Ye. They first used purification techniques to eliminate the chaotic factors still wreaking havoc in Chen Ye's body, then began using advanced healing techniques to heal his wounds, the hollow holes visibly filled with granulation tissue connecting to the other side. Finally, once the wounds were filled with newly grown flesh, the life flower doctors used awakening techniques to bring Chen Ye back to consciousness. The entire process was unbearably itchy. But fortunately, Chen Ye had already fallen into a deep coma, so he did not let out a single scream. 2 hours later, Chen Ye was sent out of the treatment room by the life flower doctors. Li Qingqing had been anxiously waiting outside the treatment room all this time. And when she saw Chen Ye come out, she immediately stood up to greet him. How are you? Do you feel okay? Li Qingqing asked with concern, her tone carrying a hint of tension she wasn't even aware of. Chen Ye smiled slightly. I'm fine, just a small injury. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Woo. Black Flame let out a low sound, like a child who had done something wrong, slowly walking to Chen Ye's front but lowering its head, not daring to look at him. Black Flame's recovery ability was astonishing. 2 hours ago it was sent into the treatment room, and the next second it awakened on its own, astonishing the life flower doctors with its powerful recovery ability. Then it waited with Li Qingqing outside for Chen Ye. Seeing this, Chen Ye reached out and gently patted Black Flame's head. It's okay, Black Flame. That was an unexpected situation. It wasn't your intention. You were just influenced by that evil eye energy. Of course, next time we need to be able to control the evil eye energy so that it doesn't affect us. Woof woof. Upon hearing this, Blackflame's big eyes immediately regained their brightness, quickly nodding and saying it would definitely control that strange energy within it and not cause trouble for its master. Li Qingqing watched this scene and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She walked over to Chen Ye's side and said seriously, "Chen Ye, given Blackflame's current condition, it's best to rest for a few months. Only when the energy distribution within it completely returns to its natural state can we proceed with the Maga evolution. Otherwise, forcing the evolution might cause it to lose control again." Chen Ye was taken aback, paused in silence, and then nodded. "All right, then I'll rest a bit." Chen Ye thought for a moment. Although his bet with Chun Jinan was at the end of the month and time was running short, for Blackflame's sake, it wouldn't hurt to take a few months to rest. Losing the bet meant he could just deny it. What did face matter? Could he really give up his qualifications because of a bet and let his parents be sent by Chun Jinan to guard the mines? That would be absolutely unacceptable. Seeing Chen Ye in silence, Li Qingqing also fell silent, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Just now, through Li Qingqing learned that Chen Ye was the eldest grandson of the Chun family in the imperial capital, as well as the matter regarding his bet with Chun Jinan. However, Blackflame's condition was not optimistic. If Chen Ye was eager for the Maga evolution, it might harm Blackflame. So she thought about it and wanted to persuade Chen Ye to give up the bet. But when she saw Chen Ye agree to rest, his look of disappointment suddenly tugged at her heart. Li Qingqing looked at Chen Ye, a ripple forming in her heart. In fact, there might be a way. If Blackflame could absorb a large amount of fire attribute energy and accelerate its energy cycle through battle, perhaps it could reach its natural state in a short period of time. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard there was still a chance. He immediately raised his head to look at Li Qingqing. He didn't question her professional abilities, but began to think about how to implement it. Would it require a large amount of fire attribute energy? Time was urgent. He needed to check what secret realms the school had recently opened. Just as he was seriously searching for information, Li Qingqing gently coughed, breaking the silence. Her gaze flickered as if she was making a decision, and then she slowly spoke. The most suitable source of fire attribute energy is the Hellfire Seed. Hellfire Seed? Chen Ye was puzzled, and then furrowed his brow as if he thought of something. He had heard of the Hellfire Seed, a high-level fire attribute treasure that could elevate the strength of fire attribute beasts by 1 level. However, the value of the Hellfire Seed was extremely high, and it could only be obtained in the otherworld battlefield. Given his current strength and resources, it would be difficult to acquire it in a short time. Seeing Chen Ye's dejected expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt a surge of impulse. She bit her lip and said impulsively, "Actually, I have a Hellfire Seed here." "What?" Chen Ye's eyes widened. "Professor Li, you have a Hellfire Seed?" Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly regretting her impulsive words. But since she had already said it and Chen Ye was looking at her, she could only brace herself and continue. "This was obtained by my grandfather, the principal, in the otherworld battlefield. If you need it, I can ask him for it." "The principal? He is actually Professor Li's grandfather?" Li Qingqing lowered her head, her jade-like fingers unconsciously twisting together, her voice softening. "Actually, I have conditions. If you accept the Hellfire Seed, you must promise me to record the status of the Black Flame at all times and come to me regularly to update me. I am very interested in your Black Flame and want to conduct research on it." After saying that, she raised her head, nervously looking at Chen Ye. Chen Ye couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. He really had no reason to refuse Li Qingqing's request. However, he couldn't understand why she wanted to do this. After thinking about it, it seemed most reasonable that Li Qingqing's interest was piqued by the Black Flame's high-level talent, and she wanted to conduct research on it. "Professor Li, thank you. I promise I will record the changes in the Black Flame and come to you regularly to report the situation. Then it's settled. I will give you the Hellfire Seed tomorrow. Of course, I must be present when the Black Flame uses the Hellfire Seed," Li Qingqing said softly, smoothing the fur of the Black Flame. "Isn't that right, Black Flame?" "Wong Wong." The Black Flame excitedly nodded, clearly fond of Li Qingqing. Chen Ye had even less reason to refuse. Chapter 29, Normal State of Black Flame and the Hellfire Seed. Soon after, Li Qingqing saw Chen Ye leave and dialed her grandfather Li Chongqing's number. A strong voice quickly came through on the other end. "Qingqing, why are you calling me again? Did you get into trouble again?" "Of course not." Li Qingqing's heart tightened at her grandfather Li Chongqing's words, her face slightly flushed and her tone a bit hesitant. "Grandpa, I have something I want to tell you." Li Chongqing immediately became alert. "Oh, what is it? Is it that super Maga simulation machine in the lab having problems again? I just received a frighteningly high repair bill." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's fair face turned bright red. The super Maga simulation machine did have a little accident. The machine accidentally burned out. However, I have already contacted the repair personnel, and they will fix it as soon as possible. Of course, the bill will be on you, Grandpa. Li Changqing sighed on the other end of the line, a mix of helplessness and indulgence in his tone. Sigh, you child, you're always so careless. That machine is a treasure of the school. You must be more careful, or Grandpa's salary can't withstand too many of these. Li Changqing quickly acted cute. Okay, my grandpa, I will definitely be super careful from now on. Hearing this, Li Changqing nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, let's not talk about this. I just caught a quivering fish. Ching, I have to hang up. Suddenly, a sound of fishing line being rapidly pulled tight and the clatter of things being knocked over could be heard on the other end. But soon, with a splash, the sound on the line returned to silence. Li Changqing's voice came through again. Ahem, it's fine now, Ching. Li Changqing was a bit puzzled. What is it? Upon hearing this question, Li Changqing became vigilant. Hearing his granddaughter ask such a question, he felt as if he might lose the cherished Hellfire seed he had kept for a long time. Do you need the Hellfire seed? Yes, Grandpa. I recently encountered an unusual fire-type beast and am researching its Maga evolution topic. The situation is quite complex, and I happen to need the Hellfire seed. Don't worry. I will use it carefully. Li Changqing was silent for a moment, tears welling up in his eyes. All right, since it's for the experiment, you can use it. The Hellfire seed is stored in the third compartment of the lab, and the key is in my desk drawer. Li Changqing instantly felt relieved and, like a child, sweetly said, okay, Grandpa, thank you. The next afternoon, Li Changqing found Chen Ye and handed him a metal box containing the Hellfire seed. Chen Ye, this is the Hellfire seed. Use it carefully. Although the Hellfire seed has a high compatibility with the Blackflame Dog clan, you can't rush it. You need to guide it slowly. A slight mistake may cause backlash. Chen Ye nodded and took the box. Wong. The Black Flame sensed the Hellfire aura emanating from the box, wagging its tail excitedly and letting out a low growl. The little white wolf perched on Chen Ye's shoulder also curiously scrutinized it. Chen Ye opened the box. The Hellfire seed looked like a burning lotus, continuously radiating intense and terrifying fiery energy. If it weren't for the specially made box, it would have burned a large hole in the ground upon touching it. Black Flame, are you ready? Chen Ye asked softly. The Black Flame nodded and, with Chen Ye and Li Changqing's confirmation, unhesitatingly swallowed the Hellfire seed. In an instant, the Black Flame's body began to undergo dramatic changes. Its dense fur gradually changed from jet black to a deep dark red, and crimson patterns seemed to emerge on its surface, as if burning flames were flowing beneath its skin. Although its size didn't change after integrating with the Hellfire, the energy within the Black Flame gradually became more balanced and reasonable. After settling for a while, its strength significantly increased. Li Changqing observed the changes in the Black Flame and quickly made a judgment, very smooth. Moreover, the Hellfire seed is indeed very compatible with the Black Flame Dog's constitution, and the adaptation speed is even faster than expected. Chen Ye also felt the change in energy within the Black Flame very clearly. It no longer had that feeling of being inflated due to rapid absorption and growth, but instead felt solid and substantial. The foundation of the Black Flame was being refined and becoming very stable. Chen Ye looked at Li Changqing and said, Sister Changqing, what should we do next? After thinking for a moment, since Li Changqing had helped him so much, calling her Professor Li seemed too formal. Given that Li Changqing was not much older than him, it seemed more appropriate to call her Sister Changqing. Li Changqing's cheeks flushed slightly but didn't refute. Suddenly, she pondered for a moment. In order to help He Yin adapt to this flame energy as soon as possible, we can accelerate its energy circulation through combat. This will not only help stabilize its condition further, but also lay a solid foundation for Maga's evolution. Chen Ye nodded. All right, let's get started. Li Changqing smiled slightly, raised her hand, and summoned the king crown tree that Chen Ye had seen yesterday, immediately initiating Maga's evolution. The ancient tree stood a full 3 meters tall, its branches and leaves spreading out as if blocking the sky, giving a very strong sense of oppression. The Maga king crown tree possessed level strength, and He Yin was also at level, making them evenly matched, perfect for mutual combat training. He Yin, prepare for battle. Chen Ye shouted loudly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Woof woof. He Yin barked loudly, full of fighting spirit, leaping in front of Chen Ye, its body slightly leaning forward, ready for battle. Li Changqing's fighting style was not vague at all. King Crown Tree used 1000-branch stab. The branches of the King Crown Tree instantly elongated, like countless flexible and sturdy whips, creating a sound as they sliced through the air, fiercely striking towards He Yin. He Yin reacted quickly, dodging the majority of the attacks. However, there were too many branches, and a few thick ones struck He Yin's body hard. Fortunately, He Yin had strong defense, leaving only a few shallow scratches. He Yin, use Fireball followed by Shadow Claw. Chen Ye immediately countered. This was a combo that He Yin was quite skilled at. It spat out 2 large fireballs in quick succession, and then its claws were instantly enveloped in pitch-black dark energy. Following the fireballs, it leaped up fiercely, aiming to claw at the trunk of the King Crown Tree. King Crown Tree, use tree puppet to block. Li Qingqing's gaze was sharp and calm, as if she had already anticipated He Yan's attack method. Upon hearing this, the main branches of the King Crown Tree quickly split into dozens of small tree puppets, which then actively rushed towards the flying fireballs, detonating 2 of them instantly. The remaining tree puppets surrounded He Yin, not only taking the Shadow Claw, but also applying pressure on He Yin. He Yin, use fireball continuously, Chen Ye calmly shouted. He Yin nimbly jumped to evade attacks from all directions, while simultaneously opening its mouth, spitting out fierce fireballs in retaliation, instantly obliterating several tree puppets. However, the Maga King Crown Tree quickly generated new tree puppets to replenish its forces. For a moment, the battle fell into a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Chen Ye understood that Li Qingqing clearly intended to use a war of attrition to drain He Yan's energy, thus achieving victory in the battle. However, Li Qingqing did not know that He Yin was also skilled in attrition warfare. Chapter 30, Sister-in-Law is really amazing. As expected, with the prolonged battle time, He Yan's level-strong physique talent became increasingly evident. Its endurance reached its peak, showing no signs of fatigue, moving swiftly and continuously spewing fireballs, able to heal quickly even after taking damage. In contrast, the King Crown Tree's movements and reactions grew slower, and the speed at which it generated tree puppets visibly decreased, gradually falling into a disadvantage and being pressured by He Yin. Li Qingqing stood aside, filled with shock. She did not expect that He Yan's sustained combat ability was even stronger than that of the grass-type King Crown Tree. Therefore, in order to defeat He Yin, she had to rely on extremely fast explosive power. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the greater He Yan's advantage would become. Her strategy had been wrong from the start. This is pointless, Li Qingqing made a judgment, decisively raising her hand. Stop. Let's end this duel here. I admit defeat. The battle abruptly ceased. Chen Ye smiled. Patting He Yin, you did very well. Woof woof. Excited by Chen Ye's praise, He Yin barked, slightly exhaling and wagging its tail back and forth. Chen Ye laughed heartily, taking out a bottle of water and handing it to Li Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, you've worked hard. Have some water. Don't worry too much about winning or losing. We are partners now. Losing to me isn't embarrassing. Li Qingqing took the water, and upon hearing Chen Ye's words, she couldn't help but laugh, her delicate, fair face slightly flushing. You're quite good at flattering yourself. Honestly admit it. You've probably deceived quite a few young girls with sweet words, right? No way. Chen Ye protested vehemently. At that moment, a clear voice came from nearby. Brother, is that you? Chen Ye turned to see his sister, Chen Yuqing, walking over from a distance, her big eyes curiously looking at him and Li Qingqing. Brother, is this my sister-in-law? She's so pretty. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's face turned red instantly, and she hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No. I'm Chen Ye's teacher, Li Qingqing. Don't misunderstand. Oh, is that so? But why do I feel like there's something off between you two? Chen Yuqing raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Ye with suspicion. Brother, you better confess honestly. Did you sneak a peek at sister-in-law's figure and her long legs? Chen Ye rolled his eyes in exasperation, not wanting to explain so much. A glance at Chen Yuqing's mischievous smile made him realize that this clever sister was teasing him and Li Qingqing. But to be honest, Chen Ye just noticed that Li Qingqing's figure was indeed curvaceous, and her legs were long and fair, but usually hidden under her lab coat, so it wasn't obvious. Sister Qingqing is quite capable. However, Li Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed from Chen Yuqing's comment, and upon sensing Chen Ye's gaze, her face instantly turned crimson. She shot Chen Ye a fierce glare and quickly found an excuse. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Ye, let's continue training next time. After saying that, Li Qingqing quickly left. Watching Li Qingqing's back, Chen Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Brother, look, you've scared her away. Chen Ye shook his head helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Qingqing is a research professor at our school. We are just normal friends. Chen Yuqing pouted, clearly not believing him. However, she then became serious and said, Brother, I wanted to tell you that just a couple of days ago, Chun Jianan has already mastered the Ma Jia evolution of the Sword Feather Griffin and has even broken through to a second-tier Beast Master, newly contracting a level Hurricane Eagle. His strength is improving rapidly. You should just surrender to me early on. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression became somewhat serious. Originally, if He Yin reached level and worked hard to master Ma Jia's evolution, he would have a chance to compete with Chun Jianan. But now that Chun Jianan had an additional level pet as support, the gap between them had widened further. Not to mention that He Yin had not yet mastered Ma Jia's evolution. This is indeed a bit tricky, Chen Ye said softly. However, My bet with him is based on the midterm assessment's trial tower results, not a direct battle, so there may still be a chance. Chen Ye looked at Chen Ye's determined expression and couldn't help but rub her forehead. She felt that Chen Ye might have a few screws loose. Brother, why are you so mysteriously confident? The trial tower is not that easy to break through. Its difficulty is higher than ordinary secret realms. And Chen Jinin's pets are all fast and high attack. I don't understand where your confidence comes from. Confidence definitely comes from strength. Woof woof. He Yin and Xiao Bai immediately ran over. Upon seeing Chen Yuqing, He Yin rubbed against her shoulder, greeting her. Chen Yuqing looked up, momentarily speechless as she gazed at the tall He Yin in front of her. Stabilized at level, He Yin's size had grown to a full 2 meters in shoulder height. Exuding a powerful beast aura, its black fur shimmering with a dark golden sheen in the sunlight. It moved gently, yet Chen Yuqing felt an invisible pressure. Is this little He Yin? Chen Yuqing suddenly became stuttery, her eyes filled with disbelief. How did it grow so big? I remember it was just a little bit not long ago. Is this really 8 years old? Chen Ye was very satisfied with Chen Yuqing's expression and smiled as he explained, in the secret realm, He Yin consumed some evil eye resources and advanced to its current level. It's not a little guy anymore. Level? Chen Yuqing's pupils shook violently, instinctively covering her mouth, gasping. Brother, what you said before was true. He Yin really reached this level. Chen Ye nodded and teased, I told you a long time ago. But some people just refused to believe it. Chen Yuqing was in a daze. She still remembered that 2 months ago. She and Chen Ye were in the Ghost Forest secret realm, and He Yin was only at level. How did it reach this level in just 2 months? This is simply unbelievable. Chen Yuqing looked at Chen Ye with a hint of fear in her eyes. Brother, do you really have confidence in beating Chen Jinan in the midterm assessment? Chen Yuqing confirmed again, her voice no longer so loud. Borrow money. Chen Ye explained. The little white wolf is my second contracted pet beast, and now I'm preparing to contract a third wolf-type pet beast. I plan to go to a nearby wolf pet beast base this afternoon to buy one. A third pet beast. Chen Yuqing's eyes widened, her voice involuntarily rising by 8 degrees. Brother, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? You need to be a tier 3 beast master to contract a third pet beast. Chen Ye said nothing more and simply extended his hand, slowly forming a soul card in his palm. The soul card shimmered with a faint blue light, representing the identity of a tier 3 beast master. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuqing was completely petrified. She stared blankly at the blue soul card in Chen Ye's hand, her mind blank. Tier 3 beast master. Brother, you. Chen Yuqing's expression was complicated. Her mouth opened and closed as she stuttered, unsure of what to say, ultimately transforming countless words into one. Sister-in-law is really impressive. She has a good eye? Chapter 31. Pet Beast Cultivation Base. That afternoon, Chen Yuqing took Chen Ye to the local top-notch pet beast cultivation base, preparing to buy a pet beast for Chen Ye. At the entrance of the base, a person in charge had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Chen Yuqing, a warm smile immediately filled their face. Based on the appointment information, they knew Chen Yuqing was the young lady from the imperial capital, so they didn't dare to be negligent. Miss Chen, welcome. I am the person in charge of this pet beast cultivation base and will provide you with a special introduction service. Please follow me. The person in charge smiled as they spoke, glancing over at Chen Ye, guessing his identity. Chen Yuqing nodded. Please take us to the wolf-type pet beast area. My brother wants to take a look. All right, please walk this way. The person in charge quickly led the way, but was somewhat puzzled. Why did Chen Yuqing call this young man her brother? Could this young man be the Chen family's eldest son, Chen Jinan? However, the little white wolf beside him was clearly only at level, which didn't seem like the pet beast of the rumored Chen Jinan. The person in charge thought about this and then led Chen Ye and Chen Yuqing to the wolf-type pet beast area, immediately starting to introduce the pet beasts professionally. Miss Chen, Mr. Chen, here is our base's level wolf-type pet beast area, which uses an open breeding environment to give the pet beasts maximum freedom, ensuring their mental and physical health. There are a total of 5 types and 21 level wolf-type pet beasts raised here, each one carefully selected. Look over there. Resting is a peak-level eternal night wolf, with dark attributes, good at using shadow skills, and can significantly enhance its attributes at night. Known as the Shadow Hunter. Over there, the level radiant diamond wolf is banging against a tree, with rock and steel attributes, very impressive defensive power, able to easily withstand attacks from pet beasts of the same level, suitable for developing in the tank direction. Chen Ye listened while carefully examining the data of each wolf beast, but unfortunately, none of these level wolf beasts had level talents, which were not the pet beasts Chen Ye wanted to contract. Ow ow. Behind special glass, the little white wolf curiously approached these level wolf beasts, sniffing gently, wanting to greet them. However, in response to the little white wolf's actions, these wolf beasts all looked down on it, lying in place and ignoring it, even disdainfully barking at the little white wolf, scaring it to hide behind He Yin. Woof woof. He Yin immediately stood up for the little white wolf, releasing a powerful level aura, challenging anyone who bullied the little white wolf to come out and fight. Feeling the aura from He Yin, these wolf-type pet beasts became wary and retreated, not daring to approach. Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. Brother, He Yin is so strong. These level wolf beasts don't dare to come near it. Chen Ye was indifferent. However, the person in charge was very surprised by this scene. Originally, he thought He Yin was just an ordinary big dog, but now it seemed that just its aura made level wolf beasts wary. It was likely level. The person in charge became even more certain that Chen Ye's identity was extraordinary. Mr. Chen, are you not satisfied with these level wolf beasts? The person in charge asked cautiously. Chen Ye shook his head. These level wolf beasts were actually well-bred, but they were not what I was looking for. Are there any other wolf-type pet beasts here? I want to take a look. The person in charge was taken aback. He didn't expect Chen Ye's requirements to be so high, but the best quality wolf beasts in the base were all here. The person in charge felt that this deal was likely to end in failure, but still said truthfully, Mr. Chen, the best quality wolf beasts in our base are all here. The rest are only level wolf-type pet beasts. Then let us take a look. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. However, Chen Ye was somewhat dismissive. Brother, don't look at the level ones. They are all very weak. How about we first check out other level pet beasts? After all, we don't necessarily have to contract wolf-type ones. Chen Ye suspected Chen Ye had obsessive-compulsive disorder, only wanting to contract wolf-type pet beasts. If it were before, if Chen Ye said he wanted to contract level pet beasts, she definitely wouldn't have spoken so gently, but now that Chen Ye had a level He Yin, Chen Ye spoke in a nice tone. Chen Ye wanted to say more, but upon seeing Chen Ye's calm demeanor, knowing how stubborn Chen Ye was, she helplessly conceded. Annoyed, she huffed and turned to the person in charge. Sorry, please take us to the area to have a look. Subsequently, under the guidance of the person in charge, Chen Ye and Chen Ye walked through the vast level and level wolf beast areas, seeing hundreds of wolf-type pet beasts of all sizes. However, after 2 hours, Chen Ye's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect that among hundreds of wolf beasts, not a single one had level talents. The chance of getting one was too low. Chen Ye, holding the little white wolf, was lazily sitting on He Yan's back, somewhat helpless. Brother, your standards are too high, right? Actually, that peak level eternal night wolf just now was very good, very suitable for you. Its talent value is super high. Of course, the price was also super high. It would cost 30 million. If Chen Ye decided to buy that one, Chen Ye's little treasury would definitely not hold up, and she would have to apply to her family first. Not interested. Chen Ye shook his head. The Wolf Master ability was his biggest trump card. He had to make good use of this advantage to find the most suitable wolf-type pet beast. The person in charge, upon hearing this, couldn't help but mutter to himself, this Mr. Chen is too picky. There are hundreds of wolf-type pet beasts in the base. Yet none of them caught his eye. But due to Chen Ye's identity, he didn't dare to show it and could only suppress his emotions, maintaining a professional fake smile. Mr. Chen, did you not see a suitable wolf-type pet beast? The person in charge asked tentatively. Chen Ye nodded, not feeling embarrassed in front of the magical beast manager. Do you have other wolf beasts here? The manager frowned, thought carefully, and suddenly remembered something, saying, by the way, we have a few small wolves behind our base. They were captured not long ago, and their wild nature hasn't been eliminated yet. They are extremely aggressive. So they are still in training. If you're interested, I can take you to see them. Okay, take me to have a look. Chen Ye nodded. The manager nodded and led Chen Ye and Chen Ye through the long corridor of the breeding base to the training area at the back. The environment here was noticeably much simpler than the display area in front, with a wild and restless aura in the air. And the low growls of the pets could be heard at any time. A woo. A few small wolves were locked in specially made cages. Upon seeing Chen Ye and the others approaching, they immediately became alert, their bodies tense, eyes fierce, and they let out low growls, ready to attack at any moment. The little white wolf, seeing this, timidly burrowed into Chen Ye's arms. The manager pointed to the small wolves and explained. These small wolves were recently captured from the thunderstorm plains. They still have strong wild instincts and high aggression, which is why they are not placed in the display area. They need systematic training and must learn basic knowledge before they can become contract pets. Chen Ye nodded and slowly scanned the small wolves. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a wolf beast in the corner, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes because he finally saw a wolf beast with a top-tier talent. Species, Steel Thunder Wolf. Attribute, Steel Thunder. Quality, top tier. Talent, Electromagnetic Pulse, Electromagnetic Shield. What's going on with this little wolf? Chen Ye suppressed his excitement and asked expressionlessly. The manager was taken aback. He followed Chen Ye's finger to see that Chen Ye was referring to the fiercest little wolf inside. He hesitated and said, Mr. Chen, this Steel Thunder Wolf is the hardest to tame here. Its wild nature is very strong, It has already bitten several of our third-generation wolf trainers. However, its talent value is indeed very high. If you really want it, I can offer you a 20 discount. Chapter 32, Little Green Vine Wolf. The hardest to tame, extremely wild. Hearing the manager's words, Chen Ye fell into thought. Indeed, this Steel Thunder Wolf had a rare top-tier talent. But if its personality was bad, that would be a significant drawback. A wolf-type pet with a stable personality like He Yin or one as clever and friendly as the little white wolf would be Chen Ye's first choice. Chen Ye's gaze then fell on the Steel Thunder Wolf. It lay quietly in the cage, its fur a silver-gray color, flickering with lightning, and its narrow eyes squinting like it was sleeping, but in reality, it was vigilantly observing Chen Ye and the others. Upon hearing that Chen Ye wanted to buy it, a flash of anger crossed the Steel Thunder Wolf's eyes, its nose wrinkled, and it let out a threatening low growl. Seeing that Chen Ye had remained silent, the manager, sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit cold, smiled and said, "This Steel Thunder Wolf is indeed a good specimen. We have tested its lightning talent, and it is extremely high. It might grow into a powerful pet. If you are interested in purchasing it, I can offer a price of 6 million, with a 20 down payment, and a 40-year installment plan is also possible." Chen Yuqing also noticed Chen Ye's gaze and realized he was clearly interested in the Steel Thunder Wolf, so she proactively said to him, "Brother, what do you think? If it's not bad, just buy it." Chen Yuqing knew some market trends. The price of ordinary top-tier pets was around 8 million, and the manager's offer of 6 million was indeed a good price. However, unexpectedly, after hearing this, Chen Ye only nodded and did not show any intention of wanting to buy. "Thank you for your introduction, but I am not considering purchasing it for now." The manager was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Ye to refuse so straightforwardly. He unwillingly pressed, "Mr. Chen, the Steel Thunder Wolf is a rare lightning attribute pet. Would you reconsider?" Chen Ye shook his head. For him, a pet was not just a pet, it was a partner in family. A pet with an unstable personality that does not listen would bring more harm than good, possibly disrupting the existing harmony. He did not want to see a scene where he couldn't command the Steel Thunder Wolf during battle or where the Steel Thunder Wolf bullied the little white wolf. After saying this, Chen Ye turned to look at the somewhat dazed Chen Yuqing and said, "Let's go. Let's check out the next pet breeding base." Only the manager was left standing awkwardly in place, watching Chen Ye and the others leave, shaking his head helplessly, muttering, "This Mr. Chen is really a hard one to please." Soon, Chen Ye arrived at the second pet breeding base, but unfortunately, just like the first one, there were no top-tier wolf-type pets here either. So, taking advantage of the daylight, they hurried to the third one. On the way, Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes and said with some helplessness, "Brother, this is the last one. If we still can't find a suitable one, we'll have to try our luck in the capital another day." "Okay," Chen Ye nodded. Chen Yuqing had been running with him all afternoon and was indeed very tired. Even Chen Ye, who had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. However, when Chen Ye walked into the display area, he suddenly brightened. In front of him, a green little wolf lay leisurely among the plants, wagging its little tail. Its emerald fur shimmering softly in the sunlight, and it was grooming its fur with its little paws, resembling an elegant noble girl. Upon seeing Chen Ye approach, the green little wolf curiously glanced at him a couple of times, blinked its big eyes, and then became distracted by a butterfly that flew by, displaying very stable emotions. Chen Ye's heart stirred, and he immediately used his talent detection skill to check the information of this little wolf. Species, green vine wolf. Attribute, grass. Quality, top tier. Talent, tree god descend, healing green light, herbivore. Chen Ye's eyes widened instantly. Happiness came too suddenly. As soon as he entered the display area, he saw this little wolf with top-tier talent, and although it was just a simple observation, Chen Ye could already tell that this little wolf had a very good personality. At this moment, a reception girl came over, smiling as she introduced, "Hello, guests. This little wolf is a rare breed from our base, a top-tier green vine wolf. It has powerful grass attribute talents and healing abilities, and its personality is gentle, making it very suitable for training. Of course, its price is a bit high. At 27 million. Chen Yuqing nodded. She had heard this kind of introduction hundreds of times that afternoon and was somewhat numb to it. Chen Yuqing thought Chen Ye would, as before, listen to the introduction and then look at the next one. But unexpectedly, this time Chen Ye turned to her and asked, "Yuqing, do you have enough money for the down payment?" Chen Yuqing was slightly taken aback, turning to look at Chen Ye, and upon seeing his determined expression, she realized that Chen Ye really wanted to buy this little green vine wolf, and she was suddenly filled with tears of joy. "My brother, you finally found a pet you want. Buy it. We have to buy it." Although Chen Yuqing was a bit surprised, she immediately took out her phone to check her account, counting that she had about 8 million, enough for the down payment. But she didn't want to give only the down payment. After all, the ancient ruins qualification Chen Ye exchanged with her allowed her to obtain a top-tier pet egg, which was of great value. So Chen Yuqing didn't want to be stingy when it came to Chen Ye buying a pet. Without hesitation, Chen Yuqing directly dialed her father's phone. Hey dad, Chen Ye has his eye on a high-level pet beast, and he still needs 20 million. Can you transfer it to me first? Chen Ye will pay me back later, and I'll selectively return it to you, Chen Yuqing said quickly, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. On the other end of the line, Chen's father chuckled indulgently. You little girl, you even helped Chen Ye buy pet beasts now? All right, I'll transfer it to you right away. By the way, invite Chen Ye over for dinner sometime. I've only seen him twice when he was little. All right. 2 minutes later, 20 million appeared in Chen Yuqing's account. She excitedly told Chen Ye, brother, the 20 million is in. Chen Ye nodded and said to the staff member, we'll take this little green vine wolf. Please handle the paperwork. The reception girl was instantly stunned. She didn't expect that after just a few words, these two customers would be so decisive, not even haggling over the price, and directly buying the 27 million little green vine wolf. Wow, so extravagant. Okay, please follow me. The reception girl hurriedly and flusteredly helped Chen Ye with the purchase paperwork. Her colleagues looked on with envious eyes. Chapter 33, Contract Successful. The Third Wolf. The paperwork was processed super quickly. Within 5 minutes, the bewildered little green vine wolf was brought before Chen Ye by the staff. Huh, why am I out? The little green vine wolf seemed confused, blinking its clear big eyes, tilting its head to look at Chen Ye, then glancing around at the unfamiliar environment, its eyes filled with doubt and innocence. Woo. It turned around and crawled back towards the staff member. Didn't you say we were having dinner? The staff member took a step back and explained to Chen Ye with a smile. Mr. Chen, the little green vine wolf has just left its cultivation environment, so it might still be a bit unaccustomed. But as long as you interact with it more, it will quickly get familiar with you. Also, the little green vine wolf loves plants. If possible, you can set up a small garden at home with plants like willow and summer flowers. It will be very happy. After saying this, the staff member ignored the slightly angry little green vine wolf, humming a tune as she turned and left. Since as the little green vine wolf's caregiver, she would receive a considerable bonus for the successful sale. Woo! The little green vine wolf chased after her, scratching at the door in annoyance. Chen Ye watched quietly. He knew he had to give the little green vine wolf some time to adapt and adjust. At this moment, it was perfect for the little white wolf and Blackflame to step in. Owl! The little white wolf eagerly jumped out from the soul card space, poking its head out and warmly greeting the little green vine wolf. Woof! Blackflame also barked, its big eyes sparkling, tail wagging excitedly as it greeted the little green vine wolf. The little green vine wolf was startled by the sudden sounds from the little white wolf and Blackflame, shrinking back slightly, but soon curiously looked at them. Its eyes widened with a hint of innocence and curiosity as it cautiously asked, Woo, who are you? Why are you so enthusiastic? Thus, a friendly exchange began between the three little wolves. Owl, woof, woo. Chen Ye watched expectantly. Before long, the little white wolf bounced over to Chen Ye, proudly announcing that it had completed its task. Sure enough, Chen Ye looked up and saw the little green vine wolf hesitantly gazing at him. After thinking for a moment, he gently squatted down in front of the little green vine wolf, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Chen Ye. From now on, we'll be partners. I will take good care of you, so please take care of me too. Owl. The little white wolf, seeing this, became a bit impatient, bouncing around to urge the little green vine wolf, saying it's okay. The master is a really nice person. He watches TV dramas and eats chips with me every day. Finally, under the little white wolf's encouragement, the little green vine wolf wrinkled its nose, tapped its claws on the ground, and slowly raised its little paw to gently place it in Chen Ye's palm. Chen Ye nodded, looking at the little green vine wolf, softly asking, Little one, do you want to recognize me and sign a contract with me? Woo. Gaining the little green vine wolf's acknowledgement, Chen Ye felt a surge of excitement in his heart, holding its paw as a blank soul card materialized in his hand, transforming into a soft light that enveloped the little green vine wolf. Within the light, the little green vine wolf felt a warm power flow into its body. It did not resist, and soon realized that an invisible link had been established between it and Chen Ye, understanding that Chen Ye was its master. Woo! Is this the contract? So warm. Quickly, the light dissipated, and the blue soul card in Chen Ye's hand displayed the form of the little green vine wolf, signifying that the pet beast contract was officially completed, and the little green vine wolf became his partner. Owl, woof. Upon seeing the contract end, Blackflame and the little white wolf immediately excitedly gathered around, happily circling the little green vine wolf. The little green vine wolf was influenced by their enthusiasm and began to like this lively atmosphere, gradually relaxing, nodding seriously, and revealing a somewhat shy smile. Chen Yuqing watched this scene from the side, also smiling. She walked over, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother, congratulations. At 10 p.m., it was getting late, but he wasn't idle. The little green vine wolf was very excited. It happily trotted to the balcony, reaching out its paw to touch the plants. A burst of emerald green grass attribute energy was released from its body, merging into the plants, which immediately thrived, making the little green vine wolf extremely happy. It turned its head, looking at Chen Ye with its clear big eyes, letting out a gentle woo as a thank you to Chen Ye. Chen Ye smiled and patted its head, saying, "This will be your little paradise from now on. Just tell me what plants you want." Woo. The little green vine wolf obediently nodded, gently rubbing its head against Chen Ye's leg before running to play in the balcony garden. Owl. The little white wolf skillfully turned on the TV drama, tore open a bag of chips, and then bounced over to the little green vine wolf, nibbling on its ear to indicate that there were good shows and tasty snacks. Urging it to come quickly, Chen Ye smiled and let the three little ones play together while he began to focus on himself. Because just now, when the contract with the little green vine wolf succeeded, Chen Ye clearly sensed that he had gained a brand new ability with high resistance to negative mental states, such as confusion, fear, charm, etc. After thinking for a moment, he decided to name this ability Mental Protection. Although it seemed somewhat useless, it still provided an extra layer of security. Thus, he had mastered 3 abilities: the ability to see the data of wolf-type pet beasts, the wolf soul that significantly increased training speed, and the mental protection against negative mental states. Chapter 34. Live streaming across the internet. Time flew by, and in the following days, Chen Ye spent his time between attending classes and training intensively with Li Qingqing. As a research professor, Li Qingqing had unique insights into pet beast cultivation, while guiding Chen Ye to better stimulate Blackflame's potential. She also helped him analyze the key points of the Maga evolution. Blackflame's condition was getting better and better, Li Qingqing commented, her voice soft yet filled with approval. The energy distribution within it has reached a perfectly natural state, and its firepower has significantly increased. Given the situation, you have already met the requirements for the Maga evolution. Chen Ye nodded. He also felt that he was getting closer to the Maga evolution, as if there was just a thin membrane separating him from a complete breakthrough. By the way, Chen Ye, Li Qingqing suddenly spoke up, her tone playful. I know you have a bet with Chen Jinan. Would you like me to help you out a bit and tell you the content of this trial tower in advance? Upon hearing this, Chen Ye was slightly taken aback and then decisively shook his head. No need. I believe we can defeat Chen Jinan. Aren't you afraid of what others might say if you help me like this? Upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, He Yin and the others immediately shouted enthusiastically that they would drive away all enemies and that there was no need to cheat. Even the newly joined little green vine wolf chimed in excitedly, barking that its master was the strongest. Humph, then I won't say anything more. Li Qingqing responded with a light hum, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Not taking advantage of a small benefit is a bit domineering. I'll let you pass this time. Chen Ye laughed heartily, giving the 3 little ones an approving look, but he knew that Li Qingqing said this for his own good. And a warm feeling surged in his heart as he softly said, Thank you, Qingqing. Upon hearing him call her name, Li Qingqing's cheeks instantly turned rosy, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned around and patted He Yan's head, speaking cheerfully, All right, let's end today's training here. Tomorrow is the assessment. So you all need to perform well and not disappoint me. After saying that, Li Qingqing closed her notebook, stood up, gave Chen Ye an encouraging look, and then left the training ground. Chen Ye watched her departing figure, feeling an indescribable emotion. He wasn't dense and could sense some of Li Qingqing's feelings. But for Chen Ye at this moment, women would only slow down his speed of drawing his sword. In the afternoon class, old Lu stood in front of the classroom, introducing the rules of the trial tower for tomorrow. The trial tower has a total of 7 levels, with increasing difficulty. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4. Level 5, Level 6, and Level 7. For you, as long as you pass the 2nd level, it counts as qualifying. Of course, for students like Chen Yuqing, they can push for Level 5. The highest record for new students at Maga University even reached Level 6. Chen Ye felt that when old Lu said this, he seemed to glance at him meaningfully, leaving Chen Ye confused. This year, after discussions at the school, it has been decided that if you pass Level 4, you will receive very generous rewards. Old Lu raised his voice, stating that the rewards include obtaining a piece of heavenly material or treasure of any attribute, and an opportunity for spirit liquid purification. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally quiet classroom erupted in excitement, with students wide-eyed and filled with shock. Spirit liquid purification. Did I hear that right? Is it the one that can optimize pet genes and increase the probability of pet evolution? My goodness, this time I have to give it my all. Wow, this assessment is too generous. I'm in, brothers. Chen Ye was also pleasantly surprised, although he didn't know what spirit liquid purification was. He heard the words level heavenly material and treasure, and his eyes lit up. If he could get this reward, He could pay back part of the more than 20 million he borrowed from Chen Ye, which would relieve a lot of pressure. Thinking of this, Chen Ye's gaze became even more determined. Old Lu looked at the students who seemed to be energized, feeling very pleased, and smiled so broadly that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes could squash a mosquito. He then continued, and this year's midterm assessment will be live-streamed, which will attract attention from all over the internet. You must perform well and not embarrass our class. Upon hearing the words live-stream, the classroom erupted again. Wow. Since their essay live-stream, we have to perform well. What if we accidentally get noticed by a state-owned enterprise or a big company? Yeah, this is a great opportunity for fame. I'm all in. Even for the spirit liquid purification, I have to give it my all. Woohoo. Everyone's spirits were completely ignited. And even Chen Ye, who usually kept a low profile, was influenced by the atmosphere filled with fighting spirit in the classroom. Feeling exhilarated and even wanting to give it his all. The next morning, Chen Ye arrived early at the teleportation square. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the air still carried a hint of the coolness of the night. But the teleportation square was already crowded with people. Students gathered in small groups, some quietly discussing tactics, while others nervously checked the status of their pets. In the center of the square, a group of professional staff were busy setting up live streaming equipment, with huge screens and cameras already prepared, making final adjustments for the upcoming live broadcast. Chen Ye also spotted Li Qingqing. She was standing calmly in the stands, discussing something with school leaders. Interestingly, Li Qingqing seemed to sense Chen Ye's gaze and shot him a charming glance, causing Chen Ye to shake his head and chuckle. Brother Ye. Guo Xiaolei spotted Chen Ye and ran over, a nervous smile on his face, along with 2 deep dark circles under his eyes. You're here really early. How's it going? Ready? Chen Ye nodded and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Just then, the large screen in the square suddenly lit up, displaying the scene of the square, indicating that the live broadcast had officially started. Instantly, many people entered the live broadcast room, sending a flood of comments. Here we go. Here we go. Front row seats. Soon, amidst everyone's anticipation, the vice principal walked onto the stage with a beaming face, holding a microphone, and began his speech in a loud voice. Fellow students and viewers, welcome to the midterm assessment of Maga University. This assessment is not only a test of the student's strength, but also an opportunity to showcase our school's charm. I hope everyone can give their all and present their best results. According to international practice, the audience immediately erupted in warm applause. However, everyone soon noticed something was off. The vice principal's speech was lengthy, transitioning from the school's glorious history to future development plans, and expressing earnest expectations for the students. Damn, why is the vice principal so talkative? It's been half an hour. Yeah, bro, I'm a bit sleepy. The comments in the live broadcast room were varied, with comments rolling in quickly. This leader's speech is too long. Can we start already? Since we're all here, is anyone looking for online dating? I'm divorced with 2 kids, looking to meet someone. I heard there's a guy named Chen Ye at Maga University who has a bet with the young master Chen Jinan. Does anyone know the details? Haha, my classmate is from Maga, and he said that Chen Ye's pet is just a level Blackflame dog. He probably just wants to get famous and attract attention, right? This bet sounds interesting. Which Chen Ye is it? Finally, after another 10 minutes, the vice principal's speech was nearing its end. He cleared his throat and loudly announced, I believe everyone is eager. I now officially declare that the freshman midterm assessment of Maga University has officially begun. There are 3 minutes for the first batch of students participating in the challenge to get ready. As his words fell, the square instantly boiled over. Chapter 35, Mechanical Puppet Beast. According to Old Lu, the assessment is conducted in batches based on the level of the pet beasts. The first batch to challenge consists of the absolute strong ones among the freshmen, including Chen Ye and the other 9 students with level beasts. As the countdown began, the atmosphere in the square instantly became tense. The students looked up with both seriousness and awe at the 9 individuals on stage, hoping to gain insights about the trial tower from their early challenges to aid their own upcoming challenges. Journalists also took advantage of the countdown to start live interviews. A keen-eyed female reporter quickly spotted Chen Jinan, who stood out from the crowd, and immediately squeezed through with her camera crew. Chen Jinan, I heard you made a bet with your classmate Chen Ye. Can you tell us about it? After finishing her question, she hurriedly presented the microphone to Chen Jinan, her tone revealing a hint of gossip and excitement. Chen Jinan raised an eyebrow, a smirk of disdain appearing on his lips. Chen Ye? He's just a useless person. I never paid any attention to him. As for the bet, it's better that you don't know about it, as it won't have any impact at all. His tone was filled with contempt, as if Chen Ye was hardly worth mentioning. The audience in the live stream erupted in the comments. Chen is so domineering. Who is this Chen Ye? How dare he challenge Chen? I've never heard of him, probably just an unknown nobody. I really want to see what this guy looks like. Waiting to see him get slapped in the face, Unexpectedly, the camera really found Chen Ye in the crowd, and gave him a close-up shot. In the frame, he appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly unfazed by Chen Jianan's mockery. However, Chen Yuqing on stage immediately became displeased upon seeing this. Her face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, saying to the Eternal Deer, take down that camera. Sure. The Eternal Deer nodded, a cold glint flashing in its eyes. It flicked its tail, and an invisible wave of energy instantly struck the camera. With a crack, the camera lens shattered, startling the reporter, who quickly took a few steps back, not daring to come closer. The reporter stammered, her face filled with fear. Chen Yuqing shot her a cold glance. The imposing aura of the Chen family's eldest daughter fully revealed at that moment. Don't shoot what you shouldn't. The reporter, intimidated by her presence, quickly nodded and replied, yes. Yes, I won't shoot anymore. I'll go change the equipment right away. After saying that, she and her crew left in a hurry. At this moment, the announcement sounded, students in the first batch entering the trial tower, please prepare. Hearing this, Chen Yuqing's heart tightened, and she felt slightly nervous. Suddenly, she saw Chen Ye below, looking at her with a calm expression and a smile on his lips. Chen Yuqing felt a surge of defiance and shot a proud glare at Chen Ye. Humph, brother, just watch me. The teleportation began. As the announcement ended, 9 beams of light flashed across the teleportation square, and Chen Yuqing and the others were instantly transported into the trial tower. Meanwhile, a super large screen immediately rose in the square, divided into 9 segments, simultaneously broadcasting the content of Chen Yuqing's challenge. According to Old Lu, since the first batch entering the trial tower consisted of top freshmen, they would start their challenges from the 4th level. Of course, this also meant that the opponents they faced were all level mechanical puppets without attributes. Mechanical puppets, non-living entities without attributes, possess incredible strength and defense, ranking above average among level opponents. Additionally, they have the super advantages of never tiring and never fearing. And their lack of attributes means they are not restrained by elemental weaknesses, making them an obstacle that many talented students find hard to overcome. Chen Ye's gaze first landed on the split screen, showing Chen Yuqing's live stream. As soon as Chen Yuqing entered the trial tower, she unhesitatingly commanded the Eternal Deer to change its attributes to that of a powerful fire type. The Eternal Deer instantly transformed into a blazing firelight, flames burning fiercely around it as it confronted the mechanical puppet head-on. Eternal Deer, unleash flame. Chen Yuqing decisively commanded. Sure. The Eternal Deer let out a low growl, the fierce flames around it condensing into a scorching fire pillar, containing terrifying power that struck directly at the center of the mechanical puppet's chest. The power of the flame attack was immense, and under the assault of the flame, the outer layer of the mechanical puppet's metal armor gradually began to melt. However, the mechanical puppet's astonishing defense and non-living characteristics were fully displayed at this moment. Although it was hit, it seemed to feel nothing and let out a low roar, quickly using its hind legs to charge forward against the flame attack. Seeing the mechanical puppet's counterattack, Chen Yuqing calmly commanded, Steel attributes, iron defense. As soon as her words fell, the Eternal Deer switched to a steel attribute form, its body covered with a layer of high-density, hard metal armor, effectively blocking the mechanical puppet's charge. Immediately after, Chen Yuqing's eyes narrowed. What an opportunity, lightning attribute volt impact. Sure, the Eternal Deer's eyes flashed with lightning, its body enveloped in terrifying blue high-voltage electricity. It then charged at the mechanical puppet, its antlers striking the spot where it had just been hit. And the super high-pressure electricity erupted at the moment of contact, deep blue lightning radiating out, directly penetrating the core of the mechanical puppet. With a crack, it was as if something had shattered, and the mechanical puppet immediately stopped in its tracks, finally breaking apart into chunks of metal debris. The audience in the live stream was instantly captivated by Chen Yuqing's sharp and decisive fighting style, flooding the screen with countless comments. Wow, Goddess Yuqing is so strong. The Eternal Deer's alternating attacks of lightning and fire are simply invincible. The first hit broke through the chest defense, and the second directly shattered the mechanical puppet. The attribute switching of the Eternal Deer is amazing. This fighting style is so domineering. As expected of a level student, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile. However, at that moment, Gui Xiaolei suddenly tugged at Chen Ye's sleeve and whispered, Yigo, quickly look at Chen Jianan's screen. Hearing this, Chen Ye immediately shifted his gaze to Chen Jianan's split screen. So fast, Chen Ye frowned. In the replay, as soon as Chen Jianan entered the trial tower, he unhesitatingly used the Maga evolution. The Maga Swordwing Griffin instantly unleashed super battle power, enveloped in dazzling sword light. The mechanical puppet barely made a move before it was struck down by a fierce swordwing slash from the Maga Swordwing Griffin soaring in the air, cutting it in half. The entire process was clean and quick, taking only 43 seconds, nearly breaking the school's record. The audience in the live stream erupted once again, comments flooding the screen. Chen Ye is so fierce. Instant kill. As expected, the Maga evolution is invincible. 43 seconds. This is outrageous. Almost broke the school's record of 39 seconds. Who is this? Who dares to make a bet with such a big shot like Chen Ye? Isn't that just asking for humiliation? Chen Ye, right? Which batch is he in? There's going to be a good show now. Chapter 36. Pressure on Chen Ye. Guo Xiaolei, standing next to Chen Ye, glanced at him with concern as he saw the live stream comments mocking Chen Ye, unsure of how to speak up. In fact, when Guo Xiaolei saw Chen Ye instant kill the level mechanical puppet, he already knew that no matter what, Chen Ye's performance could never surpass Chen Ye's. Guo Xiaolei couldn't imagine the immense pressure Chen Ye would face when the assessment ended and he was met with ridicule from across the internet. He even thought about suggesting that Chen Ye forego participating in this midterm assessment. Meanwhile, on the screen, Chen Ye had already begun the battle for the 5th level. The difficulty of the 5th level of the trial tower was classified as level, with opponents being 2 larger and stronger mechanical puppets of above-average strength. Their armor was thicker, and their power and defense were significantly higher than that of the mechanical puppets in the 4th level. Mega Evolution. Seeing this, Chen Ye decisively performed the Mega Evolution again. The sword-feather griffin let out a loud cry, enveloped in dazzling golden light, its size rapidly increasing, and every feather on its wings became as sharp as a blade. Sword-feather slash. Chen Ye commanded coldly. The sword-feather griffin suddenly flapped its wings, unleashing countless blades of sword energy that shot out towards the 2 mechanical puppets. Sizzle. The sword energy was incredibly sharp, instantly piercing the armor of the mechanical puppets and leaving deep wounds on their chests. However, the defense of these 2 mechanical puppets far exceeded that of the ones in the 4th level. Although the sword feather slash successfully dealt damage, it did not penetrate. It merely embedded itself into the superalloy chest armor of the mechanical puppets, failing to achieve a one-hit kill. The 2 mechanical puppets were enraged, emitting a low hum.
And then their thick armor on the back suddenly unfolded, revealing 2 enormous mechanical wings. They can fly. Chen Ye's heart sank.
The aerial advantage of the sword-feather griffin would be greatly diminished. Sure enough, the 2 mechanical puppets soared into the air at an astonishing speed, creating a stark contrast with their massive bodies, and surrounded the sword-feather griffin in midair. They attacked simultaneously from the front and back, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom as they charged towards the sword-feather griffin. Dodge now. A moment of panic flashed in Chen Ye's eyes, and he immediately commanded. The Mega Sword-Feather Griffin, hearing this, quickly flipped in the air, narrowly avoiding the attacks of the 2 mechanical puppets. In fact, the strength of the mag-revolved Sword-Feather Griffin had already surpassed level, and its speed was beyond what the mechanical puppets could match. It was merely that Chen Ye, as a second-tier beast master, was slightly slower in reacting, which resulted in the near miss. Sword Energy Storm. Chen Ye lost patience and decided to use the Sword-Feather Griffin's strongest move to directly determine the outcome of the battle. The Mega Sword-Feather Griffin's wings suddenly spread wide, releasing countless sword energies that formed a massive storm in midair. The sword energy storm instantly enveloped the 2 mechanical puppets, with each blade of sword energy carrying devastating destructive power, continuously slicing through the armor of the mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppets unleashed powerful forces, trying to break through the storm's encirclement. However, as soon as they charged out, before they could locate the sword-feather griffin, the sword energy storm immediately changed direction and followed, determined to keep them tightly ensnared. The armor of the mechanical puppets gradually cracked under the slicing of the sword energy, and their entire mechanical structures suffered severe damage. Ultimately, 3 minutes later, the 2 mechanical puppets could no longer hold on, their critical components destroyed by the sword energy storm, and Chen Ye secured victory in the 5th level. The entire live broadcast room erupted into unprecedented fervor, the bullet screen rolling madly, as everyone's emotions were ignited. Damn, Chen Ye is too strong. He can win even against 2. With such strength, who would dare to disagree? The 6th level. Challenge the 6th level. Let's see where his limits are. Wow. Will he break the freshman record? Oh my god. He's really challenging the 6th level. That's just too fierce. Seeing this scene, Li Qingqing, sitting on the high platform, had a serious expression, and her gaze involuntarily swept towards Chen Ye, who stood in the square with a furrowed brow, feeling worried for him. Li Qingqing knew that the difficulty of the 6th level of the trial tower far exceeded that of the 5th level, with 5 mechanical puppets of upper-level strength guarding it. Given Chen Ye's current display of strength, passing it was impossible. Nevertheless, there was no doubt about Chen Ye's strength. Although Chen Ye also had considerable potential, his foundation and roots were clearly not as strong as Chen Ye's. Under the immense pressure exerted by someone as powerful as Chen Ye, whether Chen Ye could withstand it remained an unknown. Can you do it, Chen Ye? Li Qingqing murmured with concern. The battle for the 6th level soon began. 5 mechanical puppets, each towering at 20 meters and possessing peak-level strength, appeared before Chen Jianan, exuding a suffocating sense of terrifying pressure. Chen Jianan suppressed his anxiety, allowing the sword feather griffin to complete the mega evolution. But unexpectedly, the 5 mechanical puppets immediately launched their attacks, a tide of assaults following one after another. They came in waves, as if programmed with precision, coordinating seamlessly. Just as the sword feather griffin narrowly dodged one attack, attacks from both sides came instantly. Although the sword feather griffin was fast, it quickly showed signs of fatigue under such a barrage. The high-intensity evasions of the mega sword feather griffin lasted less than 30 seconds before the massive consumption of stamina and mental energy caused Chen Jianan to react inadequately, unable to issue effective commands. Ultimately, he was unable to dodge in time and was struck hard by a mechanical puppet that had ambushed from the side, injuring its wing. In the end, the mega sword feather griffin was continuously attacked and crashed heavily to the ground, the sword energy gradually dissipating, returning to its base form. Challenge of the 6th level failed. A broadcast echoed within the trial tower, announcing the end of Chen Jianan's battle. He stood there, a flicker of shadow and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Earlier that morning, his father Chen Heng had told him that if he could pass the 6th level in today's trial tower, Chen Heng would persuade everyone at the family meeting to convince Grandpa to end the competition for candidates early and establish him as the sole heir. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the 6th level was too great, causing him to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he could have fulfilled all the suppressed desires he had harbored for years. Among these was his third uncle's daughter, Chen Yuqing. Thinking of Chen Yuqing, a lewd glint involuntarily appeared in Chen Jianan's eyes. Don't worry, everything will be mine. With that thought, Chen Jianan rubbed his face, quickly restoring his handsome demeanor, and then teleported out of the trial tower. As soon as he emerged, he was greeted by a tidal wave of applause and cheers. His classmates in the square clapped for him, and even the bullet screen in the live room flooded with praises. Idle Chen Jianan. So strong. He lasted so long in the 6th level. No wonder he's a genius from Maga University. Big brother is so handsome. That Chen Ye, whatever his name is, wants to compete with my brother. He must be crazy for fame. Chapter 37. Vice Principal what? Chen Ye forfeited. The school leaders looked at Chen Jianan with expressions full of approval. Chen Jianan's performance was indeed outstanding. Although he failed to challenge the 6th level, his strength was already top-notch among this year's freshmen. The vice principal said with satisfaction. Yes, his performance has far exceeded our expectations. It's rare to find such a student in several cohorts, another school leader echoed. The vice principal nodded with a smile. Thinking back to when Chen Ye unexpectedly took first place in the freshman competition, he had considered investing in Chen Ye to compete for the Chun family's candidate position. The vice principal couldn't help but chuckle. Thankfully, he didn't act on impulse, or it would have been quite amusing. Compared to Chen Jianan, what was Chen Ye? Soon, the results of the first batch of students were announced, and only 4 people managed to pass the 5th level. Chen Jianan, Chen Yuqing, Long Tianxiang, and a girl named Song Xiner. This result made the entire square and the live streaming room erupt with excitement. In the previous assessment, only 2 people had passed the 5th level. The vice principal stood on the podium, joyfully announcing the results to the camera, a proud smile on his face. Dear viewers, the record of the Maga University Trial Tower has been broken again. Among the first batch of students, for have successfully passed the 5th level. This is not only their personal glory, but also the pride of our entire Maga University. As soon as the vice principal finished speaking, the bullet comments in the live stream went crazy. Our brother Chen Jianan is the strongest, completed the 5th level the fastest, and held on the longest in the 6th level. Who else? Chen Yuqing and Long Tianxiang are not weak either. Maga University truly deserves to be one of the 4 prestigious schools. These talents are indeed extraordinary. Such strength is top-notch, even nationwide. The crowd cheered with joy. However, after Chen Yuqing was teleported out, she appeared somewhat sullen. As soon as the vice principal finished speaking, she walked straight to Chen Ye's side, frowning slightly. Her tone filled with discontent. Brother, Chen Jianan is such an annoying guy. He stole all the limelight. It's really infuriating. If it weren't for the mechanical puppet beast not having attributes, the eternal deer would definitely have challenged it faster than him. Chen Ye chuckled, patting Chen Yuqing's shoulder in understanding, but he didn't say any comforting words. Although Chen Yuqing had a point, if there were attribute advantages, the eternal deer would definitely have a greater burst in performance, but the reality was that being slow meant being slow, and there was nothing to say about it. Chen Yuqing couldn't help but pout, clearly still feeling unwilling. Then she paused and began to seriously remind Chen Ye, brother, it's your turn to go on stage soon. Don't take it lightly. The threat of that mechanical puppet beast is actually quite significant. If Blackflame is not careful, it could easily lose. Chen Ye shared her experience. However, even she didn't realize that the content she was reminding Chen Ye about was only related to the mechanical puppet beast from the 4th level. And she didn't mention anything about the 5th level. Clearly, in Chen Ye's subconscious, she thought that Chen Ye would not be able to pass the 5th level. At that moment, the broadcast announced for the second batch of students to get ready. This batch had over 300 students, and their pets were all at level. Although there was a noticeable gap in strength compared to the first batch, they were the backbone of Maga University. Guixiaolei's purple-tailed thunderfox was at level, so he was also one of the second batch. Chen Ye walked over to Guixiaolei, nudged him with his shoulder, said nothing, and raised an eyebrow to encourage him. Guixiaolei took a deep breath, revealing a slightly nervous smile. Yigo, I will do my best. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was teleported into the trial tower. Chen Ye stood by, not really caring about Guixiaolei's performance, scrolling through the bullet comments out of boredom. But she noticed something strange. There were almost no comments about the performance of the second batch of students. Instead, everyone was asking the same question. Oh, has the second batch assessment started? Does anyone know if Chen Ye is among them? Did he participate in the assessment? Is Chen Ye in the second batch? Didn't he say he would challenge the trial tower? Where's Chen Ye? Did he chicken out? Why hasn't he shown up yet? These netizens seemed more interested in having fun than the live stream. Chen Ye frowned, immediately thinking of her second uncle Chen Hong. Then she turned to look at Chen Ye, finding that he was focused on Guixiaolei's split screen, obviously not paying attention to the comments. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to tell Chen Ye about it. Meanwhile, the vice principal also noticed the abnormality in the comments, especially when he saw someone questioning how Maga University could admit someone like Chen Ye. He began to feel resentment towards Chen Ye. This Chen Ye really doesn't know what's good for him. The vice principal felt a twinge of complaint in his heart, and his expression darkened. He originally hoped to showcase the strength and foundation of Maga University through the live broadcast of this midterm assessment. But he didn't expect that Chen Ye's reckless bet would ruin his entire promotional plan. The vice principal snorted coldly, his tone filled with resentment. Damn it. It's best to expel him. But the vice principal didn't know that the reason for Chen Ye's bet with Chen Jianan was that Chen Jianan had first led people to beat up Guixiaolei, prompting Chen Ye to ultimately decide to bet with Chen Jianan. Soon, 20 minutes later, Guixiaolei came out of the trial tower. He looked somewhat dejected because although his purple-tailed thunderfox had evolved at Maga, its proficiency was still lacking, and its lightning power was insufficient, ultimately failing to challenge the level mechanical puppet beast in the 4th level, stopping at the 3rd level. Chen Ye didn't say anything. He could just keep trying next time. Thus, as time passed, the assessments for the 3rd and 4th batches of students gradually came to an end. However, the bullet comments in the live stream continued to discuss Chen Ye. No way, the assessment is over. Where's Chen Ye? He still hasn't shown up? He must have chickened out. Laughing to death, Chen Ye must be afraid of being ridiculed, so he didn't dare to participate. Is this how Maga University students are? Can't take a loss. Totally cowardly? The vice principal's expression grew increasingly grim. He stood on the podium, questioning the other teachers and leaders, his tone clearly filled with anger. All the students participated in the midterm assessment, and only that Chen Ye dares not to participate? Is he playing us? Old Lu hurried over and whispered in the vice principal's ear, Principal, the midterm assessment isn't over yet. There's still the 5th batch, the level batch. Chen Ye is in the 5th batch. Huh, there's still a 5th batch? Level batch? The vice principal was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. This was the first time in all his years at Maga University that he had heard of a level batch. He quickly flipped through the documents in his hand, and upon reaching the last page, he indeed saw information about the 5th batch. Moreover, there was only one name on the list, Chen Ye. The 5th batch. Level batch has only him. The vice principal's expression instantly became complex, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He didn't expect Chen Ye to be placed in the last batch, and he was the only student in the level batch. Old Lu explained with a wry smile. This is based on the quality of the pets. Chen Ye's pet is a level Blackflame dog, so he was placed in the last batch. I remember this arrangement. It seems to be your signature. Upon hearing this, the vice principal glanced at Old Lu and fell silent. Damn it. It seems even the heavens want Maga University to lose face in this live broadcast. The only level student is the tail-end Charlie, and with that messy bet, it's truly a combination of keywords. Tomorrow's news will probably be full of explosive points. He felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, and he had even thought of several catchy headlines. However, human joy and sorrow are not the same. In the live stream, the audience heard the announcement about the 5th batch, and the empty screen erupted once more, filled with white bullet comments. 5th batch. Chen Ye is in the 5th batch. Wow, no wonder he didn't dare to participate earlier. It turns out he isn't strong enough. Is this Chen Ye here to tell jokes? Challenging the trial tower with a level pet? Maga has really fallen, allowing someone with a contracted level pet beast to enroll. The reputation of the 4 prestigious schools has been ruined by him. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was unaware that his every move was already influencing actions outside. Seeing the teleportation bracelet start to heat up, Chen Ye knew that the teleportation was beginning. He took a deep breath, his expression calm, and then, with a flash of light, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, arriving at the first level of the trial tower. The surroundings were very quiet. Chen Ye curiously looked up, observing the internal environment of the trial tower. It resembled a metallic ruin, with broken steel bars and shattered metal debris scattered everywhere. The air was filled with a faint smell of machine oil, indicating that the trial tower had been opened for many years without cleaning, resulting in a buildup of mechanical wreckage. A mechanical puppet beast stood in the center of the arena, its metal limbs strong and powerful, 3 meters tall, covered in heavy special metal armor. Upon sensing the arrival of a challenger, its originally gray eyes immediately flickered with red light. The first level was of level difficulty. Chen Ye looked at the mechanical puppet beast, thought for a moment, and decided to let the level pet Xiaobai challenge it. He couldn't waste this opportunity. With that in mind, he immediately summoned Xiaobai from the soul card. "Oh woo! Master, you called me. I'm here." As soon as Xiaobai appeared, it energetically howled twice, excitedly bouncing around Chen Ye, its tail wagging like a little windmill. Clearly, Xiaobai disliked staying in the soul card space. There were neither TV shows nor chips inside. So when Chen Ye let it out, it was extremely happy. In the live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter upon seeing that the pet beast summoned by Chen Ye was a little white wolf. Ha ha ha, a little white wolf. Chen Ye is being too abstract. He can already contract a second pet beast. Why is he still contracting a level 1? I thought he had some secret weapon, but it turns out he's really useless. Is he here to be funny? What a cute little white wolf. It's a pity it followed the wrong master. Chen Ye looked at the lively and clever little white wolf and couldn't help but smile. He squatted down and gently patted its little head, saying, "Xiaobai, I've decided to let you take the stage. You have to perform well." "Oh woo." Xiaobai raised its head high and confidently walked toward the center of the arena. It glanced at the mechanical puppet beast preparing to enter attack mode, sniffed seriously to assess its opponent's strength, and then its bright eyes suddenly became proud as it lifted its chin at the mechanical puppet beast. As if sensing the provocation, the mechanical puppet beast's eyes flashed red. As a semi-living mechanical puppet beast, it didn't know what mercy meant. Its limbs erupted with terrifying speed, leaping high to strike down fiercely at the little white wolf. Its movements were incredibly sharp, unleashing peak-level power. Just when everyone thought the little white wolf would be instantly killed by the mechanical puppet beast, unexpectedly, the little white wolf suddenly grinned slyly, and its body instantly became transparent, disappearing from the spot. "Is that an invisibility skill?" someone exclaimed in the live broadcast room. Then everyone saw the mechanical puppet beast smash the ground into a big pit, but it was a lonely strike. There was no trace of the little white wolf. The mechanical puppet beast looked around in confusion, seemingly unable to find any sign of the little white wolf. At that moment, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from inside the mechanical puppet beast's body. It lowered its head in confusion, trying to locate the source of the sound. But its body suddenly stiffened, emitting another cracking sound. Crack, 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 boom. Then everyone was stunned to see the giant 3-meter-tall body of the mechanical puppet beast suddenly crash to the ground, scattering into a pile of metal parts. Only then did the little white wolf leisurely reveal itself beside the wreckage. The entire process took only a few seconds. First stage challenge successful. Hearing the announcement, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. The barrage fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into frenzied discussions. What the heck? How did the mechanical puppet beast fall? Someone come help it. What did the little white wolf do? I didn't see anything. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is too outrageous. Right? A level little white wolf can kill a level mechanical puppet beast? Is this little white wolf even legal? Even so, Chen Ye dreaming of defeating my brother Chen Jianan is just a pipe dream. My brother is the strongest. People were shocked and debated animatedly. Chen Ye was not surprised by this outcome at all. Just from the fact that Xiaobai could survive in the monster-filled ghost forest and could stealthily take the amber spirit stone liquid from Chen Jianan, one could see its capabilities. If Xiaobai were not only level 1, it could unleash even more power with its spirit body and invisibility enhancement. Chapter 39. How did he win? Everyone look. Chen Ye is at the second stage. Haha. The second stage is level difficulty. This time Chen Ye should lose, right? Bet on it. Soon, Chen Ye and Xiaobai stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of light, they left the first level and arrived at the second level of the trial tower. The environment of the second level was not much different from the first level, perhaps with some differences. The scattered metal parts here were larger, and the signs of destruction were more evident. In the center of the arena stood a level mechanical puppet beast, about 6 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, with formidable armor. Its eyes immediately flickered with deeper red light, and its aura was much stronger than that of the mechanical puppet beast in the first stage. Chen Ye was contemplating who to let practice in this round. Xiaobai stood at Chen Ye's feet, glanced at the mechanical puppet beast, sniffed to assess its danger level, and then its eyes lit up, feeling like it could still fight. So it immediately rubbed its little head against Chen Ye's pant leg and said, "Whoa, master, let me take the stage. I can still fight." Chen Ye was a bit surprised upon hearing this. He looked down at the little white wolf and noticed its eager expression and impatient nodding. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. "All right, I'll leave it to you, Xiaobai. But you have to be careful." "Oh woo." Xiaobai, having received Chen Ye's consent, immediately wagged its tail excitedly and then walked toward the center of the arena with a light step. Its small body exuded confidence. The audience in the live broadcast room widened their eyes upon seeing Chen Ye let the little white wolf take the stage again. Still the little white wolf. Has he gone mad, using a level beast to fight a level 1? Chen Ye can't possibly think that just because the little white wolf passed the first stage, it's invincible, right? This little white wolf is really pitiful. Chen Ye must be abusing it. On the screen, the little white wolf slowly walked toward the center of the arena. During its movement, its invisibility ability activated, and its body gradually became transparent, slowly disappearing from the viewer's sight. Another invisibility skill. The audience in the live broadcast room was once again astonished. However, this level mechanical puppet beast's sensing ability was much stronger than that of the first stage. After the little white wolf's figure vanished, the mechanical puppet beast did not look confused like the one in the first stage. Instead, it vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Its metal armor began to vibrate, emitting a buzzing sound, as if sensing something. Time passed second by second, and the audience was too nervous to breathe. Suddenly, the red light in the mechanical puppet beast's eyes flared up, as if it had discovered something. Its massive body suddenly moved, concentrating its power in its strong forelimbs, and struck down hard in a certain direction. Chen Ye's eyes immediately narrowed. Not good. The place where the mechanical puppet beast attacked was exactly where Xiaobai had stealthily positioned itself. He instinctively wanted to summon the black flame to come and save the situation. But then he remembered Xiaobai's confident gaze at the beginning. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, but chose to trust Xiaobai. The next moment, the mechanical puppet beast's fists came crashing down on that empty spot with unstoppable force, creating a massive pit in the ground. Mud and debris flying everywhere with a thunderous sound. Just when it seemed like disaster was imminent, Xiaobai instantly activated its spirit ability, using its ability to phase through solid objects to evade the mechanical puppet beast's attack. Moreover, the little white wolf even took the opportunity to directly enter the mechanical puppet beast's body, showing its little claws and wreaking havoc inside. Crack, crack, crack. Under the attack, the mechanical puppet beast's body began to tremble violently. Thanks to its physique, the mechanical puppet beast's resistance surprisingly lasted for 40 seconds. Chen Ye sensed that something was wrong, and between his fingers, he was already gathering the soul card for the black flame. He knew that due to the limitations of its level, Xiaobai's spirit ability could only be used for a maximum of 50 seconds. Therefore, if the mechanical puppet beast did not fall within the next 10 seconds, the little white wolf, after releasing its spirit state, might be crushed and seriously injured by the immense internal pressure of the mechanical puppet beast. Fortunately, just as Chen Ye was preparing to intervene, the mechanical puppet beast's body suddenly stiffened, emitting a series of loud cracking noises. And then its massive body collapsed to the ground, breaking into a pile of parts, losing its combat capability. Chen Ye let out a sigh of relief. That was truly a close call. Second stage challenge successful. Upon hearing the announcement, the viewers in the live broadcast room fell into a moment of silence. The screen displaying a brief moment of blank comments, followed by an even more intense barrage of comments. I can't believe it. How did this little white wolf win? This is too absurd. This is a level battle, and the mechanical puppet beast just went down? Wow, what did the little white wolf do? I really want to know. There's something fishy going on. However, the vice principal's explanation clearly did not convince everyone. After all, the defensive and perceptive abilities of a level mechanical puppet beast are far superior. It was evident that the mechanical puppet beast had sensed something during the battle to initiate its attack. Yet Chen Ye's little white wolf was still able to resolve it easily, which was simply unbelievable. Just as everyone was still in shock, a knowledgeable viewer in the live broadcast room began to analyze rationally. Everyone, don't panic. Let me analyze this. The little white wolf's stealth skill is indeed very strong. But the level mechanical puppet beast's perception ability is also not weak, so the little white wolf must have exploited the mechanical puppet beast's weaknesses, like its energy core or control system, to win. However, in the next third stage, it will be a level mechanical puppet beast, whose defensive and perceptive abilities are far superior to the level 1. The little white wolf's method won't be as effective. So I'm sure that this clown Chen Ye will stop here. As soon as this analysis was made, The viewers in the live broadcast room felt it made a lot of sense, and the comments turned in another direction. Haha, now I'm relieved. This Chen Ye thinks he can mess with my brother. Just wait to be instantly killed in the third stage. Hurry up and end this. Don't waste time. Chapter 40. Netizens. First of all, it's just an ordinary green vine wolf. Soon, with the flickering light of the teleportation array, Chen Ye and the little white wolf left the second level and arrived at the third level of the trial tower. The scene on the third level was richer than the previous two levels. The ground was paved with a type of metal that emitted a faint glow, surrounded by towering mechanical columns carved with patterns, giving a strong sense of a metallic relic. In the center of the arena stood a mechanical puppet beast. It was 10 meters tall, and even when Chen Ye looked up, he couldn't see its full form. Its heavy metal limbs struck the ground, creating deep dents, and the mechanical eyes flickered with a deep blue light, giving a nearly tangible sense of oppression. This was a brand new level mechanical puppet beast. A woo. Master, I can't fight this big guy. I need to switch to another partner. Chen Ye looked down at the little white wolf and couldn't help but smile at its cute appearance. So, he patted Xiaobai's head and said gently, "It's okay. You've done well. Now, let's leave it to the little green vine." After saying that, Chen Ye concentrated and summoned a soul card engraved with the image of the little green vine wolf. A bright green light flew out from the soul card, transforming into a small green wolf in front of Chen Ye. Woo. Master, did you call me? The little green vine wolf landed gracefully and elegantly flicked its tail. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, when the viewers saw the little green vine wolf appear, they were instantly stunned. Just a moment ago, they were looking forward to Chen Ye summoning the level Blackflame dog, and then witnessing an exhilarating scene of the Blackflame dog and the little white wolf struggling against the level mechanical puppet beast. However, what appeared now was an unexpected pet beast, which was clearly completely different from what they had anticipated, and it was not exciting at all. Thus, the big screen fell into a moment of silence, before once again exploding with a barrage of comments. What the hell? Where's the promised Blackflame dog? Why did a green little wolf pop out? Could it be that Chen Ye is already a third-tier beastmaster? Haha, that's funny. This is just the midterm assessment for first-year students at Maga University. The first batch of level students is at most second tier. How could Chen Ye possibly be a third-tier beastmaster? I get it now. Chen Ye must have abandoned the Blackflame dog and contracted this new pet beast. Damn, this is too heartless. The Blackflame dog was his initial pet beast. Is this for real? How can a beastmaster casually abandon their pet beast? This is so unethical. Maga University even recruits people like this? Instantly, a massive flood of comments filled the big screen with white, as the audience expressed their strong anger towards Chen Ye's actions. Everyone had been taught from a young age that pet beasts are not just combat partners, but also family. Therefore, abandoning a pet beast, especially an initial pet beast, is considered an extremely unethical act. It deserves to be scorned and punished. Chen Ye, where's the Blackflame dog? What did you do to it? You don't deserve to be a beastmaster. Haha, I said Chen Ye is useless. He can even abandon his own pet beast and rely on a new contracted pet beast to hold the stage. However, amidst the wave of criticism, some people began to feel that something was off. Damn, although everyone's analysis makes sense, why does it feel like something is a bit off? Forget it. Let's not criticize for now. After all, this Chen Ye is too strange. What if he pulls another stunt and smacks us in the face later? They were psychologically scarred by the little white wolf's performance in the previous 2 rounds. So they decided to wait until the little green wolf couldn't defeat the mechanical puppet beast before unleashing their comments. Thus, while everyone was lost in thought, the battle on the field had already begun. Little green vine, it's your turn to go on stage. You need to perform well, okay? Woo-woo. The little green vine wolf nodded obediently, then gently turned around to face the towering mechanical puppet beast. Its originally gentle eyes suddenly became serious. This was the first task given by its master, and it needed to perform well. The mechanical puppet beast sensed the gaze of the little green vine wolf and immediately activated from its standby state. The blue light in its mechanical eyes surged, releasing a terrifying aura, and then it took heavy metal steps, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly, charging towards the little green vine wolf with unstoppable force. It was hard to imagine what it would look like for a 10-meter-tall building to actively attack a half-meter-tall little wolf. The visual impact was immense. However, as the mechanical puppet beast approached, the little green vine wolf remained fearless. After all, it was not a delicate little wolf. It let out a low growl, and the grass attribute energy within it surged out, transforming into countless green vines. The vines intertwined and formed an enormous green phantom above the little green vine wolf. It was a massive green wolf nearly 8 to 9 meters tall, covered in vines, exuding a powerful and authoritative aura. Immediately, the giant wolf phantom collided fiercely with the oncoming mechanical puppet beast, producing a deafening roar. The mechanical puppet beast swung its super metal fist, which was as big as a small mountain, and smashed it down onto the giant wolf phantom, while the giant wolf phantom fought back, using its sharp claws to tear apart the mechanical puppet beast's armor, leaving deep wounds. Boom, boom, boom. The aftermath of the battle even caused the entire arena to shake. The tree god descends. In the live broadcast room, some recognized the little green vine wolf's skill and identified it as the skill of the green vine wolf, which meant that after Chen Ye abandoned the black flame dog, he had contracted the level green vine wolf. Damn, he really has money. The tree god descends? Is it that powerful? Someone asked in confusion. Although the tree god descends is classified as a level skill that can summon a giant wolf phantom for battle, the consumption of this skill is quite high. Additionally, since this green vine wolf is still very young, using this move would definitely not last long. Haha, then Chen Ye must be doomed to lose. No matter how much the green vine wolf struggles, it won't help. This time, he's definitely going to crash. Haha, it's a sure win. If Chen Ye can win, I'll eat 3 Gene live. Chapter 41. The green vine wolf has succeeded. Chen Ye is a layabout winner. However, it frowned and decided to increase the power of the tree god descends a bit more. Woof. In an instant, with a thunderous sound, the giant wolf phantom enveloping the little green vine wolf suddenly expanded, growing from 8 to 9 meters to a staggering 16 meters, exuding a terrifying pressure that made people's hearts race. The mechanical puppet beast also sensed the terrifying power contained within the giant wolf phantom and attempted to retreat. But it was too late. The giant wolf phantom immediately raised its enormous claws and swung down fiercely. At that moment, the air was ripped apart and exploded with a sharp sonic boom, followed by the claws striking the mechanical puppet beast with a deafening crash. Boom. At the moment of contact, the mechanical puppet beast's metal armor was torn apart as if it were made of paper, and then its internal energy conduits exploded, resulting in a violent explosion. Finally, the entire body of the mechanical puppet beast was smashed into the ground by this claw. When the dust settled, all that remained was a compressed wreck of the mechanical puppet beast. Well done, little green vine. Seeing the performance of the little green vine wolf, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Although he knew that the little green vine wolf had the level tree god descends talent during the time after contracting it, he mainly focused on building a bond with the little green vine wolf, planting flowers, and arranging a small garden, without letting the little green vine wolf engage in battle. So he had no idea of its capabilities. Now, seeing the little green vine wolf actively use its abilities to defeat the mechanical puppet beast, Chen Ye was extremely happy, as it represented that the little green vine wolf had truly begun to accept him and recognized him as its master. Woof. Upon hearing Chen Ye's praise, the little green vine wolf immediately let out a cheerful bark and elegantly twirled around, resembling a polite noble girl thanking Chen Ye by lifting her skirt. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room were nearly stunned, feeling as if Chen Ye had slapped them in the face. The barrage of comments instantly disappeared, leaving the screen blank. After a few seconds, scattered comments began to reappear. Great. The green vine wolf has succeeded. Chen Ye is a layabout winner. Is this real? The guy who just analyzed it well, don't play dead. Come out and explain what the hell the tree god descends is. Don't tell me he can still win the next round. Watching Chen Ye's figure leisurely disappear into the teleportation portal of the third round, the viewers in the live broadcast room fell into an unprecedented silence. It felt like their hearts couldn't take it anymore. This Chen Ye is just too damn mysterious. This was the common thought in everyone's mind at that moment. What are you all saying? Chen Ye has already entered the fourth round? Should we wait and see? Yes, let us observe the situation first. This guy Chen Ye is just too outrageous. Who knows what other trump cards he has? I said from the beginning. Who would be stupid enough to challenge a genius like Chen Jianan unless they had that strength themselves? Indeed, Chen Ye is a capable contestant. Don't joke around. You're the one who commented that Chen Ye would win and eat 3 Gene live. Don't think I don't know. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room became cautious, the fourth round's teleportation array flickered, and soon Chen Ye and the 2 little ones appeared in the trial tower's fourth round. The difficulty of the fourth round is level. Chen Ye remembered old Lu's saying that as long as they passed the fourth round of the trial tower, the school would reward them with a level heavenly material and a chance for spiritual liquid cleansing, so he was determined to win this round. Chen Ye looked up and saw a gigantic level mechanical puppet beast slowly appearing in the center of the arena. It stood an astonishing 15 meters tall, covered in several meters thick metal armor that even cannonballs couldn't penetrate. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble violently, weighing hundreds of tons, making the air tremble under its oppressive aura. Woof. The little white wolf looked up, shocked at the sight of this super mechanical puppet beast, unable to help but swallow hard. If it were to use its spirit body to attack, it would probably exhaust itself without leaving a mark. The little green vine wolf also looked somewhat fearful, but still bravely asked Chen Ye if it needed to fight. No need, you both rest well. Let Blackflame take the stage next. Chen Ye's expression was calm. He was not intimidated by the colossal creature before him. After all, he and Blackflame had fought against level Evil Eye poison spiders in the Evil Eye nest. Without hesitation, Chen Ye raised his hand, and a black flame ignited beside him. Woof. Master, I'm here. Who are we fighting? Accompanied by an energetic roar, Black Flame eagerly rushed out. Its entire body was enveloped in black flames, clearly ready for battle, with its eyes shining brightly like a spirited dog from hell. And upon seeing the 2-meter-tall Black Flame, the viewers in the live broadcast room once again felt a chill, their eyes darkening, revealing gritted teeth as they frantically bombarded the screen with comments. So Chen Ye calls it Black Flame. So this dog is a level Black Flame dog? What the hell does that have to do with each other? Fraud, fraud. Is this really a level Black Flame dog? I get it. It's because of too much protein powder. Is this damn thing 8 years old? Did I see it wrong? Chen Ye's Black Flame dog seemed excited upon seeing the level mechanical puppet beast. Even old Lu in the stands widened his eyes in shock. My god, is this really our classmate Chen Ye from the back row? How did his Black Flame dog grow so big? While the live broadcast room was still in heated discussion, the battle had already begun. Black Flame, go? Chen Ye commanded immediately. Woof. Upon hearing this, Black Flame's excited gaze locked onto the mechanical puppet beast, and it let out a low growl, instantly igniting its body in black flames and charging toward the mechanical puppet beast. The mechanical puppet beast immediately attacked, its fist as large as a bus suddenly gathering power and smashing down like a meteor, carrying a terrifying momentum from the sky. Boom. In the next moment, the blazing black flame collided with the mechanical puppet beast's fist, producing a deafening roar. To everyone's shock, the power of the black flame was no match for the mechanical puppet beast, and in an instant, it was blasted hundreds of meters away, carving a deep trench in the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Unexpectedly, in their first clash, the black flame was at a disadvantage. In the live stream, the audience was stunned by this scene, happiness coming too suddenly for them to believe. A thought arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. Could it be that Chen Ye, that dog, is finally going to lose? Meanwhile, a long barrage of comments flooded the live stream again, warning everyone not to be fooled by Chen Ye's Black Flame dog's appearance. In reality, even if the Black Flame dog mutated and grew taller, it couldn't change the fact that it came from a lowly background. Moreover, let us not forget that the mechanical puppet beast was capable of flight. Just think about it. How could a little Black Flame dog contend against an opponent that can fly? As the lengthy analysis by the commentator came out, the viewers in the live stream suddenly felt enlightened, the pent-up frustration in their chests dissipating, and they breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing, yeah, how did I not think of that? The mechanical puppet beast can fly, no matter how strong the Black Flame dog is. It can't grow wings and fly up to fight the mechanical puppet beast. Ha ha ha, there's no gambler who always wins. I said Chen Ye couldn't keep winning. If he wins again, I'll eat 5 pounds of it. It's already over. Chapter 42. Not good. Chen Ye's dad's background is exposed. Sure enough, the dust from the previous explosion had not completely settled when the massive body of the mechanical puppet beast moved again. Its metal wings suddenly spread open, making a piercing metallic sound, and its gigantic body soared into the air like a small mountain, diving towards the location of the Black Flame with a furious momentum. The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated. Woohoo, it's taking off. Ha ha ha, this time Chen Ye is finally going to fall. Brothers, get ready to pop the champagne. Everyone was filled with joy, frantically spamming the screen, stretching their necks to closely watch the screen, fearing they might miss this crucial moment, as if they could already see Chen Ye's downfall. However, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating, Chen Ye on the field appeared calm, as if he didn't take the mechanical puppet beast's attack to heart. He calmly looked towards the direction of the Black Flame in the dust and said lightly, Black Flame, stop playing. Use Hellfire Ball. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing everyone's excitement. The barrage of comments came to a halt, and everyone sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough, in the next moment, a deep roar suddenly erupted from the dust. Following that, a black light began to coalesce in the dust, a terrifying aura brewing, and then a deep, pitch black, and supermassive fireball shot out as if it had flown from hell, carrying a destructive pressure, smashing towards the oncoming mechanical puppet beast. Boom! In an instant, a loud explosion occurred, and the super black fireball accurately hit the head of the mechanical puppet beast. The massive impact from the explosion lifting the several hundred tons of the mechanical puppet beast completely off the ground. Its metal body rolled in the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, making a sound like a mountain collapsing. Just one strike had heavily injured this mechanical puppet beast. The live stream audience was instantly dumbfounded, everyone numbly typing out question marks. What the heck is going on here? Is this still Blue Star? Did it secretly bring in a missile? Chen Ye had been pretending to be weak while actually playing us. Hey, brothers, look at the mechanical puppet beast. That black flame is so strange. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the screen, and they were met with a shocking scene. They saw that the super black fireball released by the black flame did not disappear upon hitting the mechanical puppet beast. Instead, it clung to the mechanical puppet beast like a parasite, burning fiercely. It was as if countless greedy fire serpents were devouring the mechanical puppet beast. What kind of flame is this? Damn, this is so creepy it's giving me goosebumps. The mechanical puppet beast fiercely resisted, continuously slapping with its mechanical arms, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. But the hellfire could not be extinguished, and the black fire serpents spread rapidly, turning the mechanical puppet beast's metal armor red hot and starting to melt. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, in just 150 seconds, this massive mechanical puppet beast was reduced to a puddle of black, gooey metallic remains on the ground, unrecognizable from its imposing form just 2.5 minutes ago. Meanwhile, a broadcast announced Chen Ye's victory. Fourth challenge successful. Chen Ye was not surprised by this outcome and wore a satisfied smile. He looked down at the black flame, whose latest data quietly appeared before his eyes. Race, black flame dog. Attribute, dark fire. Quality, level. Talent, strong level, hellfire ball. Level talent, hellfire ball. This hellfire ball seemed to truly come from hell, not only having an extremely high temperature capable of instantly melting steel, but also a wide explosion radius that could almost cover half a football field. Even more terrifying was that the hellfire also had a troublesome burning effect, continuously dealing damage to the target, making it hard for even level entities to escape. Of course, the hellfire ball also had its drawbacks. The release time was too long, taking 3 seconds, and it consumed a lot of energy. Even with the black flame's current level body and recovery ability, being able to release it 2 or 3 times in one battle was already the limit. However, Chen Ye was very satisfied. The hellfire ball made up for the black flame's lack of attack power, essentially adding a powerful move to its level shadow claw and fireball. Well done, black flame. Chen Ye smiled and rubbed the fur around the black flame's neck. At this rate, he might not be able to pass the 5th level with 5 peak level mechanical puppet beasts, but he still had a good chance against the 2 peak level mechanical puppet beasts in the 5th level. Woof woof. The black flame wagged its tail excitedly. Oh whoa. Wow, boss. You're so amazing. Woo woo. Yes, really amazing. Even Xiao Bai and Xiao LV Man looked up at the black flame with admiration. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was unaware that when the black flame's hellfire ball obliterated the mechanical puppet beast, the live stream erupted. An overwhelming barrage of comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Even some astute netizens dug up Chen Ye's information. Damn. The incredible Chen Ye. The little white wolf is a mysteriously powerful creature, while the green vine wolf and this black flame are pure numerical monsters. Can Chen Ye even have a normal pet? It seemed he could truly compete with Chen Jinan. Brothers, I just checked. And I didn't expect Chen Ye to be the eldest son of a prominent family in the imperial capital, the legendary Chen family. Huh, what does that mean? This isn't right. Chen Jinan is the most senior and the most respected one in the Chen family, right? How did another Chen Ye pop up? Hiss. No wonder he has a bet with Chen Jinan. There seems to be a story behind this. Is it a power struggle within the prominent family? So who is Chen Ye's dad in the Chen family? Damn, front row for the gossip soon. As more and more enthusiastic netizens began to excitedly dig up information about the Chen family's heir, the little-known past of Chen Ye's father, Chen Jiutian, was quickly unearthed. Chen Jiutian, the eldest son of the 9th-generation patriarch of the Chen family, was exceptionally gifted from a young age. At a young age, he mastered advanced beast taming skills such as Maga evolution, phantom martial arts, gigantification, and fusion. However, during a battle in another world, he encountered a demon-level evil beast, and his initial pet tragically perished, leading to Chen Jiutian himself going missing without a trace. Chapter 43. Father, I want him dead. Huh. Chen Ye's dad is actually a hero who participated in the battlefield of another world. Such a past exists. Chen Jiutian is the eldest son of the 9th-generation patriarch, so Chen Ye is actually the true heir of the Chen family. This news is explosive. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. Under the godlike search abilities of the audience, not only was it revealed that Chen Ye was first in the new student competition, but even the origin of the betting dispute, where Chen Jinan bullied Guixiaolei, was meticulously uncovered. At this moment, the atmosphere in the live chat shifted. I understand now. It was Chen Jinan who bullied his older brother Chen Ye's friend, and Chen Ye had no choice but to come up with this bet. Damn, this Chen Jinan is truly despicable. Damn, I've always said Chen Jinan doesn't he look like a good person. Brothers, I declare that from today on. I am Chen Ye's #1 fan. Whoever dares to slander him, I will be furious with them. Meanwhile, In a private booth of a CAF next to the teleportation square, Chen Jinan watched as the live chat turned his relationship with Chen Ye upside down, causing his expression to darken considerably. He stared intently at Chen Ye on the screen, his eyes filled with jealousy and rage, his clenched fists crushing his phone into a deformed shape, the screen crackling with electrical sounds. Chen Ye, what gives you the right? Without family resources and connections, how can you become so strong? What on earth did your useless father leave you? Chen Jinan growled quietly, smashing the deformed phone against the wall, his voice laced with undeniable hatred. If it weren't for Chen Ye's appearance, if it weren't for Chen Ye's sudden rise in strength, he, Chen Jinan, would be the strongest candidate for the 10th generation of the family, soon to sit in a position of immense resources and power, controlling everything. Chen Jinan hated Chen Ye to the core, wishing he would die right now. He immediately took out his phone and called his father, Chen Hong. The call was quickly connected, and suppressing the burning jealousy and rage within him, Chen Jinan spoke quickly and in a low voice. Father, you saw Chen Ye's performance, right? He must die, or we will never have a chance to rise again. I saw it. I've made arrangements. Once Chen Ye starts the 5th challenge, he will die due to an unexpected incident, and no one will find out. As for the subsequent online public opinion issue, you don't need to worry. It's all under control. Ha ha ha. Chen Ye, just jump. You won't be able to be proud for long. It will all be mine. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was unaware of Chen Jinan's plot. He and his 3 companions emerged from the teleportation array and arrived at the 5th level of the trial tower. Wow, master, this place is really huge. Little Bai said, taking small steps closely following Chen Ye's left side, curiously examining the environment of the 5th level and expressing surprise. Yeah. Chen Ye nodded, also somewhat shocked. The metal pillars before them plunged deeply into the clouds, their lengths definitely exceeding 1,000 meters. It is said that the trial tower is a structure from the battlefield of another world. It is unknown what these metal pillars are built for. Soon, 2 large mechanical puppets, covered in dark golden metal armor, appeared before Chen Ye and his companions. Unlike the lower-level mechanical puppet from the previous level, these 2 mechanical puppets had reached the terrifying peak level of strength, standing 20 meters tall like skyscrapers, their eyes flashing with cold red light, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed almost tangible, containing absolute power capable of destroying a small town. The difficulty of these 2 peak-level mechanical puppets was not comparable to the previous levels. Chen Ye muttered to himself. He clearly remembered that when Chen Jinan passed this 5th level, his Maga sword Feather Griffin took 3 minutes to defeat the 2 mechanical puppets. Chen Yuqing's Maga Eternal Deer took even 6 minutes to achieve victory. In comparison, Chen Ye's advantage was not obvious, and it could even be said that he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, Chen Ye had no confidence in winning. The only thing he could rely on now was the dual talent of Blackflame. Boom. The 2 waiting mechanical puppets sensed the challenger's appearance, their red eyes glowing brightly, illuminating the dim 5th level space in crimson, and immediately entered combat mode, producing a thunderous sound of mechanical operation. Grr. Blackflame beside Chen Ye instantly crouched, letting out a low growl, clearly sensing the immense threat. Battle was imminent. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live chat felt an extremely complex mix of emotions. Although they had only watched Chen Ye's assessment of the trial tower for a short time, they had unknowingly developed a strange feeling for this calm young man. They both hoped Chen Ye would lose, but also vaguely expected him to win. Damn, can Chen Ye win? These are 2 peak-level mechanical puppets. Haha. Even he would find it difficult, right? Although I really want to see Chen Ye lose, I don't know why, but I have a bit of hope that he can win. I really don't know. Can he win? It's tough. If he has Maga evolution, he'll be fine. If not, then he is doomed. On the stands, Li Qingqing watched the live stream intently, her expression somewhat serious. Chen Ye, don't push yourself too hard, Li Qingqing murmured softly, unconsciously clenching her fists. Below, Chen Yuqing was also extremely nervous. Moreover, she had just challenged the 5th level of the trial tower and knew very well how difficult these 2 peak-level mechanical puppets were. Even with the Maga evolution of the Eternal Deer, plus its ability to change attributes, she had to fight intensely for 5 or 6 minutes to barely win. If Chen Ye fails here, according to the bet, he will completely lose his qualification as a family candidate. Brother, Chen Yuqing sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. Her eyes filled with worry. Chapter 44, Netizens don't care about life. Under the tense scrutiny of everyone, the 2 mechanical puppets actively launched their attacks, their steel wings suddenly spreading wide as they soared into the air like 2 moving steel fortresses, casting shadows over the sky and rushing down towards Blackflame with terrifying momentum. Blackflame quickly dodged. Chen Ye could barely keep up with the movements of the mechanical puppets. The moment they moved, he quickly issued orders. Woof. Blackflame reacted swiftly, its form flashing as it turned into a black afterimage, moving over 100 meters away in just 2 seconds, quickly avoiding the attacks of the two mechanical puppets. However, these two mechanical puppets were peak level, and their attack power far exceeded Chen Ye's imagination. The two massive metallic fists, each over 10 meters, slammed down onto the spot where Blackflame had been standing, directly creating a massive pit with a diameter of 70 to 80 meters in the ground. The tremendous force even shook the earth, making Chen Ye feel the violent tremors beneath his feet, nearly causing him to fall. What terrifying power! Chen Ye stabilized his stance, his gaze solemnly fixed on the two mechanical puppets. He couldn't afford to get hit even once. He had to leverage his speed advantage. Chen Ye quickly made a judgment in his mind and immediately issued a new command to Haiyan. Haiyan, jump onto their backs and attack. Woof. Haiyan understood immediately, using the brief pause after the mechanical puppet's attack to leap onto the broad back of one of the mechanical beasts. Its claws dug tightly into the metal armor of the mechanical puppet, moving quickly and nimbly across its body, searching for the best opportunity to strike. However, the mechanical puppet's response was unexpectedly decisive. It clearly possessed a very high level of combat intelligence, and the moment Haiyan jumped onto its back, it suddenly changed direction and dove towards the ground. It actually used its own weight and impact force to smash Haiyan off its back. Not good. Haiyan, jump away. Chen Ye's pupils dilated in an instant. Haiyan reacted quickly enough, leaping off the puppet's back just as it was about to crash down, trying to escape the danger zone. However, the mechanical puppet's speed was simply too fast, creating a massive crater upon impact. Though Haiyan successfully avoided the direct collision, it was still thrown into the air by the violent shockwave, rolling on the ground several times before barely coming to a stop. Meanwhile, before Haiyan could regain its footing, the attack from another mechanical puppet came right after. Its steel claws, accompanied by a sonic boom, came crashing down heavily towards Haiyan. Haiyan barely managed to dodge to the side but was still sent flying by the shockwave, ending up in a very awkward position. In just one exchange, Haiyan had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Seeing this, Chen Ye frowned tightly, feeling a bit anxious. He knew that if this continued, Haiyan would eventually be overwhelmed by the two mechanical puppets. Before that happened, he had to find a way to break the deadlock as quickly as possible, otherwise, they would have no chance of winning. Chen Ye's hand instinctively grasped the Maga stone hanging around his neck, the first solution that came to his mind. If he could trigger Maga evolution, Haiyan's strength would be greatly enhanced, and it might turn the situation around. However, when Chen Ye tried to guide the Maga energy in the way described in the textbooks to trigger Maga evolution, there was not the slightest reaction. As if the Maga stone in his hand was just an ordinary rock. Chen Ye's heart sank immediately. In the livestream, everyone watching this scene realized that Chen Ye didn't know how to trigger Maga evolution, and the bullet comments flooded in. It's over. He can't trigger Maga evolution. This time it's really hopeless. It was already very difficult. After all, these were two peak-level mechanical puppets. Even that group of prodigies had struggled for a long time. Chen Ye, relying on the mutated Haiyan dog to hold on until now, was already doing quite well. This was simply an unsolvable situation. They were being kicked around like a soccer ball. If Haiyan could find an opportunity to spit out a fireball of that power, it might still pose a threat to the mechanical puppets. Chen Ye was doomed. Everyone should just disperse. But at that moment, the viewers in the live stream suddenly witnessed a shocking scene. The small green vine wolf beside Chen Ye suddenly leaped out, unleashing the tree god descending, radiating a brilliant green light, and conjured a giant wolf phantom about 8 or 9 meters tall around itself. Then, without hesitation, charged directly at one of the mechanical puppets on the battlefield. The live stream viewers were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Chen Ye's plan. He wanted the green vine wolf to share the pressure and buy time for Haiyan. However, the bullet comments exploded instantly, with everyone unanimously disapproving. What the hell? Has Chen Ye gone mad? Sending a level wolf into such a peak-level battle is just asking to be killed. This is simply ridiculous. How could the green vine wolf possibly withstand a peak-level mechanical puppet? That green vine wolf too, really listening to Chen Ye like it has a death wish. Damn. Chen Ye has lost his mind and started making desperate moves. If it were me, I wouldn't do this. In the face of these two mechanical puppets, I would take them out one by one and let Haiyan slide tackle. Everyone was furiously typing on their keyboards, their eyes glued to the screen. Meanwhile, Chen Ye remained exceptionally calm. He knew better than anyone that although the small green vine wolf was only level, its tree god descending ability was genuinely at level. Letting the giant wolf phantom attract the attention of the mechanical puppets, even if just for a brief moment, could allow Haiyan the chance to unleash its hellfire ball. Sure enough, as soon as the small green vine wolf entered the fray, it immediately caught the attention of one of the mechanical puppets, which suddenly unfurled its massive steel wings and charged at the small green vine wolf with a deafening roar from its steel claws. At the same time, one mechanical puppet had stepped back, significantly reducing the pressure on Haiyan. Hyan knew that this was the small green vine wolf buying it time and could not waste the opportunity. Hyan quickly moved, weaving around the mechanical puppet as per Chen Ye's instructions. After a few quick jumps, it successfully circled behind the mechanical puppet, gradually gathering the hellfire ball in its mouth while using the puppet's blind spot. The mechanical puppet seemed to sense the threat from behind and abruptly turned around, its massive body slamming down toward the ground, trying to use its weight and impact force to crush Hyan. However, Chen Ye had already anticipated the mechanical puppet's actions. Just as the mechanical puppet's body began to descend, Chen Ye immediately commanded Hyan to slide off its back and leap up, while the hellfire ball finally completed its gathering, slamming hard into the mechanical puppet's back. Close-range attack. Boom. The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out. The hellfire ball detonated instantly, unleashing terrifying heat and energy that blasted a massive hole in the mechanical puppet's back, exposing its energy core. Clearly, this strike had severely injured the mechanical puppet. However, Hyan was also thrown away by the violent shockwave, disappearing into the dust. On the other side, the small green vine wolf found itself in an extremely dangerous situation. After being targeted by the mechanical puppet, it barely dodged one attack thanks to the giant wolf phantom, but the phantom was shattered by the terrifying force. When the small green vine wolf stood strong again and reformed the giant wolf phantom, the shadow of the mechanical puppet had completely enveloped it. The next moment, a steel claw over 10 meters long came crashing down. In a critical moment, Chen Ye suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of light crossed between his fingers as the soul card glimmered. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene, their eyes widening in excitement. Wow, he really pulled it off. Is he playing a game? This is an advantage that he fought for with his life. Amazing. This operation deserves full marks. It has turned the situation around. If nothing unexpected happens, this match is secured. Chapter 45. Vice Principal. Oh no, it's coming for me. Chen Ye immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The battlefield changed rapidly, and executing such a high-risk maneuver required tremendous psychological pressure. Fortunately, one of the mechanical puppets had already taken a hellfire ball from Hyan and was severely injured, its threat level significantly reduced. Now they only needed to face the remaining mechanical puppet, making the difficulty much lower. However, at that moment, Chen Ye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and all the hairs on his body seemed to stand on end. He suddenly looked up and saw that the remaining mechanical puppet, which had been attacking the small green vine wolf, had suddenly stopped moving, standing still in place. It was unclear whether it had lost the small green vine wolf as a target or if there was some other reason. But in the next moment, the mechanical puppet beast's red eyes suddenly deepened, gradually transforming into a strange black light, and its massive body began to twitch. Chen Ye's heart raced with alarm, a strong sense of unease surging within him. Sure enough, the steel head of the mechanical puppet beast slowly turned, its cold electronic eyes locking directly onto Chen Ye. There was no hesitation in its gaze, only pure killing intent. It suddenly spread its steel wings, emitting a deep mechanical roar, its massive body like a moving mountain, directly crushing towards Chen Ye. Boom. The mechanical puppet beast's iron claws seemed to tear apart space itself, bearing down on Chen Ye's head. Moreover, its speed was incredibly fast. In just a few seconds, it charged right up to Chen Ye. His pupils dilated, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. The mechanical puppet beast was actually attacking him, a beastmaster? It wanted to kill me. Chen Ye couldn't believe it, instinctively conjuring a soul card, forcefully sending the still dazed little boy into the soul card space. But he had no idea what to do next. Run? Even if he could run dozens of steps in a second, he wouldn't escape the mechanical puppet beast's range. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and erupted once again. What the hell is going on? Isn't this just a test? Why did the mechanical puppet beast suddenly start attacking the Beastmaster? Damn, this is thrilling. Is Maga's live stream really this content-rich? This is serious. Does everyone remember the incident a few years ago at the Gigantification University where a mechanical puppet beast killed a Beastmaster? That Beastmaster was smashed into a meat patty. The impact was huge. Damn, Chen Ye is really going to be done for. Huh, is that true? On the stands, Li Qingqing's gaze was fixed tightly on Chen Ye. When the mechanical puppet beast suddenly attacked, her pupils dilated, and a strong sense of unease surged within her as well. Fortunately, her reaction was very quick. She suddenly stood up and shouted loudly to the teacher in charge of the trial tower, "Quick! Force stop the mechanical puppet beast. Now!" The teacher in charge of the trial tower was also startled by this sudden change, quickly operating the control panel in front of him, trying to forcibly terminate the mechanical puppet beast's actions through the system. However, when he saw the red error message pop up on the screen, his face instantly turned pale, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No, the operating system has malfunctioned. The mechanical puppet beast is out of control. His voice trembled, clearly frightened by this bizarre situation. At this moment, the vice president finally reacted, his face suddenly turning extremely serious, and cold sweat erupted from his forehead. This is coming for me. As the vice president of Maga University, he understood better than anyone how serious it was if a monster attacked a beast master during the trial. Immediately activate the emergency plan. All teachers above star level, gather immediately and concentrate all energy to forcibly break through the space where the trial tower is located. We must rescue Chen Ye as soon as possible. At this moment, the vice president's authority as a 6th-level expert was fully revealed. As the vice president's command was issued, the teachers in the stands immediately sprang into action. Everyone moved quickly and orderly, summoning powerful star and moon-level pets, instantly filling the entire stands. Break through the space barrier immediately, the vice president commanded loudly, disregarding the pain in his heart, directly taking out a precious space stone that shimmered with silver light. As long as the coordinates of the trial tower's space were input, a link could be forcibly created to rush in. The teachers nodded one after another, and their pets began to gather energy. In an instant, dazzling beams of light erupted from their pets, converging into an enormous flow of energy, crashing towards the space stone anchored in midair. Boom! The space stone began to vibrate violently under the powerful energy impact, and fine cracks appeared in the transparent sky. The cracks spread rapidly, ultimately breaking open a huge gap with a crisp shattering sound. Hurry! Saving people is the priority, the vice president shouted, leading his moon-level pet to be the first to rush into the trial tower. However, everyone knew that no matter how fast the vice president and the others acted, it was likely already too late. Inside the trial tower, the mechanical puppet beast's massive super metal fist was already within reach. The gust of wind generated slicing through the air like a blade, producing a piercing whistle. Chen Ye could even clearly feel the overwhelming pressure coming at him, as if the hand of death was slowly closing in. All the hairs on his body stood on end, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, the threat of death almost suffocating him. In this life and death moment, Chen Ye was surprisingly aware that he felt no fear at all. He thought of one thing. The mechanical puppet beast could not possibly attack him without reason. Someone must be controlling it, and that person was likely Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan, you better not let me survive this. Alas, if I die, with the treacherous characters of Chun Hung and Chen Jianan, my parents will really have to mine. A trace of coldness flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. He looked up as the mechanical puppet beast's fist was coming down towards him, the fierce wind cutting his body and drawing lines of blood. It's over. With this punch, I'm afraid I'll be smashed into a pulp. Not even a complete corpse left. This thought flashed through Chen Ye's mind, and just then, a howling wolf echoed from hundreds of meters away. The Maga stone around Chen Ye's neck suddenly erupted with a strong dark red light, casting the entire trial tower into a blood-red night. What the hell? Chen Ye's eyes widened, an indescribable shock surging within him. Damn it! Maga evolution. Chapter 46. I need a sum of mental damages. So hot, so scorching. Chen Ye instantly felt the Maga stone hanging around his neck erupting with terrifying energy, like a volcano erupting. The dark red energy instantly transforming into a brilliant beam of light, tearing through the air, shooting towards the black flame hundreds of meters away. How? Upon contact with the Maga energy, the black flame's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Its 2-meter-tall form grew to an astonishing 2 meters and 6. When the black flame was 2 meters tall, Chen Ye had to raise his hand to touch its head. Now, with its shoulder height reaching 2 meters and 6, it was no different from a bus, extremely shocking. Not only that, but the muscles of the black flame seemed to have turned into tempered steel, compact and infused with terrifying power. Its tail also became thick, swaying in the air like a giant python, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. The entire body of the black flame ignited with an incredibly fierce black flame, as if it came from hell, carrying an aura of destruction and death. Its mouth slightly opened, revealing sharp, white fangs that glimmered coldly. Black smoke continuously billowed from its mouth, chilling to the bone, resembling an ancient demon. Most critically, a red vertical pupil suddenly opened in the center of the black flame's forehead. That vertical pupil, like a blood-colored gem, quickly rotated, observing everything around, exuding an eerie glow, appearing extremely evil. The viewers in the live stream were stunned at this moment, instinctively holding their breath, even forgetting to send out bullet comments. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their minds. Damn, is this the black flame dog? This is a demon that crawled out of hell. So scary. In the blink of an eye, the black flame evolved into the mega black flame form. The moment the transformation was complete, the gaze of the black flame locked onto the mechanical puppet beast. At this moment, the giant steel claw of the mechanical puppet beast was less than a meter away from Chen Ye, about to smash him into a pulp. How? Get your filthy hands off me. The black flame instantly became furious, and the blood-red vertical pupil in the middle of its forehead suddenly widened to the maximum. In the next moment, a dark red beam shot out from the vertical pupil, moving so fast that it almost transcended the limits of time, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant and accurately piercing through the metal head of the mechanical puppet beast. Although this dark red beam had a diameter of only 5 centimeters, which was negligible compared to the huge body of the mechanical puppet beast, and could not cause any substantial damage to it, something shocking happened. The mechanical puppet beast, hit by the beam, suddenly froze for a moment. Immediately after, its behavior became extremely chaotic. The giant steel claw that was about to smash Chen Ye suddenly turned and slammed into the air behind it. And then its metal limbs seemed to have their own thoughts, jumping awkwardly and wildly swinging around uncontrollably. Chen Ye watched this scene in shock, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. The reaction of the mechanical puppet beast was exactly the same as that of the pets hit by the chaotic rays of the evil-eyed monster. Clearly, the dark red beam released by the black flame had a chaotic effect just like the chaotic rays, and was even stronger, with a penetrating effect. Just as Chen Ye was in a daze, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming, and when he opened his eyes, the strong body of the black flame was already blocking in front of him, tightly protecting him behind it. Howl! Master, are you okay? Chen Ye was startled, and the Wolf Master ability was triggered, allowing him to see the data of the black flame immediately. Race: Black Flame Dog, Mega Form. Attribute: Dark Fire. Quality: Talent: Strong, Hell Fireball, Extreme Evil Ray. Quality: This means that the strength of the black flame after the Mega evolution has surpassed level. But now was clearly not the time to check the black flame's data. Chen Ye did not hesitate at all. Enduring the intense pain from his body being cut by the gale, quickly grabbed the fur on the black flame and nimbly flipped over to sit on its back. Chen Ye immediately whispered, "Black Flame, I'm too fragile. Take me away from here." Howl! The black flame let out a low howl. Its eyes were fixed on the chaotic mechanical puppet beast, eager to rush up and completely smash it. However, after hearing Chen Ye's words, the black flame realized that its master was right there, and that a reckless attack might endanger Chen Ye. So, its figure suddenly flickered, turning into a black shadow with Chen Ye, and in an instant, they disappeared from their original location. The next moment, the black flame brought Chen Ye to a safe area hundreds of meters away. Its speed was comparable to that of Chun Jianan's Mega Sword Feather Griffin. Wow! What is happening with the black flame? After evolving into Mega, it gained an extra vertical eye and took down the mechanical puppet beast in one hit? Or is the Mega evolution of the black flame dog always this wild? Look quickly, the Mega stone on Chen Ye's neck has shattered into pieces. The black flame's Mega evolution actually required absorbing the energy of an entire Mega stone. This is way beyond the standard. Exciting. This is the bond. At that moment, Chen Ye suddenly noticed a strange wave coming from above his head. He quickly looked up and saw the space above starting to twist violently, accompanied by a piercing sound like glass shattering. Then, the twisted space suddenly cracked open, forming a huge spatial rift from which light emanated. Chen Ye was shocked to see that beyond the rift was a teleportation square. His pupils dilated in astonishment. In the next second, he was surprised to see the vice principal and a group of teachers jumping out from the rift. Each of them had an anxious and tense expression on their faces, especially the vice principal, whose white shirt was now drenched in sweat, looking extremely worried. However, when he saw Chen Ye, he immediately became excited, his voice trembling as he rushed to Chen Ye's side, grabbing his shoulders tightly. "Chen Ye, thank goodness you're okay." Chen Ye's homeroom teacher, Old Lu, quickly stepped forward, and his fighting panda immediately sprang into action, turning into a golden lightning bolt that charged straight at the mechanical puppet beast. With just one move, the sky-slashing hand cut the mechanical puppet beast in half as easily as slicing tofu. The vice principal, however, didn't even glance at the mechanical puppet beast. His eyes were solely focused on Chen Ye, filled with concern. "Chen Ye, are you okay? Are you hurt?" The mechanical puppet beast suddenly went out of control. "Which put you in danger?" Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. He knew this was not an accident, but rather someone doing it on purpose. It was Chun Jianan who was harming him. Seeing Chen Ye's pale face, the vice principal felt even more guilty and quickly comforted him. "Chen Ye, don't worry. The school will definitely give you an explanation for this incident. We will investigate the cause of the mechanical puppet beast's loss of control and will not let similar things happen again." Chen Ye nodded in response. He did not voice his thoughts, but weakly nodded. "Vice principal, my spirit has been severely shocked. It may seriously affect my future training and studies. But I believe the vice principal and the school will definitely give me a reasonable compensation." Chapter 47 Chen Jianan. "Chen Ye, are you crazy?" Cough, cough, cough. Yes. A hint of embarrassment appeared on the vice principal's face. However, just as the vice principal was about to say something, Chen Ye's gaze suddenly caught sight of the rapidly shrinking spatial rift in midair. Thinking that Chen Jianan might still be in the teleportation square, his anger surged. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it. A gentleman does not take revenge for a small grievance. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being rude. Blackflame, let's go. Chen Ye whispered, his eyes filled with sharpness. The black flame let out a low growl. Instantly understanding its master's meaning, and its body shot forward like a black lightning bolt, rushing toward the spatial rift that was about to disappear. The vice principal and the teachers finally reacted, exclaiming, wait. However, before their voices could finish, the black flame had already taken Chen Ye across the spatial rift. The rift quickly closed after Chen Ye passed through, sealing perfectly as if it had never existed, leaving the vice principal and the others frowning, unable to pursue. In the next second, Chen Ye and the black flame appeared in the teleportation square. The crowd in the square was startled when they saw Chen Ye and the black flame suddenly drop from the sky, looking at them in confusion, wondering where they had come from. Chen Ye. Li Qingqing was the first to react, her face showing a look of surprise. Brother, are you okay? Chen Yuqing also hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Ye nodded without elaborating too much. His gaze quickly swept over the high platform in the square, but unexpectedly did not find Chen Jianan's figure. He frowned, and then whispered to the black flame, Black Flame. Find Chen Jianan. How? The black flame nodded, its sensitive nose immediately twitching. Soon, the black flame caught the desired scent from the air, locking onto a nearby CAF, and let out a low growl to signal Chen Ye that Chen Jianan was there. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. Let's go? On the second floor of the CAF, Chen Jianan was leisurely sitting by the window, holding a cup of cappuccino in his hand, a hint of satisfaction on his face. He had just heard the gasps of the crowd in the square and knew that the mechanical puppet beast had gone out of control. Just wait a little longer. In a few seconds, he would probably hear the screams of Chen Ye's unexpected death. Thinking of this, his mood became extremely pleasant, and he couldn't help but hum a little tune. However, his good mood didn't last long. Boom. Suddenly, the glass window in front of Chen Jianan and the white wall were shattered by a tremendous force. Black flame rushed in, smashing the marble table in front of Chen Jianan to pieces with its claws, its eyes fixed on Chen Jianan, letting out a low growl. Chen Jianan was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that his face turned pale, and the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash. Shattering, he jumped to his feet, his voice trembling. Chen Ye, what are you doing here? Chen Ye jumped down from Black Flame's back, his eyes sharp as a knife. If it was just a guess before, now seeing Chen Jianan's panicked expression, Chen Ye could be 100% sure that the mechanical puppet beast's loss of control was definitely related to Chen Jianan. Seeing that Chen Ye wasn't speaking, but just staring, Chen Jianan slowly regained his composure, and his expression shifted from panic to anger, loudly scolding, You useless fool. Do you know what you're doing? Chen Jianan gritted his teeth, gathering the soul card of the sword feather griffin between his fingers, determined to show Chen Ye a thing or two. However, before he could complete his action, Chen Ye's eyes slightly narrowed, and without a word, he issued an order to Black Flame, break his legs. Woof! Black Flame let out a low growl, instantly understanding its master's intention. A fierce glint flashed in its blood-red vertical pupils, and its strong body darted toward Chen Jianan like a bolt of black lightning. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed as Chen Jianan's right leg was instantly broken under Black Flame's claws. The intense pain made Chen Jianan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Having never experienced such intense pain before, Chen Jianan looked at Chen Ye with eyes full of fear. Chen Ye, are you crazy? Chen Jianan's voice trembled, almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Chen Ye looked at him coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Crazy? Compared to you plotting to harm me, this is already mild. The crowd in the teleportation square was instantly stunned by this scene. The once noisy teleportation square fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. Wow, Chen Ye actually had Black Flame break Chen Jianan's leg. What was going on? Wasn't Chen Ye just challenging the trial tower a second ago? How did he suddenly come out to confront Chen Jianan? What did Chen Jianan do to make Chen Ye so furious? The live broadcast room exploded with excitement, the comments rolling in frantically. Wow, this is so thrilling. Chen Ye is so ruthless, but I like it. The vice principal hurriedly shouted, quick, turn it off, shut down the live broadcast immediately. Old Lu, quick on his feet, had the fighting panda smash a few cameras. The vice principal took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and quickly said to a nearby female teacher, You, take Chen Ye away. Take him somewhere to calm down. The teacher nodded and quickly walked towards Chen Ye. However, as she approached, Chen Ye realized that this teacher was Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing shot Chen Ye a fierce glare, as if afraid he would run away. and tightly linked her arm with his, whispering, "Chen Ye, come with me, don't cause trouble here." Seeing Li Qingqing, feeling the softness in her arm, Chen Ye's anger eased slightly. He nodded, glanced at Chen Jinan, and then said nothing more, turning to leave the scene with Li Qingqing. Meanwhile, Chen Yuqing stood dazed, watching the teleportation square descend into chaos, rolling her eyes, feeling numb. "Brother," Chen Yuqing murmured, still puzzled about what had happened to make Chen Yi so angry. Just then, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Chen Yuqing instinctively took out her phone, but when she saw the caller ID on the screen, her eyes widened in surprise because it was her grandfather, Chen Guodong, calling. The ninth patriarch of the Chen family, one of the few seventh-tier powerhouses in the world. Chen Guodong. "Grandpa." Chen Yuqing carefully answered the call. A deep and authoritative voice came from the other end, as Chen Guodong said in an unquestionable tone, "Yuqing, tell Chen Yi to attend the family meeting in 3 months." Chapter 48. The Possibility of Little Green Vines Evolution. Okay. The family meeting was the most important conference that only core members could attend, held every 3 years. It determined the allocation of all resources and major planning for the Chen family. Even though she and Chen Jianan had become candidates, they had no qualifications to participate. However, this time, her grandfather had taken the initiative to call, requesting Chen Yi to attend, which sent a signal that was too intriguing. Even Chen Yuqing herself felt a bit jealous of Chen Yi. Could it be that the family really intended to cultivate her brother Chen Yi? Chen Yuqing was puzzled. However, she knew that once this explosive news was released, neither the forces represented by Chen Jianan nor the law enforcement hall represented by Long Tianxiang would sit idly by. This meeting was bound to be a big deal. On the other hand, Chen Yi was being pulled away by Li Qingqing from the chaotic teleportation square. Chen Yi felt a bit awkward because Li Qingqing was tightly linking her arm with his, and the softness and warmth from her arm made him wonder if it would be better to pull away. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yi, feeling puzzled, deliberately took out his phone with his free left hand and opened it, discovering a text message from Chen Yuqing. "Brother, Grandpa called and told you to attend the family meeting in 3 months. He also said that this matter has been handed over to the family to handle, so you don't have to worry about subsequent troubles. The family meeting is a very important family event. Even I don't qualify to attend. Next time we meet, I will definitely treat you as a competitor." Seeing this text message, Chen Ye's brows furrowed immediately. What was the family meeting? What would happen if he didn't go? To be honest, Chen Ye no longer wanted to follow the so-called rules of the Chen family. 3 months from now, regardless of what the Chen family said, he would definitely take his parents away. He could not allow his parents to continue living in such a boring environment where they were controlled. Of course, Chen Ye knew that his dad must think the same way, otherwise, they wouldn't have lived such a plain life in that small place in Qinglu town for over 10 years. However, Chen Yuqing's last sentence caught Chen Ye's attention. He didn't want to lose Chen Yuqing, a sister who seemed a bit proud on the surface, but was actually very thoughtful. The urgent matter was to improve his strength. Chen Ye's determination grew stronger. At that moment, he felt Li Qingqing tighten her grip on his arm again. Chen Ye looked up and found a hint of worry on Li Qingqing's face, clearly having peeked at the content of the text message. Concerned that Chen Ye might do something unexpected again, Chen Ye smiled and said nonchalantly, "Qingqing, where are we going now? Let's go to the research building." The performance of the Blackflame Maga's evolution exceeded expectations. It's best to record it. Besides, the vice principal might come to talk to you since this matter has gotten a bit big. Okay, then let's go to the research building. Chen Ye nodded. However, he knew that since the Chen family had already intervened to resolve the issue, the vice principal would likely not seek him out. Upon arriving at the research building, Li Qingqing skillfully turned on the various machine switches on the control panel. Chen Ye summoned the 3 little ones and led the Black Flame to the large machine used for testing data last time, beginning to test and record the Black Flame's various physical indicators. A woo, woo woo. Watching the huge machine emit various colors of light and make clattering sounds, Xiao Bai and Xiao Man were extremely surprised, squatting to the side with their eyes wide open, curiously watching. Soon, the clever Xiao Bai ran over to Li Qingqing, gently nudged her calf, and began to howl, pointing at the nearby Xiao Man wolf that was grooming itself, indicating to Li Qingqing that it and Xiao Man wolf also wanted to be tested. Li Qingqing was amused by Xiao Bai wolf and smiled in agreement. The testing process went very smoothly. Li Qingqing seriously looked at the data on the screen. Surprised, she turned to Chen Ye and said, "Chen Ye, the Black Flame's Maga evolution is a highly complete one. The attribute enhancements in all aspects will be higher than those of ordinary Maga evolutions, and it will also acquire abilities that its original form does not possess, such as the Black Flame's vertical eye and light emission ability. However, the downside is quite obvious. The consumption rate of Maga stones will become very fast. Very fast? How fast can it be?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye looked down at the Maga stone hanging around his neck and was shocked to find that it had already turned into a hollow gray residue. With just a gentle pinch between his fingers, it crumbled into powder, and there was not a drop of energy left. Damn, Chen Ye's eyes widened. And he grabbed a cup of water from the table, took a sip to calm his nerves, and then incredulously said, "Does that mean every time it fights? The black flame will consume a Maga stone? This consumption rate would be unbearable even for the wealthiest of pet owners." It was terrifying. Li Qingqing shot Chen Ye a glance, then realized that he was holding her cup. Her face suddenly flushed, and she softly chided, "Why are you using my cup?" "Sorry, I didn't notice," Chen Ye replied. Li Qingqing, blushing, shot him a slightly annoyed look. She then softly said, "Chen Ye, you don't need to worry about the Maga stone issue in the short term. Don't forget, passing the 4th level of the trial tower grants you a reward of high-level materials, which you can use to exchange for Maga stones. High-level Maga stones contain abundant energy, enough for the black flame to undergo several Maga evolutions. Oh, Chen Ye nodded but still felt that Maga evolution was too costly. At noon, Li Qingqing remembered her promise to Xiao by Wolf from the morning and activated the instruments to conduct data tests for both Xiao by Wolf and Xiao of Man Wolf. Suddenly, an expression of surprise appeared on Li Qingqing's face. "Chen Ye, Xiao by Wolf and Xiao of Man Wolf's data is also incredibly impressive. Their potential is significantly higher than that of their peers at the same level, especially Xiao of Man Wolf, whose energy fluctuations and life vitality have reached a very high level." Chen Ye, however, was not surprised. It was normal for Xiao Bai and Xiao of Man to have high-level talents and physical qualities. He could have guessed that without testing. However, seeing Li Qingqing so surprised piqued Chen Ye's curiosity. Is there a specific reason for this? Chapter 49, Li Qingqing. Good cabbage has been pushed by pigs. Yes. Li Qingqing nodded, her big eyes becoming serious. I've read a document that mentioned that Xiao of Man Wolf, with its extremely high life vitality, can evolve into a spirit of Man Wolf. Spirit of Man Wolf? Chen Ye repeated softly. The name sounded very powerful. Exactly. Li Qingqing nodded. The spirit of Man Wolf is a high-level pet. Its strength will definitely be formidable and can provide you with more assistance. However, because I accidentally saw that document in the principal's archive, it is currently classified information, and there is no way to find the method for evolving into a spirit of Man Wolf online. I've noted that down. Thank you, Qingqing. Chen Ye nodded, firmly remembering the name Spirit of Man Wolf. Of course, since it was classified information, it was clear that he could not access it in his current situation, which was a bit of a pity. However, Li Qingqing's words had already provided him with a direction for future development. Once he had the ability, he would definitely want Xiao of Man Wolf to evolve. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at the value of knowledge. Fortunately, with Li Qingqing around, he was able to learn more about cutting-edge pet research achievements. Li Qingqing looked at Chen Ye's contemplative expression, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes, and then took Chen Ye's hand and said, "No need to thank me, Mr. Chen. I'll take you to look for the information on Man Wolf." Huh? Chen Ye was taken aback, feeling confused. What about the classified information? Li Qingqing smiled mysteriously, not saying much, and led Chen Ye to the edge of Emerald Lake. At Emerald Lake, Principal Li Qingqing was still sitting on the large green stone by the lake, holding a fishing rod and looking relaxed. When he saw someone approaching, Li Qingqing frowned and recognized Chen Ye. He put down the fishing rod, stood up, and spoke with a strong voice, slightly displeased. "Chen Ye, you caused such a big mess at the teleportation square and still dare to see me? Do you think I can't manage you anymore?" Chen Ye felt a bit awkward at Li Qingqing's sudden reprimand and was about to explain when he saw Li Qingqing suddenly let go of his hand and quickly walk to Li Qingqing's side, affectionately linking her arm with his and saying sweetly, "Grandpa, don't be harsh on him." "Huh, Grandpa?" Chen Ye's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Li Qingqing, finally realizing that Li Qingqing was actually the granddaughter of Principal Li Qingqing. However, what surprised him even more was that Li Qingqing's reaction was even more dramatic than Chen Ye's. "Ah, Qingqing?" Li Qingqing's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. Li Qingqing was stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, his precious granddaughter had just linked arms with that brat Chen Ye. Li Qingqing's expression became incredibly complicated. Holding the fishing rod weakly, a hint of despair flickered in his eyes as he mumbled, "It's over. It's over. My precious granddaughter has actually been pursued by this troublemaking pig." Li Qingqing heard Li Qingqing's words and her face turned red, reproaching, "Grandpa, what are you saying? Chen Ye is very excellent. Don't say that about him." Li Qingqing sighed. He glanced at Chen Ye again, then looked at Li Qingqing, feeling a mix of emotions. "Immortal, I sent you to find Qingqing to ask about the Maga evolution issue, and look at you. You silently managed to hold hands with his precious granddaughter." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. Chen Ye scratched his head helplessly, but when he saw Li Qingqing's gaze, he remembered the purpose of his visit. He could only swallow hard, muster his courage, and sincerely say to Li Changqing, "Principal, I actually came to ask you a question about the evolution route of Shaolin Man-Wolf. Do you know if there are any special methods? For example, can it evolve into a spirit of man-wolf?" Li Changqing, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and turned his head away, clearly not wanting to engage with Chen Ye. Chen Ye felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, and even thought it might be better for Li Changqing to just throw him into the 6th layer of the trial tower to fight mechanical puppets. This invisible pressure was really quite tormenting. Just as he was about to explain, he was pulled by Li Changqing. Li Changqing then walked over to Li Changqing, linked her arm with his, and acted cute, saying, "Grandpa, don't be angry. Chen Ye didn't do it on purpose, and he really needs your help now." Hearing Li Changqing's playful tone, the principal's expression softened a bit, but he still reluctantly mumbled, "Humph. This brat has caused such a huge mess and even ran off with my precious granddaughter. Now he wants me to help? How can there be such a good deal in the world?" Seeing this, Li Changqing quickly continued, "Grandpa, don't hold it against him. Chen Ye is my good friend, and helping him is actually helping me." Finally, Li Changqing was worn down by Li Changqing's persistent pleas and sighed helplessly. All right, for your sake. I'll reluctantly tell him." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes lit up, and he quickly said respectfully, "Thank you, Principal. I will definitely cherish this opportunity." Li Changqing glanced at him, snorted coldly, and then slowly said, "To evolve the green vine wolf into the spirit vine wolf, 3 main materials are needed. First is the tear of the stars, a rare mineral that can only be found in the land of Aurora. Second is the vine of life, which can only be harvested deep in the ancient forest. And lastly, the fire of the soul, which is the essence extracted from high-level fire-type exotic beasts, obtained on the battlefield of another world. In addition, there are some auxiliary materials. They are." Chen Ye quickly took note of these materials. At that moment, Li Changqing's eyes brightened, and she turned to Chen Ye, saying, "Chen Ye, one of the core materials, the fire of the soul, can be exchanged for with points in the task hall. I have accumulated a lot of points that I haven't used. I can exchange it for you first." Li Changqing was instantly stunned. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but say, "Chingqing, what good thing does this brat have? Those points are what you've saved up over several years. How can you just give them to him?" Chen Ye also heard Li Changqing's words and saw the bright gleam in her eyes, momentarily stunned and not knowing what to say. "Sigh, Chingqing is helping me so tirelessly. I really feel undeserving." Chen Ye seriously looked into Li Changqing's eyes, and after some thought, he decided to refuse. "Chingqing, you mustn't give me your points. Obtaining the evolution method for the little green vine is already quite enough. I don't plan to evolve the little green vine in the short term. I have other things to do. You listen to me." Chapter 50, the second secret realm of this semester. Chen Ye was deep in thought. Li Changqing wanted to stubbornly insist, but upon hearing Chen Ye's decisive and somewhat domineering words, along with his fervent gaze, her little face suddenly turned red, and she pouted a bit in grievance, then lowered her head and murmured, "All right then, I'll listen to you." Chen Ye then smiled. Seeing this, Li Changqing's eyes widened, and numerous question marks appeared on his forehead. Is this still his little tyrant granddaughter, Li Changqing, who is autonomous and strong-willed, never listening to her parents? This girl actually has this side to her? Could it be that old saying, one thing conquers another? Li Changqing was completely stunned, feeling that the good cabbage at home had been pushed by a pig. Soon, the time came to the next morning, and Chen Ye decisively began his resource allocation plan. He knew that time was tight and resources were limited, so he had to make the most reasonable arrangements quickly. Chen Ye first contacted Guixiaolei and sold the opportunity to wash the spirit liquid and the qualification to exchange for level materials rewarded by the school for clearing the 4th layer of the trial tower for 50 million. After receiving the money, Chen Ye did not hesitate and quickly transferred 27 million into Chen Yuqing's account, paying off the debt he owed her for helping him by the little green vine wolf. Then, he used up the remaining 20 million at lightning speed. Since the Marga stone was used up, Chen Ye spent 2 million to buy a low-quality Marga stone. It could only allow Haiyan to evolve 3 or 4 times. But that was enough for now. Finally, Chen Ye converted all the remaining funds into boxes of soul power crystals, hoping that absorbing all these soul power crystals would allow him to smoothly advance to a 4th-tier beast master. He completed all this in just one morning. However, what made Chen Ye somewhat uncomfortable was that since yesterday, Chen Yuqing seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, not greeting him when they met, and even skipping lunch together in the cafeteria. She was clearly keeping her distance, treating him completely as a competitor. Chen Ye couldn't help but shake his head. His sister could be as stubborn as a bull when she wanted to be. Time flew by like a white horse passing a chasm, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. There was still a bit left. In the morning, Chen Ye absorbed the last soul power crystal, frowning slightly. However, he knew that breaking through to the 4th tier was never an easy task. Being anxious wouldn't help. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Time for class. Chen Ye shouldered his backpack, with the three little ones wagging their tails beside him, and went to class. According to old Lu, tomorrow was the opening time for the second secret realm that this year's freshmen needed to participate in, so today he would explain some secret realm knowledge. Chen Ye arrived early to the classroom and sat down. Soon, old Lu came to the podium and began explaining the precautions for this secret realm. Students, this time the secret realm being opened is called the Mushroom Prairie. It is a secret realm that has been sealed for 3 years. Like the previous Ghost Forest, it is also a secret realm activity organized by various universities, with freshmen from 17 universities participating. Old Lu knocked on the blackboard to attract everyone's attention. He paused and continued. The reward mechanism this time is different from that of the Ghost Forest. The wristband will record the number of opponents you defeat. The more opponents you defeat and the higher their strength, the higher your ranking and rewards will be. The top-ranked student will receive 2 level materials and an opportunity to explore the ancient ruins. As soon as this was said, the students' eyes lit up, and they became excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Wow, these rewards are really great. Now we have to fight hard. The school was still as generous as ever. 2 level materials. I can gather materials for my pet's evolution. Chen Ye was also a bit excited. If he could take first place, he would have the resources to advance to a 4th-tier beast master. However, at that moment, old Lu poured cold water on everyone. Don't get too happy too soon. This secret realm is not that simple. The monsters in the Mushroom Prairie are mushroom monsters, with strengths ranging from level 1 to level 2. It may seem like the difficulty is the same as the Ghost Forest, but the most troublesome part is that these mushroom monsters release a scent that can cause hallucinations. Those with weak willpower can easily fall into illusions, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Old Lu smirked, and you might end up doing things in public that you wouldn't dare do in reality. Hearing old Lu's words, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down, and the students looked at each other with somewhat constipated expressions. No way, teacher, hallucinations? If we do something weird, wouldn't that be a direct social death? How do we deal with this? The secret realm doesn't allow us to bring things in. Otherwise, we could at least bring some air purifiers or gas masks. Yes, Lao Lu, do you have any quick tips for cracking this? Lao Lu listened to these chaotic questions, shaking his head in silence without revealing any solutions. Every person's situation is different, and the methods to crack it vary. You need to explore and adapt on your own. The students suddenly had a glimmer of understanding. Just like that, time quickly passed to the next morning. Chen Ye arrived early at the teleportation square and found it already crowded. The vice principal, dressed in a suit and tie, stood straight on the podium, ready to speak. His gaze swept over the eager students below, landing on Chen Ye for a moment before he cleared his throat and began. Good morning, students. Today marks your entry into the second secret realm, the Mushroom Grassland. The vice principal said seriously, I believe your homeroom teacher has informed you of the specific circumstances. But I want to emphasize that this mushroom secret realm was originally scheduled to open last year. However, due to certain reasons, it was delayed for 2 years. This means the number of monsters inside the secret realm may be greater than before, and their strength might also be stronger. You must be extra careful to avoid accidents. Chapter 51, The Strange New Student Secret Realm. While the vice principal spoke on stage, Guixiale lowered his voice and said to Chen Ye, Ego? The monsters in the secret realm not only release hallucinogenic dust, but can also self-explode. Be careful not to get caught off guard. Chen Ye nodded seriously. After the reminders from the vice principal and Guixiale, it seemed that the difficulty of this secret realm would be higher. Chen Ye then raised his head, and his gaze inadvertently fell on Chun Yuqing in front of him. She was standing alone, intently listening to the vice principal's speech. After thinking for a moment, he decided to walk over and greet her. After all, although Chen Yuqing had deliberately distanced herself from him, they were not strangers. Yuqing, Chen Ye walked up to her, smiling. If we encounter anything in the secret realm, we should team up, right? It's good to look out for each other. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuqing looked up, revealing a proud expression. I want Go. I'm telling you in advance, don't let me encounter you in the secret realm. If that happens, I want hold back with the eternal deer. Chen Ye was taken aback, then chuckled. All right, let us rely on our own abilities then. Chen Ye nodded with a smile, his tone relaxed. But if you run into any trouble, feel free to come find me, okay? Chen Yuqing immediately huffed and turned her head away proudly. I don't need your help. You should worry about yourself more. Seeing her proud look, Chen Ye couldn't help but laugh. He knew that although Chen Yuqing said this, deep down, she didn't actually reject him. It was just that family meeting that made her so tense. After all, when he first broke through to the second-tier Beastmaster, he had relied on the life spring that Chen Yuqing provided to succeed, which Chen Ye remembered clearly. It showed that she was not a bad person, kind-hearted, just a bit proud. This was also why Chen Ye quickly recognized this sister of his. All right, let us see what happens. Chen Ye smiled and turned to leave. Chen Yuqing watched Chen Ye's back, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She bit her lip and encouraged herself. I must let Grandpa know that I am the strongest. Soon, the vice principal announced, students, the duration of the mushroom grassland is 1 week. And the teleportation array is ready. Good luck to you all. Now, the teleportation begins. As his voice fell, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. Chen Ye felt a flash before his eyes, and his body was enveloped by a gentle force. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the mushroom grassland. And the scenery before him left him momentarily stunned. It was sunny here, with a deep blue sky. A gentle breeze blew, and the air was filled with a faint scent of grass. Around him were colorful flowers standing half a meter tall and super grass bushes 3 to 4 meters high. The breeze rustled through them, making a soft sound. Who would have thought this was a monster secret realm? Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the previously experienced dim and oppressive ghost forest and the terrifying evil eye nest in the shadow forest, the mushroom grassland was simply a paradise, making Chen Ye want to lie on the grass and enjoy the sun comfortably. Of course, perhaps the only downside was the pollen drifting in the air. Chen Ye took a deep breath, and the fine pollen entered his nose. Although the scent was a bit pungent, it was bearable. He didn't mind it much. Just rubbed his nose and quickly adjusted his state, preparing to take action. Come out, everyone. Chen Ye concentrated and summoned 3 spirit cards, quickly bringing out the 3 little ones, He Yin, Xiao Bai, and Xiao El Manwolf. However, just at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. As soon as the 3 wolf beasts appeared, they caught the scent of plant dust in the air, and they suddenly became very strange. Woof woof. He Yin shook its head vigorously, but it didn't last long. Its originally calm eyes instantly became fierce. Then, it bared its white fangs and let out a low growl at the seemingly ordinary flowers ahead, flames igniting on its body as it entered battle mode. He Yin. What is wrong? Chen Ye frowned and reached out to pat He Yin's head, but He Yin did not respond, remaining highly vigilant as if ready to pounce on an invisible enemy. Xiao Bai's state was also strange. Oh well, unlike He Yin, it didn't enter battle mode. Instead, Xiao Bai lay in the nearby grass, grinning foolishly, its eyes fixed on the air ahead as if it had seen something amusing. Even more absurdly, its little paws were constantly digging at something in the air, then bringing it to its mouth, looking just like when it watched TV at home while eating chips. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Xiao El Manwolf also became dizzy, swaying as it walked to Chen Ye's side, leaning against his pant leg and softly whimpering, its big eyes turning into watery crescents, looking somewhat dazed. Xiao El, are you okay? Chen Ye squatted down and gently picked up Xiao El Manwolf. Woo woo. Xiao El Manwolf barely lifted its head, letting out a low whine. Its gaze was somewhat dazed, but it still retained a bit of rationality. Better than He Yin and Xiao Bai's conditions. Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief, recalling what Lao Lu mentioned about the monsters in the mushroom grassland releasing hallucinogenic dust, which would cause those who inhaled it to fall into illusions and be unable to distinguish reality from fantasy. Chen Ye immediately realized that He Yin and the others had fallen into a hallucination. There was a high probability that the pollen drifting in the air was the hallucinogenic dust. However, the power of this hallucinogenic dust was excessively domineering. Even He Yin couldn't withstand it for long. In just over 10 seconds, it fell into an illusion and couldn't escape. Chen Ye looked around and saw countless dust particles floating in the air. In some places, the pollen was even thicker than fog, forming a large shadow that blocked out the sunlight. This situation made the vice principal's earlier warm reminder seem overly conservative. With He Yin and Xiao Bai unable to hold up right from the start, was this really a freshman's secret realm? It felt even more difficult than the third-year evil eye nest secret realm. However, Chen Ye was also puzzled as to why he didn't feel any strange effects. Chen Ye frowned, but soon he thought of a missing ability. When he advanced to the 3rd-tier Beastmaster, he gained a skill called Mental Protection, which likely greatly enhanced his mental resistance and played a crucial role at this moment. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. The urgent task was to find a safe place to deal with the trouble caused by the hallucinogenic dust. Chen Ye quickly looked around and soon fixed his gaze on a relatively sparse patch of grass. The concentration of dust there seemed lower, so it should be a temporary refuge. Chapter 52. First, take down the senior sister. To his surprise, the path he had taken was eerily quiet, and he hadn't seen a single mushroom monster. It was strange that there were no mushroom monsters in the secret realm. Chen Ye frowned. However, he didn't think too much about it and summoned Blackflame and Xiao Bai again, wanting to see if their condition would improve in this area with lower dust concentration. But the result disappointed him. As soon as Blackflame and Xiao Bai appeared, they were quickly affected by the hallucinogenic dust again. Blackflame, filled with battle intent, even opened its mouth to unleash a terrifying hellfire ball, which scared Chen Ye into quickly sending them back into the soul card space. It was still no good. Chen Ye frowned, but didn't he feel anxious about the situation? It was already quite good that he could remain conscious, and he could rely on Xylf. The others were probably in worse shape than he was, so he still had a good chance of taking first place in the secret realm. With that thought, Chen Ye felt a bit relieved. At this moment, the clever Xyle vine formed a faint phantom of a tree spirit around itself, creating a thin light shield that isolated the hallucinogenic dust. Although this method consumed more energy, it could absorb grass attribute energy from plants to replenish itself due to its innate herbivorous ability, maintaining a dynamic balance of energy. Chen Ye set Xyle vine down and looked around, discovering that the tree fruit resources here were very abundant. In the tall grass, there were plump tree fruits everywhere, brightly colored and emitting a faint fruity aroma. Chen Ye recognized some of the tree fruits as very precious varieties, such as long-lasting fruits and strength fruits, which could sell for 700 or 800 coins each in the market, still in high demand with no supply, yet they grew abundantly here. Just then, Chen Ye suddenly saw a figure appear quickly from the sky. He looked up to see a tall, curvy girl with long hair tightly gripping one of her pets. The great sword bees, legs, using its flying ability to soar high and avoid the hallucinogenic dust floating at low altitude. A clever move, but over time, the issue of physical exhaustion would become quite serious. After a brief consideration, Chen Ye decided he couldn't let this girl go. The great sword bee was a tiered pet, meaning defeating this girl would yield 2 points, which was quite considerable. Xyle, get ready. Xyle vine understood and locked its gaze on the figure in the sky, moving lightly in preparation to attack at any moment. At the same time, the girl in the sky, Lin Min, also noticed Chen Ye in the grass. She frowned slightly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She remembered Chen Ye, the guy who dared to disregard her proud figure in the Evil Eye nest and used a teleportation bracelet to send her away. Thinking of this, Lin Min gritted her teeth in anger, feeling immensely humiliated. Every night since then, she would think of this incident and feel so furious that she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning in bed. However, the current situation was becoming quite terrible for Lin Min. She was a junior at the Illusionary Martial University, and according to the rules, she shouldn't be participating in the freshman secret realm. But during the last Ghost Forest secret realm incident, a ghost troll caused chaos, leading to student casualties. Therefore, various universities unanimously decided to allow outstanding upperclassmen to enter the secret realm for safety observation to prevent a repeat of that incident, and Lin Min was one of them. Thus, from the moment Lin Min entered the secret realm and discovered the problem with the concentration of hallucinogenic dust, to her using her willpower to resist the illusion and commanding the great sword bee to fly her up until now, she had been airborne for over 30 minutes. Her breathing became rapid, and her grip on the great sword bee began to tremble slightly, clearly indicating she was reaching her physical limit. She couldn't continue like this. Lin Min gritted her teeth and looked towards Chen Ye in the grass. She saw his vigilant eyes, peeking out from time to time, clearly considering her an opponent. Preparing to attack. This guy actually wants to fight me. Lin Min felt both ashamed and angry. However, she realized that with her current physical exhaustion, she could not take on Chen Ye. But to find out the issue with the secret realm, she reluctantly decided to temporarily set aside her pride and explain her identity to Chen Ye. Hey, you down there. I'm Lin Min, an observer from Illusionary Martial University. I'm not your enemy. Don't attack me. Her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling quite uncomfortable with such a show of weakness. However, Chen Ye, upon hearing this, remained unmoved, not believing Lin Min's words. An observer? There are observers in the secret realm? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing that Chen Ye didn't believe her, Lin Min was so angry that she wanted to kick him, but she also understood that her situation was indeed somewhat suspicious. So, she gritted her teeth and tried to explain a bit more. Just then, Chen Ye noticed the sword at Lin Min's side and remembered that he had met this senior sister before, which made him believe that Lin Min's words might be true. It's really you, senior sister. Chen Ye felt a bit awkward and waved his hand to signal Xyle Vine to cease its attack, then shouted toward Lin Min, "Sorry, senior sister, I didn't recognize you just now." Hearing that Chen Ye finally recognized her, Lin Min let out a sigh of relief but couldn't help feeling a wave of embarrassment and anger. What do you mean you didn't recognize me? So infuriating. Lin Min bit her lip in frustration. However, when she saw Chen Ye about to turn and leave after speaking, Lin Min felt anxious, a sense of emptiness in her heart, and quickly called out to Chen Ye, "Don't go yet. How come you're not affected by the hallucinogenic dust?" Chen Ye was taken aback upon hearing this. His situation was quite special, and Lin Min couldn't replicate it. However, if it was to help Lin Min with her physical exhaustion, Chen Ye did think of a solution, and Lin Min just happened to have the aerial advantage, making her an excellent candidate for cooperation. "Senior sister," Chen Ye said loudly, "I have a way to solve the problem you're facing." But the premise is that you agree to use your aerial advantage to help me defeat the others. What do you say? After all, senior sister Wu and T want to keep flying in the air, right? Are you threatening me? Lin Min gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushing red with shame and anger. Chapter 53. Where have all the mushroom monsters gone? Chen Ye shook his head. Senior sister, I'm just making a suggestion that benefits both sides. I'm participating in the secret realm for the ranking rewards. I can't help you for free. You might want to think it over seriously. Lin Min was so angry that she stomped her feet in the air. But she also understood that Chen Ye's words weren't without reason. She took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. All right, I agree to you, Lin Min finally said in frustration. Thus, the cooperation between the two parties began. Soon, Lin Min discovered a classmate who was trapped in a fantasy. Ji-Taimei, oh Bei. Found him. Lin Min shot a glare at Chen Ye. Chen Ye nodded and quickly approached the boy, saying nothing more. Directly reaching out to grab the boy's wrist and forcibly activated his teleportation bracelet. In the next moment, a flash of light occurred, and the boy was instantly teleported out of the secret realm. Ding! Chen Ye's bracelet emitted a light sound, and the count on it changed from 0 to 2. Clearly, this was a student with a high-level pet beast, but unfortunately, as soon as he was teleported to the mushroom grassland, he inhaled the hallucinogenic dust and fell into a fantasy, unable to summon his pet beast. Watching this scene, Lin Min's expression became complex. She recalled that in the Evil Eye Nest, Chen Ye had also used the same method to unhesitatingly teleport her out. That feeling of being ignored and manipulated surged back, causing a wave of inexplicable shame and anger within her. Humph, you are quite familiar with this. Lin Min raised her head and said coldly, not hiding her sarcasm. Chen Ye noticed that Lin Min seemed unfriendly towards him, but he said nothing and simply gestured for her to continue leading the way. Soon, 20 minutes passed. During this time, Chen Ye effortlessly defeated 17 students, and the count on his teleportation bracelet rose to 36. However, Lin Min's stamina was also nearing its limit. Her breathing became rapid, and even her pet beast, the greatsword bee, began to struggle, gradually lowering its flying height. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but speak up. Chen Ye, didn't you say you would help me solve the problem? At this rate, I won't be able to hold on. Chen Ye nodded seriously. Don't worry, I keep my word. As soon as he finished speaking, rich grass attribute energy surged from the little green vine, transforming into a 16-meter-tall giant wolf illusion. Amidst Lin Min's exclamation, the giant wolf illusion reached out its paw and grabbed Lin Min, then steadily placed her on its head, signaling her to rest. What are you doing? Lin Min was startled by this sudden change, her face instantly turning pale. Chen Ye smiled and spoke lightly. This is how I help you recover your stamina. You have 10 minutes to rest. Lin Min was momentarily dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that Chen Ye's way of helping her recover stamina would be like this. She gritted her teeth, and although somewhat dissatisfied, she knew she indeed needed to rest. In the end, Lin Min reluctantly sat down, hugging her knees, indicating she didn't want to talk to Chen Ye. However, she hadn't held on for long when her stomach let out a loud growl. Lin Min's cheeks instantly flushed, but she didn't hide it and directly raised her chin, impolitely saying to Chen Ye, Hey Chen Ye, I'm hungry, give me some tree fruit to eat. Chen Ye was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he heard such a bold commanding tone. He then took out 2 tree fruits and tossed them to Lin Min. Senior, you really are not polite. Lin Min deftly caught the tree fruit, giving one to her greatsword bee, then took a big bite, as if venting her dissatisfaction. While eating, she shot a furious glare at Chen Ye, her tone filled with pride and provocation. What? Do you have an opinion? Chen Ye shook his head and said nothing more. After a brief rest, Lin Min's stamina had recovered quite a bit. She stood up, ready to continue flying, when she heard Chen Ye speak again. Senior Lin, you need to keep working hard. It's almost noon, and we only have 36. Lin Min was furious. Bastard, I don't need your reminder. I'm ready to start working, okay. She clenched her small fists, her eyes full of shame and anger. But strangely, being ordered by Chen Ye stirred an unusual feeling within Lin Min, besides anger. It even brought her a sense of inexplicable pleasure and joy. I know without you telling me, Lin Min said defiantly, but her body honestly began to move. Just like that, time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 6 in the evening. Although Chen Ye and Lin Min couldn't be said to have a tacit understanding, their efficiency was surprisingly high. Under Lin Min's guidance, Chen Ye easily dealt with dozens of students trapped in illusions. Many students, after a morning of hallucination, had no strength left when Chen Ye found them in the afternoon. They were collapsed on the grass. Even their pet beasts had exhausted all their energy from using too many skills. Chen Ye easily sent them away, and the count on his teleportation bracelet soared to 109. 109 points, not bad. Chen Ye glanced at the number on the bracelet. a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips. However, he felt a faint unease in his heart. After all, since entering this area, they had not encountered a single mushroom monster, which was very unusual for a secret realm. Senior Lin, do you feel that something is off? Chen Ye looked up at Lin Mian, who was hovering in the air, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Mian was floating in the air, her hand gripping the great sword trembling slightly. Clearly her stamina had been significantly depleted again. After hearing Chen Ye's words, she fell silent for a moment, revealing a hint of hesitation. She bit her lip and finally spoke. Actually, while flying earlier, I found a place with an extremely high concentration of hallucinogenic dust. The dust there has even condensed into mist. From a distance, it looks like a white mountain. Chen Ye's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that the mushroom monsters might be hiding there? Lin Mian nodded, then uncertainly shook her head. I'm not sure, it's just a guess. After all, mushroom monsters like to release hallucinogenic dust, and places with high concentrations of it are likely where they gather. But the concentration is too high. We can't get close. Chapter 54, Caught a Mushroom Little Monster. We can get close. Chen Ye looked up at Lin Mian. I remember old Lu saying that it will rain in this secret realm, and during that time, the concentration of dust will significantly decrease. If we reach that white mountain and take advantage of the lowest concentration of dust to investigate, we might have a chance. Lin Mian's eyes brightened at once. Right. We can use the rain to check out the white mountain. How could she not have thought of that? So stupid. Lin Mian suddenly realized. Originally, she was wary of that area with high dust concentration, but Chen Ye's words made her realize it might be an opportunity. If they could successfully investigate the cause of the anomaly in the secret realm, her grade score would definitely improve. So Lin Mian looked at Chen Ye eagerly. You're right. Chen Ye, shall we set off now? However, what Lin Mian received was a puzzled look from Chen Ye and a refusal. Set off? What are we going there for? There's no benefit, and it might even be dangerous. Only a fool would do that. Senior, stop overthinking, get some rest, and we'll continue later. You. Lin Mian widened her eyes, realizing she had been tricked by Chen Ye, her delicate face once again flushed with shame and anger. Humph, there will be opportunities. Lin Mian thought angrily, but she still obediently listened to Chen Ye, tidied up, and continued to search for points under the cover of night. The night in the secret realm was particularly quiet. A faint dust hung in the air, and the moonlight filtered through it, casting a hazy glow on the tall grass, creating a colorful halo. For Chen Ye, it was even easier to obtain points at night, because at night, the pets trapped in the illusion reveal their positions when they release their skills due to the light generated by those skills. Chen Ye took advantage of this, easily finding many students caught in the illusion, and without hesitation, sent them away, steadily increasing his points with the wristband. A ruthless harvesting machine. Lin Mian, feeling bored, noticed that Chen Ye didn't need her help for the time being, so she slowly flew behind him, unable to suppress her complaints. Chen Ye smiled and said nothing. However, just as Chen Ye was moving towards the next glowing target, unexpectedly, a mushroom monster suddenly jumped out of the grass, arriving first in front of the unconscious student. Chen Ye's eyes lit up at the sight, and quickly signaled Lin Mian to be quiet, then observed the mushroom monster from a distance. It was the first time Chen Ye had seen a monster from the mushroom grassland. The mushroom monster was only half a meter tall, round like a black gas canister, with a cap that resembled a straw hat, emitting a faint glow as it bounced along. Its eyes were filled with wisdom, appearing somewhat foolish. This mushroom monster was only level 1, with low strength and alertness, and did not perceive the presence of Chen Ye and Lin Mian. Goo. It discovered the student lying on the ground and immediately hopped over, cautiously extending a fungal vine from under its cap to tap the student's head, testing if he was awake. Seeing no response from the student, the mushroom monster happily bounced a few times. Then, it turned around and bounced back into the dark grass. And when it reappeared, 2 identical mushroom monsters had emerged behind it. Clearly, it had just gone to call its companions. Goo. The 3 mushroom monsters worked together, extending their fungal vines to wrap around the student, mummifying him, and then, like a group of people carrying a coffin, they swaggered towards the white mountain. Soon, the grass returned to darkness and silence. Watching this scene, Chen Ye and Lin Mian were utterly shocked. The recently appeared mushroom monster not only moved nimbly, but also exhibited clear intelligence and racial traits. It was completely different from those mindless and ferocious secret realm monsters. This did not conform to the common knowledge of secret realms. How is this possible? Lin Mian murmured in disbelief, her tone filled with shock. Does the mushroom monster actually have intelligence? Aren't they supposed to be mindless secret realm creatures? Chen Ye's expression turned puzzled, and his brows furrowed slightly. The situation before him was unexpected. The mushroom monster actually had intelligence, and what was its purpose? If the mushroom monster wanted to harm the students, it could have done so right there without going to the trouble of taking them away. Moreover, they didn't seem malicious. Instead, they appeared to be protecting the students? Both were filled with confusion, so they decided to continue following the mushroom monsters to see what they were up to. As they trailed from a distance, the sights they saw left them even more astonished. They found that the closer they got to the White Mountain, the more mushroom monsters there were. Some were dragging unconscious students with fungal vines, while others were carefully holding pets, and several little monsters were clearing the way in front, occasionally stopping to look around to ensure safety ahead. Lin Min saw at least 200 students wrapped up like mummies. Immediately, Chen Ye and Lin Min exchanged glances, a hint of determination flashing in their eyes. They decided to catch one of the mushroom monsters to confirm what was going on. After all, these little creatures didn't seem dangerous. On the contrary, they had an innocent and naive charm. Soon, they locked onto a lagging mushroom monster that looked a bit dazed. Goo. This mushroom monster was also bouncing along with the student, but accidentally tripped over a protruding rock, falling down while still holding the student unharmed. After standing up, its big eyes instantly became watery. Good luck doesn't favor fools. Chen Ye and the little green vine quietly approached, waiting for the right moment to swiftly snatch it away. Then immediately dashed towards a direction away from the White Mountain. A little oil on the road. Before long, they reached a safe place, and Chen Ye set the mushroom monster down. Goo. The mushroom monster was clearly startled, its cap trembling slightly as it covered its eyes with its fungal vines. Afraid to look up and make eye contact with Chen Ye, wanting to call for its companions. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Lin Min's voice came from the air, trying to soothe the mushroom monster's emotions. However, the mushroom monster remained somewhat wary. Woo. At that moment, the little green vine beside Chen Ye approached the mushroom monster, wagging its tail and gently nudging the mushroom monster's cap with its nose, as if greeting it. Unexpectedly, Goo. Chapter 55. We have Brother White Mushroom. The mushroom monster curiously blinked its eyes, looking left and right at the little green vine. Then, to Chen Ye and Lin Min's disbelief, the mushroom monster actually spoke human language slowly, asking, "Are you also a companion?" Its voice was soft, like that of a child filled with innocence. Woo. The little green vine tilted its head and then communicated with the mushroom monster. Woo. Goo. After a while, the little green vine turned its head, signaling its master that it had communicated successfully. Little mushroom, I mean no harm. Chen Ye rubbed the little green vine's head, then squatted down to look at the mushroom monster in front of him, speaking gently. I just want to ask, why are you taking those students away? Brother White Mushroom? Chen Ye was taken aback and asked, who is Brother White Mushroom? Brother White Mushroom led us to resist, but after each battle, stronger people come in, and we can't fight them off. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye and Lin Min's hearts sank. They hadn't expected that these adorable mushroom monsters had such experiences. So, you catch other people to protect yourselves? Chen Ye asked softly. The mushroom monster immediately nodded. Yes. Brother White Mushroom said that if we blur everyone's memories, they won't remember what happened here, and then stronger people won't come in to kill us. Brother White Mushroom is very powerful. The mushroom monster added a compliment. In the air, Lin Min felt a mix of emotions upon hearing the mushroom monster's words. She looked at this naive mushroom monster with both sympathy and an indescribable sense of discomfort. So that's how it is. The mushroom monster didn't want to harm others. It was just trying to protect itself. Then, as if Lin Min thought of something, her eyes lit up. Chen Ye, we should report this to the school immediately. These mushroom monsters are not mindless trial monsters at all. They have intelligence and emotions. If the school knows the truth, they won't be treated as targets for hunting. Then they can live here normally without being scared anymore. Lin Min's voice grew faster, as if she could already see a bright future. However, Chen Ye directly shook his head, interrupting Lin Min's suggestion. Hearing this, Lin Min immediately lowered her head, falling into silence without rebuttal. Clearly, Lin Min also realized that what Chen Ye said was correct. In the face of immense, human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. The little mushroom monster, seeing that the two were silent, shook its mushroom cap and cautiously asked, will you harm us too? Chen Ye smiled, his eyes sincere, and spoke as gently as possible. Don't worry, little mushroom, I won't harm you. However, I would like to meet your big brother, the white mushroom. Is that okay? The power of an individual is evidently limited, at least for Chen Ye at the moment. So he didn't have much thought about changing the status quo of the mushroom monster clan. He was simply very interested in this big brother white mushroom. We agree to your request, Lin Min said solemnly for once. Thus, under the guidance of the little mushroom monster, Chen Ye and the others headed toward the White Mountain. Along the way, they saw more and more busy little mushroom monsters. Other little mushroom monsters, seeing that Chen Ye and the others had not fallen into the illusion, immediately came up to talk to the little mushroom monster. Go. Why are you bringing humans home? Go. They are good people. They said they want to meet our big brother white mushroom. Go. Oh, as long as they are good people, that's fine. Just like that. Chen Ye and Lin Min pressed on without rest, finally approaching the outer area of the White Mountain by the evening of the second day. However, as they got closer, the concentration of the hallucinogenic dust in the air sharply increased. The faint dust immediately became dense, as if a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Chen Ye felt nothing. However, Lin Ming gradually became uncomfortable. Even though the great sword bee was flying her in the air, her breathing became rapid. Lin Ming covered her mouth and nose with her hand, trying to reduce her breathing rate to lessen the effect of the hallucinogenic dust, but it was of no use. She couldn't help but frown, her tone clearly irritated. The dust concentration here is too high. I can't hold on much longer. Her mood became very bad. However, just when Lin Ming could no longer hold on and fell from the air, the little mushroom monster leading the way suddenly jumped out, landing on her shoulder and gently patting her face with its mycelium. Don't worry. The little mushroom monster's voice was soft. If you hide under my mushroom umbrella, you can drive away this hallucinogenic dust. Lin Ming was taken aback. Really? The little mushroom monster nodded, its cap swaying slightly, as if assuring her, really? You can try? Lin Ming, half convinced, bent down to let the little mushroom monster's cap completely cover her head. Sure enough, with the cap's cover, the dust concentration around her really decreased. That suffocating hallucinogenic feeling instantly vanished, replaced by fresh air. It really works. Lin Ming exclaimed in delight, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Chen Ye, look. I'm completely unaffected by the dust now. Chen Ye turned his head and saw Lin Ming with the little mushroom monster perched on her head, its proud and peculiar look, and couldn't help but chuckle. Impressive. But are you sure you want to keep the little mushroom monster on your head? Lin Ming waved her hand dismissively. What's wrong with that? It's so cute. I quite like it on my head. Saying this, she reached out and gently stroked the little mushroom monster's cap, affectionately saying, Thank you, little guy. Goo. The little mushroom monster joyfully wiggled its cap. Chapter 56. Just arrived. Why is the mushroom clan in turmoil? Thus, under the guidance of the little mushroom monster, on the morning of the third day, Chen Ye and the others successfully entered the area of the White Mountain. However, unexpectedly, the atmosphere here was exceptionally strange. Goo. It was as if they had arrived at a battlefield. Chen Ye could see little mushroom monsters hurriedly hopping by, urgently heading into the White Mountain, as if they were in a rush to help with something. Chen Ye frowned. He then noticed that in another direction, many little mushroom monsters, for some unknown reason, had suffered severe injuries, with their bodies leaking white blood, being urgently carried deep into the mountain by their companions for treatment. Even more little mushroom monsters were running toward that chaotic direction. Clearly, as soon as Chen Ye and the others arrived, they encountered something bad happening here. Little guy? What happened? Lin Ming immediately felt puzzled and asked the little mushroom monster on her head. Hearing its companions, the little mushroom monster became flustered and quickly said, There are bad people. Bad people are coming to kill us. The little mushroom monster cried out, almost in tears. It wanted to jump down from Lin Ming's head to help at the front lines, but thinking that if it jumped down, Lin Ming would fall into the illusion and feel uncomfortable, the little mushroom monster didn't know what to do, frantically waving its mycelium in anxiety. What? Let's go take a look. Lin Ming, also hot-tempered, upon hearing that someone was bullying the cute little mushroom monsters, immediately summoned the great sword bee, drew her sword, and rushed to the scene. They quickly arrived at the front lines. Immediately, they saw a gigantic black, flying dragon diving down from the sky. The intense airflow instantly sweeping up several little mushroom monsters, ruthlessly tossing them into the air, then letting them fall helplessly. The little mushroom monsters fell apart, emitting painful goo sounds. Chen Ye frowned. He recognized this dragon as the sky-splitting dragon, which has the terrifying ability to manipulate weather and airflow. A pet beast of Long Tianxiang. The next moment, Chen Ye indeed spotted Long Tianxiang sitting coldly on the back of the sky-splitting dragon. Moreover, those hallucinogenic dust particles that made Lin Ming powerless were being cleanly filtered out under the airflow manipulation of the sky-splitting dragon. Unable to approach Long Tianxiang and the dragon at all, it could be said that the sky-splitting dragon's ability was merely commonplace for the little mushroom monsters. Stop. Lin Ming could no longer bear it. She immediately grabbed onto the great sword bee's leg, using its strength to fly into the air and block in front of Long Tianxiang, her face anxious as she wanted to explain, Hey, you can't do this. These little mushroom monsters are only capturing students for self-defense. They mean no harm. However, Long Tianxiang didn't even glance at her, his gaze proud and indifferent. Get lost. He roared. The next moment, the sky-splitting dragon let out a low dragon roar, the air around it suddenly compressing, forming a razor-sharp airflow that swept toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming was shocked and quickly swung her sword to release a sword chi to defend, but the gap in strength was too great. In an instant, she, along with the great sword bee and the little mushroom monster, were blown away and slammed to the ground. Immediately, Long Tianxiang ordered the sky-splitting dragon to carry out indiscriminate attacks on the little mushroom monsters. At that moment, Chen Ye noticed a tall white mushroom monster join the battlefield. Chen Ye's eyes brightened, since all the other little mushroom monsters were black and small. It was easy to guess that this white mushroom monster was the big brother white mushroom mentioned by the little mushroom monsters. Stop! The big brother white mushroom roared, its cap instantly swelling and glowing with white light. Then the light suddenly intensified, forming a dazzling beam that shot directly at Long Tianxiang. Whoosh! The beam attack had unexpectedly good effects. While the sky-splitting dragon's airflow could block dust, it could not stop the beam. The hallucinogenic beam shone on Long Tianxiang and the sky-rending dragon, causing them to suddenly freeze, their eyes gradually becoming vacant and lost in confusion. Long Tianxiang's movements slowly came to a halt, and the sky-rending dragon finally ceased its attack. However, strangely, Long Tianxiang and the sky-rending dragon were held steadily in the air by the airflow, neither falling nor making any erratic movements. This is bad. There is evil energy on him resisting. He hasn't fully entered the illusion. Brother White Mushroom shouted anxiously, his voice already weak, clearly. Casting this illusion had consumed a lot of his power, but he had no time to rest, and hurriedly said to the nearby helper mushroom creatures, "You all, quickly go call Red Spore Mushroom and Blue Hat Mushroom." Clearly, the Red Spore Mushroom and Blue Hat Mushroom mentioned by Brother White Mushroom are also high-level mushrooms. He knew that perhaps only by gathering the full strength of the entire clan, concentrating the power of 6 high-level mushrooms, could they contend against the powerful human Long Tianxiang. Guji, Guji. The mushroom creatures were very obedient, and immediately several of them hopped away toward the mountain, while the remaining little creatures tightly protected Brother White Mushroom. Time was of the essence, and the air was filled with an incredibly tense atmosphere. Lin Min, who had just stepped forward and earned Brother White Mushroom's trust, thought for a moment and then hopped over to Lin Min and Chen Ye, her tone filled with sincere pleading. "Hello, if something happens, I hope you can help us take away as many little mushrooms as possible. They are all innocent and shouldn't be sacrificed because of this conflict." Lin Min's heart trembled. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a cold laugh coming from above. Everyone was startled, and when they looked up, they saw Long Tianxiang had already broken free from the illusion, looking down at them with a cold and mocking smile on his lips. "Brother White, you are quite good. If you are willing to become my pet beast, I might consider sparing your other kin. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Min's anger surged. She pointed at Long Tianxiang, her eyes filled with rage and disappointment. Are you even human? These little mushroom creatures are just trying to survive. Yet you are threatening and enticing them. Do you have no conscience?" Long Tianxiang's eyes suddenly turned cold, his gaze like a knife sweeping towards Lin Min. "Noise. How much is conscience worth? Do you dare say you have no thoughts about these mushrooms?" He raised his hand, and the airflow from the sky-rending dragon instantly condensed into a sharp blade of wind, mercilessly aimed at Lin Min. "Watch out." Chen Ye immediately furrowed his brow, pulling Lin Min down just in time to narrowly avoid the wind blade's attack. Chen Ye realized that whether it was Chun Jianan or Long Tianxiang, both were vicious and ruthless, not good people at all, and he wondered how the Chun family had trained them. Even tying up a dog would be better than these two. However, Long Tianxiang did not intend to back down. His gaze icy as he raised his hand to command the sky-rending dragon to attack again. At this moment, Brother White Mushroom stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Enough. I am willing to become your pet beast, as long as you spare them." Long Tianxiang sneered, but a greedy look flashed in his eyes. "Oh? Have you come to your senses? However, this is not the time for you to bargain. I have changed my mind. I not only want your submission, but also control over this entire White Mountain." You. Upon hearing this, Brother White Mushroom could not help but tremble, falling into extreme struggle. It knew that if it agreed to Long Tianxiang's demands, then the entire mushroom clan, even if they could survive, would be completely controlled by Long Tianxiang, losing their freedom. No matter what choice, it seemed wrong. At this moment, Chen Ye's calm voice came through. "This Brother White, if you can remove the hallucinogenic dust in this area, I might be able to help you deal with him." Chapter 57 Red Spore Mushroom. We cannot trust humans. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, everyone was taken aback. Lin Min immediately frowned, looking at Chen Ye in disbelief, her tone mixed with urgency and reproach. "Chen Ye, this is not the time for jokes and bravado." Clearly, Lin Min did not believe that Chen Ye could defeat Long Tianxiang. Therefore, Chen Ye's words were a significant deduction in Lin Min's eyes. She felt that Chen Ye was somewhat lacking in self-awareness. Even in the air, Long Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback by Chen Ye's words, then burst into a harsh laugh. He clearly recognized Chen Ye, looking down at him with disdain and contempt. "Ha! Chen Ye, is it just you? Do you think defeating 2 mechanical puppets and injuring Chun Jianan with a sneak attack makes you strong? That's truly ridiculous. To be honest, even if your useless dog mutated to a high level, so what? Without the support of a true power within your family, no matter how much you jump around, you are just a pathetic clown. Long Tianxiang's words struck deep. However, facing Long Tianxiang's mockery, and even the questioning gaze of Lin Miyin, whom he had known for a few days, Chen Ye remained calm and unaffected. He held the small green vine that was lightly licking his palm, looking at Brother White Mushroom with a faint gaze, waiting for its reaction. His idea was simple. If Brother White Mushroom chose to trust him, then Chen Ye wouldn't mind taking action. If Brother White Mushroom did not trust him, then he would just smile and feel a bit regretful. Brother White Mushroom looked seriously at Chen Ye, its eyes filled with scrutiny and contemplation. After a moment, it slowly spoke, its voice deep and firm. Chen Ye, are you really confident? Chen Ye nodded when he heard this, but did not give a definite answer. As long as you can absorb the hallucinogenic dust around, I and my pet can unleash our full power. Brother White Mushroom fell silent, which meant that Chen Ye also had no confidence. However, seeing the expression on Long Tianxiang's face gradually shift from mockery to impatience, it knew there was no time to hesitate, and with no other choice, it could only trust Chen Ye. All right, I believe you. It took a deep breath, and a soft white light suddenly lit up on the mushroom cap. Where the light shone, the hallucinogenic dust quickly condensed and fell to the ground. However, just as Brother White Mushroom had just removed the hallucinogenic dust around Chen Ye, a sudden sound of hurried hopping came from a distance. 5 differently colored high-level mushrooms quickly rushed over. Among them was a deep red, small-bodied mushroom creature, and a light blue, tall and thin mushroom creature. They, like Brother White Mushroom, had reached middle-level strength. They were the red spore mushroom and blue hat mushroom called by Brother White Mushroom. The red spore mushroom shouted urgently, Brother White Mushroom, you must not remove the hallucinogenic dust defense. Humans are the most insidious and cunning. This is definitely their conspiracy. The red spore mushroom was clearly extremely anxious, quickly shouting to the little partners behind, family, we must drive the humans away. All right, drive the humans away. The other high-level mushrooms immediately echoed. Their caps aimed at Chen Ye and Lin Miyin, and a faint light began to flicker above them, brewing powerful hallucinogenic light. Upon seeing this, Brother White Mushroom's eyes widened in shock. Wait, red spore mushroom, you misunderstood. Chen Ye is here to help us. He is not the enemy. The enemy is the one flying in the sky. However, the red spore mushroom couldn't hear it at all. Her mushroom cap had already concentrated a dazzling beam of light, aimed directly at Chen Ye and Lin Miyin. Boom. Chen Ye and Lin Miyin were struck by the colorful hallucinogenic rays interweaving around them. In an instant, Lin Miyin couldn't resist even for a second and immediately fell into a hallucination, suddenly starting to speak in a low voice, her actions becoming completely out of place. Now, it wasn't just that Lin Miyin was trapped in a hallucination. Her brain might also face significant issues. Even the cute little mushroom monster on her head was no exception, hit by the hallucination beam and instantly becoming dazed. Chen Ye was also engulfed in the hallucination light and suddenly fell silent. Haha, this is hilarious. There really are such useless teammates. Long Tianxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud upon seeing this. Long Tianxiang knew very well that he had just managed to block the hallucination beam from Brother White Mushroom, thanks to the murderous aura he had accumulated from dealing with countless lives and bloodshed in his family's law enforcement hall, which allowed him to resist the hallucination and ultimately break free. However, with his murderous aura now nearly depleted, if those 5-level mushrooms teamed up to use the hallucination light against him, Long Tianxiang knew he would definitely not be able to withstand it. So, when he saw the red mushroom bombarding Chen Ye, he was almost dying of laughter. Seizing this opportunity, he had to strike first. Thus, while still laughing, Long Tianxiang's gaze swept over the 5-level mushrooms, his eyes suddenly flashing with a fierce killing intent, and his voice turned cold and filled with murderous intent. Rending Sky Dragon, Maga Evolution. Use the Rending Wind Dragon Claw to kill them. Roar. With Long Tianxiang's command, the Rending Sky Dragon instantly underwent Maga Evolution. Its size expanded from 20 meters to a full 30 meters, mysterious emerald patterns appearing on its black dragon body, the scales on its wings shimmering with dazzling light. And an incredibly powerful energy wave erupted from its body. Then, the claws of the Maga Rending Sky Dragon swung sharply, instantly condensing into a massive purple wind blade, rushing towards the red mushroom and the other level mushrooms with destructive force. The purple wind blade swelled in the wind, splitting into a gigantic dragon claw dozens of meters long, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. The red mushroom and the other mushrooms turned pale with horror, hurriedly urging all their strength to try to withstand this blow. However, the power of the Rending Wind Dragon Claw far exceeded their imagination. Sizzle. The wind killed grass. No loud noise was produced. The rending wind dragon claw's attack seemed to erode everything, hitting the red mushroom and the others with unstoppable force. The terrifying power instantly sliced the mushroom's bodies in half. The red mushroom's eyes filled with terror, spewing a deep red liquid from its mouth. The glow on its cap dimming instantly, its breath becoming extremely weak, severely injured, and on the brink of death. The other level mushrooms were similarly injured, with the least injured one losing its combat capability. But the blue hat mushroom was particularly unlucky, struck directly by the rending wind dragon claw, its body split in two, its eyes losing their light and falling silent. Blue hat. No. Watching the blue hat mushroom fall before it, the red mushroom finally realized that it had mistakenly attacked the wrong enemy out of impatience, even causing the death of a companion, filling its heart with despair and regret. It trembled as it raised its mycelium. I. Chapter 58, Maga Blackflame Maga Rending Sky Dragon. What do you mean by I? Damn it. I really can't take it anymore. Chen Ye finally woke up, looking at the heartbroken red mushroom with no hint of sympathy on his face. Encountering such a useless teammate made him want to kill it. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to glance at the red mushroom. Just moments ago, the red mushroom had blindly attacked him without distinction, launching several level hallucination beams that directly struck him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, feeling extremely uncomfortable, taking 3 to 4 seconds to recover. Otherwise, if he had treated earlier by a few seconds, the chances of saving the blue hat mushroom would have been much higher. Now, Chen Ye and Little Green Vine could only treat it as a dead horse trying to be a live horse, waiting to see if the blue hat mushroom had enough life left. Chen Ye shook his head, his expression serious as he looked at Long Tianxiang in midair, knowing he had to eliminate him for safety, and then gathered 2 blue soul cards between his fingers. Black Flame, Little White, come out. As the words fell, Black Flame and Little White immediately appeared in front of Chen Ye. Black Flame battle. Marga evolution. Chen Ye commanded decisively. Immediately, the Marga stone emitted light, releasing a large amount of dark red Marga energy, completely covering Black Flame's body. Oh woo. Okay, master. Black Flame howled brightly, instantly undergoing Marga evolution. Its size expanded, and a blood-red vertical eye opened in the center of its forehead, dark flames burning fiercely on its body, exuding an evil aura. Brother White Mushroom was shocked, looking at Black Flame with fear. At the same time, it looked at Chen Ye with even more trepidation. Brother White Mushroom could clearly sense that Marga Black Flame, like Marga Rending Sky Dragon, absolutely possessed the power to slaughter the Mushroom clan. Yet, as the master of such a powerful and terrifying pet beast, Chen Ye behaved exceptionally low-key, even managing to interact with the naive mushroom monsters. This itself was a testament to his ultimate control over power and mindset. Perhaps, the Mushroom clan really had hope. However, Chen Ye wasn't thinking that much. He regretted coming to the White Mountain. Not only was there a pile of troubles, but there were also no benefits at all. He just wanted to end the battle quickly to earn some points, and then leave. As for the mushroom secrets, with Long Tianxiang having the teleportation bracelet, they were absolutely not safe. It was better to plan early. Chen Ye immediately commanded, Black Flame, use Evil Ray. Oh woo. As Chen Ye's words fell, Black Flame's vertical pupil suddenly widened to its maximum. The next moment, a dark red ray shot out from its vertical pupil, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant, ready to hit the rending sky dragon that was floating in midair. Long Tianxiang was unconcerned, even wanting to test the power of the evil ray. However, when Long Tianxiang sensed the terrifying chaotic dark attribute energy contained in the evil ray, he immediately realized something was wrong. No, quickly dodge. Roar. The Marga Rending Sky Dragon let out a low growl, immediately using the power of airflow to create an extreme pressure field around it, swinging its tail to soar into the sky. However, it was already too late to try to escape now. Black Flame kept a close eye on the figure of the Marga Rending Sky Dragon. Seeing the Rending Sky Dragon turn, Black Flame immediately adjusted its angle. Ziz. The evil ray directly sliced through a portion of the sky, accurately hitting the Rending Sky Dragon and burning a charred wound into its scales. Although the damage wasn't high, it could even be said to be completely negligible. The strength of the evil ray lay not in its power and damage, but in the accompanying chaotic factor. Sure enough, the next moment, the Rending Sky Dragon fell into a state of abnormality, its 5 senses becoming extremely chaotic. Its brain was clouded, hearing only a piercing buzzing sound, seeing nothing but darkness. Unable to sense Long Tianxiang's position, but instead perceiving enemies all around, experiencing a disorienting feeling as if it were dreaming and stepping into empty stairs. The Rending Sky Dragon panicked immediately. The incorrect information from its senses led it to make erroneous judgments, erupting at maximum speed in the air, frantically twisting and turning, releasing terrifying rending wind dragon claws for defense. The terrifying rending wind dragon claws directly tore the mushroom grassland apart, creating deep and interwoven ravines. It even struck its own tail with one of the rending wind dragon claws, cutting a huge wound and causing blood to flow, yet it didn't even perceive it. Fool, what are you doing? Long Tianxiang's eyes widened in anger, punching the rending sky dragon repeatedly. Seeing this, Chen Ye immediately seized the opportunity. Hellfire Ball. A woo. After a simple charge, a super Hellfire Ball with a diameter of 3 meters immediately condensed in the mouth of Blackflame. The edges of the fireball seemed to warp space itself, filled with a destructive aura, and then it shot out towards the Rift Sky Dragon without any hesitation. As expected, the Hellfire Ball directly hit the exhausted Rift Sky Dragon. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted in the air. The dark red shockwave produced by the explosion stained the originally clear sky, and the Rift Sky Dragon was instantly blown away and severely injured, while the black flames devoured its body like a festering sore. In contrast, Long Tianxiang himself was not seriously injured. At the critical moment, he directly abandoned the Rift Sky Dragon, jumping off its back, and immediately summoned another pet beast, which came out and stood in front of him to absorb the shockwave from the explosion. However, Long Tianxiang was also smashed to the ground, his face pale and his limbs broken. Looking down at the teleportation ring on his wrist, he found it starting to flicker, triggering the life-saving teleportation mechanism. Damn it. Useless trash. Long Tianxiang gritted his teeth and roared, filled with unwillingness. He never expected to fall to such a state. You all, wait for me. Long Tianxiang's frenzied roar echoed. He was determined to make Chen Ye and the Mushroom Clan pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Big White Mushroom, seeing that Long Tianxiang was about to be teleported away, was instantly shocked. It knew it could not allow Long Tianxiang to leave like this, or else the Mushroom Clan would face a disaster. However, the illusionary beam could only be released once in a short period. It had just used it. Big White Mushroom quickly looked at the other level mushroom partners and found that they were all split in half, not to mention the ability to condense the illusionary beam. It was uncertain whether they could survive. Not far away, Big White Mushroom saw the little mushroom monsters trembling in fear, their eyes filled with helplessness. A sense of sorrow filled Big White Mushroom's heart, and then it made a certain determination, steeling itself to condense 2 nearly tangible illusionary beams, attacking Long Tianxiang and the Rift Sky Dragon. Even after launching the attack, Big White Mushroom's body immediately deteriorated, becoming dry and old, its tall and strong figure hunched over. But it had no complaints or regrets. This home must be protected. Whoosh. The effect of this illusionary beam was astonishing. The moment it hit Long Tianxiang, it directly dispersed his spiritual defenses, forcefully penetrating into his consciousness, completely blurring the secret memories of the Mushroom Clan in his mind. What is this? Long Tianxiang sensed something was wrong, and alarm bells rang in his heart. However, he did not know that Big White Mushroom had the ability to blur memories and did not know how to resist. The struggle on his face lasted only 2 seconds. Soon, his expression became dazed, and then the light of the teleportation ring suddenly intensified, and Long Tianxiang instantly disappeared from the spot, teleported out of the secret realm. Without Long Tianxiang, a brief calm descended upon the White Mountains. Chapter 59, Big White Mushroom's Sincerity. Have the bad guys left? Seeing that there was no movement around, the little mushroom monsters peeked out. Yes, everyone, we are safe. Gurgle gurgle. Wow, we survived. It was the good person Chen Ye who saved us. Chen Ye is amazing. Chen Ye couldn't help but smile, feeling touched by these innocent little creatures. Perhaps it was not their fate to perish, or perhaps their vitality was tenacious. Under the relentless treatment of the little green vine wolf, the blue-hatted mushroom that had split in half was miraculously revived. And then the other injured level mushrooms were also healed. Subsequently, under Big White Mushroom's stern gaze, the red mushroom and several other level mushrooms nervously approached Chen Ye and Lin Miyin, their faces filled with embarrassment and shame as they bowed their heads to apologize. Chen Ye, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive and couldn't distinguish the enemy, almost harming everyone. You can punish me however you want. I'm sorry. Seeing the sincerity in red mushroom's tone, which clearly recognized its mistake, Chen Ye waved his hand, too lazy to hold it against it. Of course, in Chen Ye's eyes, only Big White Mushroom could receive a higher evaluation. The actions of the other level mushrooms were simply too abstract. It was better to keep a distance and avoid interaction. Big White Mushroom also understood Chen Ye's thoughts and quickly added, Chen Ye, thank you. Thank you for stepping in to save our Mushroom Clan and generously forgiving the mistakes we made. From now on, you will be our Mushroom Clan's eternal friends, and our doors will always be open for you. Chen Ye nodded. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked, I want to confirm. Where did you move the students who fell into the illusion? Are they in danger? In fact, what Chen Ye was thinking was, damn it. There's nothing good left to stay here for. Where can I farm points? Hurry and take me to harvest some. Don't worry, they are all very safe. I'll take you to see them right away. Following Big White Mushroom, Chen Ye and Lin Miyin were led to the deepest core of the White Mountains. Here, thousands of students gathered, quietly lying on the grass, their faces peaceful, as if they were having a beautiful dream. Big White Mushroom explained, "We used our ability to blur memories, making them forget that they discovered we possessed intelligence in the secret realm. When they wake up, they will think they went through a normal trial, without any anomalies." Chen Ye nodded. The Mushroom Clan's ability to survive and develop in the secret realm surely has its own operational methods. Otherwise, the abnormalities of the Mushroom Prairie secret realm would have been discovered long ago. However, Chen Ye was still quite concerned about the points reward, so he bluntly stated, "The fat water shouldn't flow to outsiders. Make me the number one for points later." Lin Miyin had been listening attentively, but upon hearing Chen Ye's words, she felt as if the sky had fallen, staring wide-eyed at Chen Ye, shocked that he was so brazenly cheating for points. Then, Lin Miyin, blushing, shyly whispered in Chen Ye's ear, "Can you also get me more points?" Chen Ye immediately frowned. "Huh? Aren't you an observer?" "Oh, right." Lin Miyin suddenly remembered, her face turning bright red, as if she had missed out on a fortune, all because Chen Ye had been ordering her to find points these past few days, making her forget that she was an observer. Behind them, Red Mushroom couldn't help but glance at Blue Hat Mushroom, muttering softly, "Blue Hat. I don't understand why Big White Mushroom brought Chen Ye and them here. I think the safest thing to do is to blur Chen Ye and Lin Miyin's memories too. Only then can we completely protect our clan's secrets." However, Red Mushroom's seemingly whispered words were actually quite loud. Blue Hat Mushroom quickly shot Red Mushroom a glare, extending its mycelium to cover its mouth. "Red, your big mouth is going to drive me crazy." Meanwhile, Chen Ye and Big White Mushroom exchanged glances, both understanding each other. Chen Ye knew that Big White Mushroom did not want to blur his memories, but it simply couldn't. He had the ability to protect his mind, resisting all illusions. Blurring memories was completely ineffective against Chen Ye. As for Lin Miyin, Chen Ye turned to look at her, secretly sighing. If he guessed correctly, Lin Miyin's memories would likely be blurred by Big White Mushroom, causing her to forget everything that happened in the White Mountains. Of course, this was just a guess. Lin Miyin noticed Chen Ye's gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Chen Ye? Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's nothing." As Chen Ye was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the grassland, and he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing was lying weakly on the grass with her eyes tightly closed, clearly experiencing a hallucination, but her small face bore a stubborn expression, and she was murmuring defiantly, "Grandpa, I will never lose to anyone else." Although her voice was somewhat weak, it carried a stubborn strength. Obviously, even in the hallucination, she was competing with great effort. Chen Ye couldn't help but smile, feeling both amused and somewhat helpless. He stepped closer, assessing Chen Yuqing's condition, confirming that she was merely trapped in a hallucination and had not suffered any substantial harm, which put his mind at ease. Beside Chen Yuqing, a small mushroom creature was using mycelium to hold a cup of juice, slowly feeding it to her lips. The juice flowed through the gaps in her lips, maintaining her basic strength. Watching this scene, Chen Ye felt a slight stir in his heart. He turned to Big Brother White Mushroom, teasingly saying, "I didn't expect your care to be quite thoughtful." Big Brother White Mushroom's cap swayed slightly. Although these students are trapped in hallucinations, their bodies still need to maintain basic strength. "We don't want anything to happen to them here." Chen Ye nodded. Indeed, it seemed that the mushrooms were the ones most hoping for the students' safety in the secret realm. After that, they wandered around for a while longer. Big Brother White Mushroom waved his mycelium, signaling the other small mushroom creatures to leave, and then, under Chen Ye's puzzled gaze, Big Brother White Mushroom led him through a dense forest of mushrooms to a hidden place covered by vines and huge mushroom caps. The light here was soft and tranquil, and the air was filled with a rich and pure aura of soul power, making one feel peaceful. "Chen Ye, this is the pure soul power pool of our mushroom clan," Big Brother White Mushroom introduced in a low voice, his face showing pride and seriousness. He raised his mycelium and pointed to a pool of water ahead that emitted a faint glow. The water in the pool was clear and under the sunlight. It reflected sparkling dots of light, as if countless little soul power sprites were dancing. Chen Ye took a few steps closer and immediately felt a wave of pure soul power rush toward him, making his very soul begin to stir. Just standing there for a while, the increase in his soul power was equivalent to absorbing a small piece of soul power crystal. However, Chen Ye frowned and looked at Big Brother White Mushroom, not understanding its intention. "Big Brother White Mushroom, what do you mean?" Big Brother White Mushroom looked at Chen Ye, paused, and said sincerely and seriously, "Chen Ye, we have guarded this pure soul power pool for 14 years. The soul power here is extremely pure and can be absorbed directly, which is greatly beneficial for both humans and pet beasts. I want you to absorb soul power here until you leave the secret realm. After hearing this, Chen Ye felt a slight shock in his heart. According to Big Brother White Mushroom, this pure soul power pool was undoubtedly a precious and limited resource for the Mushroom Clan. Big Brother White Mushroom's willingness to let him absorb soul power here should mean more than simple gratitude. So Chen Ye directly asked, Big Brother White Mushroom, you want me to absorb soul power here? It can't just be to thank me, right? Big Brother White Mushroom nodded, with a hint of helplessness and honesty in his tone. Chen Ye, you are a smart person. I do hope you can accept this benefit. And I also hope you can keep our Mushroom Clan secret. After all, if our existence is known to the outside world, it could attract endless trouble. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye understood in his heart. He recognized Big Brother White Mushroom's concerns. The Mushroom Clan possessed powerful illusions and wisdom, making them a very tempting choice as pet beasts. If they were targeted by those with ulterior motives, there would indeed be no good outcome. So Big Brother White Mushroom was trying to befriend him. Chen Ye thought for a moment and then nodded seriously at Big Brother White Mushroom. I understand your meaning. Don't worry, I, Chen Ye, am not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Since you trust me, I will definitely keep your secret and will never let the outside world know about this place. Finally, receiving Chen Ye's affirmative response, Big Brother White Mushroom let out a sigh of relief. Big Brother White Mushroom also deeply understood that Chen Ye had no need to deceive him. Otherwise, with Chen Ye's strength, if he unleashed the full power of the Maga fire, no one in the Mushroom Clan could withstand it. Thank you very much, Chen Ye. Besides the pure soul power pool, we have nothing else to repay Lin Miyin and your sister Chen Yuqing. We will also help her break through to the third-tier Beastmaster as soon as possible. There was nothing they could do. The Mushroom Clan was too poor, and the pure soul power pool was the only thing they could offer. Chapter 60, Contract with Me. Thus, time reached the 7th day of the secret realm. The warm morning light spread across the mushroom grassland, making it vibrant. Chen Ye stood at the edge of the White Mountain, accompanied by Lin Miyin and a group of mushrooms. During these days, Chen Ye had been tirelessly cultivating in the pure soul power pool, so his strength had improved rapidly, going from mid-third tier to the peak of the 4th tier in one go. Even the water level of the pure soul power pool had been lowered by half a meter due to his absorption, causing Red Su Mushroom to jump in agitation. However, Chen Ye's aura had become calm and steady, as if he had undergone a transformation. Big Brother White Mushroom, it's about time, we should leave. Chen Ye turned around and looked at Big Brother White Mushroom, his tone somewhat reluctant. After spending these days together, Chen Ye admired Big Brother White Mushroom's abilities and character. He was truly an excellent leader. MHM. Big Brother White Mushroom nodded, reaching out his mycelium to shake hands with Chen Ye. Chen Ye, I sincerely thank you for everything you have done for us. Our Mushroom Clan will always welcome you. Big Brother White Mushroom fell silent. In fact, he had considered doing this, but there were many mushrooms in the clan who were hostile to humans, and Red Su Mushroom was not an isolated case, so it had to be shelved. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn gloomy, Lin Miyin quickly jumped in, wearing a proud smile. Hey Chen Ye, don't forget about me. I'll come to Maga to play with you in the future. Okay, welcome. Chen Ye smiled at Lin Miyin, teasingly saying, as long as you don't forget me. That's fine. Lin Miyin stuck out her tongue playfully, grinning as she said, you can rest assured. Then let's go. Chen Ye nodded, then proactively walked to the outer grassland and pressed the teleport button on his wristband. The three little ones immediately followed and came to Chen Ye's feet. Chen Ye noticed that Xiaobai was shaking its head and had a small package made of leaves on its back, looking quite exquisite. Xiaobai, what are you carrying? Chen Ye asked curiously. Oh well, master, this is a secret that can't be revealed. Xiaobai tilted its head and winked at Chen Ye. Haha, okay then. Chen Ye affectionately shook his head, smiled, and did not continue to ask. However, it was easy to guess that it must be some tree fruit or other little trinkets that the small mushroom creatures had given Xiaobai. So Chen Ye didn't take it to heart. Soon, the light of the wristband suddenly intensified, and Chen Ye and the three little ones quickly blurred in the morning light, finally disappearing from the spot. Just as Chen Ye left, Lin Miyin was about to activate her teleport wristband when Blue Hat Mushroom suddenly called out to her. Lin Miyin paused, surprised as she asked, Blue Hat Mushroom? What do you need from me? Blue Hat Mushroom, tall and thin, nodded, its tone somewhat serious. Lin Miyin, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Miyin blinked, somewhat puzzled. What is it? Behind him were his beloved red mushrooms, his admired brother White Mushroom, many little friends who grew up together, and many innocent and naive little mushrooms that needed care. Seeing this, Blue Hat Mushroom couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. However, Blue Hat Mushroom then seemed to make a significant decision and firmly said, I want to make a pet contract with you and become your pet. The scene instantly fell silent. What? At the same time, Chen Ye's figure appeared in the bustling teleportation square. Old Lu stood on the high platform of the teleportation square, his gaze sweeping over the students below, holding a score statistics sheet in his hand. Upon seeing Chen Ye, old Lu immediately keenly glanced at Chen Ye's wristband. But when he saw that the count on Chen Ye's wristband displayed 2201, old Lu's pupils dilated sharply, and he didn't even notice his pen falling to the ground. He was completely stunned, uncertain. Should he take another look? Old Lu swallowed hard, subconsciously pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed Chen Ye's data again, until he was sure there was no mistake. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it, 2,201 points? How is that possible?" Old Lu's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear under the amplifier. The students below also noticed old Lu's expression and followed his gaze to Chen Ye's wristband. When the number 2,201 came into view, the square erupted in an uproar. 2,201 points. It's opened. This is definitely opened. An average of 300 points a day, with 150 people. Chen Ye is first again. He has been first in 2 secret realms in a row. He must have ambushed. No wonder I have no memory. Chen Ye's strength isn't that high, right? From the looks of it, Ma Jie Heiyan's strength is at best upper class, and there are so many people in the country stronger than him. Yet no one has ever scored this high. The crowd was in an uproar. Chen Yuqing stood quietly in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Chen Ye. There was a hint of complexity in her eyes, a mix of envy and unwillingness. Chen Yuqing believed that Chen Ye's score was not fabricated. However, this also meant that Chen Ye had become much stronger in such a short period, making Chen Yuqing feel a sense of urgency. However, thinking of her own achievements, having fought hard in the Mushroom Secret Realm, not only gaining considerable points, but also suddenly gaining enlightenment in life and death battles, directly breaking through to a Tier 3 Beast Master. Chen Yuqing immediately straightened her back and became confident. "Humph, brother, I won't lose to you." Meanwhile, on the stand, old Lu looked at the excited students, frowned, and then lightly coughed, signaling everyone to remain calm. His gaze then fell back on Chen Ye, and he asked in confusion, "Chen Ye, I believe you know that your score is indeed surprising. Can you tell us how you did it?" However, facing the questioning gazes of everyone, Chen Ye remained calm. He would not admit to the fact that he had overdone the score grinding. He slightly raised his head, made eye contact with old Lu, and spoke in a calm tone. "I just did what I was supposed to do, and the score ranking is just a result." "What the hell? Do you want to listen to what you're actually saying? It's like saying nothing at all." Old Lu couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to ask something further, he heard Chen Ye say again, "If anyone has doubts about my score, feel free to challenge me at any time." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Damn, he's so pretentious. But it also seems quite reasonable. Chapter 61, The Path to Tier 5, Reforging the Soul Card. Subsequently, seeing that the crowd had no reaction, Chen Ye didn't continue speaking, completed his registration with old Lu, and left the teleportation square. Chen Ye found Guoxiaolei. Speaking of which, Guoxiaolei's purple-tailed thunder fox had indeed transformed from the peak of Tier 5 to Tier 6 after being cleansed with spiritual liquid. As the seller, Chen Ye was very pleased and satisfied. Therefore, when Chen Ye explained to Guoxiaolei that he wanted to sell the qualification for the ancient relic obtained from being first in the mushroom grassland, Guoxiaolei was immediately excited. Without saying a word, he directly called him dad and transferred 23 million to Chen Ye's card. This was double the value. If it weren't for the fear of being too sentimental, Guoxiaolei really wanted to shout, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, brother Yi." After all, although it was double the value, the resources from Ma Jie University were the kind that couldn't be bought with money outside. And knowing the gold content that only the first in the grade could have, there was no worry about buyers, so Guoxiaolei really admired Chen Ye. Next, Chen Ye planned to find Li Qingqing, but discovered she was not in the research building. Just when Chen Ye pushed open the door, he was surprised to see Li Qingqing sitting at his dining table, with steaming dishes already laid out, releasing an enticing aroma. Even the 3 little ones beside Chen Ye were excited at the smell. Li Qingqing's face was flushed, her eyes holding a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Chen Ye was taken aback. "Qingqing, what are you doing in my house? And why did you make so many dishes?" "I just went to the research building looking for you." Li Qingqing stood up, walked to Chen Ye, and said, "There must not be much good food in the secret realm, so I thought, can I make you a meal? What do you think? It looks okay, right?" Chen Ye nodded, looking at the 3 dishes that were rich in color, aroma, and flavor, and then at Li Qingqing's slightly proud, yet nervous expression. A warm feeling surged in his heart. "It does look good, but you won't know how it tastes until you eat it." Chen Ye smiled. Subsequently, the two enjoyed their meal while chatting. Chen Ye picked up a piece of braised pork, which melted in his mouth and tasted delicious, making him nod in approval. "Your cooking is great." Li Qingqing raised her eyebrows happily. "Of course, I specially practiced it." Halfway through the meal, Chen Ye put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "By the way, Qingqing, I have a question I want to ask you." Li Qingqing looked up, blinked her eyes, and curiously asked, What question? Chen Ye pondered for a moment and said, including my first place this time in the secret realm. How much would it cost to exchange for the materials needed for Little Green Vine to evolve into a spirit vine wolf? Let me calculate. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing put down her chopsticks, opened her portable notebook to look up information, and said, considering the laboratory's purchasing channels, which can be discounted, altogether it would take about 8 million. Chen Ye nodded, then took out his phone from his pocket and quickly operated it. Moments later, Li Qingqing's phone chimed with a notification. She picked up her phone and was surprised to find that Chen Ye had transferred 15 million to her. You. Li Qingqing looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Why did you transfer so much? Chen Ye smiled. It's better to have a little extra in the budget. So consider it your hard work fee. After all, I can't let a beautiful woman work for nothing. Li Qingqing immediately shot Chen Ye a glare, exuding charm. Well then, Mr. Chen, this time I'll reluctantly accept it. But don't be so generous next time. In the afternoon, after finishing the meal, Li Qingqing busily went to prepare the evolution materials for Chen Ye, while Chen Ye went to find Principal Li Changqing at Emerald Lake. The sunlight fell on Emerald Lake, shimmering on the surface, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing mist, making one feel relaxed. Hee, Principal, I'm here to fish. Chen Ye cheerfully said as he sat down next to Li Changqing with his fishing gear. The three little ones also loved Emerald Lake. Haiyan excitedly ran back and forth by the lake, occasionally stretching out his claws to catch fish in the water. Xiaobai used invisibility to sneak up on the large waterfowl by the lake. Xiaoman quietly lay on the grass next to Chen Ye, basking in the sun comfortably. Humph. Li Changqing saw this and snorted coldly, adopting a serious expression, clearly not welcoming Chen Ye's arrival. Li Changqing glanced at Chen Ye, deliberately using a somewhat indifferent tone. Why did you suddenly come here? You don't have any trouble again, do you? Chen Ye chuckled, scratched his head, and quickly said with a thick face, Principal, look at what you're saying. Can't I come to fish for fun? I missed you and brought you some delicious food. As he spoke, Chen Ye took out a barbecue grill and roasted chicken from his backpack, then casually caught 2 fish weighing over a pound each. Skillfully grilling them and sprinkling them with spices, the spicy aroma instantly wafting through the air. Li Changqing's nose twitched slightly, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at the food in Chen Ye's hands, but his mouth remained unyielding. Humph, don't give me that. You only show up when you want something. Chen Ye didn't rush to ask questions and instead handed the grilled fish and chicken to Li Changqing. Principal, you should try it first. Li Changqing frowned, but ultimately decided to take a small bite. His eyes lit up instantly, but he quickly returned to a serious expression. Not bad. Hee. Chen Ye scratched his head, then showed an embarrassed smile. Principal, your insight is truly remarkable. Actually, I do have a question to ask you. How does one break through to the 5th rank after the 4th? No matter how much soul power I absorb. It doesn't work. Li Changqing, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief. He thought Chen Ye had gotten into trouble again. But it turned out to be a childish question about promotion, and he couldn't help but say disdainfully, you're only at the 3rd rank. Why worry about so much? Just solidify your foundation first. Chen Ye smiled without speaking, simply watching Li Changqing quietly. Li Changqing was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something. His eyes widening, and his voice suddenly rose several degrees. Wait a minute, you haven't already broken through to the 4th rank, have you? Chen Ye nodded with a smile. Upon receiving Chen Ye's confirmation, Li Changqing was instantly petrified. Even the grilled fish in his hand fell to the ground, snatched away by a large waterfowl, and he didn't react. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, you're really something. How long has it been since you reached the 4th rank? Chen Ye chuckled with a hint of pride. Principal, you're overpraising me. Li Changqing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down before speaking slowly. All right, since you've reached the 4th rank, I'll tell you. In fact, the 4th rank is originally the limit for humans, but someone discovered that in the Otherworld battlefield, this limit can be broken. Otherworld battlefield? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This was new knowledge that was not taught in high school textbooks. Li Changqing nodded, his tone carrying a touch of seriousness. That's right. After the 4th rank, Beastmasters need to practice absorption methods to absorb the power of the stars, moon, and sun from the Otherworld battlefield to reshape their soul cards. Only then can the strength of the pet beasts increase. However, the absorption efficiency is pitifully low. An ordinary Beastmaster, with full commitment, still needs at least 5 or 6 years to have a pet beast filled with star power. And only after all pet beasts are filled with star power can the moon power be constructed, and finally, the sun power. Just calculate how much time that takes. So that's how it is. Chen Ye suddenly understood. But thinking about his wolf soul ability, the efficiency of cultivation would increase exponentially with the number of wolf beasts. So it should be much faster than ordinary people and save a lot of time. Seeing Chen Ye fall into silence, Li Changqing couldn't help but glance at him happily. finally finding an opportunity to tease Chen Ye. So, now you realize the difficulty, huh? Don't think that reaching the 4th rank is something impressive. Even excellent 4th-year students can do that. The road ahead is still long. Chen Ye nodded. Principal. Don't worry, I will work hard. The two chatted about various topics for a while, and then Chen Ye suddenly asked, Principal, how much does it cost to buy a secret realm? Li Changqing, upon hearing this, almost spat out the grilled fish in his mouth. He glared at Chen Ye angrily and said bluntly, Are you dreaming? The value of a secret realm is even comparable to that of a 7th-rank powerhouse. Your Chen family doesn't even have its own secret realm, and you want to buy one. Hiss. So expensive. Chen Ye immediately smiled awkwardly. Huh? I was just asking casually. Li Changqing snorted coldly. All right, don't think about unrealistic things. Just focus on your cultivation. That's more important. Li Changqing was genuinely afraid that Chen Ye would waste his talent on useless thoughts. No, I need to have Qingqing talk to him properly another day. Chapter 62. Wolf Clan Community Activities. Soon, evening arrived. At that moment, Li Changqing seemed to think of something and suddenly spoke. Chen Ye, wait. Chen Ye stopped and turned around, looking at Li Changqing with some confusion. Principal, is there something else? Li Changqing nodded seriously and said, I just remembered something and thought it necessary to remind you. About 2 days ago, someone anonymously posted a bounty on the internet, offering 30 million to buy your life. What? Chen Ye immediately frowned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A 30 million bounty? That's quite a big deal. There can't be many people who would spend so much money to put a bounty on me. Could it be Chen Jinxin? Or Long Tianxiang? Both are possible. Li Changqing looked at Chen Ye and said, however, that international assassin website was opened by one of my students, so he has already taken down the task regarding you. But just to be safe, it's best for you not to go out recently. At school, at least your safety is guaranteed. Chen Ye nodded but showed no signs of fear. Principal, you can rest assured. I won't easily put myself in danger. However, if I let this make me timid, that's not my style. After all, hiding is not who I am. Li Changqing looked at Chen Ye's determined eyes and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Sigh, this kid is also quite stubborn, just like his father when he was young. If Chen Zhoutian's trump card pet beast hadn't been killed by that demon god-level evil beast, he would at least be a 6th-rank beastmaster by now. Li Changqing shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. All right, just be careful. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Chen Ye smiled and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Principal. I will. At 10 o'clock that night, Chen Ye sat on the sofa in his dormitory, scrolling through information on his phone. The assassination incident made Chen Ye feel a sense of urgency. He needed to seize the time to contract his 4th wolf beast to increase his strength and have more capability to deal with potential unknown risks. His gaze quickly scanned the screen, searching for content related to wolf beasts. At that moment, a highly rated message caught his attention. Wolf Clan Community Offline Event. All wolf-type beastmasters are welcome to join. Chen Ye curiously clicked in. It turned out that this was an event organized by a large group called the Wolf Clan Community, which had an astonishing scale of several thousand members, all wolf-type beastmasters. Their latest offline gathering was in a city next to Maga University, where various evolution materials and pet beast cubs could be freely exchanged, along with large-scale auction activities. The event was scheduled for tomorrow. Seeing a series of cool event posters, Chen Ye felt a bit tempted. Wolf Tribe Community? All wolf-type beast tamers? This is indeed a good opportunity, especially since Chen Ye thought about the several pet cultivation bases in the city that he had already visited last time. It would be difficult to find new high-level wolf beasts in a short time, making this opportunity even more precious. So despite the tight schedule, Chen Ye decided to sign up and take a chance, quickly filling out the information and clicking to register. Congratulations, wolf friend, you have successfully registered. The Wolf Tribe Community looks forward to your arrival. Chen Ye smiled slightly, lifted his head, and found that He Yin had already fallen asleep by his feet. And Xiao LV Man was also lying in the small garden on the balcony, ready to rest at any time. So, Chen Ye patted the little white who was engrossed in watching TV. Xiao Bai, it's time to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow for a trip. A woo. I know, master. I'll sleep after this episode. I'm super obedient. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Chen Ye quickly packed his things and set off with the spirited He Yin, Xiao LV Man, and the drowsy Xiao Bai, taking the high-speed train to the neighboring city. 5 hours later, Chen Ye arrived at his destination, a grand sports center in the city center. Normally, this sports center is a popular venue for large events and concerts. But at this moment, it has been transformed by the Wolf Tribe Community into an exclusive gathering place for beast tamers. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at the grand scale of the event organized by the Wolf Tribe Community. At the main entrance of the sports center, several uniformed security personnel stood checking the identity information of each entrant. Chen Ye queued up, presented his registration proof, and after the security personnel verified it, they smiled and signaled him to enter. As soon as he stepped into the sports center, Chen Ye was shocked by the scene before him. The venue was bustling with people, incredibly lively. The venue was divided into several areas, each with a different theme. There were booths specifically for trading wolf-beast eggs, areas selling wolf-beast evolution materials, and even a temporary wolf-beast arena for tamers to spar and exchange techniques. The air was filled with the scent of wolf-beasts, and deep growls echoed, giving Chen Ye a sense of inexplicable excitement. This place feels quite nice, Chen Ye murmured to himself. Woof woof, master, I smell the scent of strong beasts. Oh woo woo. The auction starts at 2 in the afternoon, so I plan to browse the entire venue first, to see if I can find a fourth contract wolf beast with high-level talent. Just then, a scruffy-looking stall owner approached, accompanied by a gigantic explosive rock wolf. The explosive rock wolf is a level beast that evolved from a rock wolf, with skin displaying a gray-brown, hard rock texture, and sharp rock spikes protruding from its shoulders and forehead, looking quite impressive. Owl. The explosive rock wolf leaned forward, growling at He Yin and the others as a greeting. Woof woof. The stall owner looked at He Yin in surprise, then smiled and greeted Chen Ye. Hello there, young man. I'm one of the stall owners selling wolf beast eggs. My name is Luo, and this is my partner, the explosive rock wolf. Is this your first time participating in the wolf tribe community event? Yes, my name is Chen Ye. Nice to meet you. Chen Ye nodded. However, when Chen Ye looked at the explosive rock wolf, his eyes widened slightly in shock because the explosive rock wolf mentioned by Luo was completely different from the data Chen Ye had seen. Species, phantom wolf. Attribute, evil. Level 6. Talent, evil frequency explosion, E. Disguiser, E. This explosive rock wolf. No, it's actually a phantom wolf disguised as an explosive rock wolf. And it has dual talents. This is incredibly rare. Chen Ye was taken aback. Although he didn't know why Luo wanted to disguise a level 6 phantom wolf as a level 6 explosive rock wolf, he didn't ask further, as it was his own business. However, Chen Ye's expression was natural, so Luo didn't notice anything unusual. Luo laughed heartily, enthusiastically leading Chen Ye to his stall. Young man, take a look at my wolf beast eggs. They're all genuine high-level products. Look at the luster of these eggshells and the rich aura. I guarantee they're all top quality. Chen Ye leaned in to take a look and found that these wolf beast eggs were indeed smooth and shiny, with a strong attribute aura, looking quite good. At least they were level 5 or even level 6 pet eggs. However, when Chen Ye checked the data, he was speechless, as these eggs, although looking good, were all level 4, and some were even level 3, definitely not high level. Unable to hold back, Chen Ye asked, "Aren't these eggs all ordinary level 4 pet eggs?" "No, buddy, you wouldn't be a scammer, would you?" Luo was slightly taken aback, rubbed his nose, and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, young man, I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. Level 4 is not bad. If raised well, they might evolve into powerful pets." Chen Ye shook his head. "Sorry, I'm going to take a look at other places first." After saying that, Chen Ye left Luo's stall and continued to browse the venue. Luo watched his retreating figure, shook his head, and quietly sighed. The young people nowadays are really becoming more and more shrewd. Chapter 63. The Fourth Wolf. Let's call you Lane Yo. After leaving Luo's stall, Chen Ye slowly wandered around the venue. However, after taking just a few steps, Xiaobai sniffed the air and suddenly brightened up, attracted by a nearby stall selling chew sticks. It lay on Chen Ye's neck, gently tapping Chen Ye's shoulder with its little paw, then licked Chen Ye's neck with its little tongue, making a few cooing sounds. "Oh whoa, I want to eat that, master, please buy it for me." He Yin was also attracted by the aroma of the chew sticks, its tail wagging gently. "All right, let's go take a look." Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaobai's antics and walked up to the stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a warm smile. Seeing Chen Ye approach, he immediately greeted him. "Young man, want to check out our chew sticks? We have all kinds of attributes, and the quality is top-notch. I guarantee your wolf beast will love them." Chen Ye nodded and asked, "What attributes do you have?" Looking at the various chew sticks at the stall, Chen Ye saw that there were indeed many types, and the packaging was quite exquisite. However, just as he was about to say he would buy 3 to try, Xiao LV Man shook its head. "Woo-woo. Master, I don't like this. I don't want to chew hard things." Oh. Chen Ye patted Xiao LV Man. "Then just tell me what you want to eat." So, Chen Ye bought a large dragon attribute chew stick for He Yin and a small package of dragon attribute chew sticks for Xiaobai. He didn't expect the price to be quite high. 20 pounds of chew sticks cost 10,000 yuan. "This is a chew stick assassin," the stall owner chuckled. "It's made from dragon bones, so the cost is quite high. Other materials aren't cheap either." Helpless, since He Yin and Xiaobai liked it, Chen Ye willingly paid the money. Then, as they continued browsing, Xiaobai eagerly asked Chen Ye for a chew stick and started munching on it, making a crunching sound. Chen Ye felt a cool sensation on his neck, patted the giggling Xiao LV Man, and couldn't help but remind Xiaobai, eat properly. And don't let your drool drip on my neck. Oh woo. Master, don't wrong me. I eat elegantly. Chen Ye smiled helplessly and said, all right. You're the most elegant. Soon, it was close to noon. After wandering for over an hour, Chen Ye had seen all kinds of wolf beasts. There were the level-grade water wolves with 2 heads covered in water-blue scales, the level-grade flame wolves that had mutated to have 3 heads, and even a new breed of wolf that contained both water and fire attributes, with one side of its body blue and the other red, which looked very mysterious. Unfortunately, he still hadn't seen a level-grade talent wolf beast. Just as Chen Ye was about to find a place for lunch, suddenly, a stall in front of him caught his attention. The stall had about 15 or 16 level-grade lightning wolf cubs playfully wrestling with each other. They were fluffy, appeared to be a few months old, full of energy, and occasionally, small arcs of electricity flickered across their bodies, making them look both cute and formidable. Chen Ye's gaze was drawn to one particular lightning wolf. He stepped closer to take a closer look. This little lightning wolf looked a bit weaker than its companions, currently curled up in a corner, listless, with dull eyes that seemed uninterested in everything around it, exuding a sense of loneliness and existential despair. However, it was a wolf beast with level-grade talent. Species, lightning wolf. Attribute, lightning. Level. Talent, lightning spirit body, 500 volts. The stall owner saw that Chen Ye was interested in the lightning wolf and immediately approached him enthusiastically. When Chen Ye heard the price, he was shocked and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So expensive? The lightning wolves at the breeding base only cost 350,000, and you, without a license, are asking for 530,000. Do you take me for a fool? The stall owner smiled and explained, oh, wolf friend, this is a purebred lightning wolf. We are a licensed breeding business, and their parents have won championship titles, definitely worth this price. The stall owner spoke convincingly and pulled out 5 or 6 certificates. Chen Ye pretended to clean his ears, feigning that he didn't hear a word. However, based on those certificates, it could be confirmed that this was a legitimate breeding business. Then, hearing others discuss him, the little lightning wolf's ears twitched slightly, and it quietly raised its head to sneak a glance at Chen Ye. In its somewhat despondent eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. This person, what is my little wolf eating? It looks so happy. Will he be my master? The stall owner, sensing Chen Ye's doubts, suddenly felt a bit awkward. He touched his nose and forced a chuckle, explaining, oh, that one? It's just tired from the journey and hasn't fully recovered. Don't worry, our lightning wolves are absolutely healthy. It's just a bit fatigued from sitting on the train all day. I believe you can understand. Upon hearing this, the stall owner hesitated. In fact, he was also troubled by this little lightning wolf. Ever since it was born, he had fed it quite a bit of lightning attribute materials. But this little lightning wolf had never grown much, being significantly smaller than its peers. Clearly, there was a genetic issue. So the stall owner later didn't bother to care for it properly, only giving it some leftover scraps to fill its belly. This also led to it becoming increasingly thin. Its companions disliked its weak body and excluded it from playing, causing the little lightning wolf to fall into a vicious cycle of increasing isolation and declining spirits. If a fool could take over this hot potato and throw in an extra 20-some thousand, it would be perfect. So the stall owner pretended to grit his teeth and said, it must be 529,000. However, if you really like it, we can add each other as friends and give it to you for 480,000 as a friendship price. How about that? It really can't get any cheaper. Chen Ye smiled and said, 300,000, and I'll take it. The stall owner was stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Ye to cut the price in half without any hesitation. How could they proceed to the next step? The stall owner forced a laugh, his tone a bit difficult. Chen Ye shrugged and said, then forget it. I'll look at something else. After saying that, Chen Ye turned to leave. The little lightning wolf saw Chen Ye leaving, and its once hopeful gaze instantly dimmed, letting out a low whimper. Its small head once again weakly buried into its body, curling up tighter as if this was the only way to feel a bit of warmth. Oh, he doesn't want me either. All the other little wolves have owners. What about me? Will I suddenly die somewhere? Perhaps it would be better this way. The stall owner immediately panicked. Wait, wolf friend, let us discuss this further. The stall owner gritted his teeth, showing a struggling expression. However, the smile in the stall owner's eyes was well hidden. Haha, cost 200,000, directly earning 150,000. Chen Ye smiled and nodded, deal. Just then, the little lightning wolf suddenly realized. Hearing Chen Ye and the stall owner confirm the deal, it abruptly lifted its head. Its pair of lifeless big eyes suddenly became watery, filled with disbelief. It couldn't believe that someone actually wanted it. How? Are you my master? In the next moment, Chen Ye walked in front of the little lightning wolf, squatted down, gently stroked its head, and said softly, good noon, little one. From now on, we'll be family. By the way, Since you're a lightning attribute little girl, let us call you Lanyo. Please take care of me, Lanyo. Chapter 64, Student Tickets Half Price. How? Lanyo? That name is so strange, but it's given to me by my master. So I like it. The little lightning wolf couldn't help but tilt its head, its two ears immediately perking up as if trying to memorize the name. At this moment, Xiaobai jumped down from Chen Ye's shoulder, curiously sniffing Lanyo and gently tapping Lanyo's small paw with its own. Oh woo, ow, woof woof. Haiyan was the most enthusiastic and lively, excitedly sticking out its tongue, leaning down, and staring intently at Lanyo. This scared Lanyo into stiffening up and not daring to move. Woo woo. Xiaolu also poked its head out from Chen Ye's arms, gracefully yet politely greeting Lanyo. How? Then, Xiaobai seemed to think of something, suddenly pulling out a teething stick from its little bag and placing it in front of Lanyo. Oh woo, this is for you, don't be shy. Lanyo was taken aback. A flicker of surprise and gratitude flashed in its eyes. It cautiously looked at Xiaobai, then at Chen Ye. Seeing Chen Ye smiling and nodding, Lanyo then lowered its head, gently biting the teething stick, and mumbled, "How, thank you." However, Lanyo didn't eat the teething stick but cautiously hid it under its body, planning to save it for later. Chen Ye saw this and felt a mix of emotions. Clearly, Lanyo had developed this habit due to a long-term lack of food. Every time it received food, it would instinctively hide it, fearing that when it was hungry, there would be nothing to eat. Then let us have lunch. Chen Ye's eyes carried a hint of pity, but he didn't immediately urge Lanyo to change this habit. Instead, he picked up Lanyo and took everyone for a stroll, buying quite a few tree fruits for lunch. Chen Ye wasn't picky. He found a patch of grass and sat down directly on the ground, starting to distribute food to each pet. When Chen Ye placed two long and wide lightning berries in front of Lanyo, it widened its eyes, instantly stunned. How? Is this for me? Lanyo's mouth was slightly open, a droplet of crystal-clear saliva unconsciously flowing down from the corner of its mouth, but it didn't dare to move recklessly. Instead, it looked at Chen Ye with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Go ahead and eat. This is specially bought for you. Don't waste it. You have to finish it, Chen Ye said with a smile, rubbing Lanyo's head. With Chen Ye's approval, Lanyo cautiously leaned closer to the thunderberry, sniffed it gently, and then took a bite. A crisp sound echoed as the juice of the thunderberry burst open in Lanyo's mouth, filling its body with rich lightning attribute energy, causing all of Lanyo's cells to cheer and feel an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. Lanyo couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, Lanyo has never eaten anything so delicious before. I want to save one for next time." So it stretched out its little paw, wanting to hide the remaining thunderberry in its embrace. However, Lanyo quickly realized that it was already hiding a chew stick in its arms, and there wasn't enough space. As it wondered how to hide it properly, it looked up and found Chen Ye watching it. Lanyo, we can't waste food. We have to finish it all. Oh no, I can't let Master get angry. Upon hearing this, Lanyo didn't hesitate at all and immediately sped up, devouring the thunderberry, even licking the juice that had fallen on the grass clean with its little tongue. The corner of its mouth was instantly stained with blue juice, looking a bit comical, but its eyes gradually became exceptionally bright, feeling as if the whole world had suddenly turned colorful. Lanyo suddenly feels so happy. It raised its head and stared intently at Chen Ye, its eyes filled with excitement and dependence. However, after hesitating for a long time, Lanyo still couldn't express its emotions like the little black flame white one, and quietly came to Chen Ye's side, leaning against him, lying down quietly. Protection, perhaps, was Lanyo's most fervent expression. Good boy. Chen Ye smiled and rubbed its head after seeing Lanyo finish eating. After the meal, Chen Ye wanted to take a look around, and suddenly the venue's broadcast rang out. Attention all wolf friends, the auction event is about to begin. Please, those who wish to participate, proceed to the auction venue quickly. As soon as the broadcast started, the entire venue erupted into excitement. Hey, did you hear? This auction is hosted by the wolf-killing team of the Otherworld Battle Group, and there are quite a few good items. Wow, the wolf-killing team. Their leader Su Lai is a 6th-tier powerhouse. Yeah, I heard there are very rare wolf beasts and evolution materials up for auction. I wonder if I can pick up something good. I heard that for a treasure, the wolf-killing team fought against exotic beasts, and many members died. I don't know if it's true. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's heart stirred. Although he had no money and wasn't particularly interested in the auction, it would still be nice to see something lively to broaden his horizons. Especially a big battle group like the wolf-killing team, which was filled with experts, was a place many university graduates longed to enter. He smiled and said to the 4 little ones, "Let us go take a look." The auction venue was located in a standalone building within the sports center. The exterior of the building was unremarkable, but quite large. As soon as Chen Ye reached the entrance, he was stopped by staff. "Hello, please purchase a ticket." Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment. A ticket? How much? The staff smiled professionally and pointed to a nearby sign. Adult, 2,000 currency. Student, 1,000 currency. Chen Ye was slightly stunned. As a university student, he had to pay 1,000. Damn, Chen Ye said with a helpless smile, but he still took out his student ID to buy a half-price ticket. Well, it's just for this one time. After entering the venue, Chen Ye was guided to the student seating area. The seats here were very spacious. Enough for him and the four little ones to sit together. Just as Chen Ye sat down, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Oh, it's you, young man. Are you also here for the auction? Chen Ye turned his head and was speechless. The speaker was actually the scruffy middle-aged man, Zwaluo, whom he had encountered in the morning. At this moment, Zwaluo was sitting right next to him, and the phantom wolf disguised as a rock-charged wolf was lazily yawning at Zwaluo's feet. Uncle, what are you doing here? Chen Ye couldn't help but ask. And how can you appear in the student area? Damn, is this guy 8 years old? Chen Ye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but didn't he bother to argue with him. Just then, the broadcast rang out again, announcing to everyone that the auction was officially starting. Chapter 65. Randomly select a lucky audience member. Then, the burly and muscular leader of the wolf-killing team, Su Lai, strode onto the auction stage. As soon as he appeared, he unabashedly released the aura of a 6th-tier beast master, instantly intimidating the entire venue. The previously noisy venue fell silent, and all eyes were focused on him, filled with awe and anticipation. Dear wolf friends, Su Lai scanned the venue. His voice deep and powerful. Welcome to this auction. I am Su Lai, the leader of the wolf-killing team, and I will host today's auction. For this auction, our wolf-killing team has prepared 7 items for bidding. The highest bidder wins. Without further ado, let us start the auction directly. Su Lai clapped his hands, and a member of the wolf-killing team, Hong Ying, came up with an auction item. Chen Ye noticed that a level pet beast, the Heavenly Flame Wolf, was accompanying Hong Ying. Species, Heavenly Flame Wolf. Attribute, Fire. Level, Star level. Talent, Heart of Flame. Explosive Flame Charge, Flame Wheel. Chen Ye clicked his tongue secretly. This Heavenly Flame Wolf seemed ordinary, yet it possessed star-level strength. Its combat power was definitely not inferior to old Lu's fighting panda. Indeed, the wolf-killing team was filled with strong individuals. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the item being held by Hong Ying. It was a pet egg the size of a basketball, glowing with a faint blue light, with some strange silver patterns spreading across the shell, looking quite mysterious. Su Lai took the pet egg from Hong Ying's hands and loudly introduced it. I believe the discerning wolf friends have probably noticed. Yes. The first auction item is a wolf beast egg with space attributes. It is well known that space attributes are extremely rare. Pet beasts with spatial abilities are remarkably powerful. This wolf beast egg is from an ice spike wolf, but due to a fortuitous encounter, it mutated and evolved into possessing space attributes, making it highly likely to hatch into a completely new species of wolf beast. Therefore, the value of this egg goes without saying. The starting bid is 20 million. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, gasps filled the venue. Although the ice spike wolf is merely an ordinary level ice attribute pet beast, if it could truly mutate into having space attributes, its value would be entirely different. Even the least valuable one, if used for breeding as a seed wolf, could leverage this super hype of the ice space attribute to make a substantial profit. Everyone present was calculating the value of this pet egg, rubbing their fists in anticipation, their eyes filled with greed and desire. However, because the 4th contract slot was occupied by Lanyo, Chen Ye just took a glance at the egg. Watching everyone eagerly bidding, he didn't have much interest in owning it. At this moment, Zwaluo, who was feeling bored, couldn't help but lean over and ask, Young man, the space attribute wolf beast egg is a good thing. Aren't you interested? Oh, it must be because you don't have money in your pocket, right? Chen Ye was at a loss for words upon hearing this, and expressed his reluctance to talk to Zwaluo. Hee. Zwaluo chuckled mischievously and patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. While the two were talking, the bidding had already skyrocketed. The price surged from 20 million to 35 million in a flash, with everyone competing furiously, even starting to greet each other. After all, they were all from the Wolf Clan community and knew each other to some extent, making the atmosphere quite different from an ordinary auction. In the end, a man in a short-sleeved shirt with an extraordinary demeanor won the wolf beast egg for a staggering 41 million. He smiled contentedly and stood up to gesture his acknowledgement. Zwaluo nodded at this scene and commented, the price is reasonable considering the hatching risks of beast eggs. If this were a spatial attribute wolf beast that had already hatched, the final price would definitely be much higher. Soon, the transaction was successful. The auction continued, and Su Lai signaled Hong Ying to present the second treasure, which could evolve a fire wolf to the ultimate tier of Heavenly Flame Wolf. As soon as Su Lai's words fell, the audience erupted in astonishment. The fire wolf itself was a popular pet beast with stable genes, and many wolf-type beast tamers would choose to contract with fire wolves. The evolution materials that could allow a fire wolf to evolve into a heavenly flame wolf would undoubtedly drive everyone crazy. Su Lai grinned and continued. One of my team members, Hong Ying, has a heavenly flame wolf. Let's have her showcase the wonders of the heavenly flame wolf. Okay, Captain. Hong Ying, looking poised and spirited, nodded and signaled for the heavenly flame wolf to come on stage. The heavenly flame wolf stood at 1.7 meters tall, predominantly red-orange in color, with a strong build and bright orange-yellow flames on its 4 feet. In contrast to the sinister aura of the black flame, the heavenly flame wolf radiated a gentle spiritual energy, making it quite pleasant to the eye. Hong Ying gently patted the heavenly flame wolf's head and said earnestly, the heavenly flame wolf not only possesses powerful flames, but uniquely, its heartburn flame has a remarkable ability to discern right from wrong, inflicting massive mental damage on those with evil intentions. As she spoke, Hong Ying smiled brightly, revealing her small tiger tooth, and asked the audience, talking about it. You might not have a first-hand experience. Is there anyone who wants to come up and try the wonders of the heartburn flame? Huh. The audience was taken aback. Chen Ye glanced at Zhuoluo, somewhat interested in seeing him try it. As everyone fell silent, Hong Ying remained unbothered. To Chen Ye's surprise, a member of the wolf-killing team jumped down and grabbed a bewildered lucky audience member to throw onto the stage. Before the lucky audience member could comprehend the situation, the heavenly flame wolf unleashed a bright yellow flame toward him. Surprisingly, when the bright yellow flame hit him, he suffered no harm at all. Instead, he stood there in a daze, bathing in the flames. Hong Ying smiled slightly, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes, and explained, yes, you guessed it right. If the opponent has no evil thoughts, the heartburn flame will not cause any damage. Of course, this also indirectly confirms how much damage the heartburn flame can inflict on the wicked. The lucky audience member let out a sigh of relief and began to grin foolishly. Hee, I'm fine, I'm a good person. Watching the performance of the heavenly flame wolf, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel amazed. Such a magical ability could come in handy in many situations. Soon, the auction began, and the bidding was exceptionally fierce. The price quickly soared from 20 million to 60 million. Chapter 66, The Undying Red Lotus Armor. Next, Chen Ye witnessed more auction items, especially the penultimate item, the evolution material for the abyssal wolf, which surprisingly fetched a price exceeding 100 million, making Chen Ye's eyes widen. Soon, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this long-anticipated treasure to appear. However, at this moment, Zhuoluo beside Chen Ye shook his head and said with a smile, wonderful, truly wonderful. This has really opened my eyes, but I can hardly hold it in. I need to go to the bathroom quickly. After saying that, Zhuoluo stood up, patted Chen Ye, and left his seat. Chen Ye frowned at Zhuoluo's back. This guy, going to the bathroom at such a critical moment. Definitely something is off. However, it was none of his business, and Chen Ye quickly shifted his attention back to Su Lai's speech. Su Lai stood in the center of the auction stage, his voice unusually high-spirited. Dear wolf friends, the next item I'm introducing is the last auction item of this event, an extremely rare pet beast soul armor. He continued, once used, the undying red lotus armor will merge with the pet beast soul card, binding with the beast, and can almost elevate the beast's strength by 1 tier. However, this soul armor has a limitation. It can only merge with wolf-type beasts. This limitation can be overlooked by all wolf friends here, as you are all wolf-type beast tamers. As soon as Su Lai's words fell, the venue erupted in excitement. Soul armor. It's actually soul armor. Wow. Wait for me to gather some money. Don't think too much. This is soul armor. It will definitely be a fierce competition among the big shots. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and greed. A soul armor that can elevate a beast by 1 tier is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Hong Ying walked onto the stage, holding a delicate jade box. She gently opened the box, revealing the undying red lotus armor, which was a pure red lotus flower no bigger than a palm. However, Chen Ye frowned because as his gaze swept over to the heavenly flame wolf beside Hong Ying, he discovered that the data for the heavenly flame wolf had actually changed to that of a phantom wolf. The data displayed as a phantom wolf? Was the heavenly flame wolf in front of him a disguise of Zhuoluo's phantom wolf? Did that guy have some kind of scheme? However, the crowd in the venue did not notice or could not perceive this anomaly. Their eyes became fervent, ready to bid, completely captivated by the undying red lotus armor. Starting bid, 100 million, Su Lai said in a deep voice, decisively starting the auction. Immediately, someone shouted, 150 million. However, their bid was swiftly overshadowed in less than a second. 180 million, 200 million, 250 million. As the bidding began, it quickly escalated to a fever pitch. The price soared from the starting bid of 100 million to 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. It wasn't until the bidding reached 600 million that the heated bidding trend began to slow down, but the competition remained fierce. Chen Ye watched this frenzied scene, secretly clicking his tongue. Over 600 million. Damn, this is too brutal. How rich are these wolf friends who seem so ordinary? However, at that moment, unexpectedly, an incident occurred. Su Lai furrowed his brows, and the next moment, bang. A loud explosion suddenly erupted in the venue. The massive shockwave instantly shook the entire venue, and dust and smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision, plunging the venue into chaos. Woof, woof. Blackflame immediately became vigilant, tightly protecting Chen Ye and the others. Chen Ye squinted, trying to see through the dust to assess the situation around him, but his line of sight was completely blocked, only hearing the chaotic footsteps and shocked shouts from those around him. What happened? An explosion? This doesn't seem right. Just when everyone was in a state of panic, Su Lai's angry voice suddenly rang out, like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. His voice carried an undeniable authority and command, which momentarily quelled the chaotic scene. Immediately after, a strong whirlwind swept through the dust, instantly lifting all the debris into the sky, and the visibility in the venue was immediately restored. Chen Ye looked up and saw that the source of the whirlwind was a level-tier azure sky wind wolf, its body covered in faint azure wind patterns, with bright light flashing in its eyes. Its strength had clearly reached the star tier. Obviously a pet beast of Su Lai's team. Su Lai stood on the auction stage, laughing in anger, and a powerful aura erupted from him, as if he were a volcano about to erupt. He coldly said, "Very well. Someone actually dared to set their sights on our wolf-killing team. Truly audacious. Today, not even a fly will escape from here. Yes, Captain." As his voice fell, the members of the wolf-killing team summoned their powerful wolf beasts, immediately sealing off the venue tightly. Each wolf beast emitted a powerful aura, their eyes fierce, as if ready to pounce and tear apart enemies. It was then that everyone was shocked to discover that the undying Crimson Lotus armor was missing. A chorus of exclamations filled the air. What the hell? Is this for real? The undying Crimson Lotus armor of the wolf-killing team was stolen. Who is so bold as to steal from the wolf-killing team? This is serious. Chen Ye's pupils dilated as he instantly connected this to Zhuoluogan. However, he never expected Zhuolu to dare to act on the territory of the wolf-killing team, especially under everyone's watchful eyes, causing a commotion and stealing the undying Crimson Lotus armor. While Chen Ye was deep in thought, Zhuolu asked, "Kid, what just happened? Why is it so chaotic?" Chen Ye glanced at Zhuolu, sneering inwardly. Heh, back to the crime scene, huh? Not a bad idea, buddy. Chen Ye knew that it was time to compete in acting skills. He put on a shocked expression and whispered to Zhuolu, "Just now, someone actually stole the last auction item, the undying Crimson Lotus armor. The wolf-killing team is going crazy, sealing off the scene, saying they must catch that thief." Zhuolu was taken aback, showing an incredulous expression. No way? Stealing from the wolf-killing team? That's too audacious. Chen Ye carefully observed Zhuolu, trying to glean some clues from his reaction. However, Zhuolu's surprise and confusion seemed completely natural, not at all like he was acting. Chen Ye thought to himself, oh, so he's an Oscar-winning actor, not bad. Yeah, but that person is really a fool, they'll be caught soon. Chen Ye coughed. Right. Zhuolu nodded quickly. At that moment, Su Lai's suppressed voice rang out again. Please cooperate. All wolf friends, stay where you are and do not move. We will check one by one to ensure we catch that little thief. The atmosphere in the venue instantly turned tense, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the wolf-killing team's arrangements. Chen Ye whispered to Zhuolu, "Uncle, let's be careful. We don't want to be mistaken for that fool and get hurt by the wolf-killing team." Zhuolu stiffened for a moment, then took a deep breath, still wearing a look of confusion and shock. "I didn't expect this to happen just after going to the bathroom. Kid, you have to prove my innocence later." Chapter 67. I want a report. Of course. Don't worry, Chen Ye nodded seriously. Meanwhile, the wolf-killing team acted swiftly, completely sealing off the entire venue. The entrances and exits were tightly guarded. Not even a fly could escape. All wolf friends, please stay in place and do not move. We will check one by one until we catch that thief. Su Lai personally presided over the central venue, his gaze sharp as lightning. His ace pet beast, the moon-tier thunder ash wolf, lay beside him, its cold wolf eyes slowly scanning everyone present, exuding such a powerful aura that no one dared to meet its gaze directly. In a corner of the venue, the unconscious Hong Ying was discovered by members of the wolf-killing team. Hong Ying looked self-reproachful, her eyes red, clearly feeling immense guilt and regret over the theft of the undying Crimson Lotus armor. However, she quickly sprang into action, bringing her pet beast, the Skyflame Wolf, to join the search operation led by Yi Wufeng, the master of the Azure Sky Wind Wolf, to check everyone. Surprisingly, The wolf friends present all expressed understanding of the wolf killing team's actions and were very willing to cooperate, actively summoning their pet beasts for inspection. Moreover, they even began to supervise each other, expressing their outrage. Damn it, how could there be thieves in our community? This is really embarrassing. We lost face as wolf beast tamers. Exactly, what a disgrace. This is about the reputation of our wolf community. We must find that person. Otherwise, if it gets to other communities, especially the lion clan, we will be laughed at. Yeah, everyone, let us work together to catch that bastard. Yes, we can't let other communities look down on us. Thus, the wolf friends united like never before, and the efficiency of the search skyrocketed. On the other side, Chen Ye secretly observed Zhuolu but found no traces whatsoever. This is really strange. Where on earth did he hide the undying Crimson Lotus armor? Although Zhuolu dared to act this way, he must have been fully confident. Yet Chen Ye still found it hard to believe that with so many people around, Zhuolu could truly escape unnoticed. Suddenly, Chen Ye thought of Xiao Bai's ethereal ability to traverse materials. Perhaps it could be useful. He picked up the mischievous Xiao Bai and whispered in its ear, Xiao Bai, I suspect Zhuolu, or that phantom wolf, has something going on. Go check it out. But be careful not to alert them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes lit up and nodded excitedly. Woohoo. Okay, leave it to me. Then, Chen Ye felt his hands lighten, clearly indicating that Xiao Bai had used its ethereal and invisibility abilities to start acting silently. At critical moments. It really comes down to my dear Xiao Bai. In its ethereal and invisible state, Xiao Bai was undetectable. It tiptoed around Zhuolu, quickly circling him to carefully inspect his clothes, pockets, and even the soles of his shoes, but found nothing. It then extended its head into Zhuolu's body to look around, yet still found no clues. Xiao Bai frowned, feeling puzzled. How strange, why is there nothing? Next, Xiao Bai shifted its focus to the phantom wolf. It cautiously approached the phantom wolf and, using its ethereal ability, directly penetrated the phantom wolf, entering its stomach. Just then, Xiao Bai's eyes brightened as it was surprised to discover that the red lotus was right there. The red lotus was completely wrapped in a mysterious transparent white light sphere, blocking the aura emitted by the undying Crimson Lotus armor. No wonder so many wolves couldn't sniff out any anomalies. Wow, Xiao Bai has made a great contribution. However, the ethereal time is running out. I need to hide it with Sister He Yin. Xiao Bai was startled, not having time to think. It tightly embraced the light sphere and quickly rolled out of the phantom wolf's stomach, just in time to stuff the light sphere into He Yin's stomach. Immediately, He Yin looked at the suddenly appearing Xiao Bai beside it, puzzled. Woof? Xiao Bai, what are you doing? As soon as Xiao Bai heard this, he immediately covered his eyes and shyly smiled. Oh hey, it's nothing. However, just as Xiao Bai was about to explain the situation to Chen Ye, he saw Hong Ying from the wolf killing team walking straight over, ready to check Chen Ye. Xiao Bai had to quickly shut his mouth. Hong Ying came in front of Chen Ye, began to verify his information, and at the same time had the Tianyan wolf spit out the burning heart flame and attach it to Chen Ye's chest. Seeing the burning heart flame burning on him, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. However, since the burning heart flame didn't cause any harm, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief and stated that all his pet beasts were present. Of course, he couldn't lie in his answers, otherwise the burning heart flame would still take effect. Hong Ying looked over one by one, the cute Xiao Bai, the timid Lane Yo, and the elegant Xiaolman. When she saw the Haiyan, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing that the burning heart flame was inactive, Hong Ying's tone softened a bit. Chen Ye, thank you for your cooperation. If you discover any concrete clues, please let us know in a timely manner. Okay. Chen Ye nodded and then looked expectantly at Zhuoluo beside him. It was obvious that it was Zhuoluo's turn next. And Chen Ye didn't believe he could avoid the burning heart flame. Hong Ying didn't say much and signaled for Zhuoluo to step forward for inspection. The Tianyan wolf once again spat out the burning heart flame, attaching it to Zhuoluo, and began the lie detection. Hong Ying asked, name all pet beasts? And what have you done today? My name is Zhuoluo. The burning heart flame burned on Zhuoluo without any abnormalities appearing. Hong Ying nodded. Thank you for your cooperation. Chen Ye furrowed his brows upon seeing this scene, feeling very shocked. Damn, he's obviously lying. His pet beast is clearly a phantom wolf. What's going on? Is this burning heart flame even effective? Just as Hong Ying and Yi Wufeng were preparing to leave, Chen Ye gritted his teeth. His sense of justice wouldn't allow him to let Zhuoluo go free. Without hesitation, he shouted, You two wait. I want to report. Chen Ye pointed directly at Zhuoluo, his eyes filled with a sense of justice. This Zhuoluo is very suspicious. His pet beast is not an explosive rock wolf, but a phantom wolf, so he is lying. Chapter 68. Chen Ye, what do you want? Immediately, Chen Ye's words were like a heavy bomb, exploding throughout the venue. Everyone was shocked, frowning, and discussing among themselves. What? A phantom wolf? I know. The phantom wolf is a rare wolf beast that can change its appearance and aura. Could what that boy said be true? But that guy named Zwaluo has an ordinary aura. If you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Just do a gene test. Even Sulai, who was sitting in the center, looked sharply at Zwaluo, narrowing his eyes, eager to see through him. The Lei Jun wolf slowly stood up, a powerful oppressive aura enveloping the entire venue. Unexpectedly, Zwaluo ignored the commotion around him, staring intently at Chen Ye. His expression changed from initial astonishment to surprise. And then he suddenly burst out laughing, looking seriously at Chen Ye. I'm very curious. Chen Ye, how did you discover my flaw? My phantom wolf was hidden very well. And even I didn't reveal any flaws. As soon as he said this, the entire venue was once again shocked, because Zwaluo's words undoubtedly confirmed that he was the one who had stolen the undying Red Lotus armor. Moreover, he showed no fear of the wolf-killing team. Appearing unusually calm, he must have some backing. Hong Ying's expression changed drastically, and she immediately shouted, "So it's you, Tianyan Wolf, use explosive flame charge." As soon as her voice fell, the Tianyan Wolf transformed into a red flash and rushed towards Zwaluo. Yi Wufeng's Qingqiong Wind Wolf followed closely behind, spitting out several sharp wind blades to seal off the phantom wolf's movements. Meanwhile, Su Lai, far in the center of the venue, acted even faster, thunder burial. Roar. As soon as Su Lai's command was given, the Lei Jun wolf suddenly launched its attack. Boom. Countless terrifying deep purple lightnings surged around it. And then it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a purple-black lightning beam like an atomic breath towards Zwaluo. The power of this strike was extremely terrifying, and the immense thunder pressure generated instantly seemed to tear the air of the entire venue apart, almost suffocating everyone as they felt their breathing stall. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they were all breathless from the Lei Jun wolf's power. However, just as the thunder burial was about to hit Zwaluo, a tiny crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The crack was only a meter in diameter, but barely managed to absorb and transport away the attack of the thunder burial, preventing Zwaluo from being turned to ashes. This scene once again stunned the crowd, and everyone began to discuss thunder burial. Even day-level experts would be wary of that. Only spatial abilities can evade such an attack. Right, truly prepared. Could it be that Zwaluo is stronger than Captain Su Lai? However, listening to the crowd's discussion, Zwaluo's face suddenly turned pale. Because, although Su Lai's thunder burial had been transported away, the terrifying thunder pressure still made the moisture in his body almost evaporate completely, causing serious damage. Zwaluo struggled to support himself, with a thick dark red blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But fortunately, he could still hold on. Haha. So-called leader of the wolf-killing team, a 6th-level beast master who claims to command the furious thunder waves, Su Lai, is nothing much. The next moment, Zwaluo raised his head, wanting to smirk, but he widened his eyes, suddenly seeing that the Lei Jun wolf had once again condensed a total of 30 thunder burials without any pause. Moreover, each thunder burial contained destructive power, no less than the previous one. Damn! Zwaluo was immediately shocked, his expression changing drastically, nearly wetting his pants. He couldn't care less about maintaining his facade and shouted, "Spatial crack, open!" Instantly, a spatial crack opened in front of him, and without hesitation, he jumped inside, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight before the Lei Jun wolf could launch its attack. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. To say Zwaluo was weak, he had at least withstood a thunder burial. To say he was strong, the next moment, he had so easily slipped away. Su Lai stood up, coldly looking at the place where Zwaluo had vanished, his tone laced with disdain. Overestimating yourself. Based on the residual energy, Su Lai immediately judged that Zwaluo couldn't have run far, and then ordered Hong Ying and Yi Wufeng to control the situation, riding the Lei Jun wolf and transforming into a bolt of lightning to pursue. Watching Su Lai leave with confidence, the wolf friends became excited. It was clear that although spatial abilities were rare and powerful, they were not invincible in the eyes of the seasoned expert Captain Su Lai, truly boosting the reputation of the Wolf Clan community. Hong Ying stood in the center of the venue, raising her hand to signal everyone to remain calm. Everyone, please stay calm. Our captain has grasped the situation, and things will be resolved soon. Thank you all for your cooperation. After finishing, Hong Ying walked up to Chen Ye, her face filled with genuine gratitude. Chen Ye, we really owe you this time. If it weren't for your timely discovery of Zwaluo's problem, the soul undying Red Lotus armor might really have been taken away by him. Please allow me to express my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the wolf-killing team. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye waved his hand. Sister Hong Ying, it's just a small effort. No need to be so polite. After all, I am a wolf-type beastmaster, and I cannot let such a thief, who likes to steal, tarnish the reputation of our wolf-type beastmasters. Hong Ying nodded, her eyes showing some admiration. However, Xiaobai, who was nearby, instinctively shrank his head. Woof woof. Master, you're not implying anything about someone, are you? You praised me before for stealing Chen Ye's amber spirit stone liquid. So now, should I say something about the red lotus and Sister Heiyan's stomach or not? Xiaobai felt a bit anxious. Soon, time passed minute by minute. After half an hour, Hongying suddenly received a message. She glanced at it, and a relaxed expression instantly appeared on her face. Following this, cheers erupted in the venue, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hongying continued. To express our apologies and gratitude, the wolf killing team promises to provide everyone with some compensation. Now, the lockdown has been lifted, and everyone can leave freely. After she finished speaking, she turned to Chen Ye, her tone becoming somewhat serious. Chen Ye, our team leader wants to see you. Please follow me. Chen Ye nodded, feeling a bit curious. The team leader wants to see me? I wonder what it's for. Thus, Chen Ye, along with the four little ones, followed Hongying out of the venue, passing through a long corridor and arriving at a quiet room. Inside, Su Lai was sitting upright in a large chair, his expression cold and imposing. Beside him, the Thunder Wolf lay quietly, still emanating traces of electricity, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, Su Lai opened his eyes and nodded at him. Chen Ye? Chen Ye stepped forward. Yes, team leader Su Lai. I am Chen Ye. Su Lai nodded, his expression unchanged. Gesturing for Chen Ye to sit down in front of him, he then pinched a small amount of tea leaves, brewed them with hot water, and slowly began to speak. Chen Ye, I see from your registration information that you are a student of Maga, right? I remember that your principal, Li Changqing, was severely injured in the otherworld battlefield. Is he doing well? Hearing this, Chen Ye's heart trembled slightly. He then realized that the principal had not appeared in public because he had been seriously injured in the otherworld battlefield. That old man hid his injuries. Perhaps even Qingqing was unaware of this matter. The principal is doing well. I fished with him yesterday, and he told me a lot about the otherworld battlefield. Su Lai was surprised, his brows slightly raised. Oh, this kid is so impressive. He can actually fish with Li Changqing? Su Lai then said. I didn't expect he had recovered to this extent. It seems his injuries are not as serious as rumored. He paused, gestured for Chen Ye to drink tea, and then solemnly said, So, what do you want? Chapter 69. In 5,000 years, no one has been able to defeat a demon-level aberrant beast. Chen Ye was taken aback upon hearing this. With the reputation of the wolf-killing team, he knew that this statement could be worth millions. This was a rare opportunity. Chen Ye began to think, but he realized that the wolf-killing team was a powerful team that thrived on the edge of danger in the otherworld battlefield. Their understanding of it was definitely profound and could help him solve this problem. Thinking of this, Chen Ye raised his head and said firmly, Team leader Su Lai, I do have a request. The wolf-killing team is renowned for the otherworld battlefield, and as a new generation beastmaster, I have always been full of curiosity and longing for it. Therefore, I hope to follow the wolf-killing team into the otherworld battlefield and personally participate in battles against aberrant beasts. Su Lai listened seriously, slightly surprised. He did not expect Chen Ye to make such a request instead of asking for money, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Are you sure? The otherworld battlefield is incredibly cruel. You will get injured, feel despair, and people die. Even we need to be fully prepared for every operation we undertake in the otherworld battlefield. Are you sure you want to take this risk just for curiosity? Hongying also looked at Chen Ye, frowning deeply. Su Lai's words suddenly reminded her of many fallen comrades. She was not optimistic about someone like Chen Ye rushing into the battlefield on a whim. Reality would soon teach him a harsh lesson. Only those who have been on the battlefield understand its cruelty. Hongying couldn't help but speak up. Chen Ye, I suggest you think it over. The otherworld battlefield is a dark forest where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Not only do you need to find food and solve your basic needs, but you also have to be constantly on guard against the attacks of aberrant beasts. Perhaps you still don't know that the weakest aberrant beasts are at the star level of strength. If you unfortunately encounter a demon-level aberrant beast, even a 7th-level beast master would find it hard to escape. In 5,000 years of human history, there has not been a single beast master who could stand alone against a demon-level aberrant beast. Hongying looked at Chen Ye, trying to see any signs of retreat in his eyes. However, both Su Lai and Hongying only saw the determination in Chen Ye's eyes. Yes, I am not just curious. The otherworld battlefield is a necessary path for me to become stronger. I think I have considered this very carefully. Su Lai was silent for a moment, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Ye as if trying to see through him, and finally nodded. All right, I agree. When there is a suitable mission next time, I will have Hongying notify you and take you into the otherworld battlefield. However, I must remind you that the wolf-killing team will not be responsible for your safety. The dangers in the otherworld battlefield far exceed your imagination, and you must bear the consequences of your choices. Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the wolf-killing team was willing to take him in the early stages, everything would be easier. The hardest part is always the beginning. and Chen Ye believed he could establish a foothold in the otherworld battlefield by being cautious and developing steadily. Thus, after receiving Su Lai's consent, Chen Ye did not linger. He exchanged contact information with Hong Ying and quickly left. The next morning, he nervously closed the door to his dormitory, feeling incredibly anxious, because just moments ago, Xiao Bai suddenly told him that the immortal Red Lotus armor from the auction had been secretly transferred to He Yan's stomach. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye was stunned, his emotions soaring like a roller coaster. What is going on? The immortal Red Lotus armor is in He Yan's stomach? Is that true? After all, this is a treasure worth hundreds of millions. And yet, the item is with He Yan. Doesn't that mean? That was just the wolf killing team's public statement. But in reality, Zhuoluo still got away? He Yan, upon hearing this, was also shocked, staring wide-eyed at Xiao Bai. Woof woof. Xiao Bai, how could you do this? Xiao Bai suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and fidgeted. Chen Ye took a deep breath to calm his excitement and lowered his voice. Xiao Bai, take out the immortal Red Lotus armor. Woof woof. Xiao Bai nodded obediently, then activated his spirit form, stretching his head into He Yan's stomach to retrieve the immortal Red Lotus armor. However, Xiao Bai suddenly noticed that the light sphere that wrapped the immortal Red Lotus armor had disappeared, and most of the Red Lotus had merged into He Yan's body, making it impossible to retrieve. Woof woof. What is going on? Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment, then explained his confusion to Chen Ye. Seeing this, Chen Ye was first shocked, then overjoyed. He realized that this was likely the immortal Red Lotus armor binding with He Yan. This was definitely not because the outer light sphere had disappeared, but because the treasure was choosing its master. It was the will of heaven. Without needing to think much, Chen Ye immediately decided to keep this secret to himself and not tell anyone. He looked at the adorable Xiao Bai, excitedly picked him up, and gave him a big kiss. Xiao Bai, you really did a great job this time. If it weren't for you, we would never have obtained this undying Red Lotus armor spirit. You're amazing. Owl. Hee really? Am I that great? Hearing Chen Ye's praise, Xiao Bai wagged his tail proudly and let out a silly laugh, then lifted his head, striking a pose that said, I'm the great Xiao Bai. Chen Ye gently patted Xiao Bai's head. He then stood up and, with a serious expression, said to the four little ones beside him, this matter is very important. Everyone remember, this is our secret and must not be disclosed. Do you all understand? Woof. Owl. How? The four little ones immediately nodded obediently, their eyes filled with seriousness. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction and decided to relax a bit, turning his attention to Lane Yo. Speaking of which, this was Lane Yo's first time at home without a cozy little nest to rest in. So Chen Ye went to a corner of the room and used soft fabric and wooden blocks to build a delicate little nest for Lane Yo. Lane Yo, this is your new bed, right next to the sofa. Xiao Bai watches TV very late every day, so let us put it by the balcony. So you can sleep together with Xiaolu. How about it? How? Lane Yo obediently nodded, curiously and shyly walked to the little bed, stretched out a paw, and gently stepped on the fabric, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. She was very satisfied with this little nest, but felt a bit shy to show too much excitement. Good girl. Chen Ye patted Lane Yo's head. He knew she was still a bit shy, but over time, she would definitely adapt to everyone and gradually open up. Chapter 70. The Might of the Wolf King. The next day, as the class bell rang, the teacher said, students, there's about a month left until the final assessment. Everyone should master the techniques of evolution in Maga and strive for higher scores in the trial tower. After finishing, Lao Lu announced the end of class. As Chen Ye packed his things, a tall figure suddenly blocked his way. He looked up and saw it was Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing had a smug smile on her face and proudly said to Chen Ye, brother, I have some bad news for you. I have successfully contracted my 2nd level pet beast and have also advanced to a 3rd tier beast master. Whether it's the 6th level of the trial tower in a month or the clan meeting in 2 months, I will amaze everyone. After saying this, Chen Yuqing felt very happy. After coming out of the mushroom grassland, she had broken through to a 3rd tier beast master, but she held back from announcing it until today. The level pet beast egg she brought out from the ancient ruins finally hatched, and after she contracted it, she could no longer suppress her inner joy and wanted to show off to Chen Ye. However, upon hearing this, Chen Ye only smiled slightly. Silly sister. Do I need to announce to the world that Haiyan has already fused with the soul armor? Although Chen Ye didn't know how powerful the fully unleashed Haiyan was, at least it wouldn't be something Chen Yuqing's 2-level pet beasts could withstand. Moreover, the evolution materials for Xiaolu were also arriving soon, and it would be able to evolve to level as well. Thus, under Chen Yuqing's puffed-up gaze, Chen Ye stuffed the last book into his backpack and said to her, Yuqing, you are indeed a bit impressive, but compared to me, you still have a long way to go. Don't be arrogant, keep working hard. Seeing this, Chen Ye shook his head and smiled. After school, to speed up Lane Yo's growth and deepen her integration with everyone, Chen Ye took the 4 little ones to the task hall and accepted a familiar task to eliminate the mutated groundhog. Lane Yo and the mutated groundhog were both at level, so the difficulty wasn't high. Arriving at the abandoned training ground, Chen Ye placed Lane Yo on the ground and rubbed her fluffy little head. Lane Yo, come, let's see your combat ability. Ahow! Lane Yo nodded obediently. Soon, a mutated groundhog, standing half a meter tall, burrowed out from a hole, showing its large front teeth and demonstrating its aggression towards Lane Yo. Ahow! Lane Yo gathered her courage, her eyes firm, and with electric sparks, charged forward. For her first battle, Lane Yo wanted to perform well and leave a good impression on her master. Thinking this, she unleashed 500 volts and charged at the groundhog. However, as Lane Yo ran forward, she collided with the mutated groundhog, but its hefty body only shook slightly without retreating even a step. This was due to Lane Yo's malnutrition and the earth attribute's restraint over the lightning attribute, making her attack ineffective. Soon after, the aggressive mutated groundhog seized the opportunity and directly knocked Lane Yo down, who was caught off guard. Guru. Lane Yo rolled awkwardly to the side, feeling a bit lost. Seeing everyone looking at her, Lane Yo became even more flustered. Before she could steady herself, she rushed towards the mutated groundhog again. But the result was obvious. She got knocked away again. After several attempts, Lane Yo completely lost her confidence. Woo-woo. Her little ears drooped down, and she was so anxious that tears started to fall. Chen Ye thought this was bad. For some reason, Lane Yo was overly anxious. As the mutated groundhog was about to take advantage of the situation to attack Lane Yo again, Chen Ye quickly signaled Xiaolu to help. Xiaolu, whoosh. A green wolf shadow flashed by, and the mutated groundhog was instantly slapped into the ground by Xiaolu's claws, leaving only its head exposed. Lane Yo, what's wrong? Chen Ye picked Lane Yo up, but found her trembling all over. Ahow! Master, I'm so useless. Lane Yo buried her head in Chen Ye's arms, not daring to look up at him. Ahow! Master, is it because I'm so useless that you have never agreed to contract with me? Upon hearing this, Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It turned out that Lane Yo had a mental block, which made her seem overly eager to perform. He gently flicked Lane Yo's forehead. You silly girl, is that what you're worried about? Saying this, Chen Ye quickly concentrated and formed an orange blank soul card between his fingers. Without saying a word, he pressed the blank soul card to Lane Yo's forehead. Lane Yo's eyes widened in surprise. When the contract was completed, and her likeness was imprinted on the soul card, establishing a spiritual connection with her master, Lane Yo foolishly opened her mouth and licked Chen Ye's palm with her little tongue. Master, so you wanted me all along. I'm sorry, Lane Yo, it was my oversight. Chen Ye lifted Lane Yo to his face, looking into her eyes. Lane Yo, you must remember, we are now family. I, Chen Ye, will never give up on any little wolf. Lane Yo's tears welled up again, but this time they were tears of joy. She nodded vigorously, her little tail wagging like a propeller. Seeing Lane Yo become spirited, Chen Ye felt immensely gratified. Just then, he felt a surge of new power within him. This was the new ability gained after contracting the fourth wolf beast, the might of the Wolf King. Chen Ye carefully sensed this skill. It was an active skill. As the number of contracted wolf-type pet beasts increased, the pressure released by the Wolf King would grow stronger. Let us see how it works, Chen Ye thought, then focused his mind to activate the might of the Wolf King. In an instant, an invisible pressure radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to stir without wind. The few mutated groundhogs that had been eyeing him hungrily suddenly let out squeaks of surprise, then became stiff and stood frozen in place. Hiss, that's impressive. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. The mutated groundhogs were directly immobilized. Although it was only at the level of a skill, it was enough to prove the might of the Wolf King. Moreover, this was not even the upper limit of the Wolf King's power. As the number of contracted wolf beasts increased, it was likely that even opponents at the day level could be intimidated. Chen Ye quickly said, Lane Yo, Xiaobai, take action while they can't move. Oh woo, I'm coming. Xiaobai perked up immediately, its sharp claws springing out from its paw pads. Lane Yo imitated Xiaobai and showed its small claws, although its movements were still somewhat clumsy. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Lane Yo and Xiaobai had teamed up to take down over a dozen mutated groundhogs, collecting enough beast cores. You guys worked hard. Chen Ye rubbed the heads of the two little ones. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out to see a message from Li Qingqing. Chen Ye, I've gathered all the evolution materials for the little green vine. If you have time, come to the research building. Has it really been 2 days already? Chen Ye was overjoyed. Chapter 71. Is he really a genius? Entering the research building, Chen Ye followed Li Qingqing's message and arrived at another laboratory. Li Qingqing was wearing a white lab coat, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, expertly adjusting parameters in front of a machine. When she heard Chen Ye's movements, she turned around and smiled brightly. You're here already. Haha, just average. Chen Ye chuckled and scratched his head, then asked, Qingqing, what is this machine for? The 4 little ones were released by Chen Ye and followed him in a line. especially the little green vine wolf. As soon as it entered, it curiously examined the oddly shaped machine in front of Li Qingqing. Before entering, Chen Ye had informed the little green vine about its upcoming evolution, so the calm little green vine was now somewhat nervous and expectant. Don't underestimate this machine. It's the latest developed life resonance evolution device. Li Qingqing pointed to the silvery device with a green crystal floating in the center, her chin slightly raised with pride. With it, the success rate of evolution is 37 higher than traditional methods. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes widened. He couldn't wait to move closer to inspect it, but was stopped by Li Qingqing's hand. Don't rush. We need to do a health check for the little green vine first. We can't afford to be careless like last time. Oh right. Chen Ye suddenly realized. You're really thoughtful. Seeing Chen Ye's clueless expression, Li Qingqing gave him a playful glance before picking up the little green vine and leading it to another machine for a health data check. Moments later, Li Qingqing smiled slightly. The little green vine's physical condition is great. We can start. Thus, the little green vine wolf obediently walked to the center platform of the device. Li Qingqing took out several delicate glass containers from a nearby safe, each emanating different energy fluctuations. Chen Ye recognized many of them and knew these should be the evolution materials for the little green vine. Starry tears, life vines, soul fire. There were actually over 100 types. Watching Li Qingqing orderly place these materials into the life resonance evolution device, Chen Ye suddenly felt his palms sweating and instinctively reminded the little green vine standing in the center of the device. Little green vine, don't be nervous. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Hearing this, Li Qingqing was amused by Chen Ye's anxious look. Giving him a glare, she said with a smile. You're the one reminding the little green vine. I think it's calmer than you, its owner. Indeed, while the little green vine wolf seemed a bit tense, its eyes remained clear and calm. Little green vine, evolution is like solving an equation. If you put in the correct materials, you'll achieve the desired result. Li Qingqing squatted down gracefully, looking at the little green vine wolf. So, what you need to do is maintain a peaceful mindset. Woo-woo. MHM. The little green vine wolf nodded obediently, its gaze becoming gentle and determined. Let's begin. Once everything was ready, Li Qingqing decisively pressed the start button. Instantly, the device emitted a soft operational noise, and driven by the airflow, countless evolution materials flew out from the storage slots, swirling at the top of the device, forming a vortex. Soon, the entire laboratory was filled with dazzling green light. The evolution materials transformed into countless light spots, resembling fireflies on a summer night, eventually converging into dozens of translucent white light evolution factors that quickly entered the little green vine's body. Woo-woo. In the next moment, the little green vine couldn't help but let out a clear and ethereal cry, and its body began to change at a visible speed. Its size rapidly grew to a shoulder height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters, becoming even more vibrant and crystalline green, resembling an imperial green gemstone. Its 4 little paws gradually lost color and turned into pure white like ice and snow. Elegant and beautiful, as the light faded, the little green vine couldn't help but widen its eyes, astonished at the changes in its body, a flash of joy crossing its eyes. It then nimbly leaped in front of Chen Ye, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Woo-woo. Master, evolution is so fast. I've completed my evolution. Haha. Chen Ye laughed heartily, stroking the little green vine's soft fur. However, now the little green vine species had changed. It was no longer a green vine wolf, but should now be called a green spirit vine wolf. Species, green spirit vine wolf. Attribute, grass. Level, talent, tree goddess descent, emerald touch, healing green light. Like He Yin, Xiaobai rushed over, lifting its head and curiously sniffing the little green vine's scent. Oh whoa, little green, you've grown so tall. I'm still so small. Woo-woo, hee-hee. By Jia, with the master here, you'll grow tall too. The little green vine looked down at Xiaobai, sniffed, and then with a thought, grass attribute energy surged out, immediately condensing into a green vine-like tentacle. The emerald tentacle gently wrapped around Xiaobai, and then placed it atop the little green vine's head. Li Qingqing's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Chen Ye, look, this is the green spirit vine wolf's level ability, Emerald Touch. Li Qingqing was very surprised. She didn't expect the little green vine to grasp its talent ability so quickly after just evolving. Afraid Chen Ye wouldn't understand, she explained in detail. The Emerald Touch ability of the green spirit vine wolf is very special. These 6 tentacles are not physical entities, but are purely manifested from grass attribute energy. Yet they are more precise than physical ones. As she spoke, Li Qingqing brought up a holographic projection showing the energy structure diagram of the emerald tentacles. This characteristic gives the Emerald Touch an extremely high sensitivity without transmitting pain, and each tentacle possesses the ability to act independently, allowing them to perform different tasks simultaneously. With a light tap of her finger, The projection immediately demonstrated the scene where the green spirit vine wolf controlled 6 weapons. Upon seeing this, the little green vine concentrated and immediately conjured 6 translucent emerald tentacles, gracefully dancing in midair, sometimes stretching like willow branches, sometimes straightening like spears. Chen Ye carefully observed these tentacles, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, since these tentacles are a manifestation of energy, then theoretically. He curiously turned to Li Qingqing. Could Little Green also weave the 6 emerald tentacles into a pair of wings? That way, wouldn't it be able to fly? The laboratory suddenly fell silent. Hearing Chen Ye's words, Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Her hands paused in midair, wanting to refute Chen Ye. But she opened her mouth and couldn't think of a counterargument at the moment. This idea was too fanciful, yet seemed plausible. Theoretically, Li Qingqing's face turned slightly red. And she rarely stuttered, quickly calculating on her tablet. The energy consumption would be significant, but indeed, if the arrangement of the tentacles was adjusted to construct an effective wing structure, grass attribute, capable of flight, this could very likely break the traditional combat methods of grass-type pets. Perhaps it is a great research direction. The more Li Qingqing thought about it, the more surprised she became. Chen Ye, could it be that you are a research genius? Chapter 72, Green Spirit Vine Wolf and Three-Tailed Thunder Fox. Woo. Yes, Master, you are amazing. Little Green Vine looked at Chen Ye with admiration. It then condensed 6 emerald tentacles, trying to wrap them into the shape of wings. But although it barely resembled wings, Little Green Vine moved forcefully but couldn't achieve flight. Obviously, flying was not that simple. Li Qingqing smiled slightly and gently said to Little Green Vine, Little Green Vine, let's not rush. Over the next few days, you can study with me to test what kind of wing shape is suitable for flying. Woo! Little Green Vine immediately nodded obediently. It was also looking forward to the feeling of flying. At this moment, Li Qingqing suggested, by the way, Chen Ye, how about letting my Crown King tree battle with Little Green Vine? It just so happens that it can consolidate Little Green Vine's status. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye hesitated. He had just learned that Li Qingqing's Crown King tree was actually like her, a quiet personality that preferred research, and its biggest hobby was analyzing data in the laboratory. This was also the main reason why Li Qingqing contracted this Crown King tree. It could help out in battles. Therefore, Chen Ye felt it was a bit unreasonable to ask the Crown King tree to fight. Just then, Chen Ye noticed his phone vibrating. It was a message from Guo. Yigo, where are you? My dad sent some local specialties to give you. Chen Ye's eyes brightened, and he immediately showed a smile to Li Qingqing. Haha. Qingqing, I think the suitable opponent has already appeared. 20 minutes later, at the battle arena downstairs of the research building, Guo arrived with a large pile of packages. Yigo. Guo grinned widely and looked eagerly at Chen Ye, saying, these are the specialties my dad asked me to bring to you. They are some volcanic crystals, you have to accept them. As the packages clashed together, they made a crisp rustling sound. Hearing this, Chen Ye smiled helplessly. Volcanic crystals? Local specialties? Which family specialties would be such precious fire attribute materials? Chen Ye understood that this was likely a thank you gift prepared by Uncle Guo specifically because he had exchanged resources to help Guo Xiaolei's purple-tailed thunder fox evolve into a three-tailed thunder fox. Chen Ye thought for a moment. Right now was a critical moment for the fusion of the Black Flame and the undying Red Lotus armor. Absorbing high-quality fire attribute resources could accelerate the fusion, which was very important. It could be said to be timely assistance. So Chen Ye didn't hesitate. All right. Then I won't be polite and will accept it. Please thank Uncle for me. Chen Ye took the package, patted Guo Xiaolei's shoulder, and said, by the way, Xiaolei, my little green vine just completed its evolution and is in need of an opponent. Do you have time? Want to practice together? Guo Xiaolei was taken aback at first. What? Just evolved little green vine? Wait, you have 4 pets now. Guo Xiaolei couldn't help but swallow hard. Even his voice trembled a little. Yigo, you wouldn't have already become a 4th-tier beast master, would you? Chen Ye smiled, raised an eyebrow, and made a gesture inviting him in. Guo Xiaolei took a deep breath. Wow, it's really infuriating to compare people. Before coming here, Guo Xiaolei thought that his purple-tailed thunder fox evolving into a 3-tailed thunder fox was already impressive, but now looking at it, why does the gap with Yigo seem to be getting bigger? This is just unfair. Guo Xiaolei shook his head and got himself together, summoning out the 3-tailed thunder fox. Thus, the battle was about to begin. 3-tailed thunder fox, use Thunderball. Guo Xiaolei attacked first. Whoa. Chen Ye wanted to test the power of the Thunderball, so he immediately commanded, Little Green Vine, use Emerald Shield. Woo. Little Green Vine howled, and 4 emerald tentacles quickly intertwined and wrapped around to form a crystal-clear emerald shield in front of it. The next moment, a violent explosion sound erupted, boom, boom, boom. As the smoke cleared, Little Green Vine's emerald shield was charred and dented from the impact of the Thunderball, turning into sparkling light and dissipating. However, behind the shield, Little Green Vine still stood elegantly, unharmed. Guo Xiaolei's expression became serious. Clearly, he realized that this level of attack couldn't cause substantial damage to Little Green Vine. The damage is high, but now it's our turn. Chen Ye's lips curled up slightly. Little Green Vine, use 6-path big fists. Woo. Little Green Vine then lightly jumped up, and 6 tentacles instantly wrapped into 6 massive emerald fists. Overwhelming shadows of fists fell from the sky. Each strike was accompanied by a whooshing sound. Aura, aura, aura. Thunder Shield. Guo Xiaolei hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing this, the 3-tailed thunder fox immediately covered its 3 tails with dazzling thunder light, tightly closing them in front to form a tail wall. The next moment, the emerald fists collided with the thunder shield, instantly producing a continuous roar. The 3-tailed thunder fox was pushed back repeatedly by the impact, and cracks appeared in the ground beneath its feet. Seeing that it was gradually losing ground, Guo Xiaolei gritted his teeth. Now's the time. Lightning Arc Ball. The 3-tailed thunder fox suddenly whipped out a tail and, in the gap of defense, hurled out a compressed lightning ball. This lightning ball was smaller but contained several times more energy than before. Clearly, this was the 3-tailed thunder fox's trump card. Green Spirit Vine Wolf's eyes narrowed. Sensing the dangerous aura, there was no time to evade. Surprisingly, Little Green Vine made an incredible reaction. Instead of retreating, it advanced. One emerald tentacle instantly transformed into a palm, accurately grasping that lightning arc ball. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the battle arena, creating a strong shock wave that even severed nearby trees. When the smoke cleared, it was seen that Green Spirit Vine Wolf's 6 tentacles had disappeared. Yet Little Green Vine still stood elegantly, but its aura had become somewhat disordered. However, the next moment, following Chen Ye's command, a healing green light was released onto Little Green Vine, and it regained its energy. Guo Xiaolei was stunned. Yigu, Little Green Vine is too strong. Wow. It's way over the top. After a full round of strikes, your 3-tailed thunder fox didn't even lose a single point of health? This is completely unplayable. Haha. Your 3-tailed thunder fox is also very strong, with high attack power. Chen Ye smiled and walked over, rubbing Little Green Vine's head. Thus, the battle came to an end. That evening, ding. At this time, a notification sound rang from Chen Ye's phone, and he found it was a message from Hong Ying. Chen Ye, we suddenly received an urgent official mission. We need to gather at the teleportation square in the capital at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Chen Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and he jumped out of bed immediately. The wolf-killing team was starting to move. He could finally go to the otherworld battlefield and look for opportunities to enhance his strength. Hey, Teacher Lu, Chen Ye dialed Lu's number, wanting to ask for a few days off. I need to take a few days off. However, just as Chen Ye was halfway through his sentence, Lu's loud voice came through the phone. What? Asking for leave again? Chen Ye, how many times have you taken leave this semester? You took a week off before, and another day yesterday. Do you think this is a leave wholesale market? I want to prove it this time, no matter what. Hearing Lu's high-pitched voice made Chen Ye's head spin. He quickly said. Chen Ye lowered his voice. How about I bring you some glory then? There was suddenly silence on the other end of the line. Chen Ye thought the call had dropped. The next second, Lu's voice suddenly became friendly, and Chen Ye chuckled. Hee hee, yes. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 73, The Fall of the Stronghold City. Soon, it was the 3rd day, and Chen Ye arrived at the capital. Standing on the streets of the capital, Chen Ye instantly felt the prosperity of the city. Everywhere he looked, even the pets of pedestrians were mostly high-level. Only high-level pets were mainstream. This was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine back in Qingyang town. However, Chen Ye didn't have much time to admire it, and hurried to the headquarters of the wolf-killing team. Hong Ying came out to lead Chen Ye in. She was in combat attire today, wearing dark red battle armor and sporting short red hair, looking exceptionally capable. Follow me. After a brief statement, Hong Ying took Chen Ye through several security checkpoints. Chen Ye nodded and followed Hong Ying, curiously observing his surroundings. The headquarters of the wolf-killing team was much simpler than Chen Ye had imagined. There were no extravagant decorations, but a chilling atmosphere permeated the place. Hong Ying led Chen Ye to a hall where dozens of official members of the wolf-killing team were already seated, meditating with closed eyes. Chen Ye was secretly astonished because each of them exuded a powerful aura. Just one of them definitely possessed the star-level strength of Lu. However, what concerned Chen Ye even more was the somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the entire hall. Some people were whispering in small groups, and even Hong Ying was rarely seen frowning against the wall, as if something significant was about to happen. Chen Ye furrowed his brow, but being unfamiliar with the place, he didn't dare to speak up. Just then, a familiar voice, with a strange tone, suddenly rang in Chen Ye's ears. Oh, who is it that looks so familiar? Isn't this my little informant? Chen Ye turned in confusion, and when he saw the speaker's face, his pupils widened in shock. Zhuo Luo, what are you doing here? Damn, you haven't died yet. Moreover, Chen Ye noticed that Zhuoluo was wearing the armor of the wolf-killing team. You weren't recruited, were you? Zhuoluo suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, surprised. Huh? I didn't expect to repay your favor of reporting so soon. As he spoke, he deliberately walked closer to Chen Ye, his eyes narrowing, not concealing the threat in them. Seeing this, Chen Ye also narrowed his eyes. What? Want to fight? If it were before, Chen Ye might have been wary of Zhuoluo's dual-gifted phantom wolf and an unknown spatial pet beast, but now, he felt no fear at all. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and members of the wolf-killing team cast meaningful glances. At this moment, Hong Ying coldly stepped between the two. Mind your identity, Zhuoluo. Only then did Zhuoluo reluctantly shift his gaze away. Hong Ying explained to Chen Ye that on the day of the auction, after the leader captured Zhuoluo, he used various methods, but Zhuoluo refused to reveal the whereabouts of the Red Lotus armor. To atone for his sins, Zhuoluo had to create a value of 6 billion for the wolf-killing team to regain his freedom. Zhuoluo curled his lip, TCH. I've really hit rock bottom. I was intercepted by someone, okay? Chen Ye didn't know what to say in response, because the Red Lotus armor, due to a twist of fate, had already fused with the black flame. I guess it's tough for you, Zhuoluo, but you deserve it. Just then, everyone's expressions turned serious, and then Su Lai's tall figure walked in. Su Lai was still wearing the black combat uniform from the auction. He was broad-shouldered, but his expression was more serious than ever. Everyone, Su Lai's voice was deep. Emergency report from the front line. Day City has fallen. The entire hall fell into a dead silence, and most people's faces turned pale. Chen Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply, feeling a bit incredulous. The reason was that Day City was a stronghold built by the Sakura Kingdom in the Otherworld battlefield, and was one of the only 7 strongholds for the human race in the Otherworld battlefield. Its importance was self-evident. The fall of the stronghold city was something Chen Ye had only seen in history books. It felt somewhat unreal. At this moment, Chen Ye finally believed the fact of Day City's fall and couldn't help but gasp. In the Otherworld battlefield, due to the characteristics of the sky curtain, land swept by the sky curtain would appear in a random direction hundreds of miles away in the next moment. It could be said that every inch of land in the Otherworld battlefield was moving every day. The Void City Foundation, on the other hand, had the crucial function of anchoring spatial positions, making it an essential core for building stronghold cities and anchoring space. As long as the Void City Foundation remained, restoring the stronghold city wouldn't be too difficult. Su Lai scanned the room, stating that this operation would deploy 7th-tier powerhouses as the main force. And our wolf-killing team's main task was to pull the battle line and exterminate the surrounding evil beasts. He paused, noticing Chen Ye. Chen Ye, you can choose not to participate. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Chen Ye. Zhuoluo immediately showed a gloating expression. He provocatively looked at Chen Ye, eagerly anticipating the retreating look in Chen Ye's eyes so he could mock him fiercely. However, deep down in Zhuoluo's eyes, there was an immense envy flashing. Oh, what a stroke of luck. This kid is definitely going to give up. Unexpectedly, Chen Ye slowly raised his head, his voice firm and calm. I will participate. These simple 3 words suddenly made the hall fall silent. Members of the wolf-killing team cast surprised glances. Zhuoluo's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide in disbelief. Su Lai nodded expressionlessly, his gaze lingering on Chen Ye for a moment, simply reminding him, in the Otherworld battlefield, remember one thing. Ask less why. Obey orders. Finally, with Su Lai's command, the entire wolf-killing team quickly sprang into action. Everyone, teleport to Yamlong City. Su Lai waved his hand, and was the first to step into the enormous red teleportation array in the center. Chen Ye hurriedly followed the crowd, quickly scanning the scene of the teleportation square, and then, a blinding white light lit up before him. When his vision cleared again, Chen Ye found himself standing on a towering ancient city wall. Looking around, he was immensely shocked. This was Yamlong City, the oldest stronghold in the Otherworld battlefield. With a legacy of 5,000 years, the city walls rose 100 meters high, and every brick and stone was covered with the marks of time. In the center of the city, there stood a massive red dragon statue, majestic and powerful, spewing not water but blazing flames, exuding the aura of ancient history. Surrounding it, people murmured, wow, the Wolf Kill team has arrived. Their speed is incredible. Truly the Wolf Series battle group. Su Lai remained unfazed, directly raising his hand to summon his pet beast, the Thunderfire Wolf, then swiftly mounting it. His voice boomed, everyone, summon your wolf mounts. We depart immediately. Yes, Captain. In an instant, the ancient city walls echoed with howling wolf cries. Chapter 74. The battle group sets off. No grass grows. A Titan rock wolf, comparable in size to a small mountain, crashed to the ground. Its 6-meter-tall body was covered in heavy rock armor, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step it took. Wait a minute. There are a total of 60 such powerful wolf beasts. Each one is a star-level existence. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, dared not comment casually and retreated, their gazes filled with awe towards the wolf kill team. After all, even the flame dragon army, crafted from all the resources of the Dragon Kingdom, had not exceeded 3,000 star-level entities. Therefore, the scale of the wolf kill team could definitely be called a top-tier battle group within the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Ye did not hesitate and summoned Blackflame. Woof! Blackflame leaped out, its big eyes shining brightly. Seeing so many towering wolf beasts, it became very excited and ignited with fierce black flames. However, Zwaluo, upon seeing this, directly mocked Chen Ye without mercy. Ha! Chen Ye, you're such a fool. The wolf beasts of the wolf kill team are all at least star level. Can your dog run fast enough to even see the taillights of the big team? Chen Ye frowned. However, before Zwaluo could finish speaking, Yi Wufing frowned and scolded. Zwaluo, you behave yourself. Saying this, Yi Wufing ordered his Azure Sky Wind Wolf to whip up a hurricane. Binding Zwaluo tightly at his pleas for mercy, forcibly pulling him onto its back, seemingly intending to take Zwaluo along. Hong Ying rode over on her heavenly flame wolf, looking down at Chen Ye. Hearing her, Chen Ye shook his head. Sister Hong Ying, Blackflame's speed is not weak and is sufficient for the journey. You can rest assured. Chen Ye was not showing off. He judged that the real battlefield was in Day City. Although the wolf kill team would arrive as quickly as possible, they would certainly not rush at full speed to preserve their combat power. Therefore, Blackflame's strong star-level talent, with speed, endurance, and recovery far exceeding the ordinary, could keep up. More importantly, in the perilous battlefield of the other world, having his own pet beast by his side offered a sense of security. Feeling Chen Ye's trust, Blackflame excitedly howled at the sky. Woof! Master, although they are all strong, I am even stronger than them. However, upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Hong Ying couldn't help but frown, her eyes filled with disappointment. She had thought Chen Ye was an excellent newcomer who could be cultivated into a preparatory member of the wolf kill team. But she did not expect him to be so stubborn and arrogant. Then take care of yourself. She glanced at Chen Ye, said no more, and turned to ride away on her heavenly flame wolf. Just wait and see. If you can't keep up with the team later, I'll see how you come to find me. At this moment, Su Lai in front issued an order, announcing the wolf kill team to take action immediately. Wind attribute wolf pups, give me air current support. Everyone keep up, no falling behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As his voice fell, he rode the Thunderfire Wolf and jumped from the 100-meter-high city wall, transforming into a streak of lightning as he leaped down. Everyone followed. Hong Ying shouted, riding her heavenly flame wolf closely behind as they leaped down the city wall. Good. Ha ha ha, brothers, charge. 60 wolf beasts jumped off the city wall like dumplings. The scene was incredibly spectacular. Blackflame, keep up with them. Chen Ye swiftly mounted Blackflame. Woof woof. Okay, master. Blackflame was full of excitement, stretching its paws and charging out like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, they plummeted at high speed, the howling wind roaring in their ears. Chen Ye felt his heart might leap from his throat. Damn, this is even more thrilling than a drop tower. Blackflame landed steadily, carving 4 charred tracks into the ground, turning its head to confirm Chen Ye's safety, then excitedly stuck out its tongue and galloped after the main force. Thus, 60 wolf beasts thundered across the desolate battlefield of the other world, their momentum grand, kicking up thick clouds of dust. Boom! Chen Ye rode Blackflame, watching the imposing figure of Flame Dragon City gradually shrink in his sight, while in front of him, a desolate and unfamiliar terrain of the other world unfolded. Under the dark red sky, the cracked earth extended to the horizon, occasionally revealing some oddly shaped plants growing tenaciously. In the distance, several twisted peaks pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant beast, stirring emotions within him. Feeling the fierce wind blowing against him, a sense of inexplicable heroism surged within Chen Ye's chest. He shouted to the sky, ah! Seeing this, Blackflame also excitedly howled, a whoa. Chen Ye surprisingly did not feel arrogant. Could his Blackflame really keep up? It seemed he had misjudged him. Zwaluo, sitting on the back of the Azure Sky Wind Wolf, had an extremely grim expression, muttering, what a terrible noise. But he had to admit that Chen Ye's Blackflame indeed exceeded his expectations. Soon, Chen Ye was not shocked for long. He began to carefully observe his surroundings. In the otherworldly battlefield, electronic devices would fail, so the most important thing was to determine the direction. Chen Ye thought for a moment. They had departed from the eastern city wall of Flame Dragon City, according to the spatial anchor points of the 7 void cities. The Fallen Day City was approximately 1,850 kilometers northeast of Flame Dragon City. The current direction was correct, Chen Ye calculated silently in his heart. But at their current speed, plus the necessary rest, they would likely reach Day City by tomorrow. After galloping for over 10 kilometers, Chen Ye looked up and suddenly saw several distorted figures ahead. They were several dog-like aberrant beasts, enormous, several meters in size, covered in lumps of flesh. With pus oozing out, the nauseating stench could be smelled from afar. To encounter aberrant beasts so soon, Chen Ye was somewhat startled. This was still within the range of Flame Dragon City, yet aberrant beasts were roaming about. This illustrated the dangers of the otherworldly battlefield. However, before Chen Ye could react, the leading Su Lai waved his hand. Immediately, the wolf beasts at the front of the team reacted, opening their mouths wide, gathering energy, and simultaneously unleashing a fierce attribute attack, numbering at least 16 or 17. Boom, boom, boom. The three aberrant beasts each received 5 or 6 energy impacts, resulting in a strong explosion, and the three aberrant beasts didn't even have time to scream before being blown into countless pieces. The entire process was fluid. The wolf kill team didn't even slow down. Only one person went to collect the cores, while the others continued to charge forward. Chen Ye watched in astonishment. One shot, and they're dead. Truly a battle group. Their monster-killing efficiency is incredible. Chapter 75, The Sky Falls. Thus, the wolf kill team sped along for 4 hours. 60 wolf beasts surged across the desolate land like a torrent of steel, covering a distance of 500 to 600 kilometers. During this time, they encountered dozens of waves of aberrant beasts. However, these strange beasts were all blasted into fragments under the tacit, violent attacks of the wolf-killing team. Among them was even a moon-level strange beast, which withstood over 40 energy attacks with its powerful vitality and charged towards the wolf-killing team. In the end, Thunderwolf made a move and sent it away with a thunder burial. Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh. The power of the battle group is indeed very strong. When will his hang be stronger, allowing his little wolves to do the same? That would be delightful. Finally, when they arrived at a patch of withered yellow shrubs, Su Lai raised his hand to signal to slow down and rest. The wolf beasts gradually reduced their speed and eventually came to a stop. Chen Ye turned over and stood on the ground, stretching his somewhat stiff body. After such a long rush, he felt as if his buttocks had gone numb, and he needed to recover quickly while he had the chance. Chen Ye suddenly realized a problem. When they set off, he clearly didn't see the wolf-killing team carrying any supplies. How would they solve the food issue? Just as Chen Ye was puzzled, Su Lai issued an order ahead. And then a wolf beast with a completely silver-white body and a diamond crystal embedded in its forehead slowly walked out. It raised its head high, and the crystal on its forehead immediately shimmered with invisible waves. With a rustling sound, as the space twisted, a large number of fruits emitting a tempting fragrance suddenly appeared out of thin air, raining down on the ground. Following that, several large water bags fell out, piling up into a small mountain. Chen Ye's eyes widened in surprise, and he gasped. This was actually a space attribute wolf beast capable of storing supplies. Space attributes are already rare, and the ability to store supplies is even rarer. This wolf, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, is definitely extremely uncommon. Hongying walked over, seemingly very satisfied with the surprised expression on Chen Ye's face. She smiled slightly and tossed him 10 golden fruits and a large bag of water. Hurry up and rest. Good food like this is rare in the otherworld battlefield. Our battle group is unique in this regard, so consider it your benefit. Chen Ye nodded, took the fruits, and was once again surprised. These fruits were actually golden sun fruits, which could rapidly restore physical strength and energy. In the outside world, a single golden sun fruit could easily sell for over 1,000 yuan, which means that just for this meal, the wolf-killing team spent a whopping 600,000. That's really impressive, Chen Ye thought to himself. However, Chen Ye knew that the wolf-killing team was not spending money without gains. Just in the past 4 hours, the wolf-killing team had killed strange beasts and obtained over 100 ordinary strange beast cores, which were already quite valuable. This is because strange beast cores can be refined into pure star power. The amount refined can completely equal the accumulation of a beast master practicing in the otherworld battlefield for a month. Therefore, even ordinary strange beast cores can easily be sold for tens of thousands. Without thinking too much, Chen Ye summoned Xiaobai and the others and began to share the fruits. Considering that Haiyan had exerted the most effort, Chen Ye divided 4 golden sun fruits for Haiyan, while he and Xiaobai, Xiaolman, and Lanyo split 4 more, keeping one wrapped in his clothes to give to Haiyan as an afternoon snack for restoring energy. Oh whoa! The 3 little wolves also knew that Haiyan was the hardest worker, so they did not fight over it, and quietly sat around Chen Ye, curiously observing the other world while eating quietly. Soon, after resting for half an hour, the wolf-killing team continued on their way. Another 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk approached, the sky of the otherworld battlefield began to change from dark red to an even more eerie bright red, as if soaked in blood. Suddenly, Su Lai raised his right hand sharply and shouted, "Stop!" The entire team came to an instant halt, and the 60 wolf beasts quickly stopped their steps. Chen Ye followed the serious gazes of the others and saw a blue-green light curtain advancing towards them at a visible speed on the distant horizon. It was the sky curtain. Chen Ye's heart tightened, and he instinctively grabbed onto Haiyan's fur. He had read about it in books. The sky curtain is one of the most dangerous phenomena in the otherworld battlefield. Areas swept by the sky curtain would have the entire land and everything on it randomly teleported to some corner of this otherworld. Fortunately, the wolf-killing team was experienced in the otherworld, and Su Lai was wide-eyed, carefully observing the range and speed of the sky curtain's advance. A few seconds later, he decisively ordered, "Everyone listen, burst out at full speed. We will bypass it from the right." Clearly, even someone as strong as Su Lai did not want to risk being swept by the sky curtain. As soon as Su Lai's command was given, all the owners of wind attribute wolf beasts immediately activated their pet's Maga evolution, maximizing the wind ability to provide speed boosts for the team. The next moment, the wolf-killing team sprang into action, racing madly towards the outside of the sky curtain. "Quick, get away from that damned sky curtain. What bad luck." However, in the frantic rush of the wolf-killing team, Hong Ying suddenly remembered a serious issue. The speed of the entire battle group had already risen to nearly the peak level of star rank. So how could Chen Ye and his Haiyan possibly keep up? Oh no. However, the scene that Hong Ying saw next left her momentarily stunned. Chen Ye was riding Haiyan, steadily keeping not far behind her. Haiyan seemed to be running excitedly as if it were tireless, tongue out, and when it saw its head turn, its eyes lit up, and it even sped up to run alongside its Tianyan wolf, wanting to greet it? Is this appropriate? Moreover, Chen Ye on Haiyan's back was even more outrageous. He wasn't even looking ahead, tilting his head to observe the sky curtain on the left side of the team, occasionally frowning as if analyzing something. This, Hong Ying's pupils instantly widened, and her heart surged with waves of shock. She clearly remembered that Chen Ye's profile stated he was a freshman at Maga University. With such an identity, even with the wind power boost, Haiyan shouldn't be able to keep up with their already reached peak speed of star rank. Who exactly is Chen Ye? Hong Ying was somewhat lost in thought. Just then, Chen Ye noticed the gaze Hong Ying directed at him and turned his head, asking loudly, "Hong Ying, is there something you want?" "And no, nothing." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately panicked for a moment and hurriedly turned her face away. She felt her face heating up. As an elite member of the wolf-killing team, she was actually shocked by a newcomer's performance. If this got out, she would definitely be laughed at. Chapter 76, Greed, the Death of Zhuoluo. 3 hours later, however, it was now deep into the night. The sky of the otherworld had suddenly turned from an intense bright red to boundless darkness. In front of the crowd, the area swept by the sky curtain had transformed into a jagged and rugged rocky ground, with countless sharp stone pillars piercing the sky like swords. It was so dark that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. And even the footsteps of the wolf beasts were absorbed by the special rock layers, creating a terrifying silence. Under Su Lai's command, the wolf-killing team rested at the edge of the rocky ground. With complete darkness and a complex terrain, if an ordinary battle group encountered this, they would probably have chosen to rest until the next morning. However, the wolf-killing team had the advantage that all the wolf beasts possessed night vision abilities. After a brief rest, Su Lai decisively ordered, "Maintain a medium-low speed and continue moving forward." Thus, the wolf beasts leaped silently between the rocks like ghosts in the night, their wolf eyes glowing with a green light. After 2 hours of advance, suddenly, a faint yellow light appeared in the darkness to their right front. Everyone cautiously stopped, and when Chen Ye saw the source of that light, he couldn't help but gasp. The radiant glow was actually emanating from 5 blooming vitality cacti, legendary objects said to be able to revive the dead. Just one cactus could fetch an astronomical price of 200 million, and there were 5 of them in that distant glow. That was 1 billion. It was just sitting there, gleaming. Chen Ye felt his throat dry up. With just one small cactus, he could afford to evolve Lang Yo from level 1 to level 2 in one go. Just thinking about it made him feel ecstatic. Zhuoluo was even more mesmerized, his breathing becoming rapid. With just 3 vitality cacti, he could redeem himself, no longer having to carry that damned thunderstorm bomb on his heart. Zhuoluo's hand unconsciously clenched, as if he were ready to rush forward to snatch them. However, Su Lai's reaction was different. His expression grew serious. After decades of battling in otherworldly battlefields and surviving countless times from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Su Lai had long developed a sharp intuition. At this moment, he could sense with utmost clarity that beneath those vitality cacti, there was definitely a terrifying killing intent hidden, which even his Thunder Ash Wolf's moon-level strength could not withstand. This seemingly enticing wealth was, in fact, a deadly trap. Moreover, they had to go around it. Su Lai decisively gestured for the team to avoid that area. Although the wolf-killing team felt regretful, they all complied with the order. However, a glint of greed flashed in Zhuoluo's eyes. He was unwilling to miss this opportunity. After all, who knew if the next time they came here, the place would have long been teleported away by the sky curtain? So he thought quickly. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. He decided to take the risk. If successful, indeed, just about 3 kilometers away from where everyone left, Zwaluo, who was sitting behind Yi Wufeng, suddenly saw a spatial rift open beside him. This caught everyone's attention, but Zwaluo wanted to show them. Haha, it's that simple. Zwaluo's face was filled with ecstasy. He grinned as he took out 3 vitality cacti from the spatial rift. A proud smile on his face as he approached Su Lai. Su Lai, team leader, take this. Zwaluo waved the vitality cacti in his hand triumphantly. These 3 vitality cacti are worth 600 million. This should be enough to buy back my freedom, right? Hehe. Sometimes you just have to take risks to turn the tables, however. What Zwaluo received was not praise, but Su Lai's furious roar. You fool. What did you do? Before he could finish speaking, the rock wall beneath them suddenly shook violently. Following that, with a thunderous roar, a terrifying centipede-like beast, over 1,000 meters long, burst out of the rock. It blotted out the sky. The centipede beast was covered in spiny armor, with hundreds of pairs of legs moving in a dense, alternating manner. Like a terrifying dragon, smashing countless solid and sharp stone pillars as it charged towards the wolf-killing team with unstoppable force. Its target was clear. It aimed straight for the vitality cacti in Zwaluo's hand. And by the way, it intended to eat those who had disturbed its slumber. Su Lai's face changed drastically. His premonition was indeed correct. The beast guarding the vitality cacti was actually a terrifying sun-level creature. Team leader, Zwaluo's face turned ashen. Instantly terrified and collapsing to the ground. He realized he had caused trouble. The strongest in the wolf-killing team, Su Lai, with his Thunder Ash Wolf, was only at moon-level strength. Even if Maga evolved, it would only temporarily possess strength to counter a sun-level creature. It could be said that facing the sun-level centipede beast, the wolf-killing team would be lucky to survive without serious injuries. Zwaluo was truly scared. But before he could finish his trembling words, he saw the Thunder Ash Wolf open its mouth and unleash a bolt of thunder that sped towards him, striking him down into charcoal, leaving him unable to even scream before dying utterly. Zwaluo was dead. Su Lai didn't spare Zwaluo a glance and immediately commanded the Thunder Ash Wolf to complete its Maga evolution, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he roared, "Everyone, fight with all your might." Saying this, the Thunder Ash Wolf transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging directly at the centipede beast, needing to buy time for the team members to prepare. Seeing this, Chen Ye's heart sank. The threat of death loomed over him. Damn it, that cursed Zwaluo. He shouldn't have let him die without pain. He had stirred up such a massive problem. The opponent was still a sun-level beast, the strongest battle power level in the world, with a 1,000-meter body, even taller than the monsters in Ultraman, while he was just a freshman in college. There was no time to think more. Chen Ye immediately commanded the Black Flame to evolve. However, still feeling insecure, he directly had the Black Flame use the undying red lotus armor to strengthen itself. Patterns like lotus flowers emerged on the Black Flame's body, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. This was the Black Flame's full power, Maga evolution into the undying red lotus armor, raising its strength to moon level. Meanwhile, the members of the wolf-killing team knew this was a life-and-death moment, all using their full strength, unleashing their strongest moves without reservation to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks struck the centipede beast, causing intense explosions. However, these moon-level attacks were merely minor scratches to the 1,000-meter body of the centipede beast. Even the Black Flame's most powerful move, Hellfire Ball, only created a 20-meter wound, with the hellfire slowly wrapping and burning but failing to have any truly effective impact. Indeed, the moon-level strength they barely managed to reach was vastly inferior compared to the solid sun-level beast. Furthermore, the attacks only provoked the centipede beast's ferocity. It violently twisted its body, effortlessly smashing the surrounding rock walls as if they were tofu. The giant rocks exploded outwards like bombs, and with too many flying debris, several members of the wolf-killing team who failed to dodge were struck and fell unconscious, spitting blood. The weakness of Beast Tamer's frail bodies was glaringly exposed at this moment. Immediately after, the centipede beast's tail suddenly swept across, smashing down hard, creating a crack in the ground that stretched for thousands of meters. More than a dozen team members couldn't react in time, and, caught off guard, were smashed into the ground, their fates unknown. After just a few exchanges, the 60-member wolf-killing team had barely a few left standing, suffering devastating losses. Su Lai's eyes turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. Every member was a comrade he could trust with his life. Hell, the Thunder Ash Wolf sensed its master's fury and let out a deafening howl. In an instant, the dark sky gathered rolling thunderclouds, followed by a super giant lightning pillar with a diameter of over 100 meters descending from the sky, piercing through the centipede beast's head. Chapter 77. The centipede's head grows back. We are finished. The giant lightning pillar contained extreme high voltage. The moment it struck the centipede beast, it completely destroyed its brain structure, and then evaporated all flesh and blood tissue into molecules, forming a glaringly bright massive void. The centipede beast's body suddenly stiffened and then crashed to the ground. Not far away, the disheveled Hong Ying watched this scene, her voice trembling. Did we win? Su Lai beside her also let out a slight sigh of relief. To prepare for this strike, the Thunder Ash Wolf had exhausted all its energy, its surrounding lightning dimming, ready to revert from its Ma-Jie state at any moment. If the centipede beast was not dead, then they would be the ones to die. However, the next second, Su Lai's expression changed drastically as an earth-shattering, terrifying roar erupted. Roar. The centipede monster's shattered head twitched violently, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce new head grew back. The centipede monster was completely enraged, its 1,000-meter-long body writhing madly, dancing like an enraged dragon, instantly grinding everything within a 4 to 5 kilometer radius into dust. Everyone, get out of the way. Su Lai roared, but it was too late. In a critical moment, he could only order the Thunderfire Wolf to barely protect Hong Ying beside him. The other members of the battle group were all swept away by the centipede monster's frenzied attacks, instantly smashed into the surrounding rock walls, and fell silent. Immediately after, the centipede monster let out a piercing shriek and crawled thunderously, looking down from above at the remaining Su Lai and Hong Ying, seemingly enjoying the thrill of playing with its prey. The terrifying pressure made Su Lai and Hong Ying dare not move easily. Seeing that her companions were gone, Hong Ying's face turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Captain, we're finished. Su Lai gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the centipede monster in front of him, and whispered, Hong Ying, I'll hold it off. You take the chance to escape immediately. However, Hong Ying remained dazed, unable to muster the strength to run out of extreme despair. Just then, damn, what are you two still doing there? Run. A familiar shout suddenly came from afar. Su Lai and Hong Ying turned sharply to see Chen Ye riding Blackflame, anxiously speeding toward them. Chen Ye. Hong Ying was shocked. You're still alive. After all, Chen Ye was the weakest in the battle group. How could he still be alive? Su Lai was also stunned. But then he smiled bitterly. Even if he was still alive, what could it change? The Thunderfire Wolf had no combat capability left. However, Chen Ye didn't give them time to think and shouted directly, Captain, catch this. Before he finished speaking, Chen Ye threw something from a distance. Su Lai frowned instinctively, but the Thunderfire Wolf suddenly perked up, leaping and swallowing the object in one bite. Was that a life bloom? Su Lai reacted instantly. Right. They still had life blooms that could restore the Thunderfire Wolf's combat power. Good job, Chen Ye. Maybe they still had a chance. Boom. After swallowing an entire life bloom, the Thunderfire Wolf's electrical pressure surged instantly, its previously dim state restored to its peak, even stronger and more violent than before. This. In an instant, despair turned into hope, and Hong Ying was momentarily stunned. Chen Ye's eyes widened, seeing that Hong Ying was still dazed. He felt like rushing up and giving her 2 slaps to wake her up. Damn it. Chen Ye was furious, throwing 2 life blooms to Hong Ying. Hong Ying, what are you still doing? Quickly, take this life bloom to save people. Captain Su, you're responsible for drawing the monster's attention. Fortunately, Su Lai reacted quickly. After hearing Chen Ye's words, the fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. He slapped the Thunderfire Wolf. All right, Thunder, let us go. Oh woo. The Thunderfire Wolf was full of fighting spirit. Hong Ying finally reacted, gripping the life bloom tightly, her heart racing. She deeply glanced at Chen Ye, then gritted her teeth and turned to dash toward the rocky area. Chen Ye. Hong Ying was profoundly shocked. It was he who stood up at the most critical moment. Soon, the Thunderfire Wolf restored its peak combat power under Su Lai's guidance, using electric attacks to divert the centipede monster's attention, narrowly leading it away from the area. However, Chen Ye knew that the crisis was far from over. Although he had just fed a petal of life bloom to Blackflame to keep it alive amidst the centipede monster's attacks, he also understood the miraculous nature of the life bloom. However, the Thunderfire Wolf now had to face the centipede monster's hunting alone. Even after swallowing an entire life bloom, the energy provided might only last a few minutes. So the situation remained critical. And Chen Ye had to hurry to use the life blooms to save people and restore the wolf-killing group's combat power. He immediately acted, following the scent. Blackflame quickly locked onto a collapsed pile of rubble. Blackflame, dig it out. Chen Ye commanded. Woof woof. Blackflame's claws flew, violently digging through countless stones, revealing the buried figure, which turned out to be Yi Wufeng. Yi Wufeng looked utterly miserable at this moment. His chest had been pierced by a sharp rock spike. Blood had dried and clung to him, and his body was as cold as a corpse. Beneath him, the azure sky wind wolf lay gasping. Its hind legs severely twisted and deformed, its lower body nearly crushed, completely flattened. Ugh! The azure sky wind wolf was still conscious. Seeing Chen Ye, it weakly raised its head, trying to push itself up with its front paws, its green wolf eyes filled with pleading, begging Chen Ye to save its master. Chen Ye didn't hesitate for a moment. Blackflame, drag them out. Woof woof. Blackflame immediately dragged them out, wagging its tail while looking at Chen Ye. Yes. When Chen Ye found Luo's charred corpse, he discovered that this guy was not honest. Besides the 3 life blooms he had taken out, he had hidden 2 more. So Chen Ye got 5, went out to give Su Lai and Hong Ying, and now only had 2 left. The next moment, the effects of the life bloom manifested immediately. A pale yellow light formed a thin cocoon around Yi Wufeng's body. At his wound, new pink flesh visibly grew. His pale face rapidly regained color, and even the withered veins were filling up again. The transformation of the azure sky wind wolf was even more astonishing. After swallowing a petal, its twisted hind legs made cracking sounds as the bones restructured. Its crushed lower body was rapidly reshaping. Muscle fibers grew wildly like vines. And the severed nerve pathways reconnected under the soft golden light. This is too amazing. Chen Ye watched, dumbfounded. The life bloom was truly worth 200 million. It was really a good thing. Soon, Yi Wufeng, who had fallen into a coma, suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and directly opened his eyes. The azure sky wind wolf also staggered to its feet, coming to lick Yi Wufeng. Yi Wufeng struggled to prop himself up. Shocked to see his chest perfectly intact. Am I not dead? He instinctively touched his chest, finding no wounds at all. No time for that, if you can move. Hurry and help, Chen Ye urged, while feeling heartbroken looking at the few petals of the life bloom in his hand. Sigh. It's a pity that there are only 2 left, not enough to save people, let alone keep some for himself. It hurts so much. Chen Ye mounted Blackflame and rushed to the next ruin without stopping. Fortunately, not everyone was like Yi Wufeng, already on the brink of death. The healing green light from Little Green Vine could also help. Thus, 6 minutes later, the crippled wolf-killing group reassembled. Chapter 78, Supermodel Bomb. The members of the wolf-killing group gathered together. Although there was joy in being alive, every face bore a look of worry, as their captain had not yet been found. Brothers, what do we do now? The captain is still drawing the monster. We must rescue him. Right. Wufeng. Quickly use wind language wolf howl to see if you can contact the captain. The members all looked at Yi Wufeng, who nodded seriously and then patted his Qingxiong wind wolf. Qingxiong, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, the Qingxiong wind wolf immediately let out a special howl, awu. The sound carried a unique rhythm, and under the influence of the wind attribute, the sound waves spread out like ripples into the distance. Seeing Chen Ye's puzzled expression, Hong Ying whispered to him, Chen Ye, this is the wind language wolf howl, which can transmit messages up to 100 kilometers away. However, Hong Ying frowned and looked around at the rugged rock walls. The terrain here absorbs sound waves, so it probably can only reach about 50 kilometers at most. After all, it represents that Su Lai is in grave danger. Ow! Just as everyone fell into silent contemplation, a wolf howl suddenly came from afar. It's the Thunderfire Wolf. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying excitedly grabbed Chen Ye's shoulder. The captain is still alive, and he's not far from us. Yi Wufeng was overjoyed and immediately instructed the Qingxiong wind wolf to continue howling for long-distance communication. Thus, the 2 wolves began to exchange howls, forming a wonderful dialogue. Ow, Captain, where are you? Ow, nearby, the Thunderfire Wolf and I are holding up. How are you doing? The Qingxiong wind wolf continued to relay messages. Ow, 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 we're all fine. There are 2 branches of the life bloom here. Do you need me to send them over? Yes. Also, assemble the supermodel bombs. We're not going to Yamato City. We must blow that beast to the sky today. Chen Ye didn't expect that as soon as the Thunderfire Wolf finished speaking, the wolf kill team instantly erupted in excitement. Good, good, good. The captain is brilliant. It's finally our turn to counterattack. Let that beast feel our power. Obviously, this supermodel bomb was the source of confidence for the wolf kill team. The self-assuredness of this top-tier battle group was being re-established. Yi Wufeng also showed an excited expression. He mounted the Qingxiong wind wolf and turned to Hong Ying. Hong Ying, you organize the devices. I will deliver the branches to the captain. After saying that, the Qingxiong wind wolf let out a long howl and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Chen Ye was a bit confused. Supermodel bomb? What is that? Is it really that powerful? Why is everyone so excited? Hey, Brother Chen. At this moment, a tall, muscular man approached, enthusiastically slapping Chen Ye on the shoulder. You look bewildered. Don't you know the power of the supermodel bomb? I don't know. Chen Ye nodded. Hee, it's developed by Hong Ying, the ultimate weapon of the wolf kill team. The muscular man's eyes shone with excitement. Just from the name, you can tell the power of the supermodel bomb is extraordinary. It can even seriously injure a D-tier evil beast. Last year, we relied on the supermodel bomb to take down a D-tier evil beast. Chen Ye looked at Hong Ying in shock, not expecting her to have such skills. Seemingly sensing Chen Ye's gaze, Hong Ying immediately lifted her head, a confident smile appearing on her lips. Humph. Now you know to admire me, Silverwing. Prepare the materials. Silverwing was the owner of the wolf beast with spatial storage capabilities. Hearing Hong Ying's words, Silverwing immediately commanded his wolf beast to activate its spatial abilities, carefully releasing various precision metal devices and strange chemical materials. Chen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. These are the assembly materials? If I'm not mistaken, some of those purple crystals are the cores of moon-tier evil beasts, right? With such fierce materials, the finished product will surely have missile-level power. Chen Ye couldn't help but gasp in awe. Soon, Hong Ying sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on assembly. Hey, Chen Ye. A big man with his right leg bandaged limped over, patting Chen Ye's shoulder with force. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have probably been done for. As he spoke, he deliberately lifted his injured leg, but stumbled and almost fell, causing everyone to burst into laughter. I'm now walking unevenly, like I'm wearing high heels. The crowd was amused, laughing heartily. Even Hong Ying, who was assembling the bomb, couldn't help but smile. Hee, sorry about that, buddy. Chen Ye awkwardly rubbed his nose. Of course, he couldn't say that. Then, another team member came over, his two front teeth knocked out in the recent battle, making his speech somewhat unclear. See, Chen Ye, let me tell you, if it weren't for that dead centipede ambushing us, our wolf kill team wouldn't have been afraid of it at all. Chen Ye suppressed his laughter and nodded, thinking it was true. After all, the wolf kill team had been a prominent battle group on the otherworldly battlefield for so many years, known for their reputation. If they didn't have any hidden skills to combat D-tier evil beasts, they would have been wiped out long ago. Clearly, the wolf kill team's foundation was much deeper than he had imagined. 10 minutes later, Hong Ying wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealing an expectant smile. Done. Two uniquely shaped silver devices, each about 2 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Their surfaces were covered with intricate mechanical patterns, and at their centers floated a core from a moon-tier evil beast, emitting a heart-pounding pulse. 2 bombs. That's powerful. Yi Wufeng nodded and immediately instructed the Qingxiong Wind Wolf to howl. Quickly, everyone hide. With Yi Wufeng's command, everyone quickly rode their wolf beasts to hide several kilometers away. Chen Ye followed Hong Ying and hid behind a massive rock, holding his breath and focusing on the darkness ahead. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. A rumbling sound came closer, accompanied by the piercing sound of insects. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning split the night sky. It was Su Lai riding the Thunderfire Wolf. Speeding past. Following closely was the 1,000-meter-long centipede evil beast, its hundreds of sharp legs plowing deep grooves into the ground, like a dragon unrestricted. Over there, Su Lai, full of spirit, immediately spotted the markers left for him. The centipede evil beast was instantly enraged, its eyes turning red with fury as it twisted its body and charged directly at Su Lai. Boom! The ground was smashed into a massive pit, countless clouds of dust rising into the air. The centipede evil beast raised its head in confusion, only to find that Su Lai had suddenly vanished. At that moment, Chen Ye saw 2 blinding lights suddenly ignite in the darkness. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, 2 massive mushroom clouds soared into the sky. The world was illuminated. Even 5 kilometers away, Chen Ye could still feel the scorching heat wave, instantly breaking through the Qingxiong Wind Wolf's airflow shield. The centipede evil beast let out a piercing scream. Everyone immediately charged out. Charge, brothers. Take it down. Chapter 79, Yamato City falling into the ocean. Everyone shouted angrily as they rode their wolf beasts at full speed, creating a sense of a stampede. Then, without any hesitation, they commanded their wolf beasts to unleash a frenzy of energy attacks on the centipede evil beast. The Thunderfire Wolf's million-volt thunder, the Blazing Flame Wolf's explosive flames, the giant Qingxiong Wind Wolf's hurricane cuts, and Chen Ye's Hellfire Ball from the Black Flame, among others. Hiss! The centipede evil beast, already battered and bruised by the supermodel bomb, lost the ability to judge, and without the protection of its hard shell, its exposed flesh was subjected to so many attacks, causing it to thrash wildly in pain. It crazily urged energy, causing all the cells in its body to wriggle violently, wanting to quickly regenerate and grow new flesh and shells, and then kill all those damned bugs. However, the centipede aberration's severed part was still gushing out dark green blood violently, and its regeneration speed had weakened from the initial power. Under the relentless attacks of the crowd, it gradually couldn't keep up with their destruction speed. Feeling a strong sense of death crisis, the centipede aberration suddenly let out a sharp hiss. Hundreds of pairs of legs frantically digging into the ground, its iron-hard head suddenly thrusting into the earth. Not good. It wants to burrow underground to escape. Su Lai's pupils widened, seeing through the centipede aberration's intentions. Sure enough, it was blocked. Letting the centipede aberration escape at this moment would mean all efforts would be in vain. Therefore, everyone gritted their teeth and desperately unleashed their attacks. However, the centipede aberration's digging speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had dug several hundred meters, with most of its body already submerged underground. Damn it. Chen Ye's gaze sharpened. Blackflame, maximum power hellfire ball. Aim for its wound. Howl. The black flame let out a long howl, leaping into the air, condensing a super-giant hellfire ball with a diameter of 20 meters, and hurled it towards the severed part of the centipede aberration's head. The evolved immortal red lotus armor of Maga, the attack power of Black Flame, was only weaker than Maga Leijin Wolf in the wolf-killing squad. Boom. A violent explosion kicked up dust everywhere, and under the burning of hellfire that eroded bones, the centipede aberration let out another painful howl. And its digging action suddenly came to a halt. But soon, it struggled to continue burrowing down. At this critical moment, Thunder Heaven's punishment. A fierce look flashed in Su Lai's eyes as he tossed the last branch of the life lantern flower to Leijin Wolf. Leijin Wolf swallowed it whole and erupted with full power. 100-meter giant thunder column reappeared, like a spear of a giant god, piercing directly into the centipede aberration's head. The centipede aberration let out an unprecedented wail, its entire head completely penetrated by the power of thunder and fire. Flesh and blood dried up, even emitting countless white smoke. Finally, the centipede aberration twitched violently a few times and fell silent. Damn, we finally won. It was much harder than the last one we took down at the sun level. Although they had defeated the centipede aberration, everyone was exhausted. Not even having a shred of strength to express their joy, and without caring, they slumped down on the ground. It took them half an hour to deal with the severely injured centipede aberration, showing its terrifying vitality. 10 minutes later, Su Lai stood up again and, along with everyone, approached the remains of the centipede aberration. Inside its body, they painstakingly dug out 3 segments of something resembling vertebrae, which were the cores of the aberration. These cores were crystal clear, extremely tough, and quite large, measuring several hundred meters long, radiating a rich power of the sun. This is a sun-level core. Honging looked at it, very excited. Captain, we hit the jackpot this time. Su Lai nodded. A normal aberration core is worth several 100,000. A moon-level core over 10 million, and a sun-level core could be worth several 100 million. Su Lai had Yin store these cores in the beast storage space. Then, Su Lai turned to Chen Ye, solemnly bowing to him. Chen Ye, we really owe it to you this time. If it weren't for your decisive support, we would have been completely wiped out. The other team members also looked at Chen Ye, their eyes filled with recognition. Chen Ye, well done. Haha, Captain. Let us make Chen Ye a formal member of our wolf-killing squad. Chen Ye smiled modestly. Haha, it's good that everyone is alright. Not to mention, this feeling of being recognized by everyone is quite nice. Perhaps this is what camaraderie forged through life and death feels like. Then, under Chen Ye's serious guidance, the members of the wolf-killing squad quickly gathered other valuable materials from the centipede aberration, such as shells, venom glands, legs, etc. Once everything was cleaned up, everyone's expressions varied. Although they had just fought a fierce battle with the centipede aberration and were all physically and mentally exhausted, the situation in Day City was evidently more urgent. Captain, do we really have to go? One member hesitated. Su Lai nodded, then expressed his thoughts, causing everyone to fall into silence. After a moment, all members surprisingly did not refuse, each expressing their agreement. I'm in, Captain. Right. Let us do it. Su Lai heard this, but did not feel joy. After all, the battlefield is merciless, and this trip might cost some members their lives. So it was not something to be happy about. His eyes were filled with seriousness. All right, let us rest for 2 hours first, then set off immediately. Thus, at around 3 or 4 in the morning, as the sky over the otherworld battlefield changed from pitch black to dark red, the wolf-killing squad moved forward again. This time, without Zwaluo's interference, their speed returned to normal, and they did not encounter any danger. They raced along the planned route and finally reached the coordinates of Day City around 12:30 noon. However, when everyone saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. This. Hong Ying's pupils widened, her lips slightly parted. Where's Day City? What should have appeared before them was the towering 100-meter city walls of Day City. But now, what lay before their eyes was an endless black ocean. The seawater was like ink, making it impossible to see its depth. As if a terrifying giant beast was slowly swimming beneath, sending chills down their spines. Could it be that the sky curtain changed the terrain around Day City? Yi Wufeng frowned. But that shouldn't cause the entire city to disappear, right? Just then, Chen Ye suddenly made a discovery. Everyone, look, there are buildings over there. Looking over, they saw that at the edge of the wasteland stood a temporary earthen strategic fortress. They all knew this was clearly a temporary base built by Earth attribute beast tamers. "Let us go take a look," Su Lai said in a deep voice. As the wolf-killing squad approached, they found that a large number of strong individuals had gathered at the strategic fortress. In addition to the military units from the 7 great nations, such as the Flame Dragon Army from Yanlong City and the 100 Wings Army from Bai City, Chen Ye and the others also saw many top battle group organizations from around the world. "It's the wolf-killing squad." Someone recognized them and waved, signaling, "You guys are a bit late. Captain Su, you finally made it." An officer hurried over. "The military is organizing a meeting. Please head to the command center." Chapter 80. Su Lai. "Elder Chen is here too." "All right." Su Lai nodded to the officer and then turned to Hong Ying, saying, "Hong Ying, I'm going to the meeting. You take everyone to rest first and quickly recover your spirits." After saying that, Su Lai hurriedly left with the officer to attend the meeting of the human race's high-level officials. "Okay, Captain." Hong Ying and the others followed the officer to the rest area. After all, they had indeed traveled nonstop for 1,800 kilometers and had fought an extremely intense battle with the centipede aberration. Everyone and their wolf beasts were already very tired, and they needed to rest and recover their spirits as soon as possible. However, just as everyone entered the camp, they suddenly heard a piercing mockery, spoken in a foreign language. "Oh, isn't this the wolf-killing squad from Dragon Country? Why did you arrive now? Hee, it seems you are getting weaker and weaker." The members of the wolf-killing squad paused, their expressions instantly darkening. Hong Ying suddenly turned her head, her pretty face cold, and sharply looked towards the source of the voice. She saw a man in white armor styled after the White Eagle Kingdom, crossing his arms and smiling provocatively. On the chest of his armor was a badge of the Claw Eagle Battle Group, indicating his identity as a member of the Claw Eagle Battle Group from the White Eagle Kingdom. Chen Ye frowned slightly. What did this guy say? He couldn't understand English. Damn it. He really regretted not studying more when it mattered. Chen Ye felt numb. He thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be just a lowly bird from the Claw Eagle Battle Group. "How is it that you still hold a grudge after we took your prey last time?" The man's smile immediately stiffened, and his face turned very ugly. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled. "Oh right, I heard that when you executed your mission last month, you were chased up and down the mountains by a few moon-level aberrant beasts, and ended up losing 2 team members? No way, with your level, you still have the nerve to say others are not capable?" Chen Ye stood beside Hong Ying, and although he couldn't understand what she was saying, with her momentum, he felt that they would never lose in a verbal fight with her around. The man from the Claw Eagle Battle Group was furious, his face turning red. The members behind him, who had been smirking and enjoying the show, also turned extremely angry, and over a dozen of them were ready to confront Hong Ying. Upon seeing this, the members of the wolf-killing group behind Hong Ying immediately stepped forward. Even the wolves beside them suddenly showed their ferocity. "Why fight? Who are you afraid of?" The two sides instantly became tense. Just as the conflict was about to break out, a stern voice suddenly rang out. "Stop right there." Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in Yanlong army armor striding over, his face resolute, his eyes sharp, and the general's badge on his shoulder reflecting a dazzling light. He was General Tang Shiji of the Yanlong army. "This is the frontline camp. It's not a place for you to settle personal grievances." Although Tang Shiji did not summon his pet beast, he stood imposing between the two groups, coldly surveying both sides. "At this moment, with the great enemy at hand, you actually have the heart to fight among yourselves?" The Claw Eagle Battle Group immediately fell silent and instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Ye realized, to his surprise, that they could understand Chinese. Hong Ying immediately restrained her expression, turning into a compliant younger generation, sweetly smiling and respectfully bowing to Tang Shiji, General Tang. As the small leader of the wolf-killing group, Hong Ying knew Tang Shiji. He was from the same era as their leader. But General Tang's moon-level pet beast had reached an astonishing 3, and his strength was definitely much stronger than their leaders. Not to mention that he was a general of the Yanlong army, a super identity. He was definitely a big shot below the 7th rank. Tang Shiji glanced at her, his tone softening slightly. "The wolf-killing group will rest in Area 3, and the Claw Eagle Battle Group will go to Area 2. He paused, his voice deep. "Remember, our enemy is not each other, but the mutated Deep Sea King. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with according to military law." "Yes." After seeing Tang Shiji leave, Hong Ying couldn't help but snort at the Claw Eagle Battle Group and then led everyone away. In the afternoon, Su Lai finally returned from the high-level meeting, and the members of the wolf-killing group immediately surrounded him, their eyes full of questions. "Leader, what exactly is going on?" Hong Ying was the first to speak. Su Lai sat down in the main seat, his expression serious as he looked around at everyone and slowly said, "This situation is more serious than we expected." He took a deep breath and began to explain the truth about the fall of Day City. The Sakura Kingdom was indeed secretly conducting forbidden experiments in Day City, attempting to allow Beastmasters to harness the power of aberrant beasts. A top-level 7th-rank Beastmaster from the Sakura Kingdom, due to a short lifespan, voluntarily underwent radiation mutation and genetic organ modification. As a result, Su Lai's voice was low. He indeed gained the strength of a half-step demon god-level aberrant beast. But he completely lost his humanity. Even what? Yi Wufeng frowned and pressed for more. He even ate his own pet beast. Su Lai closed his eyes. Everyone was shocked and furious. What? Beasts are our partners in battle. He actually did that for power. He is simply unworthy of being human. Su Lai raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down, and continued. Now, this mutant, also known as the mutated Deep Sea King, not only possesses terrifying power, but has also initially developed characteristics of a demon god-level aberrant beast, mastering the power of laws, and the law of the mutated Deep Sea King is water, allowing it to control the ocean. The entire Day City was sunk to the bottom of the sea by it. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. What's more troublesome is that the Deep Sea King has intelligence and understands our tactics, Su Lai said solemnly. Its goal may be to occupy the foundation of the Void City and further expand its influence. Therefore, we cannot let it go unchecked. We must eliminate it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood the importance and seriousness of the situation. However, Yi Wufeng frowned. The Deep Sea King is hiding in the sea. How do we fight it? Su Lai's gaze sharpened, slowly uttering 4 words. Burning heaven, boiling sea. Burning heaven, boiling sea. What is that? Everyone's eyes widened. 13 7th-rank supreme powerhouses will join forces to vaporize this sea area with fire, Su Lai explained. Most of the ace pet beasts of the supreme powerhouses coming this time are fire attribute, enough to completely vaporize this ocean of 50 to 60 kilometers. Wow. Hong Ying gasped in surprise. This is indeed a big deal. Su Lai nodded, and then a rare smile appeared in his eyes. However, everyone shouldn't worry too much. The mutated Deep Sea King is only half-step demon god level, not as despairing as a true demon god level, and among the 7th-rank supreme powerhouses participating this time, there is someone you would never expect, and that is the long-famous Elder Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong, everyone exclaimed. That elder who survived the hands of a demon god aberrant beast? Hasn't he been in seclusion for many years? Yes, Su Lai nodded affirmatively, somewhat sentimentally saying. It is said that this will be his last time making a move to accumulate military merit to forge a top-tier soul armor for his grandson, Chen Ye. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes were immediately filled with envy. After all, even though the undying Red Lotus armor they obtained previously could fetch a price of 7 to 800 million when averaged among each member, it was barely over 10 million, far from qualifying to use soul armor. This was still the result of their hard work. Meanwhile, Chen Jianan would get a precious soul armor without doing anything, undoubtedly making everyone envious and jealous. Wow, that's great. No wonder he is from a big family. The path to growth has been paved for him. Chapter 81, Wolf King's Instinct, Devouring Evolution. Chen Ye fell into silence. If nothing unexpected happened, this Chen Guodong would be his grandfather. Unfortunately, the word grandfather felt too foreign, so foreign that it did not stir any waves in Chen Ye's heart. For Chen Ye, he only had his dad and mom, and that was all. At the main seat, Su Lai continued to speak seriously. As for the battle arrangements, the higher-ups have basically confirmed that the Deep Sea King possesses the ability to command aberrant beasts like a demon god, so the higher-ups' intention is to end the battle quickly. The sooner the better. Avoiding the Deep Sea King from devouring too many aberrant beasts, its strength further transforms. Our mission, like other battle groups, is primarily to guard the periphery and prevent the incoming aberrant beasts from interfering with the actions of the 7th-tier Beastmasters, which will take place in about 2.5 hours. Everyone was slightly taken aback, not expecting the battle arrangements to come so quickly, feeling somewhat unprepared. However, starting early is better than waiting anxiously, and they all nodded seriously. Those who often fight know that this is undoubtedly a daunting task. There are only 13 7th-tier Beastmasters, and they will surely concentrate their strength against the Deep Sea King. The aberrant beasts summoned by the Deep Sea King, including a large number of Moon and Sun-tier aberrant beasts, can only be dealt with by various battle groups and armies from different countries, which is definitely not an easy task. Chen Ye could clearly feel that everyone had become silent, filled with the seriousness and weight of pre-battle tension. However, he himself seemed to lack any fear or dread, feeling only the blood surging in his veins, eager to engage in battle with the aberrant beasts. If old Lu knew that he took leave to be involved in such a big event, I wonder what his expression would be. After a brief rest, Su Lai took everyone to the military supply department to collect battle resources. In addition to armor, fruit, and water, Chen Ye also received 2 quality-grade Marga stones. so he wouldn't have to worry about Maga evolution for a while. Seeing that the wolf-killing team was ready, Tang Shiji walked over and told them that the Flame Dragon Army would provide mobile support for the Eastern Battle Zone. His gaze swept over everyone, and he added, "If we encounter powerful aberrant beasts or special situations, signal us, and we will rush to support as soon as possible." Su Lai and the others nodded. Tang Shiji stood straight and solemnly saluted the wolf-killing team, saying nothing more, but it conveyed more than 1,000 words. Su Lai took a deep breath and immediately ordered, "Wolf-killing team, depart." "Yes, Captain." Everyone immediately mounted their wolf beasts. And Chen Ye also climbed onto the excited He Yin, following Su Lai as they quickly advanced towards the stronghold. The wolf-killing team was not far from the stronghold. They arrived in about 40 minutes. The terrain here was quite high, allowing them to see the situation of the wasteland within 4 to 5 kilometers clearly. Obviously, this was a well-studied position, easy to defend and hard to attack. Upon arriving, the wolf-killing team found that a considerable number of aberrant beasts had already gathered here. They immediately cleared the area, and Hong Ying quickly set up the last 4 supermodel bombs nearby. As night fell, the bright red sky suddenly turned pitch black. Unpleasantly, a cold rain began to pour down from the sky, bone-chilling, with a strange wind howling. A faint shadow immediately fell over everyone's hearts. Following that, the previously pitch-black night sky behind them suddenly turned fiery red, as if some incredibly intense flame was burning toward the horizon, directly defying the night rain, accompanied by waves of scorching heat that dispelled everyone's shadows. The members of the wolf-killing team knew that this was the 7th-tier powerhouses making their move. The sky was burning and the seas were boiling. Su Lai instantly opened his eyes, shouting in a deep voice, "Everyone, get your spirits up and prepare for battle." In the next moment, following the sound of the horn, a sharp and piercing roar echoed. The sound was incredibly sharp, like thousands of rusty steel blades scraping harshly against glass, piercing the eardrums. Chen Ye immediately frowned, feeling warm liquid flowing from his ear canal, blood. This was clearly the mutated deep-sea king sensing a crisis and summoning aberrant beasts, and just this roar was terrifying. This was still from a distance of a full 20 kilometers. Chen Ye couldn't imagine what would happen at the core position. Everyone's hearts tightened. They all knew that the deep-sea king's roar would summon a large number of aberrant beasts, and their battle was about to begin. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the ground began to tremble continuously, followed by the sounds of countless aberrant beasts roaring ahead. Glancing roughly through the firelight, there were at least 700 or 800 heads, among which were many moon-tier aberrant beasts. And this was just the beginning. There were still countless more behind that couldn't be seen. This was going to be a hard fight. A fight to the death. Thunder burning. Thunder burial. With a command from Su Lai, the Thunder Wolves immediately underwent Maga evolution, and with the shining lightning in the sky, a thunder column with a diameter of over 100 meters was summoned to clear the area. He then roared, "Wolf-killing team, fight with all your strength." Yes. At this moment, even tier-level pets capable of ranged attacks were summoned without reservation. In the rainy night, countless energy light beams poured out, creating explosions one after another. They blew away the rainwater, the severed limbs of aberrant beasts, and the stench of blood. "Hey Yin, use Hellfire Ball." Chen Ye wiped away the rainwater. As a member of the vanguard, he was riding on He Yin, closely following Su Lai, running at high speed, tearing open gaps on the battlefield and segmenting the aberrant beasts to create efficient output space for others. At that moment, an aberrant beast's core was blasted away and flew directly toward Chen Ye. He reacted quickly and reached out to catch it. This was Chen Ye's first time coming into contact with an aberrant beast's core. The surface of the core was covered with spiderweb-like black vascular patterns, pulsating as if it were a living thing, with each contraction oozing out a viscous black liquid. Beneath such an incredibly ugly exterior, however, was a mysterious crystalline liquid. Chen Ye could easily guess that this was the star essence condensed from the power of the stars. Focused on the battle. Just as he was about to casually toss this core aside, an incredibly strong desire suddenly arose within him, wanting to eat it. Chen Ye immediately frowned, gripping the core tightly. If he remembered correctly, the core of an aberrant beast needed to go through professional and complex purification to be refined into star essence before it could be safely absorbed by the human body. He had never heard of an aberrant beast core causing such a strong desire to devour it. Why not give it a try? Chen Ye's eyes narrowed, the adrenaline on the battlefield stimulating him without allowing him to think for too long, and he made a bold decision. He directly stuffed the aberrant beast core into his mouth, biting down hard to tear off the ugly skin, swallowing the star liquid inside mouthful by mouthful. Gulp, gulp. Huh. It actually tastes pretty good. Chapter 82, Angel Investor Su Lai. Immediately, an incredibly cold feeling of corrosion surged, attempting to devour his soul. As if a twisted ancient god was whispering in his ear, or like countless tiny maggots gnawing at his soul. The power of this mental erosion was countless times stronger than the hallucinatory beam of the red mushroom. However, when this evil erosion attempted to truly touch Chen Ye's soul, in the next second, it vanished like melting ice and snow, unable to harm Chen Ye in the slightest. Chen Ye knew that this was the effect of his ability. Mind protection. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to find his back drenched in cold sweat. However, in the next second, Chen Ye's expression suddenly changed. Boom. The terrifying star power contained in the star liquid erupted within him. This power was indescribable, just a thread, yet overwhelming and pure. Moreover, the human body could evidently not directly absorb this star power, and intense pain instantly swept through Chen Ye's entire body, bursting his cellular structure and tearing through his flesh and veins. Damn it! Chen Ye gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He knew that if this continued, his body would be ruined by this force. It had to be directed outwards. There was no time to hesitate. Chen Ye immediately and decisively channeled his soul power, directing all the rampant stellar energy within him towards the soul card of Blackflame. In an instant, the soul card of Blackflame trembled violently, and the originally ordinary orange frame began to reveal mysterious starlight dots. Woof! Blackflame immediately perked up, a starry glow flashing in its eyes. Master, I suddenly feel a bit stronger. Chen Ye quickly focused on Blackflame's soul card and saw that those mysterious starlights eventually transformed into star patterns deeply engraved on the frame of the soul card. Although these patterns were only a few scattered points, they had already given the entire soul card a qualitative enhancement. Chen Ye suddenly realized that this was what the old principal had mentioned, recasting the soul card with stellar energy. However, his method of forging the card was more domineering than that of ordinary beast masters. It directly devoured the cores of aberrant beasts. Moreover, Chen Ye speculated that when the frame of Blackflame's soul card was completely covered by these star patterns, Blackflame would be able to break through its limits and step into the star tier. And he himself would also break through to the peak of the 4th tier, advancing to become a 5th-tier beast master. Thinking of this, Chen Ye's gaze instantly became fiery. However, he was not blinded by greed. Instead, he forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and began to calmly analyze the situation on the battlefield, because the battlefield was actually very dangerous at this moment. The wolf-killing team was under immense pressure, having killed countless aberrant beasts. Everywhere were piles of severed limbs and pools of stinking blood. However, with the increasingly furious roars of the deep-sea king, aberrant beasts continued to surge forth from the distance, seemingly endless, and the terrifying howls never ceased. In fact, the number of moon-tier aberrant beasts was also increasing dramatically. Their threat was greater. Each moon-tier aberrant beast stood dozens of meters tall, with tough skin and massive bodies like moving mountains, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. The key was that they could not let these beasts approach the main force responsible for outputting damage at the back. Otherwise, everything would be ruined. Therefore, Chen Ye and the others had to keep attacking and running on the battlefield, trying to attract the attention of these moon-tier aberrant beasts as much as possible. Everyone was under great pressure, becoming numb and exhausted. Hong Ying's heavenly flame wolf was panting, its flames no longer as fierce as at the beginning. Yi Wufeng's azure sky wind wolf had halved the range of its wind blades, clearly having exhausted a tremendous amount of energy and stamina. Even Su Lai frowned, contemplating firing a signal flare to request support from the Flame Dragon army to buy everyone some breathing room. Chen Ye, riding on Blackflame, also felt that Blackflame's condition was declining. Blackflame was weaving through the battlefield under the cover of the Thunderburn Wolf, barely reaching moon-tier combat power due to the enhancement of the immortal Red Lotus armor from its evolution. However, facing the increasing number of moon-tier aberrant beasts, it was still fraught with danger. Chen Ye knew very well that relying solely on himself, he couldn't maximize his benefits, let alone safely collect aberrant beast cores on the battlefield. How could he maximize this ability? Thinking of this, Chen Ye decided to take a bold action. Captain, wait! Chen Ye suddenly shouted. Blackflame immediately accelerated and dashed to the side of the Thunderburn Wolf. Before Su Lai could react, he witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. Chen Ye actually took a freshly hunted aberrant beast core from Blackflame's claw, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. What the hell? Su Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you crazy? Eating an aberrant beast core raw? Was the pressure of the battlefield causing Chen Ye to lose his mind? This was Su Lai's first thought, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache and regret. Was it too much for him to be on the battlefield for the first time? However, when he saw Chen Ye endure the surging stellar energy within him and quickly forge the soul card without any issues, Su Lai was stunned. He widened his eyes, almost falling off the back of the Thunderburn Wolf in shock. Chen Ye quickly explained, Captain, I found that I can directly absorb the core energy of these aberrant beasts to strengthen my pets. To be blunt, this was Chen Ye's choice. He understood that the battlefield was fraught with danger, but also filled with opportunities. If he missed this chance, although he could hunt more aberrant beasts to grow later, the energy required to advance to the star tier would be immense. Hunting such a large number of aberrant beasts would undoubtedly waste him a lot of time and energy. Therefore, Chen Ye's idea was to actively expose his ability and leverage Su Lai and the other strength to maximize his gains in this battle and rapidly enhance his power. Su Lai was stunned. What? This ability to directly devour cores. Isn't that something only aberrant beasts have? What on earth is Chen Ye? Su Lai was slightly taken aback for a second, and then a spark of brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes. Chen Ye was most likely human, and he couldn't possibly pull such a stunt out of nowhere in front of Su Lai. So Su Lai immediately understood Chen Ye's intention. He wanted to pull him, and even the entire wolf-killing team, to help him grow. Good kid. Old enough. Su Lai suddenly burst into loud laughter, straightening his aching back. Looking at Chen Ye with excitement, and decisively made a decision. You go find Silverwing immediately. We have hundreds of aberrant beast cores in our spatial resource depot, including moon-tier cores. They're all yours. Thunderburn, Su Lai said, ordering the Thunderburn wolf to relay the message to Silverwing, who was responsible for managing resources. A woo. The Thunderburn wolf immediately raised its head and let out a long howl. Hearing this, Chen Ye couldn't help but grin. Su Lai was indeed a strong man. Without needing much explanation, he immediately grasped Chen Ye's thoughts. Since the angel investor Su Lai had said so, then next, it would depend on how much he could consume, how strong he could become in this battle. Chapter 83, Flame Dragon Army. Does the wolf-killing team not need reinforcements? Soon, time reached the 4th hour since the start of the Burning Heaven Boiling Sea operation. It was now late at night, but the night sky of the other world was illuminated by waves of raging flames, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. The black ocean that engulfed the Great Harmony City had shrunk by more than half under the joint burning of the 7th-tier Beastmasters. The boiling black seawater was steaming up a water mist that blocked out the sky, and the scorching waves twisted the air, resembling a purgatory. Boom! Suddenly, distant dragon roars echoed. It was Tang Shiji riding his moon-tier pet, the Flame Dragon, followed by 400 Flame Dragon Army soldiers, racing through the sky towards the next stronghold that needed their support. The Flame Dragon was an extremely rare subdragon-type pet, peak level, and was the exclusive pet of the Flame Dragon Army. Every soldier in the Flame Dragon Army would contract a Flame Dragon as their pet. The Flame Dragon's entire body was covered in blood-red scales, with sharp bone spurs on its spine. Its long body boasted 4 massive wings, resembling Osiris's Sky Dragon, and each flap would stir up a fierce wind. Especially Tang Shiji's Flame Dragon, which had reached the peak of the moon tier, measuring over 200 meters in length, with huge dragon eyes burning like lava, appearing incredibly powerful and majestic. Behind Tang Shiji was a regiment of 500 Flame Dragon Army soldiers. Each soldier's Flame Dragon had reached star-tier strength, measuring 70 meters in length. When the Flame Dragon swarm flapped their wings, the entire sky seemed to be covered by the red dragon shadows, exuding an intimidating might. Tang Shiji rode the Flame Dragon and quickly glanced in the direction of Daong City. At the edge of the Black Ocean, a gigantic creature stood majestically. Tang Shiji knew that it was the ace beast of the old senior Chun Guodong, the Fire God Bear, which had entered its gigantification state and reached the strength of the sun level. After gigantification, the Fire God Bear's size could even increase 100-fold, soaring to 2,000 meters. Its fur flowed like fresh red magma, and its entire body resembled a volcano that was fiercely erupting, shrouded in smoke, standing tall between heaven and earth. With a massive slap of its paws, the Fire God Bear instantly stirred up monstrous waves, with torrents of magma flames spewing from its body, turning into raging fire waves that crazily burned the surrounding seawater. Tang Shiji was immensely shocked. This was the sun level, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. It was only a matter of time. It was also the power he yearned for immensely. However, the Flame Dragon Army did not stop. The entire unit maintained high-speed flight, rushing towards a certain direction in the eastern battle zone. Upon closer inspection, Tang Shiji frowned, his eyes bloodshot. His face was written with exhaustion, and even his fingers trembled slightly. Not only him, but the entire Flame Dragon Army was in a rather poor state. Half an hour after the burning of heaven and boiling of the sea began, the calls for aid from various battle groups started to sound one after another. Sometimes, to maintain the front line, they even needed to send some soldiers to stay behind for support, which also led to a decrease in the number of the Flame Dragon Army, from the initial 800 to now only 400, making the support increasingly difficult. At this moment, a deputy general riding a flame dragon flew over quickly from a distance. his face showing urgency. "General, the northern battle zone is in distress." The deputy general's voice was very urgent. A large number of sun-level aberrant beasts had suddenly appeared in the northern battle zone, and the 7 battle groups, including the Claw Eagle battle group, responsible for defense, could not withstand them and had dispersed. The White Eagle Kingdom urgently requested us to send 300 flame dragon troops for support. What? Tang Shiji's eyes widened in anger as he slammed his fist on the dragon saddle. Those cowards in the Claw Eagle battle group. How dare they flee in the face of battle? Tang Shiji's face darkened, his eyes boiling with rage. However, anger aside, Tang Shiji understood that if the northern battle zone completely collapsed and the aberrant beasts charged in, becoming nourishment for the Deep Sea King, then all their efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he could not turn a blind eye to this issue. But with only 400 flame dragon troops left, how could he spare 300? After all, the eastern battle zone also needed manpower to maintain stability. Tang Shiji took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and ultimately gritted his teeth and ordered, "Relay the command. Dispatch 150 flame dragon troops to immediately reinforce the northern battle zone." The deputy general was taken aback. "General, but this will leave our own defense line." "Execute the order," Tang Shiji interrupted sternly, telling them to ensure the defense of the northern battle zone. "Fleeing from battle will be dealt with mercilessly according to military law." "Yes." The deputy general did not dare to say more and immediately rode his flame dragon away to relay the command. Tang Shiji watched the departing troops, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. The large-scale appearance of sun-level aberrant beasts meant that the Deep Sea King had begun to counterattack with full force, and the plan of burning heaven and boiling the sea had reached its most critical moment. But at present, the combat power in each battle zone was already stretched thin. Could they really hold on until the 7th-level strongest could dry up the sea and defeat the Deep Sea King? Surrounding and killing a half-step demon god was proving to be so difficult. Tang Shiji murmured softly, filled with deep exhaustion and seriousness. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he turned to the deputy general beside him. "Wait, the wolf-killing team hasn't requested support at all?" The deputy general was also taken aback, quickly flipping through the battle report records. After confirming, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. "Yes, General, for 4 hours. The wolf-killing team hasn't sent a single distress signal." Tang Shiji frowned, feeling puzzled. This is strange. What happened to the wolf-killing team? With their configuration, facing such a large-scale aberrant beast tide, it's absolutely impossible to hold out for so long. Could it be that Su Lai's Thunder Wolf suddenly evolved? Tang Shiji speculated, thinking that this was perhaps the only explanation. However, before he could think further, a roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the ocean without warning, forming a terrifying sound wave that swept towards them like a tangible shockwave. Boom! In the next moment, Tang Shiji's chest felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs was spat out. The flame dragon he was riding was actually pushed back dozens of meters by this sound wave, its wings trembling violently before it barely stabilized itself. The entire flame dragon army was thrown into chaos by this sudden sound wave. Even a few flame dragons fell directly from the sky. What is this? Tang Shiji's face changed drastically as he quickly turned to look towards the distant ocean. He saw the once boiling sea surface suddenly rise to hundreds of meters high, with the water being drawn by some terrifying force, spinning wildly to form a gigantic black whirlpool. In the center of the whirlpool, a massive black shadow slowly crawled out. And upon seeing this, Tang Shiji's pupils dilated, his heart racing. It's the Deep Sea King. It finally couldn't hold back any longer, and has shown itself. Chapter 84. The Cunning Deep Sea King, He. The figure of the Deep Sea King slowly crawled out, its grotesque body tearing through the sea surface. Its exterior form was between a human shape and a deep-sea lizard, approximately 4 meters tall, covered in dark greenish-black hard scales. On either side of its head were sharp gills, its claws were razor-sharp, and translucent webbing connected its fingers. Its mouth was filled with layers of fangs, dripping with corrosive slime. The Deep Sea King hovered in midair, its 2 crimson eyes scanning the scene, noticing the distant flame dragon army's gaze. Boom! Suddenly, it unleashed a terrifying pressure, sweeping towards the flame dragon army, which was over 10 kilometers away, like an invisible tsunami. In the next moment, the flame dragon army, including Tang Shiji, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their blood seemed to freeze, and breathing became difficult. Not good. Tang Shiji's pupils widened as he realized in terror that the moisture within his body was rapidly depleting. His skin shrank at a visible speed. Dark red blood oozed from his pores, and his throat felt as if it were being choked by an invisible hand, rendering him unable to make a sound. The warriors of the flame dragon army were all in pain, clutching their throats. At this rate, in less than 10 seconds, Their bodies would be drained dry by the Deep Sea King's terrifying water law power. Roar! Just at that critical moment, a thunderous roar broke the situation. Chen Guodong's fire god bear suddenly stepped forward, its massive body shielding the flame dragon army behind it. A fierce blaze erupted, forming a scorching barrier that blocked the Deep Sea King's moisture extraction. Humph! Bullying the younger generation is no skill. Chen Guodong snorted disdainfully. Your opponent is me. Hearing this, the Deep Sea King turned to Chen Guodong, its crimson eyes narrowing slightly, clearly displeased with the interference from the fire god bear. The flame dragon army then felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking their bodies. Yes, Tang Shiji gritted his teeth and nodded, immediately leading the flame dragon army to retreat from the area. He knew that the upcoming battle was definitely not something they could interfere with. The water law was simply too terrifying. Just a single encounter nearly resulted in their annihilation. At this moment, the other 12 7th-tier powerhouses sensed the situation and rushed over, surrounding the Deep Sea King. Deep Sea King, surrender. You have nowhere to escape now. Hand over the Void City Foundation. What are your intentions with Yamato City? What about the people of Yamato City? Facing everyone, it could feel that this elder was the strongest among them. No, the Deep Sea King began to explain, its tone full of innocence, raising its scaly hand and pointing towards the dark sea surface. The people of Yamato City are still alive. They are just being protected by me at the bottom of the sea. Of course, the Void City Foundation is also there. If you don't believe me, you can send someone down to investigate. The Deep Sea King's tone was sincere. I know I made a huge mistake. At first, I couldn't control myself during the mutation. But now that the mutation is complete, I have become very clear-headed. Tell me, do I still have a chance for redemption? Meichuan Naikakuen, we are good friends. Please help me out. It even carried a hint of grievance, as if everyone was really wronging it. But in fact, a trace of dangerous cunning flashed deep in its eyes. The entire Yamato City had already become a dead zone. After the mutation, it had immediately devoured all the people in Yamato City, turning them into nourishment for its growth. Now, only the eerie white bones remained, sunk in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. However, everyone was unaware of the truth and frowned in contemplation. While the Deep Sea King continued to speak innocently, it slowly floated in front of Chen Guodong, looking sincerely into his eyes. This senior must be Chen Guodong from the Dragon Kingdom, right? It slightly lowered its head, revealing an extremely respectful posture. Actually, I have heard of your reputation and have always admired you. The Deep Sea King continued to whisper, its voice like a demon's temptation. Senior, please believe me, I am rational. By the way, your lifespan is about to run out, isn't it? It slowly raised its hand, and a wisp of ghostly blue water law appeared in its palm. I have mastered the secrets of the law and can help you extend your life. Moreover, the human race can use this to give birth to 8th-tier beastmasters. Will you believe me? 8th tier. This word hit Chen Guodong's heart like a heavy hammer. He was already old, and his lifespan was indeed running low. If he couldn't break through, he would turn into a handful of yellow earth in 2 years. The Deep Sea King's proposal was undoubtedly an oasis that suddenly appeared in the desert, and Chen Guodong fell silent. The surrounding powerhouses noticed this change, and their expressions shifted, quickly reminding him, Senior, it's better to confirm the situation first. Be careful of deception, Senior. However, at the moment they reminded him, puffed. The Deep Sea King's sharp claws suddenly erupted, the water law wrapping around its claws, moving so fast that even space was torn apart. It grinned ferociously, clawing violently towards Chen Guodong. Puffed. Blood splattered in an instant. Chen Guodong's left arm was brutally torn off. The severed arm drew a dazzling line of blood in the air, falling into the Deep Sea King's hand. The venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The Deep Sea King grabbed the severed arm and crazily tossed it into its mouth, chewing. Kakik. Idiots. Did you really think I would negotiate with you? It licked the blood off its claws, its crimson eyes flashing with madness. Chen Guodong, your flesh and blood are truly delicious. Next, it's your turn. The Deep Sea King never intended to negotiate. From the very beginning, its goal was slaughter. However, just as the Deep Sea King was laughing in triumph, sizzle. A blazing fire suddenly tore through the air. The Deep Sea King's pupils contracted in shock as it realized that Chen Guodong, expressionless, was holding a crimson dagger in his other hand, which he had plunged into its abdomen. The Deep Sea King let out a painful howl, as the dagger wrapped in terrifying flames exploded within it. The violent flames burned through its insides like millions of venomous snakes, scorching the flesh and blood beneath its scales to a charred black. Is that the Yantian Falcon? The surrounding powerhouses immediately recognized the origin of the dagger. It was Chen Guodong's second ace beast, the Yantian Falcon, which had reached the peak of the Sun tier, transformed into a dagger. It turned out that Senior Chen Guodong had long seen through the Deep Sea King's scheme. He had pretended to be deceived while secretly allowing the Yin Tian Falcon to transform into a weapon, waiting for the moment the Deep Sea King got close. "You little scoundrel," Chen Guodong sneered. Even with his severed arm bleeding profusely, his gaze remained sharp. "Even with your newfound power, can you change your inherently despicable nature?" Upon hearing this, the Deep Sea King was utterly enraged. It had meticulously planned 2 moves. First, to annihilate that flame dragon army, and then to ambush a 7th-tier beastmaster. If either succeeded, it would undoubtedly gain a tremendous advantage in an instant. But now, all of that had been ruined by Chen Guodong, and he even looked down on it. The Deep Sea King couldn't hold back any longer. "Die!" The Deep Sea King let out a shriek that pierced the sky, its eyes bursting with terrifying fierceness. Instantly, the Black Sea churned and boiled, gigantic waves surged violently, transforming into countless water whirlpools thousands of meters high, roaring towards everyone. "Not good. Move." The powerhouses reacted quickly, immediately ordering their beasts to attack, while unleashing flames, creating a massive fire cage in an attempt to trap the Deep Sea King firmly within. Boom. In an instant, the flames collided with the raging waves, evaporating the entire sea area violently. A terrifying energy shockwave even dispersed the clouds within dozens of miles, distorting the very fabric of space. Chapter 85, The Strange Water Control Ability. However, as the smoke and dust from the sky-covering fire cage and countless water whirlpools dissipated, a chilling laugh from the Deep Sea King echoed. "Kakik, is this the killing move you prepared for so long?" As the smoke cleared, the Deep Sea King was floating perfectly unharmed on the surface of the sea. The terrifying flames had not even singed its scales. "What?" One powerhouses gasped in shock. Everyone's hearts trembled. That sky-covering fire cage had already utilized about 80% of their own strength, yet the Deep Sea King, at the center of the explosion, emerged completely unscathed. This was undoubtedly very bad news. "Kakik, this is my demonic god-level power." The Deep Sea King mocked as it swept its gaze over everyone. "You are all simply too weak." Saying this, the Deep Sea King spread its claws, and the steam rising in the air instantly condensed, transforming back into dozens of terrifying water whirlpools thousands of meters long. Each water vortex contained the power of a near-peak sun-tier strike, churning the sea into chaos. "I can endlessly reconstitute these water whirlpools," the Deep Sea King grinned wickedly. "And how long can you hold on?" Boom, boom, boom. Countless water whirlpools suddenly closed in, tightly entangling the powerhouses. They desperately urged their beasts to resist, but for a moment, they found it difficult to break free. Immediately afterwards, the killing intent in the Deep Sea King's eyes surged, its speed skyrocketing as it charged straight for Chen Guodong. Clearly, it aimed to eliminate Chen Guodong, the most powerful presence, first. "Old Chen, be careful." Everyone was frantic. Fortunately, at the critical moment, roar. The fire god bear immediately released its giant form, shrinking down to 9 meters in size, and using its incredibly powerful physical strength, it actually withstood the Deep Sea King's claw strike. Bang! The Deep Sea King slammed heavily onto the fire god bear, directly sending it flying over 2,000 meters. However, this brief interruption also successfully gave Chen Guodong time to react. Whoosh! The flame falcon transformed into a streak of crimson light and suddenly attacked from the side. The Deep Sea King was caught off guard and was slashed by the flame falcon's claws, leaving 3 bloody marks. In pain, it instinctively retreated several steps. This subtle movement was immediately captured by Chen Guodong. So that's it. The fire god bear's defense could directly withstand the Deep Sea King's claw strikes, while the flame falcon's speed allowed it to react too late. Clearly, the Deep Sea King's strength had not reached the level to crush them. Chen Guodong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Everyone, its inherent strength is still at the peak of the day stage. Its power lies solely in its water control ability." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits instantly lifted. However, just as they thought they had seen through the Deep Sea King's weakness, it suddenly revealed a sinister smile, a hint of mockery flickering in its eyes. Splash! Immediately afterward, its body suddenly transformed into a pool of pitch-black liquid, instantly merging into the waves below and disappearing. "Not good. Be careful behind you." Chen Guodong, with keen eyesight, noticed strange shadows appearing behind the other 2 strong fighters and immediately shouted a warning. But it was already too late. Uft, uft. 2 identical Deep Sea Kings emerged simultaneously from the mist behind the 2 strongest fighters. Their claws, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, pierced through the chests of the 2. Ugh! One of the strongest fighters widened his eyes in shock, unable to react, as his chest was violently torn apart. Blood and internal organs gushed out, staining the surrounding sea surface red. His pet let out a wail before dissipating into specks of light. No, damn it. The Deep Sea King's abilities were too strange, causing the unexpected to happen too suddenly. The remaining strong fighters were enraged and immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks at the two deep-sea kings. But splash! The two deep-sea kings employed the same trick again, transforming into two pools of black water and vanishing, causing all the attacks to miss. At the same time, a massive water tornado suddenly reappeared, violently stirring the sea surface and raising a dense fog that obscured the sky. Everyone was instantly shrouded in this fog, their vision and perception blocked, and they all felt the deep-sea king's tenacity. Then, crackle, crackle. A chilling chewing sound came from deep within the fog. Some strong fighters sensed something was wrong and immediately commanded their pets to disperse the fog. When the mist cleared slightly, the corpse of the recently killed strong fighter had completely vanished, leaving only a few tattered remnants of clothing and a patch of bright red blood. It ate old Joe. A female strong fighter trembled with anger. But then, another scream rang out. The left arm of the third strong fighter was suddenly severed at the root by an appearing claw. Blood gushed out like a fountain as he staggered back, only to be engulfed by a suddenly appearing water tornado. Oldly, everyone was shocked, their faces filled with panic. In just 2 minutes, two strong fighters had fallen. It was utterly terrifying. Within the dense fog, the deep-sea king's figure flickered in and out, licking the blood from its claws and letting out a satisfied sigh. Delicious. Delicious. The essence blood of a 7th-tier beast master is indeed a great tonic. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong felt both shocked and furious. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated, and a bone-chilling coldness surged through his back, a premonition of death. Senior Chen, you're getting old. The deep-sea king's cold voice slithered into Chen Guodong's ear like a poisonous snake, filled with mockery. Chen Guodong could even feel the sharp aura behind him aiming directly at his back, as if it were about to cleave him in two at any moment. At this critical juncture, now is the time. Chen Guodong suddenly shouted. Ku! From a distance, the flame falcon emitted a piercing cry that shattered the air, exploding with dazzling crimson light. Every feather was ablaze, its speed seemingly surpassing the limits of the day stage, transforming into a flaming meteor that pierced through heaven and earth. Uft! A worrying piercing sound rang out. The flame falcon's sharp beak pierced directly through Chen Guodong's abdomen, causing blood to spray out. However, the power of this strike did not diminish much, continuing its unstoppable trajectory to pierce through the deep-sea king. Ugh! The deep-sea king let out a painful roar. Its chest being penetrated by the flame falcon's beak, dark blood mixed with fragments of its internal organs splattering out, corroding the seawater with a hissing sound. You madman! The deep-sea king was instantly filled with rage and shock. It had never expected that Chen Guodong would use his body as bait once again, forcing it to be injured in this life-and-death manner. The deep-sea king attempted to turn into water to escape, but it was already too late. Boom! The strongest fighters had been accumulating their power for a long time and finally erupted simultaneously at this moment. Fiery flames, dragon breath, and the light of the sun, nearly 10 terrifying fire attacks all struck the deep-sea king. The temperature at the explosion's center instantly exceeded 100,000 degrees Celsius. 8 duck meats. The deep-sea king let out a wailing scream, its body beginning to vaporize in the extreme heat. Its fine scales peeled away, flesh melted, and its 2 crimson eyes exploded. Did we succeed? One strong fighter couldn't help but ask. However, everyone remained fixated on that spot, their taut nerves still not relaxing. Suddenly, splash! A dark water column erupted from 100 meters away, and the deep-sea king's damaged figure began to reassemble. The deep-sea king was not dead. Upon seeing this, everyone's heart sank. Fortunately, the deep-sea king was evidently severely injured, with a ghostly blue core visibly exposed in its chest. A crack formed in the core, and energy was continuously leaking out. You damned ants! The deep-sea king's voice twisted with fury, its eyes burning with insane killing intent. You dare to injure my core! It suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of black blood, clearly indicating that its injuries were more severe than it appeared. It's not dead yet. We must do everything we can. We absolutely cannot let it escape. However, before the others could finish speaking, the deep-sea king let out a piercing shriek. I will remember this grudge today. The seawater instantly transformed into countless water vapors, and the deep-sea king's figure became increasingly blurred within the mist, its voice growing fainter. Once my injuries recover, I will make you wish you were dead. After saying this, the deep-sea king completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 86. Deep-sea king. This kid seems easy to deal with. The strong fighters looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting the deep-sea king to escape so easily. Within 100 miles, there was not even a hint of the deep-sea king's aura. The laws were simply too powerful. Chen Guodong clutched his abdominal wound, his face darkening ominously. This is bad. If it escapes to the outer battlefield, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone's hearts tightened. with the Deep Sea King's terrifying water laws. It only needed to devour thousands of star-tier aberrant beasts to recover most of its strength. By then, it would be nearly impossible to surround and kill it. Split up and pursue. An elderly white-haired man urged anxiously. Not possible. Chen Guodong sternly stopped him. Though it's heavily injured now, if we spread out, we will only be picked off one by one. He endured the intense pain and analyzed. The northern battlefield has the most intense fighting between humans and aberrant beasts. The Deep Sea King will likely go there to devour flesh and blood. We must all go together to have a glimmer of hope. All right. Everyone agreed and immediately rode their beasts to give chase. However, they never expected that the Deep Sea King was heading in the completely opposite direction to the eastern battlefield. At this moment, transformed into a cloud of mist, the Deep Sea King was cautiously and swiftly moving through the water. It lowered its head, and the intense pain from its damaged core caused its eyes to be bloodshot. Chen Guodong. It gritted its teeth and spat out this name, its claws crushing the nearby rocks into powder. Once this king ascends to become a true demon god, you will witness the Chen family being exterminated. Soon, the outer defense line of the eastern battlefield was in sight. The Deep Sea King tilted its head, strangely noticing that the anticipated sounds of battle were absent. It was unusually quiet here, with only a small team of about 60 people stationed. The leader was a 6th-tier beast master riding a thunder wolf, while the others were all of star-tier strength, hardly worth mentioning. The Deep Sea King lurked in the shadows, its crimson eyes narrowing slightly. If it were at its peak, it wouldn't even bother to glance at such a low-level opponent, but now, it was not wise to alert the snake by striking the grass. It turned its head to look not far away, where there was a mountain made of the bodies of strange beasts, each corpse emitting moon-tier fluctuations. The Deep Sea King's eyes brightened. For its serious injuries, this was definitely a super supply station. Its fish-like gills trembled with excitement. As long as it devoured the cores within these corpses, its injuries would surely recover instantly. Hee. The heavens have not abandoned me. It silently grinned, its massive body slowly emerging from the shadows. The sound of its scales rubbing together was grating to the ears. However, just as it was about to make a move, it suddenly noticed a boy sitting in front of the mountain of strange beast corpses. The boy had his back to it, rummaging through the pile of corpses, occasionally pulling out a piece of something and stuffing it into his mouth, eating ravenously as if enjoying a delicious feast. The Deep Sea King was taken aback, then disdainfully opened its blood-filled mouth. Haha, an ant. It couldn't be bothered to waste time and directly activated the tyrannical water laws, intending to drain the boy's blood. However, the Deep Sea King suddenly discovered that its power of law had unexpectedly failed. What is going on? The boy's blood remained still, as if firmly locked inside by some kind of force. At this moment, Chen Ye seemed to sense something and turned around in confusion. Their eyes met. Deep Sea King. Chen Ye, what the hell? Chen Ye jumped up abruptly, the core of the strange beast in his mouth falling to the ground with a plop. What is this ugly thing? Chen Ye was shocked, his eyes wide as he sized up the Deep Sea King. Just now, if it weren't for the Wolf King's might automatically protecting him, he would have almost been ambushed. The Deep Sea King, seeing itself exposed, decided not to hide anymore. It sinisterly bared its teeth, revealing its mouth full of sharp fangs. Poor kid, before you stands the infamous Deep Sea King. Now you can go die? Hee. The Deep Sea King looked at Chen Ye, wanting to see the expression of despair on his face. However, what it saw was Chen Ye's face filled with disdain. Deep Sea King, that beast is only half-step demon god level, right? You ugly creature, at most, you can be considered an awakened strange beast. The Deep Sea King was instantly shocked, its eyes wide open, momentarily at a loss for words. This kid, who still smelled of milk, actually dared to say that its great Deep Sea King, a dignified half-step demon god, was an ugly creature. You're seeking death. The Deep Sea King was enraged, its bloodshot eyes twisting in fury. Whoosh! It suddenly raised its claws, and the water vapor within 1,000 meters boiled instantly, turning into two terrifying water tornadoes with a diameter of hundreds of meters, rushing towards Chen Ye with the might to shred everything. Seeing this, Chen Ye's smile vanished instantly. What the hell, are you serious? Blackflame. With a low shout, the shadow behind him instantly leaped out. Howl! Boom! As soon as Blackflame appeared, it directly shattered the two water tornadoes. Water splashed everywhere as it landed steadily, its gaze firmly locked on the Deep Sea King. What? The Deep Sea King was instantly dumbfounded. Although it was currently heavily injured, those two water tornadoes were at least equivalent to a full power strike from a moon-tier peak. How could they be directly smashed by this wolf beast? This isn't right. The Deep Sea King immediately made a decision to no longer linger and pounced towards the mountain of strange beast corpses, decisively deciding to recover its strength first. Immediately, The Deep Sea King opened its blood-filled mouth and frantically began to devour the essence of the flesh and blood from the corpse mountain. However, as it absorbed, it suddenly realized, where the hell is the core? The entire corpse mountain clearly had at least 100 moon-tier strange beast corpses. But how come it couldn't absorb a single core? What the hell? Just as it was confused, Chen Ye had also sorted out his thoughts a bit. The monster in front of him claimed to be the Deep Sea King, and with the sudden silence from the direction of Day City, it was very likely that this monster was indeed the Deep Sea King. Chen Ye's gaze instantly turned cold. Then you can't escape. Buzz. The might of the Wolf King. Activate. In an instant, an invisible pressure suddenly descended, freezing the Deep Sea King in place. Maga evolution. Undying red lotus armor. Howl. Black Flame let out a long howl, and an overwhelming black flame erupted around it. Its size rapidly expanded in the flames, transforming in an instant into a doomsday beast standing 9 meters tall. Its body entwined with red lotus patterns. The most terrifying part was the vertical pupil that opened in its forehead, exuding an overwhelming evil aura. It was actually Sun-tier. The Deep Sea King instinctively screamed in a broken voice. How could this kid have a Sun-tier beast? It was stunned for a moment. Just as it was about to retaliate, it despairingly found that its body suddenly experienced a momentary sense of stagnation. Blackflame Hellfire. Black Flame opened its blood-filled mouth, and a dark and eerie flame gushed out. The Deep Sea King widened its eyes, helplessly watching the flames engulf it. The hellfire burned fiercely, causing the Deep Sea King to feel excruciating pain, and its core once again developed fine cracks. The Deep Sea King was furious and decided to explode with all its might. But suddenly, a crack sounded, and in the next moment, the Deep Sea King felt something was wrong. Looking down to find its half-step demon god-level core was actually being held in the mouth of a white wolf beast. Its eyes clever, obviously mocking it. Impossible. The Deep Sea King's voice was intermittent, its blood-red eyes rapidly losing their luster. In the end, with a loud bang, it collapsed to the ground, turning into a pool of foul-smelling black water. Even in death, it couldn't believe it would die in such a pitiful manner. Chapter 87. He will be the sword, but not the sword-bearer. Howl. Little White came to Chen Ye's side and sniffed the blue crystal core of the Deep Sea King, revealing a look of disdain, and quickly spat it into Chen Ye's palm, shaking its head. Master, this thing is poisonous. Hearing this, Little Green Vine and Thunder Girl also curiously came over to take a look. Whoa, what is poisonous? Howl. Let Thunder Girl have a look too. Everyone stopped crowding around. Chen Ye laughed and patted their heads. It turned out that Chen Ye had summoned the little wolves to serve as free labor in order to efficiently collect the cores of strange beasts. That's why they were all outside at this moment. Holding this core, a satisfied smile curved on the corner of Chen Ye's mouth. Although his intuition warned him that he wasn't ready to consume the core yet, and that doing so suddenly would lead to serious consequences. The other gains beyond this core were far beyond expectations. After this frenzied, devouring upgrade, He Yin steadily stepped into the moon rank, bursting forth with the combat power of the sun rank. Xiao Bai, Green Spirit Vine Wolf, and Lane Yo also broke through to the star rank. Among them, Xiao Bai and Lane Yo's sizes quickly grew from their original knee height to a shoulder height of 1 meter 50. And even Xiao Greenvine reached a shoulder height of 2 meters 20. Strictly speaking, these 4 little ones should be called 4 big ones. Each little wolf size could serve as a mount. At that moment, a low, deep horn sounded. Shortly after, Su Lai rode in on Lei Jin Wolf and arrived in front of Chen Ye. Chen Ye Yu. Su Lai looked at Chen Ye, his gaze complex, hesitating to speak. There was no way around it. Anyone who witnessed Chen Ye consuming the core would be incredibly shocked, as it completely overturned common sense. If it weren't for Chen Ye saving the entire wolf-killing team during the centipede evil beast attack, Su Lai would have wanted to report this situation to the higher-ups immediately to give them a good shock as well. However, right now, Su Lai respected Chen Ye's choice and had even actively warned the members of the wolf-killing team to prepare their minds. Then, Su Lai took a deep breath and said, "The latest news is that the Deep Sea King has escaped, and the Void City Foundation of Day City is still ordering all battle groups to gather in the city. We should set off. Chen Ye, are you ready?" "Captain, I'm ready," Chen Ye replied while discreetly putting away the core. After all, the owner of this core was the Deep Sea King, and it probably wasn't that simple, so Chen Ye didn't intend to hand it over, nor did he plan to tell anyone that he had killed the Deep Sea King. It was fine to let everyone think that the Deep Sea King had escaped. Soon, Su Lai led the way on Lei Jin Wolf while Chen Ye walked alongside him. "Chen Ye, I want to talk about your performance in this battle." Su Lai lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with concern. "Although I've prepared the members mentally, there are many people on the battlefield, and if the Yanlong army investigates even a little, your ability is likely to be exposed." "Captain, just report the truth," Chen Ye said, shaking his head after a brief moment of thought. I don't intend to hide it. Su Lai was taken aback, looking at Chen Ye's calm expression, and couldn't help but admire his composure. Behind them, Hong Ying bit her lip, gazing at Chen Ye's back with a complex expression. Soon, the group arrived at the location of Day City, where the Black Ocean had disappeared, revealing the outline of Day City. As they got closer, they found that Day City had become riddled with holes. Countless broken steel bars jutted out menacingly from the concrete, and the shattered glass windows let out a whimpering sound in the wind. Even more shocking were the bones scattered all over the streets. That beast, the Deep Sea King, a member of the wolf killing team, exclaimed, his eyes turning red at the sight. Chen Ye silently observed everything. He noticed that some of the bones still bore bite marks, clearly indicating that they had been gnawed to death by the Deep Sea King. Captain Su, Tang Shiji hurried over with several officers. His uniform still bore fresh bloodstains, but he appeared to be in decent spirits. Tang Shiji wouldn't appear for no reason. Sure enough, after briefly explaining, he took Su Lai to a high-level meeting. Chen Ye and the others were guided to a temporary rest area. Along the way, they unexpectedly encountered a group of beast masters detained by the Baijiao army, who were members of the previously arrogant Claudiao team. From the Yanlong army, they learned that they were deserters from the northern battle zone. Hong Ying snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Humph. They deserve it. Finally, upon reaching the rest hall, the members of the wolf killing team relaxed. However, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Soon, someone cautiously approached Chen Ye and asked, Chen Ye, can you really eat the core of the evil beasts? No questions. Hong Ying immediately reprimanded. The captain clearly told everyone not to ask. The person quickly shrank back. Chen Ye made a swallowing gesture, surprised that he had indeed digested it. The members exchanged smiles, still the familiar Chen Ye. Even Hong Ying's gaze softened a lot. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. This time, everyone. The Deep Sea King hasn't appeared for 3 hours. He has likely already left. However, the Void City Foundation is severely damaged, and it will take at least 2 weeks to fully repair. So we will have to stay here for a while. Just then, as Su Lai finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Chen Ye opened the door to find a soldier from the Yanlong army standing straight. Captain Su, General Tang asked for Chen Ye to come over. The voices in the room fell silent. Everyone nervously looked at Chen Ye, and Hong Ying frowned deeply. However, Su Lai clearly knew what was going on and simply gave Chen Ye a reassuring look. Well, Chen Ye, you can go. Okay. Chen Ye nodded. He then followed the soldier through several corridors to a heavily guarded office. 2 soldiers from the Yanlong army stood at the door, and 2 flame dragons were vigilantly watching him. Pushing the door open, Tang Shiji stood with his back to the door, looking out the window. Hearing the noise, he slowly turned around, his sharp gaze landing on Chen Ye. Chen Ye, let's talk about your ability to consume the cores of evil beasts. Tang Shiji's expression was serious, trying to put as much pressure on Chen Ye as possible. After all, Chen Ye suddenly mastering the ability to consume the cores of evil beasts and grow could make him rebellious as a young person, potentially bringing extra trouble and unpleasantness to the communication process. However, what Tang Shiji didn't expect was that Chen Ye innocently scratched his head and said, General Tang, I'm just being honest. I'm even more surprised than you. Before Tang Shiji could invite him to sit down, Chen Ye directly sat in a chair, his tone sincere and flawless. It was like this, so I was also quite surprised. How about you arrange for me to have a physical examination, General? Chen Ye pondered. By the way, do you have a core here? I can demonstrate for you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiji's eyelids twitched. This was not a proud genius. He was clearly a carefree young man. Ahem, there's no need for a physical examination. Tang Shiji coughed awkwardly. Su Lai's report is very detailed. I trust his report. That's great. Chen Ye excitedly slapped his thigh. General, can the military approve 200 Sun rank cores for me to eat first? This way, my pets can advance to the Sun rank and serve the country better. Uffed. The tea that Tang Shiji had just sipped flew out of his mouth. How much? 200 Sun rank cores. What? In this battle, the 7 nations suffered over 15 casualties and only collected a little over 100 Sun rank evil beast cores. You brat, you want 200 right off the bat? Are you treating this like wholesale cabbage? This needs to be studied. Tang Shiji quickly wiped his mouth, feeling that this conversation was deviating from expectations. Thus, 10 minutes later, the interrogation originally planned to last an afternoon ended abruptly due to Chen Ye's incredibly cooperative attitude. With a creak, the inner door opened. Chen Guodong, pale-faced, walked out slowly. Although the current head of the Chen family was still recovering from serious injuries, his gaze remained sharp. Tang Shiji hurriedly stood up and said, Old Chen, congratulations to your Chen family for producing another talented individual. However, Chen Guodong shook his head upon hearing this, saying, a sharp sword is useless without a capable wielder. Chen Guodong even sighed in disappointment, thinking that Chen Ye ultimately harmed by his father having grown up in a small place and lacking experience. He would ultimately struggle with great responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiji hesitated to speak. He felt that Chen Ye was probably not as simple as old Chen thought. Chapter 88. Return, but it is already winter break. However, due to Chen Guodong's authority, Tang Shiji ultimately said nothing more. At the same time, Tang Shiji understood that due to identity issues, Chen Ye could not be absorbed into the military, and the Chen family would definitely oppose it first. It would be a futile effort, so he did not pay much attention to Chen Ye. Time passed quickly. Chen Ye did not expect that it would take 35 days to restore the foundation of the Void City. With everyone's efforts, the city of Yamato was restored to its new appearance, with roads crisscrossing and buildings rising. Standing in front of the teleportation array, Chen Ye looked at this foreign city, feeling no particular emotion. However, he knew that after such a major blunder by the Sakura nation, although the city was still named Yamato, it must have come at a significant cost to the Sakura nation to preserve it. Soon, someone asked, Chen Ye, aren't you going to play in Sakura Nation for a few days before leaving? Hong Ying took off her helmet, revealing her short, stylish hair. But her tone carried a hint of barely perceptible disappointment, as the hot springs in Sakura Nation were quite famous. She was referring to old Lu. Having spent nearly 40 days in the foreign battlefields, he not only missed the final exams, but couldn't even send a short message to old Lu. He wondered if old Lu's leave would be enough to cover 40 days. However, it was highly unlikely. Thinking about old Lu's stern face made Chen Ye shiver. On the way, Chen Ye gazed at the sea of clouds outside the cabin window, and in a daze. He could still recall the incredibly crimson sky of the foreign battlefield. Looking at the entrance to Maga University, Chen Ye took a deep breath. It was currently winter break, but there were still quite a few students on campus. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, as students walked along the tree-lined paths, their laughter echoing. This ordinary and beautiful scene made Chen Ye's scalp tingle. He scratched his head and could only send a message to old Lu. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated almost immediately, with the message reading, "You better be ready for the new semester. You're in for a surprise." 2 exclamation marks made it striking. Pushing open the door, a faint lavender scent greeted him, and the room was spotless, even the sheets exuding the smell of sunshine. Chen Ye felt a warmth in his heart. He knew this must be the result of Li Qingqing coming to clean for him. Otherwise, after being out for a month, the house would surely be covered in dust. Come out, everyone. Chen Ye's fingertips condensed 4 orange soul cards, each adorned with a brilliant border. 4 rays of light flashed, and the little wolves, who had been cooped up for a month, finally regained their freedom. Hei Yin excitedly barked twice, full of energy. Xiaobai rushed to the television and skillfully pressed the switch with its paw. Greenvine Wolf couldn't wait to run to the balcony, pleased to see its carefully nurtured plants thriving. Lane Yo curled up in its little nest, its eyes filled with joy. Chen Ye sat down on the sofa and opened the school forum. The first post was about the final assessment records. First place, Chen Yuqing. Cleared level, 5th level. Comments. Good performance in the 6th level, dual pet potential is amazing. This girl. Chen Ye chuckled softly. It was a pity that if he were to challenge the trial tower now, Hei Yin would definitely be able to take out the final star-level mechanical puppet in an instant. After taking a short break, in the afternoon, the sunlight spilled onto the surface of the Emerald Lake, creating shimmering waves. Chen Ye walked slowly to the lakeside with a fishing rod, and saw Principal Li Changqing sitting in his usual spot, staring motionless at the float. Principal fishing? Chen Ye approached with a smile. But after such a long time without seeing you, I thought you had already kicked the bucket. Li Changqing's words were always so harsh. Chen Ye wasn't angry and replied, Principal, I see you're here recovering, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ye took out 2 completely green branches, emitting a faint glow, and casually tossed them to Li Changqing. What? Life-blooming flower. Li Changqing hurriedly caught it, his eyes wide with surprise. How did you know I was injured? And where did you get this? Although he asked, Li Changqing's hands were quick, swiftly tucking the 2 branches into his pocket, fearing that Chen Ye would change his mind if he took too long. Chen Ye smiled, and then recounted his experiences in the foreign battlefield over the past month. What? You participated in the siege against the Deep Sea King. Li Changqing almost jumped up upon hearing this. You're only a freshman. That level of battle could easily take your life with just a little residual force. Chen Ye awkwardly scratched his nose and said, Hey, I came out fine. Fine. That was just luck. Li Changqing was so angry that his beard was bristling. Do you know how terrifying a demon god-level aberrant beast is? 3 months ago, I only caught a glimpse of the death wing from a distance. And my pet still hasn't recovered. At this point, the surface of the Emerald Lake suddenly rippled unnaturally. However, Chen Ye didn't notice. His eyes lit up as he quickly asked, Deathwing? Is it stronger than the Deep Sea King? Of course. Li Changqing lowered his voice. The Deep Sea King only has half a step of demon god strength. In front of the Death Wing, it's just a small shrimp. The Death Wing is a being that masters the laws of death. As Li Changqing spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked at Chen Ye meaningfully, saying, by the way, your father Chen Jiutian is the one who encountered the Death Wing and ultimately got crippled. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's hand trembled violently, and a storm surged in his heart. He had never imagined that his father, who always smiled and rode the explosive fire pig to farm, had such a past. Chen Ye decided that with the family meeting approaching, he must ask his father for clarification. Soon, the sunset dyed the sky red, and from a distance, he caught a whiff of familiar cooking smells. As if recalling something, his steps unconsciously quickened. Pushing open the door, under the warm light, Li Qingqing was busy in the kitchen tying on an apron. The clay pot was bubbling with steam, and several home-cooked dishes were already laid out on the table. Fragrant and appealing, Chen Ye stood at the door in a daze, his nose suddenly feeling a bit sour. Having been in the foreign battlefield for a month, eating only fruits, he was truly moved to the point of tears upon smelling the food. Damn it, why do I suddenly feel a sense of home? Chen Ye scratched his head and said, hee, I plan to come find you tomorrow. Don't even think about it. Li Qingqing shot him a glance, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Hurry and wash your hands. Try the sweet and sour fish I made. Chapter 89, Advanced Lightning System Concepts. Then, Chen Ye sat down at the dining table, devouring the dishes Li Qingqing made. He had to say, every bite was exceptionally delicious. Slow down. No one else fighting you for it. Beside him, Li Qingqing rested her chin on her hand, her eyes curved with a smile as she watched him. Clearly, seeing Chen Ye eat so happily brought her great joy. So delicious. Chen Ye spoke ambiguously and suddenly noticed that Li Qingqing hadn't touched her chopsticks much. Qingqing, you should eat too. Wow, you're not poisoning it, are you? Upon hearing Chen Ye's teasing, Li Qingqing's face turned crimson, filled with both embarrassment and anger. Unsure how to retort. Why you humph? That's right. I poisoned it. Poison you, you bad person. Li Qingqing angrily picked up her chopsticks and ignored Chen Ye. Taking small bites of her meal, her ears flushed red. Ha! Chen Ye laughed, finding it quite amusing to tease Li Qingqing. After finishing their meal, the two cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, Chen Ye suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, Qingqing, can you determine the best evolution route for Lanyo? There are currently 27 publicly available evolution routes for the Thunder Wolf, and Chen Ye wasn't sure which one was best for Lanyo. Lanyo was nibbling on some tree fruits in its small nest, and upon hearing Chen Ye mention it, quickly lifted its head, with juice still sticking to the corners of its mouth. How? Master, are you going to help me evolve? It might be possible. Li Qingqing paused, then seriously explained to Chen Ye. However, the body analysis for Lanyo last time showed that its cellular abilities are dozens of times stronger than a normal Thunder Wolf, which is actually a very rare constitution. Li Qingqing hesitated a bit. This situation is quite special, and I'm not sure if the normal evolution methods are suitable for Lanyo. Upon hearing this, Lanyo's little ears immediately drooped down, turning into airplane ears. However, at that moment, Li Qingqing suddenly said, my grandpa has an old friend who is a thunder attribute cultivation master. Although he has gone into seclusion now, he might be able to help. I'm just a bit uncertain. She bit her lip. That senior's whereabouts are unpredictable. We might not be able to meet him. Li Qingqing smiled slightly. If you want, we can take a chance tomorrow. Great. Chen Ye's eyes lit up at her words, and he couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, Qingqing, you're so nice. Humph. Li Qingqing raised her head proudly, but her ears secretly turned red. Chen Ye watched Li Qingqing continue to busy herself with cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, his gaze a bit complicated, not knowing what to say. So he squatted down and rubbed Lanyo's head. Lanyo, if you meet the master, you must be good. How? Lanyo nodded vigorously, rubbing against Chen Ye's palm. Lanyo will be good. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Li Qingqing drove Chen Ye to a place 300 kilometers away. As Chen Ye looked out at the rapidly receding scenery, he curiously asked, Qingqing, where does this master live? Li Qingqing held the steering wheel tightly, in the deepest part of the Phoenix Mountain Range, in a place called Thunder Valley. Li Qingqing's profile looked particularly exquisite in the morning light, but I must remind you, Grandpa Feng has a rather irritable temper, so you should be careful. His cultivation philosophy is also quite advanced. Oh, how advanced? Chen Ye immediately became interested. He firmly believed that thunder attribute beasts were the most invincible and powerful. Li Qingqing smiled brightly. He often talks about things like magnetic field rotation, electric generation of magnetism, gravity generation, material restructuring, antimatter annihilation, and black and white holes. Chen Ye felt his mouth twitch at that. He didn't understand, but if these abilities could be realized, thunder attribute beasts would surely be divine. Soon, after 3 hours, the car stopped at the entrance of the Phoenix Mountain Range. The two walked into the mountains on foot. In front of Chen Ye, Li Qingqing wore a fitted purple sports outfit, with her neat high ponytail accentuating her long legs, creating a captivating silhouette as she climbed. A gentle breeze blew, and a faint fragrance wafted through her hair. Instinctively, Chen Ye found himself glancing a few more times. At that moment, ahem, I was actually looking at. Chen Ye quickly pointed to a tree not far away. That pine squirrel, do you believe it? Li Qingqing found it somewhat amusing, and following Chen Ye's finger, she indeed spotted a plump pine squirrel, clutching a pine cone and watching them warily. Li Qingqing chuckled, I believe you, so keep watching then. Chen Ye laughed heartily. Only a fool would keep looking. After a few more hours, we're almost there. Li Qingqing wiped the sweat from her brow and pointed to the mist-covered valley ahead. That's Thunder Valley, Grandpa Feng's place. Just then, the clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Who dares to trespass on my territory? Grandpa Feng, it's me, Qingqing. Li Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward, cupping her hands to shout into the valley. A soft hum came from the dark clouds, and then they slowly dispersed. Come in. Soon, Chen Ye and the others entered the valley, and a thatched cottage appeared before them, with stone tables and chairs set outside, surrounded by thunderstruck trees, with tender green sprouts growing from the charred trunks. Grandpa Feng. Li Qingqing smiled happily and waved to the thin old man in front of the house. The old man looked up at the sound, and Chen Ye took this opportunity to see the old man's appearance clearly. He wore a straw hat, with white hair faintly visible, deep wrinkles on his face, and most strikingly, his eyes were sharp like a lion, as if they could see into one's heart. Qing girl, what brings you here? Feng Yuan smiled slightly. How is your grandpa? Is he still healthy? Li Qingqing ran up, affectionately greeting Feng Yuan. Of course. Grandpa goes fishing at Emerald Lake every day now, living quite leisurely. You should go find him to chat. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and without saying much, he nodded, his gaze falling on Chen Ye. Senior Yu. Chen Ye was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed a glint in Feng Yuan's eyes. In an instant, Feng Yuan leapt through the air like an eagle, covering several meters in an instant, landing right in front of Chen Ye. So fast, Chen Ye felt his hair stand on end. The aura of the Wolf King nearly activating instinctively to protect him, but he suppressed it forcefully. Next, Feng Yuan's bony fingers gripped Chen Ye's wrist tightly like a vice. His gaze sharp as a lion. Interesting, your soul strength is extremely high, and your spirit is condensed like mercury. While speaking, Feng Yuan suddenly leaned closer to Chen Ye and sniffed. Such a strong killing intent. Kid, have you been to the otherworld battlefield recently? Chen Ye was taken aback, amazed at how much information Feng Yuan could glean from just one look. This was a true master. Grandpa Feng. Li Qingqing, worried that Feng Yuan might hurt Chen Ye's hand, quickly said, actually, we came to ask you about Chen Ye's Thunderwolf evolution. Yes, Grandpa Feng. Chen Ye nodded, summoning Lane Yo. Feng Yuan glanced at Chen Ye with a look of disbelief. What? You also call me Grandpa Feng. Only then did he release his grip and turn his attention to Lane Yo beside Chen Ye. The little creature was frightened by Feng Yuan's aura. Its ears pressed tightly against its head, but soon mustered the courage to greet him. Howl. Hello. Come here. Feng Yuan sat down properly at the stone table, placing his fingers on Lane Yo's front paws. Chen Ye was still puzzled about what he was doing. And then his eyes widened in shock as he saw Feng Yuan's fingertips spark with electricity, connecting to Lane Yo's paws with a gentle sizzling sound. What? Is he using electricity to take a pulse? Thunder King? Chen Ye was stunned. Half a minute later, Feng Yuan laughed heartily, released Lane Yo, and unexpectedly patted Lane Yo's head. Normally, lightning wolves can interfere with evolution, but this little guy is not simple. He can even learn my lightning way. I suggest you follow the natural path. Natural evolution is the best. How? Lane Yo was dazed. This was the first time someone besides the master praised her talent, and she immediately perked up her ears nervously. Although she couldn't understand, she wanted to perform well. Seemingly seeing through Lane Yo's confusion, Feng Yuan added with a smile, that is to say, fight more, eat more high-level lightning materials, and successfully evolve. Little guy, come find me again. Chen Ye felt like he had found a treasure and sincerely thanked Feng Grandpa. No need. Feng Yuan waved his hand and said to Li Qingqing. After that, Feng Yuan nodded happily, and in the shocked eyes of Chen Ye and Li Qingqing, he quickly disappeared into the woods in a few flashes. Chapter 90. He is the closest to an eighth-order existence. Chen Ye, that is how Feng Grandpa is. Coming and going without a trace, but his words are useful. Her voice grew quieter. Do you not feel like you helped? Chen Ye shook his head, his eyes shining with gratitude and admiration. No, thank you. Qingqing, Feng Grandpa's advice is very valuable. Chen Ye raised his wrist, where there was still a slight pain from when Feng Yuan had held him. He was very surprised. Someone who could see through his and Lane Yo's details at a glance. Such a person, probably no one else could be found in the entire human race. So Feng Yuan was definitely not simple. Qingqing, who is Feng Grandpa? Chen Ye asked directly. Fusion. Using fusion as a medium. It temporarily combines the Beast Master and the pet that have a heart-to-heart connection, allowing the Beast Master to master the pet's power. This is the most difficult Beast Mastery technique. Sure enough, the next words from Li Qingqing confirmed Chen Ye's thoughts. My grandpa said that as early as 20 years ago. Feng Grandpa was recognized as one of the few who had the most hope of breaking through to an 8th Order Beastmaster. He was also the former president of the Fusion University and had long reached the realm of unity with his pet. Chen Ye was incredibly surprised. As expected, Feng Yuan was indeed a big shot, so his words must be heeded. Saying this, Chen Ye squatted down and rubbed Lei Nio's fluffy head. Did you hear that? Lei Nio? From now on, we'll follow what Feng Grandpa said, fight more, accumulate more, and strive for natural evolution. How? Lei Nio nodded vigorously, her eyes full of obedience. Chen Ye, what about us? Li Qingqing let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and was about to say they should go down the mountain before sunset, but suddenly slipped and was about to fall. In the next moment, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist, and she fell into Chen Ye's arms. The distance between the two instantly closed, and Li Qingqing could clearly feel the aura on Chen Ye, causing her to momentarily freeze. Chen Ye frowned and asked with concern, Qingqing, are you okay? His voice rang in Li Qingqing's ear like an electric current racing down her spine. She stiffened, her fair cheeks quickly turning red. Even the tips of her ears turning pink, her heart racing as if a little deer was dashing around. I'm fine, we. She stammered but couldn't get a complete sentence out. However, Chen Ye was not much better. He forced himself to remain calm while helping Li Qingqing up. But his heart was pounding wildly. Damn, just hugging the waist. Why does it feel more nerve-wracking than fighting the Deep Sea King? The two walked in silence side by side. Fortunately, Xiaobai was still in the pet space. Otherwise, with its gossiping nature, it would have been bouncing around excitedly at this scene. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps into the room. Chen Ye sat on the sofa, logged into the pet resource trading platform on his phone. With a series of clicks, his shopping cart was soon filled with lightning attribute resources. Ion source juice, 30,000 per liter. Let's start with 20 liters. Thundercloud crystal, 5,000 each. Let's get 100. Thunderberry, 1,000 each, 500. After busying himself for half an hour, when it was time to confirm the payment, Chen Ye lightly tapped with his finger. Over 3 million disappeared from his account, leaving just over 2 million. Chen Ye rubbed his temples. With so many resources, if used on an ordinary lightning wolf, it would evolve to a high level, but Lei Nio's level talent, lightning spirit body, could absorb and utilize dozens of times the lightning energy, so it turned into a drop in the bucket. Chen Ye calculated, his heart trembling. Seeing this, Lei Nio immediately ran over, rubbing against Chen Ye's pant leg, her big eyes full of guilt and obedience. How? Master, will it cost a lot of money? Then Lei Nio doesn't want to evolve. Growing up in a pet shop, although Lei Nio didn't understand arithmetic, she was more sensitive to money and didn't want to put her master in a difficult financial situation because of herself. Haha, it's okay, we're not short on money. Chen Ye quickly comforted her. He patted Lei Nio's head and then explained to her that if they sold that half-step demon-level crystal, they would become super wealthy. So Lei Nio should spend without worry. Lei Nio listened, seeming to understand but not fully. Instead, Xiaobai saw this and ran over, looking eagerly at Chen Ye. Ow ow, master, buy me some too. I want potato chips, lots of potato chips. Chen Ye was both amused and helpless, smiling wryly. Got it. I'll buy it all. He silently calculated in his heart. Damn, with the increase in strength, the 4 little ones' food demands were also growing. And the remaining 2 million probably wouldn't last long. Damn, the new semester, hurry up and come. Participating in more secret realms and activities to make money is the hard truth. Before long, after lunch, Chen Ye took Lei Nio to the school's training ground. Lei Nio, today we are. Chen Ye's words suddenly stopped. In training area 3, he saw a familiar figure. It was actually Chen Yuqing training a completely snow-white cat-type pet, with a tail shimmering with rainbow light. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. He knew that was a level fairy Meow, a single attribute fairy, primarily focused on agility and control, possessing agile combat abilities. Obviously, this fairy Meow was Chen Yuqing's second-level pet. Brother? Chen Yuqing noticed Chen Ye's gaze, turned her head to see him, and was momentarily stunned, then widened her eyes in surprise and said, Brother, where have you been for the past month? In the last few days of the semester. Old Lu's face was as black as coal. Chen Ye awkwardly smiled and walked over. It's nothing, just went on a mission with the wolf-killing team. Killed some evil beasts in the otherworld battlefield. This. Chen Yuqing rolled her eyes upon hearing this, clearly not believing Chen Ye's words. Senior brothers and sisters had long shared employment experiences. To join a team like the wolf-killing team One not only had to be a 5th order beast master, but also must have at least 1-star level pet. So brother, how could you get into the wolf killing team? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Chen Ye didn't explain too much, otherwise, it would seem like showing off. He smiled at Chen Yuqing and said, Yuqing, is this your new pet? How about having a friendly match with my Lanyo? Just right, I also want to train Lanyo. Lanyo, come say hello. She is my sister. How? Hello. Lanyo poked her head out and shyly blinked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing's eyes widened in shock, looking at Lanyo and then at Chen Ye. Huh? A match? A level lightning wolf against my level fairy meow? Bro, are you sure you're not joking? Switching to a green vine wolf would be more appropriate. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's words were like throwing a stone into a calm lake, instantly stirring up the other trainees. After all, the students training around were already secretly watching the freshman goddess Chen Yuqing, and now hearing Chen Ye's words, they all looked over. Questioning voices rising one after another. What? Did I hear that right? A level lightning wolf challenging a level fairy cat? Who is this guy, daring to challenge Junior Yuqing? So arrogant. These voices were unmasked, but they fell on Chen Ye's ears, and he remained unfazed. Analyzing rationally, although the fairy cat is level, it has only been hatched for less than 2 months, so its strength cannot grow to level immediately. It likely only has the strength of level or even level. On the other hand, although the Thunder Girl is only level, it has the enhancement of star rank, greatly boosting its combat power, at least able to fight against level. So, it's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. However, Chen Yuqing did not agree, glaring at Chen Ye and shaking her head, saying forget it. Although this could be an opportunity to let this arrogant brother know the cruelty of reality, but level against level is still hard to justify. Chen Yuqing is shy and chose to refuse. Just as Chen Ye felt a bit regretful, a sharp laugh suddenly rang out from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Haha, even you dare to challenge Goddess Yuqing? Upon hearing this, everyone looked back in surprise, and the crowd parted automatically. A tall and strong boy in an expensive training outfit was striding forward, followed by a level swamp crocodile. The swamp crocodile had jagged fangs, was 4 meters long, covered in heavy scales, and had very strong limbs, moving quickly and looking ferocious. Wow, it's Senior Zhao Ming from the 2nd year. Someone exclaimed. His swamp crocodile is peak level. Not only is its strength level high, but it also has water and ground attributes, which can immunize against electricity. Haha, there's a good show to watch now. Chapter 91, The opponent's mentality crumbled. Zhao Ming proudly approached Chen Ye, saying, how about it? Dare to battle with me? As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Chen Yuqing, clearly wanting to show off in front of her. If you don't dare, you useless waste should just scram. As Zhao Ming's mocking words fell, the faces of the crowd were filled with ridicule. Chen Ye shook his head, just about to speak when Thunder Girl got angry first. How? Hearing someone mock Chen Ye, Thunder Girl immediately stepped forward in disagreement. It shielded Chen Ye behind it, with angry lightning surging around its body. You! How dare you insult Thunder Girl's master? Thunder Girl will never forgive you. Seeing this, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Oh, Thunder Girl actually has such a brave side. I initially wanted to have Blackflame take you out quickly since Thunder Girl clearly can't handle it, being a level opponent that can evolve. But now, sorry buddy. I can only use you to upgrade the bond between me and Thunder Girl. So, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Ye agreed to the battle. The battle began. Haha, Swamp Crocodile, use Furious Bite. Zhao Ming ordered with a laugh, as if victory was already in his grasp. Roar. Upon hearing, the Swamp Crocodile suddenly exploded forth. Its massive body immediately unleashing an astonishing speed, opening its huge mouth, sharp fangs glinting coldly, and pouncing directly toward Thunder Girl. Thunder Girl, dodge quickly, Chen Ye shouted. The onlookers shook their heads, seemingly seeing the outcome. Sigh, dying to save face and suffering. With a level Swamp Crocodile's speed, how could this level Lightning Wolf possibly dodge? One bite, and the Lightning Wolf is probably going to be killed instantly. Perhaps this is what it means to be a sycophant. Even Chen Yuqing frowned, her fingers unconsciously tightening. Brother, Chen Yuqing's friend, the freshman Song Sheener, who also passed the 4th level in the trial tower, was wide-eyed at this moment. Yuqing, isn't that Chen Ye? Why is he so reckless? However, in the next moment, whoosh. Thunder Girl obediently listened, instantly erupting with terrifying speed, transforming into a flash of lightning, easily dodging the Swamp Crocodile's attack. What? Zhao Ming's pupils constricted, eyes widening in disbelief. The crowd also fell silent in an instant. What the hell? The speed of a level Lightning Wolf is actually faster than a level Swamp Crocodile? Good opportunity, Thunder Girl, use 500 volts. Chen Ye seized the moment. How? Thunder Girl growled, immediately unleashing a yellow electric attack towards the side of the Swamp Crocodile. 500 volts is Thunder Girl's innate skill, meaning it has an attack power of 500 volts. However, with the enhancement of the Thunder Spirit body, the actual power of the volt attack had instantly multiplied by dozens of times, reaching an astonishing tens of thousands of volts. Boom! The dazzling lightning exploded, and the swamp crocodile was shocked, its body trembling. However, the swamp crocodile quickly shook its head and turned, looking at Thunder Girl with disdain in its vertical pupils. Ha ha! Zhao Ming laughed upon seeing this. Foolish. Ground types are immune to electricity. What does it matter if the lightning wolf is fast? It still can't cause any damage. The crowd reacted, showing expressions of glee. TSK. Ground types are immune to electric types. The lightning wolf can't hurt the swamp crocodile at all. Sigh. Really a bit foolish, not even knowing the basic knowledge of attribute restraint. He's doomed now. Speed doesn't matter. How dare he agree to a battle? Even Thunder Girl, upon seeing this, had its two upright ears droop down, its big eyes becoming somewhat panicked. This is its strongest attack, but how could it have no effect? How? Thunder Girl anxiously looked at Chen Ye, letting out a low whimper in panic, feeling useless and worried about embarrassing its master. But Chen Ye remained incredibly calm. Thunder Girl, don't panic. He quickly said, it seems that electric attribute attacks have very low effectiveness against ground types. The energy is all being conducted into the ground. But let's think, there should be another way. Thunder Girl nodded obediently, really starting to think seriously. Got it, use your claws. Chen Ye seemed to suddenly have an idea, gathering the lightning power into his claws, relying not on electric strikes, but on physical attacks. How? Yes, master. Thunder Girl's eyes lit up, immediately understanding Chen Ye's meaning. It let out a low growl, its claws instantly enveloped in sharp lightning. No longer a spreading electric arc, but solid explosive power. However, Zhao Ming burst into laughter. You fool. My swamp crocodile's proudest feature is its defensive ability. Don't say the lightning wolf's claws. Even a full-strength strike from a level beast can't break through its scale defense. The crowd nodded in agreement. Yes, the scale defense of the swamp crocodile is an absurd talent. It can't be broken. Hearing this, Chen Ye merely smiled faintly. That may not be the case. Then, without hesitation, he ordered, Thunder Girl, attack. Seeking death. Zhao Ming sneered, swamp crocodile, use scale defense. After blocking this strike, bite it and use death roll. Roar. The swamp crocodile let out a low roar, its scales instantly hardening, glinting with a metallic sheen. It prepared to withstand Thunder Girl's claw attack and then execute the deadly death roll. Chen Yuqing's expression changed. Death roll is the swamp crocodile's signature killing move. Once bitten, the lightning wolf would definitely be severely injured. Song Xing even closed her eyes, not daring to look at the upcoming tragedy. But something shocking happened. Whoosh. Just as the swamp crocodile was about to activate its armor defense ability, its movement suddenly froze, as if something had immobilized it, and it failed to release its ability. In that lightning-fast moment, Lane Yo's lightning claws struck down fiercely. Sizzle. 3 deep claw marks instantly appeared on the swamp crocodile's face, one of which even successfully scratched its eye. Roar. The swamp crocodile let out a painful roar and staggered backward. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck is going on? What happened to the swamp crocodile's armor defense? If I'm not mistaken, it seemed to have paused for a moment just now. Is it inexperienced with its skills? That shouldn't be the case. Everyone was confused. Only Chen Ye knew that at the crucial moment, he had secretly activated the Wolf King's might, interrupting the swamp crocodile's ability release. Chen Ye smirked and said loudly, Huh? Your swamp crocodile doesn't seem so impressive after all. However, Chen Ye did not continue to press the attack, but calmly said to Lane Yo, don't attack yet. Let it bleed first. This is a hunting technique that weakens the prey as it loses blood before delivering a fatal blow. It's commonly known as kite flying. How? Lane Yo understood and immediately distanced itself, vigilantly watching the swamp crocodile. Seeing this, Zhao Ming exploded in anger. You useless piece of trash. If you have the ability, keep attacking. What is hiding like this supposed to show? Chen Ye, however, remained unfazed and simply smiled. What is the hurry? Isn't your swamp crocodile supposed to be tough? Zhao Ming gritted his teeth, unable to contain himself any longer, and shouted angrily, You're forcing me. Swamp crocodile, use Maga evolution. He directly took out the Maga stone, wanting to make the swamp crocodile evolve, but immediately, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Ming suddenly froze, the motion of pulling out the Maga stone becoming stiff. Then, the Maga stone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud, rolling away a considerable distance. In that moment, not only Zhao Ming, but everyone else was also stunned. Wait, is this really happening? The Maga stone can fall. Is this a malfunction? Meanwhile, the swamp crocodile had become sluggish due to excessive bleeding. Following Chen Ye's suggestion, Lane Yo took advantage of its speed to keep moving around, occasionally delivering a claw strike to deplete the swamp crocodile's stamina. At this point, anyone with eyes could tell that Zhao Ming had already lost. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the swamp crocodile finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to get back up. Zhao Ming's mentality exploded. He was bewildered. How did I lose while fighting? The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting with bewildered discussions. Wait, this can actually win. This is too abstract. The lightning wolf didn't even take any damage. With the victory in battle, Lane Yo joyfully bounced in front of Chen Ye, howling, Master, Master, Lane Yo won. Chen Ye nodded, squatted down, rubbed Lane Yo's head, and smiled gently. Lane Yo did very well this time. He continued, Lane Yo understands now. We can win not only because of strength, but also because of our calm judgment. These combat techniques and experiences, Lane Yo must remember them well, okay? How? Lane Yo nodded vigorously, its tail wagging happily. Standing aside, Chen Yuqing stared blankly at this scene, her rosy lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with disbelief. They actually won. Chen Yuqing looked at Chen Ye and Lane Yo in astonishment, never expecting that he really won the match. Does that mean if Lane Yo fought against her fairy cat, it might actually win? After all, the fairy cat has probably reached peak level strength by now. Thinking of this, Chen Yuqing couldn't help but feel a bit lost, even starting to doubt her life.